Qin Lang, do not go too far, planting spies at my side and even sending people to tail me. Just how despicable can you be? Our engagement was arranged by our families. Now I, Mu Yuyan, can make it absolutely clear to you that I do not like you in the slightest. In fact, I can even say I feel nothing but disgust. Please stop pestering me from now on. In Tianshi City, at Mu Ren International. Inside the president's office, the female CEO Mu Yuyan, dressed in a sleek black office suit, glared coldly across at Qin Lang, who was feigning ignorance, her words sharp and merciless as she admonished him. Qin Lang, who was being scolded, acted as though he had heard nothing. He sat blankly on the sofa, trying to digest the cascade of information in his mind as the corner of his mouth twitched. Had he actually transmigrated and into a novel he had once read from cover to cover? The absurd part was that his current identity was not that of a protagonist surrounded by peerless beauties, but of a major villain repeatedly humiliated by the hero. Qin Lang was the legitimate grandson of the Qin family of Yinjing, the sole heir of the clan. His grandfather was a true towering figure laden with illustrious merits. His father still held a lofty position. With a single stamp of his foot, he could make the entire Huaxia tremble. His mother was a businesswoman who held sizable shares in several renowned state-owned enterprises. Everyone in their circle was either wealthy or powerful. He was a genuine second-generation rich kid and a second-generation power as well. With such an explosive starting hand of cards, the original Qin Lang had somehow managed to play it into utter ruin. He played the obsequious lapdog, groveling before his fiancée Mu Yuyan. He schemed to eliminate the shield she had found to fend him off, planted his own spies around her, and had practically committed every vile deed one could imagine. In the end, he even lifted a knife against the shield Mu Yuyan had hired at great cost the protagonist Yifeng. As a result, he brought disaster upon himself and was toyed to death by Yifeng. His glorious family background became nothing more than a stepping stone for Yifeng's monster-slaying rise to power. One could say Yifeng's ascent was achieved entirely by stepping on the Qin family behind Qin Lang all the way to the heavens. Just thinking about it felt utterly pathetic. Being a lapdog might bring a fleeting thrill, but once the fawning ended, it was straight to the crematorium. However, all that foolishness was the work of that idiot from the previous life. Now that a different soul had taken over, everything would start anew. Ding. Host identity confirmed. Heaven-ordained villain system, binding in progress. As a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, the well-read Qin Lang, who had devoured hundreds of online novels, knew that his exclusive cheat had finally arrived. The heaven-ordained villain system, as its name implied, existed to aid him in becoming a grand villain, crushing fate's favored sons beneath his feet and turning his evolution into a colossal cheat. By seizing opportunities that should have belonged to those heaven-chosen protagonists, he could obtain villain fate points, which in turn could be used to exchange for items or draw prizes, thereby enhancing his own strength. After familiarizing himself with the system's operations, Qin Lang felt quite satisfied. Compared to hypocritical righteousness, being a villain seemed rather appealing. One's own pleasure was the only true pleasure. Watching Qin Lang occasionally reveal a faint smile, Mu Yuyan trembled all over with rage. If her bodyguards had not discovered it, she would never have known that someone had installed a bug in her own office, and that her private life had been almost entirely eavesdropped upon by Qin Lang. Yet this man still had the nerve to smile. Qin Lang, you dare to laugh here? I want to annul the engagement and sever it completely with you. After briefly familiarizing himself with the system's functions, Qin Lang slowly lifted his head and replied coolly, fine. What was going on? Mu Yuyan was bewildered. Qin Lang had actually agreed. Not long ago, he had been shamelessly hounding after her, even going so far as to plant bugs, acting in utterly deranged fashion. Could it be that the sun had truly risen in the west, and she was finally about to be freed from this miserable engagement? Qin Lang crossed one leg over the other and lounged carelessly on the sofa. Casually picking up a cup of tea, he took a sip and said, go ahead and dissolve the engagement. I have no objections. Explain it clearly to your Mu family and have them be the ones to bring it up. You. Mu Yuyan's brows furrowed tightly as she let out an angry snort. You're being utterly unreasonable. Qin Lang chuckled. I'm the unreasonable one. Why don't you talk about how insatiably greedy your Mu family is? And you, Mu Yuyan, don't take yourself so seriously. You really think I'm not good enough for you? If not for my Qin family, your Mu family would have been carved up by others 10 years ago. 10 years ago, her father and Qin Lang's father had been intimate friends. But after an accident claimed Mu Yuyan's father's life, the entire Mu family was thrown into turmoil. Countless greedy opportunists smelled blood and came swarming. It was Qin Lang's father who by his efforts alone managed to steady the Mu family. To express her gratitude for the Qin family's grace, Mu Yuyan's mother had taken the initiative to arrange this engagement. One could say that the engagement between Qin Lang and Mu Yuyan had been something the Mu family had begged for as a means of self-preservation. Thinking of this, Qin Lang could not help but complain yet again. The original truly had been an utter fool, holding a winning hand only to choose to play the groveling lapdog. Did he really not understand that in a woman's heart a lapdog is a role, even less than a backup option? There is another option before you. We temporarily pretend that this engagement is still ongoing. Of course, there will be a time limit. When I'm in a good mood someday, I might just toss you aside with a flick of my hand. Qin Lang laughed. A daughter of fate, her body carried no small amount of fortune. How could he possibly let go of such a convenient tool before he had drained her dry? Mu Yuyin clenched her silver-white teeth. Impossible. If you do as you please, what am I supposed to do? Qin Lang shook his head. You really do have such filthy thoughts. How can you see it that way? We would merely pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend in front of outsiders, nothing more. If you truly refuse, then you will have no choice but to return to the Mu family and ask them to raise the annulment themselves. As for what will happen, then I dare not guarantee anything. Taking the Qin family's benefits for free without paying any price. Was that a joke? In this world, when did pies ever fall from the sky? Mu Yuyin furrowed her brows, deeply sinking into agonized hesitation. She knew all too well what would happen if the Mu family were the ones to broach the subject. If Qin Lang were the one to withdraw, then there would be nothing more to say. The Mu family would lose some face, but they could hardly hold the Qin family accountable. But if it were Mu Yuyin who annulled the engagement, the nature of the matter would be entirely different. Qin Lang was the Qin family's legitimate grandson and their sole future heir. Such an act would be nothing less than a slap in the Qin family's face. From then on, the Mu family could forget about enjoying the Qin family's protection. Even avoiding suppression would already be a blessing. Though she utterly loathed the idea of being around Qin Lang's short-term pain was better than lifelong agony. If she refused this arrangement now, she feared that in this lifetime there would be no path left to her but marriage to Qin Lang. Fine, I agree, but you must keep your promise to dissolve the engagement. Mu Yuyin took a deep breath, and in her clear, beautiful eyes flashed a resolute light. Ding! Plot alteration detected. Congratulations to the host villain. Fate points 1000. Qin Lang did not answer her. He simply stood up, took Mu Yuyin's slender hand, and led her toward the door. Mu Yuyin instinctively tried to pull away, but Qin Lang's words cut her off. So you don't actually want me to dissolve the engagement? Our boyfriend and girlfriend not even allowed to hold hands. Forget it. Let a dog's claws have their way, she thought bitterly. Ding! Female lead. Mu Yuyin's emotions fluctuate. Congratulations to the host villain. Fate points 300. Qin Lang paid no heed to what was going through her mind. His gaze brazenly swept over her graceful figure as he chuckled wickedly. Girls, especially pretty ones, shouldn't wear such tight clothes. With a figure this good, you'll only attract bad people to follow you. I tailed 2 of them just last night. A look of discomfort flickered in Mu Yuyin's beautiful eyes. She did not understand this joke at all. She had only heard rumors about Qin Lang, and her heart was filled with dissatisfaction. When the office door opened, Mu Yuyin's female bodyguard saw the 2 of them walking out hand in hand, and asked suspiciously, Miss, what is going on with you two? Qin Lang, taking advantage of the situation, slipped his arm around Mu Yuyin's slender waist. Is it really so shocking for a couple to be a little intimate? He said. Mu Yuyin's body trembled violently. She could only force herself to treat it as if a stray dog had pounced on her and feign nonchalance. The female lead. Mu Yuyin experienced an intense surge of emotion, granting the host a gain of 600 destiny villain points. For the next half day, Qin Lang walked around the entire company with his arm around Mu Yuyin, spending the whole afternoon wandering about. He took quite a few liberties while also earning 6,800 destiny villain points. His frenzy of milking benefits from Mu Yuyin finally came to an end after they finished dinner. In front of Murin International, after a parting hug that sent Mu Yuyin fleeing in shy embarrassment, Qin Lang turned and got into his Maybach. Surrounded by a convoy of 4 Mercedes-AMG cars before and behind, he headed in grand fashion toward his family villa. Sitting in the back seat, Qin Lang sighed inwardly. This woman, Mu Yuyin's disgust toward the original Qin Lang was far from trivial, and she was exceedingly cautious. He could only take small advantages. Going any further was impossible for now. Would she really be so shy as to run away? Would she really be persuaded so easily? She was obviously putting on an act, all to fabricate the illusion that the 2 of them had reconciled. Qin Lang was in no hurry. He would take things slowly. As the original novel's daughter of fortune, Mu Yuyin's status was extremely high, and she was naturally a crucial piece in his grand scheme. The situation has improved quite a bit. At the very least, I've shed the ingrained image of a pathetic simp. I still need to keep pushing forward, Qin Lang murmured, silently reciting the command to open his system panel. Character: Qin Lang. Age: 25. Constitution: 6. Kidney deficiency. Charm: 85. Destiny villain points: 6,800. Skills: none. Shop not yet unlocked. Lottery center active. Each draw consumes 100 destiny villain points. Looking at this character sheet, Qin Lang complained in his heart system, this is too much. Kidney deficiency. As a transmigrator, can you really tolerate such unfair treatment, host? This body's kidney deficiency is a serious problem. Shouldn't you fix this bug? The system's mechanical voice sounded again, devoid of emotion. The host has transmigrated into this body and bears no relation to the original great villain's constitution. The host's kidney deficiency may have many causes, including, but not limited to, underdevelopment, overwork. Enough, stop talking. Give me the novice gift pack first, Qin Lang quickly interrupted, afraid that continuing would lead to some terrifying revelation. Ding. The novice gift pack is ready. Claim now. Yes. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the skill Affinity LV1 Group Affinity 10. Upgrading to LV2 requires 100 destiny villain points, with each subsequent upgrade costing double. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 small constitution improving pills. Each pill increases the host's constitution by 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host, your charm has increased by 13. These are all great items. Qin Lang's eyes lit up. With this affinity skill, whenever he went out, it was as if he carried a passive buff that boosted others' goodwill toward him. With a grand wave of his hand, he directly spent a total of 3,100 Destiny villain points in succession, raising affinity all the way to LV6. At the same time, he swallowed all 10 small pills, boosting his constitution by 10 points. An ordinary person's constitution hovered around 10, with a constitution of 16. Qin Lang had completely bid farewell to kidney deficiency. As for charm, that was an invisible enhancement to his looks. With a face scoring 98 out of 100, aside from that certain someone lying sideways on a bed, one leg resting atop the other, while scrolling on a phone and laughing at the screen, what other man could even compare to Qin Lang in looks? Armed with this charm of 98, Qin Lang's subsequent arrangements would become far easier to carry out. Lottery, 10 consecutive draws. Spend all the remaining Destiny villain points. He ordered. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Constitution 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained basic piano technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained intermediate piano technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a photo album of Aunt Xiao. When his Destiny villain points were finally exhausted, Qin Lang's attribute panel had undergone a complete transformation. Character Qin Lang. Age, 25. Constitution, 26. Charm, 98. Destiny villain points, 0. Skills affinity LV6, group affinity 60. Advanced piano technique, advanced T-art. Shop not yet unlocked. Lottery center active, each draw consumes 100 Destiny villain points. System inventory, 1 photo album of Aunt Xiao, 3 boxes of Qing foam tissues. Not bad at all. Aside from a few rather strange items, the rest were quite useful. Closing the attribute panel, Qin Lang instructed Junzi, his driver and bodyguard, on the way back. There are some people and some matters I need you to have our men keep under surveillance. Qin Lang gave meticulous instructions. Knowing the plot was one thing, but certain events were time-sensitive, and he had to receive information at the very first moment. Understood. Junzi's smiling face appeared in the rearview mirror. Young master, rest assured. When it comes to surveillance and tailing people, I'm a professional. In the past, Junzi would never have dared to joke with Qin Lang like this. The young master's moods were unpredictable, and no one knew when he might suddenly lose his temper. But today was different. Even as a man, Junzi felt that the young master had become more handsome. That face of his now exuded an especially approachable charm. Same difference, Qin Lang did not refute him. Having finally transmigrated into this world, whose plot he knew so well, there was still some time before the return of Yi Feng, the king of mercenaries. Before Yi Feng's return, he had to use this period to build connections with every plotline he knew. If he wanted to eliminate Yi Feng, relying on brute force alone would be unlikely to succeed. He had to make his move by seizing Yi Feng's opportunities. After all, that guy was a son of fortune. Even if he were shot through the heart and fell off a cliff, there was no telling if some passing female NPC might rescue him, leading to a touching love story. Before he gained any skill that could grant immunity to the protagonist's halo, the only way to defeat a son of fortune was to exploit his predetermined opportunities. As the Maybach convoy merged onto the Ring Expressway, Qin Lang's expression turned wickedly playful. The king of mercenaries, is it? Leader of the Bloodwolf mercenary group. Heh, I wonder just how many Destiny villain points this son of fortune will bring me. I truly look forward to the day when the plot starts and we finally meet. Upon returning to the luxurious villa, Qin Lang felt no discomfort whatsoever. Before his transmigration, he was already a wealthy young tycoon, having amassed his billion-dollar fortune through sheer hard work. Capital itself has no right or wrong. However, the accumulation of capital is built on a foundation of blood and sacrifice. This is also why Qin Lang believes he is not a good person. He lounged comfortably on the European-style sofa, gently swirling the goblet in his hand, while in front of him stood a frail young girl, her head bowed and nervously tugging at her clothes. Junzi stood beside him with a stern face. Young master, the cleaner accidentally broke the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain you collected while working. Hearing Junzi's angry voice, Su Xiaoxiao's fingers trembled with fear, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. No matter how poor she was, she understood how valuable a piece of porcelain adorned with the Yuan dynasty label could be. And it was this precious antique that she had just shattered. Qin Lang raised his head and scrutinized the little girl standing in front of him. Standing just over 1.60 meters, her slender frame made the blue and white cleaner's uniform appear somewhat baggy on her. Yet this plain-looking girl was one of the main female characters in the book, Su Xiaoxiao. Do not be deceived by Su Xiaoxiao's current appearance, clad in a cleaning uniform, as a seemingly ordinary girl. In the original work, Su Xiaoxiao played a significant role. She grew up in the same orphanage as Yi Feng and was his childhood sweetheart, holding an irreplaceable position in his heart. Moreover, due to this incident of breaking the vase, the original owner had oppressed Su Xiaoxiao and even coveted the land of the orphanage behind her, establishing a deadly feud with both Su Xiaoxiao and the orphanage. Later, this led to a direct conflict with Yi Feng, resulting in a dramatic face-slapping scenario where Yi Feng heroically rescued her. Of course, that was all ancient history now. Qin Lang took a gentle sip of red wine, casually saying, Su Xiaoxiao, young master Qin, I know I was wrong. I truly didn't mean to. I will pay you back for the broken blue and white porcelain, just please give me some time. Su Xiao, overly tense, spoke in a hurried tone. She mustered the courage to raise her head and looked at the fierce Qin Xiao through her colleague's words, feeling a refreshing sensation wash over her, dispelling much of her fear. How handsome. His gaze was so gentle. A person like him, elegant as jade, was said to be unmatched in the world. Why was he labeled as an unreasonable, quick-tempered, even violent Qin Xiao by her colleague? Could it be that she had been deceived? Qin Lang was quite pleased with Su Xiao's reaction. He beckoned her closer with a finger, and when she approached, he pulled her down to sit on the sofa, using one hand to grip her delicate chin. Her delicate features, reminiscent of a young lady from a well-off family, appeared gentle and refined. Her eyes, shimmering with a misty allure, had their slender willow leaf-like brows slightly furrowed, and her exquisite nose subtly elevated, making the back of the hand that held her chin feel the warmth of her breath. Her lips, untouched by any modern cosmetics, bore a soft rosy hue. One could not deny that aside from her stature, Su Xiao's beauty would undoubtedly score above 95. Qin Xiao. What do you want? Su Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze darting about nervously as she stammered. Beside her, Junzi thought to himself, did the young master take the wrong medicine today? Why would he want to take a bite out of such a country bumpkin? However, a bodyguard who could stay by the original owner's side for so long naturally had his own abilities and quickly turned to leave the living room. What are you doing? Qin Lang laughed at the question. You a cleaner, what do you expect me to do? You broke my blue and white porcelain and dare to say you will compensate me. With what will you repay? That piece of porcelain cost me 8 million at auction. How long will it take you to repay with your cleaning salary? 10 years or 100 years? I don't know. Su Xiao was stunned by the figure of 8 million. With so much money, even if she didn't eat or drink for her entire life, she could never save that up. The aggrieved girl reflected on her mistake, tears glistening in her eyes as she choked out Qin Xiao. I really don't know how to compensate you. According to the background information provided by the intermediary, you grew up in the Sunshine Orphanage and are well-liked. If you can persuade the head of that orphanage to let me buy the land at a low price, the matter of the blue and white porcelain can be forgotten. Su Xiao immediately shook her head. No, that's impossible. She had long heard of companies wanting to acquire the land of the orphanage and never expected that even Qin Lang wanted a piece of the pie. She was no longer a child, and encountering such a situation made her somewhat suspicious, wondering if her breaking the blue and white porcelain was part of a scheme to force her to persuade the headmaster to sell the orphanage's land. If that is the case, then we must proceed with official business. You broke my collectible, based on its value you owe at least several million. If you have money, pay your debt. If not, then you can spend some time in prison. Qin Lang withdrew his hand, reclining nonchalantly on the sofa with his legs crossed, squinting his eyes, revealing no hint of emotion. With little time left before Yifeng's return, he couldn't afford to waste time on Su Xiao. Even showering her with kindness for a month would likely not compare to the years of childhood friendship. If he wanted to use Su Xiao to strike at Yifeng, he must establish a more significant position in her heart. Their relationship needed to become more profound and memorable. Why are you still sitting there? Will you voluntarily turn yourself in, or should I call the police to take you away? Qin Lang Su Xiao panicked. She had heard that female inmates in prison could do anything, each one more vicious than the last. If she got locked away, she would definitely be bullied every day. Thud. After much hesitation, Su Xiao abandoned her last vestige of dignity, kneeling before Qin Lang, head lowered, timid and anxious. Qin Xiao, please give me another chance. I can work for you as long as it's not illegal. I can help you with anything. Cleaning, laundry, cooking. I can do it all well. Qin Lang looked at her with suspicion. Cleaning? Is it the kind of cleaning that breaks a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain every day? I won't make such a mistake again. Su Xiao quickly shook her head. She truly felt helpless now, in the wrong, and with no room for redemption. If Qin Xiao really calls the police, she would be facing a long prison sentence. Qin Lang squinted, contemplated for a moment, and then slowly spoke. The cook in the villa is not very skilled, but we are lacking a full-time nanny. How about this? You can stay and try out for a while. If you can do the job, you can stay. If not, we will see. I can do it. I can definitely do it. Su Xiao nodded eagerly. I am very capable. The plot changed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 villain points. The villain points have been credited. A slight smile appeared on Qin Lang's lips, revealing a playful smirk that added a hint of wickedness to his otherwise gentle face. Whether you can do it, we will know only after trying. Let's set the salary at 1,000 a month with food and accommodation included. 1,000 a month. Su Xiao was taken aback. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Is that too little? Not at all, it's too much. Su Xiao simply shook her head. Working as a cleaner, she would earn only about 5,000 a month, and that didn't include food or accommodation. This treatment felt like winning a pie from the sky. Ding. The female lead Su Xiao has experienced an emotional fluctuation. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 villain points. Qin Lang was amused by Su Xiao's surprised expression. In the original story, Su Xiao was depicted as a girl with an exceptionally pure and kind heart, and seeing it firsthand was indeed no exaggeration. She was so innocent that she didn't even feel the salary was low. Instead, she openly claimed it was too much. If greedy capitalists don't exploit such innocent girls, who will they exploit? Is 1000 a month considered a lot? For Su Xiaoxiao, of course it was. However, the prerequisite was to compensate for the 8 million yuan worth of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Even with no other expenses, Su Xiaoxiao, just over 20, would have to work nearly 70 years to pay it all off. Having been sold, Su Xiaoxiao felt a wave of joy within her heart, thinking she had encountered a generous boss. She felt immensely grateful and appreciative. Changes were to come gradually. After arranging things for Su Xiaoxiao, Qin Lang returned to his bedroom. He dialed the call from Mu Yuyin that he had just hung up on, and after connecting asked oddly, "What's the matter?" This was the first time Mu Yuyin had called him, which was somewhat surprising. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Yuyin stiffly said, "Come to my house tomorrow. I'm busy." After saying this, Qin Lang hung up the phone. Doing favors without reason is either malicious or he didn't think he had that much charm to completely change Mu Yuyin's opinion in just one day. Ding. The female lead Mu Yuyin experienced a strong emotional fluctuation. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 villain points. Soon the phone rang again. Even with her good temper, Mu Yuyin was starting to lose her composure. This was the second time. Having her call hung up repeatedly was something she never expected to happen with Qin Lang. As expected, men are all like big pigs trotters, their hearts change faster than their faces. My mom is here and specifically asked for you to come to dinner. At least we are still contractually dating, so according to our agreement, Mu Yuyin was making a great effort to suppress her anger, and her tone was quite stiff. What time? Tomorrow. Okay. After just a few exchanges, the call was hung up again. Ding. The female lead Mu Yuyin experienced a strong emotional fluctuation. Congratulations to the host for gaining 600 villain points. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hearing the mechanical system prompt, Qin Lang clicked his tongue. Whether he refused or agreed, he could gain villain points. Mu Yuyin was simply a mobile treasure trove. She could produce villain points like no other. He tossed his phone aside, lay on the soft, big bed stretched, and began to contemplate the next steps, unwittingly falling. At 6 o'clock, Qin Lang, who was already accustomed to getting up early, opened his eyes on time, dressed, and went downstairs only to find breakfast already laid out on the table: steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and millet porridge. Everything complete. In the chair next to the table, Su Xiaoxiao was still lying there, dressed in a blue and white cleaning uniform, breathing softly and evenly, deeply asleep. He looked around the spacious villa. Having just moved in, some areas were untouched and had a bit of dust, but after a night, everything was clean and spotless. Without having to think, he knew it was Su Xiaoxiao's hard work throughout the night. The three-story villa, nearly 700 square meters in area, was cleaned to such an extent. It was evident that Su Xiaoxiao truly cared about this job and didn't want to be dismissed, or perhaps was afraid of going to jail. Cough. Qin Lang, sitting at the main seat and drinking porridge, accidentally choked on a mouthful, the sound waking the sleeping Su Xiaoxiao. She rubbed her sleepy eyes in confusion. A patch of delicate skin on her fair face became unevenly red and white due to pressing against her hand. Upon seeing Qin Lang sitting in the main seat, she was startled awake and stammered, "Qin Xiao, is the breakfast I made unpalatable? I only know how to make these simple breakfasts. If you're not used to them, I can learn. I learn very quickly and will definitely be able to handle this job." After taking a bite of the steamed bun, Qin Lang shook his head. "No need, the taste is quite good. Breakfast should be light. The clothes you changed are in the bathroom. Don't use the washing machine." Su Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly, carefully pulling the chair out, afraid of making a loud noise, then somewhat dazedly walked toward the bathroom on the second floor. Not long after, Qin Lang called over Junzi, who was eating breakfast, pointing to a nearby seat. "Sit down and eat something." Junzi sat down and shook his head with a silly smile. "Young master, I've already eaten." After Qin Lang finished eating the bun he was holding with his chopsticks, he nonchalantly said, "Later instruct someone to tidy up a bedroom for Su Xiaoxiao to use as a nanny's room, so she has somewhere to rest." Junzi looked at Su Xiaoxiao moving about on the second floor and softly murmured, "Young master, you wouldn't really want to keep this girl, would you?" Drinking millet porridge, Qin Lang half raised his head and shot a sidelong glance. "Why not?" Junzi showed an awkward smile. "It's not that it's not okay, but isn't this breakfast a bit too simple?" Looking at the light breakfast on the table compared to the original cook in the villa, it was like heaven and earth, a stark contrast. If Su Xiaoxiao were an extraordinary beauty, that might be one thing, but he wouldn't be so insensitive as to ask such an inappropriate question. But the key point is that Su Xiaoxiao looks rustic, like a country bumpkin resembling a village girl. What on earth does the young master see in her? He noticed that the young master not only had become more handsome, but his demeanor had also become refined. Even what he was thinking inside had become quite inscrutable. "How is the investigation progressing?" Qin Lang wiped the corner of his mouth and asked calmly. Junzi suppressed his smile. When it came to serious matters, his expression turned solemn. Bai Xiaoyun and Bai Ryu are biological sisters. Both belong to the Bai family of Tianhai City. One is still a student, the other serves as acting general manager of the Bai family's corporate group. As for Cho Jiuer, her background is rather sensitive. She appears deeply entangled with the Black Dragon Society. Qin Lang nodded. His assessment efficiency was acceptable. "Do you have sufficient personnel?" Junzi offered a wry smile. "The Bai sisters are guarded by personal security detail. Cho Jiuer is even more heavily protected, always surrounded by an entourage. Ordinary operatives simply cannot tail them discreetly. We'll need to redeploy elite guards from the villa's own security team." The number of villa guards must not be reduced. If manpower is insufficient, recruit new personnel, but ensure they are thoroughly vetted and trustworthy. You will oversee this arrangement. Qin Lang fixed him with a steady gaze, approval unmistakable in his eyes. Set their compensation as you see fit. Moreover, effective immediately, all guard salaries will increase by 5,000 yuan. Yours will rise by 10,000. Junzi felt momentarily dazed. Then a profound wave of gratitude surged within him. Entrusting him, even with the recruitment of private security, signified just how deeply he was trusted. Had his standing in young Master Qin's eyes truly ascended to such heights? Heaven had witnessed his loyalty at last. The young master had finally transcended his former reputation as a man whose sole preoccupation was women. Work diligently. Before long, you'll own a car then a home. You'll no longer need to ration your visits to the Xinji Lian Club to just 3 or 4 times a month. Once wealth flows freely, you may reside there daily if you wish. Qin Lang stepped beside Junzi and clapped him lightly on the shoulder. A veteran of an elite special forces unit, Junzi possessed exceptional martial prowess, capable of exchanging over 100 rounds with Yifeng, a recently returned operative trained abroad. His loyalty, too, was beyond reproach. In the original timeline, he had even sacrificed his own life to shield Qin Lang, intercepting Yifeng's pursuit at great personal cost, enduring brutal injuries that left him severely disabled, all to buy Qin Lang precious time to escape. Such unwavering, ironclad devotion merited full trust, and Qin Lang saw no reason to withhold authority. Young master. Junzi clenched his jaw, then seized Qin Lang's hand, resting upon his shoulder, not with deference alone, but with raw sincerity. Rest assured, I will accomplish this mission without fail. From this day forward, should you command me eastward, I shall never turn west. Should you bid me chase a chicken, I shall never pursue a dog. Well said, I believe you. With subtle but firm pressure, Qin Lang withdrew his hand. Drive the car inside. Accompany me to purchase some clothing. The villa already held an inexhaustible wardrobe, one outfit per day, never repeating across an entire month. Yet Qin Lang found his predecessor's sartorial taste utterly indefensible. Brand logos flaunted like battle standards, as though desperate to broadcast the exorbitant value of every garment. It was as if he wore the words second-generation heir branded across his forehead. By contrast, Qin Lang favored understated elegance. His gaze drifted upward to Su Xiao, who moved about the second floor, and he called out, "Come down." Su Xiao hesitated, cheeks faintly dusted with soap suds. Qin Lang stepped forward and gently scraped a trace of foam from her cheek, startling her into an immediate retreat, her head bowing shyly as she stammered, "Why, young Master Qin? Is there something you wish to instruct me to do?" Qin Lang rubbed the foam between his fingertips, then appraised her slender frame, her blue and white cleaning uniform jarringly conspicuous. "Come with me, we'll buy you new clothes. Wandering about the villa in that uniform is frankly unseemly." After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao quietly nodded her assent. She longed to say she owned spare clothes in her rented apartment, but after last night's exhaustive cleaning, and having witnessed the villa's opulence firsthand, she felt wearing her old garments while serving as a maid would tarnish young Master Qin's dignity. Worse still, she feared her attire might provoke his disdain and cost her this position entirely. So she resolved to use part of her modest savings to purchase 2 higher-quality outfits. Junzi drove them to the mall and parked the car. As they entered through the main entrance, both drew widespread attention. Wow, what a stunning young gentleman. Surely the scion of some illustrious family. So handsome, so perfectly proportioned. Oh my goodness, he smiled at me. Oh heavens, what an utterly healing smile. My heart can't take it. He's the very embodiment of my dream prince. Who's that cleaning lady walking beside him? So close, on purpose no doubt. Doesn't she own a mirror? Doesn't she realize how utterly inappropriate she looks? Does she truly imagine proximity alone will win his favor? Clad in her cleaning uniform, Su Xiao walked beside Qin Lang, subjected to curious stares and whispered judgments. Her gaze dropped, heart pounding, unable to meet the eyes of those around her. Qin Lang's bearing evoked that of a crown prince from ancient imperial courts, commanding spontaneous admiration and reverence from all who beheld him. She by contrast felt like a lowly maidservant, so humbled, so diminished that she scarcely belonged near him. Instinctively she edged slightly away. "Let's go in here. You choose 2 pieces." At the entrance of a women's boutique, Qin Lang paused, pointed inside, and left Su Xiao there, before continuing onward to browse on his own. He entered an Italian bespoke tailor's shop, selected over a dozen suits, and exchanged his ostentatiously branded attire for refined, understated elegance, his aura growing ever more reserved and composed. "Young master, if I didn't see you daily, I'd swear you just returned from Korea. It's astonishing. You've transformed completely. You're even more striking now." Junzi spoke from genuine awe, no flattery, no artifice, truly stunned by Qin Lang's metamorphosis. Qin Lang adjusted his tie, accepted the receipt from a starstruck saleswoman, and casually tucked it into the garment bag, smiling faintly, offering no rebuttal. A charm rating of 98. Did he jest? Glancing at his wristwatch, he murmured, "Nearly 10 o'clock. Has Su Xiao not finished yet?" Junzi, arms laden with shopping bags, volunteered, "I'll go find her." "You're weighed down with packages. Return them to the car first and wait outside. I'll fetch her myself." Qin Lang shook his head with mild disapproval. Returning to the women's boutique, he scanned the interior, finding no sign of Su Xiaoxiao. Instead, near a corridor's bend, he caught sight of a familiar blue and white stripe. Approaching, he discovered Su Xiaoxiao crouched in the corner, still clad in her cleaning uniform, quietly sobbing into her hands. What's going on? Is it really so hard to pick two pieces of clothing? Why are you crying here? Have you chosen the clothes yet? Qin Lang said with a stern face and a cold reprimand. Qin Xiao, can I switch to another store? The one you chose is too expensive, I can't afford it. Su Xiaoxiao choked, her voice somewhat intermittent. One hand wiped her tears while the other rested on her abdomen, looking somewhat at a loss, as if a hand was placed there providing her with a sense of security. Qin Lang frowned coldly, saying, change to another. How is that different from the clothes you used to wear? We're going into this. His tone was firm, leaving no room for refusal. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, afraid to speak, following Qin Lang, like a little follower walking into the store once again. Oh dear, which blind person is responsible for making the air just freshly cleared smell foul again? A young woman adorned in gold and silver walked over, her fingers delicately poised, as if pressing her nose, as if detecting some foul odor. She assumed a posture, as though she was about to vomit. She looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who had just entered, rolled her eyes in disgust, and said, were you the one I just spoke about? You, a cleaner coming to buy clothes at a Fendi brand store? Is this even a place for you? You think that after working as a cleaner for 2 months you can't even afford a bag? I can afford it. Su Xiaoxiao stubbornly walked to the counter, glanced at the price of the bags, and the string of numbers made her vision blur. Moreover, she was afraid of losing face in front of the young master and being fired. If that happened, she would be handed over to the police and her life would be ruined. I won't buy a bag, you'll buy clothes. Su Xiaoxiao walked to the clothing rack, going from one end to the other, circling around, without indicating which piece she wanted. 9,888, 8,888, 11,800. After looking at dozens of pieces, the cheapest ones were over 8,000. She originally had 8,000. She had been working for over a year, saving every penny, and had saved 50,000. However, recently the director wanted to help the orphans at the orphanage by purchasing beds in bulk and solicited donations from the residents. Su Xiaoxiao donated 45,000 in one go. Right now she had 5,000 left, and with rent already paid in advance, this amount was sufficient for her daily expenses. If she saved it, it could last nearly 4 months. But when it came to buying luxury goods, let alone bags that cost upwards of 10,000, even a piece of Fendi clothing was beyond her ability to purchase or even to consider purchasing. The flamboyant woman stood in front of the clothing rack, fanning the air in front of her nose, her face filled with mockery. What's wrong? Didn't you say you could afford it? Why don't you pick something to pay for? What are you wandering around for? If you can afford it, then buy it. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes, rats give birth to sons who dig holes. You, a member of the social bottom tier, should stay in your own garbage heap. Don't come to this high-end consumer place, dirtying the air and offending my eyes. What's wrong with being a cleaner? The money I earn is clean and honest. Why shouldn't I be allowed to come here? Is this store yours? Su Xiaoxiao's frail and aggrieved body trembled. I didn't let you see me. Why do you say that to me? Although I'm wearing a cleaner's uniform, I'm very clean. There's no bad smell at all. Why do you have to insult me? I haven't provoked you. Why do you bully me? Su Xiaoxiao, who was verbally abused, resembled a little wild cat whose fur had been ruffled, fiercely retorting and questioning the flamboyant woman. Yet she was too timid. Perhaps it was her nature. Even in such a furious state, her rebuttals grew weaker and weaker, like a cat that couldn't win a fight, unable to curse back, only able to curl up in a dark corner, silently licking its wounds. Oh my God, can you stop crying here? If you want to cry, go back to your garbage heap. It's so noisy. Is there no one to manage this? Where's the sales assistant? We customers are your gods. Can you not let such cleaners into the store? Mixing my taste with that of a cleaner isn't. Qin Lang squatted down beside Su Xiaoxiao amidst the flamboyant woman's pretentious remarks, handing her a silk scarf. Stop crying and wipe your tears. Thank you. Su Xiaoxiao instinctively took it, wiped her tears, and gently sniffed at her nose. She stood up, holding the silk scarf in her hand, looking embarrassed at Qin Lang. I'm sorry, I got your scarf dirty. I'll wash it clean and return it to you later. This scarf isn't mine. Qin Lang pointed to the display cabinet nearby. I took it from there. You guys. The flamboyant woman nearly fainted from anger upon seeing this scene. That silk scarf was what she had her eyes on, having coaxed her boyfriend for a long time without daring to buy it. And now it was being used by Su Xiaoxiao to wipe her nose. You're done for. You're in big trouble. You couldn't even afford a piece of clothing, yet you messed up a limited edition Fendi scarf. Do you know how much this scarf costs? 42,000. Even I haven't made up my mind to buy it, and you've gotten this scarf dirty. Under the exaggerated voice of the glamorous woman, the deliberately avoiding salesgirl could no longer hold back and approached. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she felt a slight shiver down her spine. I didn't mean to. Su Xiaoxiao nervously clutched her silk scarf, nearly scared out of her wits. I didn't dirty this scarf. We'll take it back to wash. They'll return it clean. The salesgirl shook her head bitterly. That's not acceptable, dear customer. According to our store's policy, this scarf is no longer eligible for resale. Qin Lang, under the astonished gazes of the three women, took the scarf and gently wiped it on Su Xiaoxiao's nose as if he had a compulsion, contentedly saying, now it's finally clean. What a pity this scarf has gotten a bit dirty and can't be used anymore. How about I buy it to give to you? The scarf was handed over to the glamorous woman. She was taken aback for a moment and instinctively asked, "Why give it?" Qin Lang revealed a warm smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. "After all, dirty things go well with other dirty things." "Are you insulting me?" The glamorous woman admitted that since Su Xiaoxiao first entered the store, her sarcastic remarks had become more vicious, largely due to the presence of Qin Lang beside her. She was jealous, she was envious. Why should a lowly cleaning lady stand next to such a handsome guy? Now it was as if Qin Lang was about to call her a worn-out shoe, causing the glamorous woman to explode with fury, baring her teeth and shouting, "Do you know who my husband is?" Qin Lang innocently shook his head. "No, why don't you call him over so I can meet him?" "You just wait. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll take your surname." The glamorous woman twisted her waist like a teddy bear, shaking her hips as she left. "Qin Xiao, this scarf." She held the scarf awkwardly in her hand, feeling a bit flustered. Was Qin Xiao just standing up for her? No way. Impossible. Who was Qin Xiao to stand up for her? What right did she have? It must be that Qin Xiao was just annoyed by that woman's noise and wanted to send her away. Qin Lang chuckled. His passive skill affinity LV6 triggered a critical hit. His warm smile blew over Su Xiaoxiao's flustered heart like a refreshing summer breeze, making her cheeks flush like a ripe apple. Ding! The female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao has experienced a strong emotional fluctuation. Congratulations to the host for gaining 800 villain points. If you like the scarf, keep it. It's already been used. If you don't like it, just throw it away as garbage. Su Xiaoxiao cherished the scarf, shaking her head reluctantly. "I can't throw it away, but I can't afford it." Qin Lang replied matter-of-factly, "It was my request to buy you a few new clothes. It's a necessity for a nanny. This scarf is the same. It's a gift for you." He pointed at several pieces of clothing displayed separately in the store, patting Su Xiaoxiao's slender shoulder. "This one, that one, and that piece. Go try them all on." At that moment, unable to refuse Qin Lang's request, Su Xiaoxiao obediently took the clothes handed to her by the salesgirl and entered the fitting room. After a short while, she emerged transformed in a long dress. The black dress hugged her waist high. The folds of the skirt on the upper body were well-fitting, and at the most captivating part of a woman's figure, there was semi-transparent lace outlining her curves, small, yet evoking a sense of anticipation. With her long, straight, and proportionate legs and strappy high heels, she gained a few more inches in height. Coupled with Su Xiaoxiao's naturally unadorned beauty, she appeared exceptionally fresh and playful. The salesgirl's eyes lit up, genuinely exclaiming, "So beautiful." Being in the fashion industry, she understood the principle that a person relies on their attire. But the transformed Su Xiaoxiao resembled a black swan emerging from an ugly duckling. The difference was staggering, unprecedented. In contrast, Qin Lang appeared much more composed. As the protagonist, could Su Xiaoxiao's beauty not shine? It was just that her previous life was too frugal with poor food and clothing, rendering her rather ordinary. Living in his villa for a while, and after a slight refinement, Su Xiaoxiao could compete with Mu Yuyin from Mu Rin International. "This one looks good. Wrap it up and try the next one," Qin Lang casually decided. Su Xiaoxiao carefully stepped out of the fitting room again in a new outfit. The white camisole showcased Su Xiaoxiao's crystal-clear collarbone. Its smooth and winding curves displayed her slender figure. A light pink short skirt that barely reached above her knees was an unprecedented experience for Su Xiaoxiao. She was shy yet boldly gazed in Qin Lang's direction, her voice as soft as a whisper. "Qin Xiao. Is it pretty? Pretty, wrap it up. Next one." Over a dozen pieces of clothing fit Su Xiaoxiao perfectly, whether pure, playful, or elegant. Su Xiaoxiao's figure seemed like it was born to be a model for such clothing. "Mr. Qin has great taste. The clothes he picked are particularly suitable for Miss Su." The salesgirl smiled. She found chatting with Qin Lang genuinely enjoyable. Even mundane topics sparked a desire to continue the conversation. "Then I won't be polite in accepting the bow tie's compliment." Qin Lang shrugged, non-committal. "Wrap up the clothes we just tried. They all look good, and don't forget that scarf." Su Xiaoxiao mumbled, "That's too much. These clothes are all very expensive." Qin Lang turned his head, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Is it more expensive than the broken, blue and white porcelain you broke?" Well, one sentence killed the conversation. Su Xiaoxiao was left speechless, resigning herself to being the bad kid. "Swipe the card." The salesgirl operated smoothly, and the sound of over 400,000 cash being received echoed in her ears, making her realize what had just happened. What kind of spell had she fallen under? Just now she had made a deal worth over 400,000. Her commission alone would amount to over 10,000. Why hadn't she felt anything before this? Not even a thought of whether Qin Lang could afford the payment. As Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao walked out of the store, a familiar and annoyingly pretentious voice rang out from outside. "Honey, it's right here. Just now a couple of dogs said I was a worn-out shoe. You must stand up for me." Outside the Fendi boutique, a stunning woman was embracing an unremarkable middle-aged man, seductively coaxing him while pressing her hands against his arms. Upon seeing Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao just walk out, she immediately pointed at them and cursed. "It's this pair of dogs, darling. They are the ones who insulted me." Her enchanting gaze was scrutinizing Su Xiaoxiao, and upon noticing that a mere cleaning staff was dressed in Fendi's Fashion Week attire, her eyes turned red with jealousy. She shook the man's arm, sweetly pouting. "Darling, I also want to buy clothes from Fashion Week." Bye, don't rush. Let's keep things in order." Kai Yong approached with a cold expression, staring at Qin Lang, emanating a hint of menace. Kid, which side of Tianhai City are you from? Seeing the numerous bags in Su Xiaoxiao's hands, it was evident that she had spent quite a fortune. Although he had made a good amount of money in recent years as a contractor, there were still many significant figures in Tianhai City that he couldn't afford to offend, so he cautiously asked. Qin family. Kai Yong raised an eyebrow. From the Qingshan family. His expression turned playful. Oh, Qin Qingshan, the chairman of a small real estate company in Tianhai City, was worth millions, considered a moderately successful person. However, in front of Kai Yong, Qin Qingshan was nothing significant and still depended on him for work to make money. Thinking of the Qin family that relied on him, he became arrogant. Young man, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you offend someone, be prepared for retaliation. You let my darling slap you a few times and apologize, and this matter will be forgotten. Otherwise, Qin Lang smiled. Otherwise what? From the first glance at the glamorous woman, he knew she was not of high status. Truly wealthy people would not be as loud and boisterous as she was. Everyone on the upper echelons quietly amassed their wealth. He could guess that the glamorous woman was trying to climb the social ladder, but he never expected that the wealthy man she was clinging to was also of such poor taste. Kai Yong's expression turned icy. You little brat, don't get too cocky. Even if your father came, he'd have to obediently call me Mr. Kai. Really? I don't believe it. Don't believe me. Kai Yong, known for his fiery temper, had been maintaining his composure. Seeing Qin Lang's nonchalant demeanor, he immediately lost his temper, charging forward and slapping him while shouting, Do you think you're something special? Slap. The hand came down, but it did not hit Qin Lang. It instead struck Su Xiaoxiao, who suddenly appeared in front. A rapidly reddening bruise appeared on Su Xiaoxiao's delicate cheek. She spread her arms, stubbornly shielding Qin Lang. This has nothing to do with young Master Qin. If you want to hit someone, hit me instead. She did not believe that the slender Qin Lang could stand up to someone as burly as Kai Yong, especially since Qin Lang didn't even have a bodyguard beside him. Previously, she would never have dared to take such a bold action in such situations, but today Qin Lang had offended the glamorous woman for her sake. She couldn't just stand by and watch Qin Lang get hurt. Damn it, today, I'll hit you both. Kai Yong roared in fury, slapping at Su Xiaoxiao again. Slap. Accompanied by a crisp sound, Kai Yong's palm stopped midair as Qin Lang's cold hand grasped his wrist. He hadn't expected Su Xiaoxiao to react this way, causing her to block his hand just as he had reached out. Now that he regained his senses, how could he let Kai Yong continue to act ferociously? The average person's physical strength hovers around 10, while Kai Yong, despite his burly appearance, had been drained by frequent banquets and nightlife. Having managed to maintain around 8 or 9 points of physical strength was already remarkable. Before Qin Lang's 26 points of physical strength, he appeared as weak as a child. Hitting someone. Who gave you the right? Qin Lang tightened his grip, causing Kai Yong's wrist to turn pale. Kai Yong's facial muscles contorted in pain as he howled. Let go. Damn it, let go of me. Otherwise I'll ruin you, idiot. Qin Lang suddenly yanked, causing Kai Yong to stumble, his body bending down as Qin Lang's knee struck his arm, resulting in a crisp sound like a bone breaking. His arm was broken. On my hand, damn it. How dare you? They'll take your life. Kai Yong clutched his arm, collapsing to the ground in agony, his face turning a deep shade of purple from the intense pain. The glamorous woman panicked and crouched down. Darling, get lost. Get out of my way. Kai Yong kicked the glamorous woman down, his mind now solely focused on seeking revenge against Qin Lang. He wanted to make the Qin family suffer devastation and ruin. He wanted Qin Qingshan to pay for his son's transgression. Meanwhile, Qin Lang treated the furious Kai Yong as if he were heir, ignoring him completely. He reached out to touch Su Xiaoxiao's red cheek and gently asked, Are you okay? Why did you foolishly run over? Su Xiaoxiao turned her head, not allowing Qin Lang's hand to touch her. Her cheeks flushed, resembling a shy mimosa. I didn't know young Master Qin was so good at fighting. I thought without a bodyguard you wouldn't be his match, so I stepped out. Besides, this trouble was caused because of me. You don't need to worry, young Master Qin. I've been bullied many times since I was a child. This little injury is nothing and will heal quickly. After receiving a slap, Su Xiaoxiao's bright eyes were filled with strength, contrasting sharply with the image of her previously sobbing alone in a corner, as if they were two different people. In reality, what Qin Lang didn't know was that Su Xiaoxiao's character had not changed in such a short time. This was simply her true self. She could endure the physical pain, but the grievances in her heart were unbearable for a young girl. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. Looking at the understanding Su Xiaoxiao, a ripple formed in Qin Lang's heart. He placed his hand on her head, speaking solemnly and powerfully. I don't know what kind of life you lived before or who bullied you, but from now on you are my Qin Langs, made a member of the Qin family. No one can bully you and no one can hit you. Not these two guys nor anyone else. Even if the King of Heaven came, he wouldn't have the right to bully a member of my Qin family. As long as I, Qin Lang, am still here, you will remain under my Qin family's protection. Do you understand? Ding. The female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao experiences an emotional fluctuation. Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 Destiny Villain points. Ding. The favorability of the female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 Destiny Villain points. Su Xiaoxiao raised her little head, her big watery eyes shimmering with a brilliant light. Standing close was Qin Lang, his handsome features appearing as if enhanced by a boyfriend filter, becoming refined and sharply defined, surrounded by twinkling starlight that sparkled brightly. In an instant, Su Xiaoxiao's mind was filled with that domineering declaration. "Little brat, if you have the ability, don't run. If I don't break your legs today." Kai Yong's fierce words jolted Su Xiaoxiao awake from her daydream. She slapped her cheeks with both hands and shook her head vigorously, scolding herself internally. "Su Xiaoxiao, oh Su Xiaoxiao, how can you be so shameless? What nonsense are you thinking? Qin Xiao only cares about the face of the Qin family. He won't allow the family's maid to be bullied. It's not just for you. Stop being so self-important." Yet even with this realization, Su Xiaoxiao's heart was still wrapped in a strong sense of security. "What are you smiling at?" Qin Lang looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was laughing one moment, cupping her cheeks the next, and then pouting his heart, unable to resist a chuckle. This little girl is just too easy to read, her thoughts practically written on her face, pure as a blank sheet of paper. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. "It's nothing, Qin Xiao, let's hurry and leave. If the people he called arrive, we won't be able to leave. Why should we leave? He hasn't even settled the score with you yet." Qin Lang stood firm, unyielding to Su Xiaoxiao's pulls, instead slightly exerting force to pull her into his embrace. Like a startled little rabbit, Su Xiaoxiao quickly bounced out of his arms, her head lowered in embarrassment. Such an intimate action made the girl, who had never had such contact with the opposite sex, feel a bit flustered. Qin Lang was quite pleased with Su Xiaoxiao's current performance. Starting cold, then warming up, combined with his charm, easily winning the favor of a simple girl like Su Xiaoxiao was a piece of cake. The continuously accumulating destiny villain points were proof of his viewpoint. Qin Lang looked at Kai Yong, who was angrily cursing on the phone, and scoffed, "Isn't it just calling for help?" In less than 10 minutes, the people called by both sides had gathered. Adding some curious shoppers in the mall, a crowd formed to watch the commotion. "How is this going to play out? We're doomed. My handsome guy is going to get beaten up. The numbers are just too overwhelming. They said to call for help, but why did my handsome brother only call this one guy? One person, no matter how strong, can't fight against a group, right? Isn't that asking for trouble?" A group of girls were panicking, afraid of witnessing their handsome brother being brutally beaten. Kai Yong, who often used violence to resolve issues at the construction site, had gathered a group of thugs today. All 13 of them were burly, resembling a herd of bulls. On the other hand, it was much more monotonous. Only Junzi was there, acting as both the protector and the errand runner, having just gone to help Su Xiaoxiao carry her bags to the car. "Qin Xiao, aren't there others in the villa? What if we can't win?" Su Xiaoxiao felt a bit nervous looking at the many strong-looking individuals across from them, all more robust than Junzi. Qin Lang remained silent, looking leisurely at Kai Yong's direction. "Is this all there is? How long can you still act tough?" Kai Yong bared his teeth, glaring at his thugs. "Get him. 10,000 for breaking one arm, 20,000 for breaking a leg." With a roar, the thugs charged at Qin Lang. The fastest guy had already reached Qin Lang. Junzi, who had stood like an ancient pine, moved his speed, almost creating an afterimage as he kicked out. Bang! The nearly 180-pound strong man flew several meters back like a sack full of gravel. "Use your strength, settle it in 3 minutes, and tonight you can take your brothers to the Kainzillion Club. He'll cover the bill." Qin Lang patted Junzi on the shoulder. Junzi's eyes lit up as he grinned. "Young master, you're the one who said it. 3 minutes. Aren't you underestimating?" As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out like a tiger released from its cage, instantly tearing open a gap in the group. This was no fight, it was outright slaughter. In front of Junzi, these ordinary thugs couldn't even get close. With a chop, one person fell unconscious, and with a kick, another was sent flying several meters. 3 minutes. In less than a minute, all 13 thugs were lying on the ground, screaming in agony. Hiss! Everyone present gasped in shock. Was this really human? How could he be so brutal? To single-handedly incapacitate so many thugs in such a short time. If it weren't for witnessing it with their own eyes, they could hardly imagine the scene that had just unfolded. Including Su Xiaoxiao, all were shaken by Junzi's terrifying skills. Only Qin Lang remained calm, showing no extra shock at Junzi's prowess. If he didn't even have this level of skill, how could Junzi have fought hundreds of rounds against Yifeng? If Qin Lang's physique was rated at 26, then Junzi must be at least 80 or 90, and Yifeng likely over 90, even close to 100. Recovering from his deep shock, Kai Yong took a deep breath and solemnly gazed at Qin Lang. "You really have some skills, able to find a bodyguard like this. It seems that Qin Qingshan keeps you well protected. What a pity." He pointed at the mall's surveillance cameras. "You're still a step behind. Young man, be more cautious in the future. In today's society, being strong isn't enough to act recklessly. You and this bodyguard, one broke my arm, the other seriously injured so many. No matter the cost today, I will make sure you two are locked up for a year or so." Kai Yong admitted that he had fallen today. He never expected to be defeated by a young man, but that did not mean he would concede. On the contrary, he was already well prepared with two plans. If the thugs he called could cripple Qin Lang, he could simply spend some money to have them serve a year and a half in prison. He could only let Qin Lang and his bodyguard go to jail. Though he felt quite displeased, the thought that not long from now Qin Qingshan would come to him to bow and apologize for his son made him start pondering how to humiliate this young upstart. "Make way, please make way. Don't block the road. What happened here? Why are so many people injured?" The mall's senior management, along with security, rushed over with grim faces. Upon seeing the newcomers, Kai Yong's spirits lifted as he approached, clutching his arm. "Manager Wang, do you still remember me?" Wang Weishan furrowed his brows looking at Kai Yong with a fleeting glance of contempt. Who are you? Kai Yong smiled shyly. It's me, Xiao Kai. When the mall was being built, I was a subcontractor for the earthworks, and even treated you to a meal back then. That's great. If it's Manager Wang you're here, then it's perfect. I encountered some trouble here today and got beaten up. Could you please help me pull up the surveillance footage? As the chairman of the company, Kai Yong should not have to lower himself so much in front of a manager. But behind Wang Weishan stood the formidable Tang Poetry Group, worth hundreds of billions. Even a mere manager could command resources that Kai Yong could not compare to. Kai Yong pointed to his broken arm. Manager Wang, look, my arm is broken. Please help me. Wang Weishan replied sternly. The mall's cameras are malfunctioning and have been shut down. There is no recorded video. Kai Yong asked suspiciously, all of them are malfunctioning. Wang Weishan coldly replied yes. Having spent a long time on construction sites, Kai Yong sensed something unusual in the air, and glancing over at the indifferent Qin Lang nearby, his heart filled with unease. My leg. Suddenly a security guard screamed in pain, falling to the ground, pointing at a thug Kai Yong had called. He has a dagger hidden in his sleeve. Quick! Rush in and control these thugs. They are violent. With a roar as if rehearsed dozens of times, all the security personnel brought by Wang Weishan rushed in, engaging in a struggle with the injured thug once again. Kai Yong was dumbfounded. Even if he was slow to react, he could see that Wang Weishan's arrival was definitely not a coincidence. He was here to clean up after Qin Lang. He felt slightly disgruntled. Manager Wang, I don't know what your relationship with this kid is, but a small Qin family shouldn't warrant such humiliation towards me, Kai Yong. Wang Weishan's expression froze, and in a voice only the two of them could hear, he questioned, do you know he is from the Qin? Kai Yong sneered, of course I know. There is only one Qin family in Tianhai City, and that guy Qin Qingshan still relies on my company for food. Qin Qingshan? Who is that? Wang Weishan did not recognize him, but from Kai Yong's words he could guess that this guy had mistaken someone. What a fool. He is not from Tianhai City. He came from Yinjing. Bang. After softly saying this, Wang Weishan kicked Kai Yong in the abdomen while shouting loudly towards the crowd, this guy is also armed. We need 2 people to help control him. Soon from the crowd, 2 young girls wearing hats rushed over. They immediately went for Kai Yong's lower body. Kai Yong, curled up and beaten like a stray dog, was jolted awake by the pain in his mind. The Qin family. Not from Tianhai City, but from Yinjing. The Qin family from Yinjing. Kai Yong's heart trembled violently. Is there a Qin family in Yinjing's business world? Except for that person we often see on television. Hiss. As he thought of this, everything suddenly became clear. Young Master Tang from Tang Poetry Group is from Yinjing. The only one who could maneuver Tang Poetry Group in such a way is young Master Tang himself. It must be him. It has to be the family of that person from Yinjing. Only that Qin family could force young Master Tang to do such things. Oh my god, who did he offend? Kai Yong curled up on the ground, looking through the legs of the 2 young girls towards Qin Lang's direction. In his heart he wished he could be killed right now. Had he known earlier that Qin Lang was from that Qin family in Yinjing, he wouldn't have dared to utter a harsh word even if all his limbs were broken. The glamorous woman watched as her husband, who had been calling for half a month, was beaten like this, and sensing the situation was not right, she hurriedly turned and fled the scene. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Lang somewhat dazed. Young Master Qin, what is going on with the mall security? Qin Lang shrugged. They're just the people I called. I said to gather people, but I didn't say I would only gather Junzi. Let's go, it's getting late, I have things to do at noon. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, obediently following beside him. What do you want to eat for lunch, young Master Qin? I won't be home for lunch today, you can just make something for yourself. Junzi went to the underground parking lot to get the car, while Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao waited at the entrance of the mall. Instead of the Maybach, they ended up waiting for a Rolls-Royce. A plump man with a round belly, smiling like a deity, got out of the back seat of the Rolls-Royce and jogged up to Qin Lang, rubbing his hands together, and with a broad grin, he said warmly, Young Master Qin, how is it? Is everything resolved? I just received your call at home, so I got up immediately and rushed over. Are you okay? Are you hurt? The newcomer was none other than Tang Tianpei, the chairman of Tang Poetry Group and the eldest son of the Tang family from Yinjing. At 28, he was once a dashing young man 3 years ago, but due to some internal family issues he made mistakes and was expelled from Yinjing. Having mingled in the rich second-generation circle of Yinjing, they naturally had each other's contacts. However, times have changed. The previous Tang Tianpei might have been able to converse with Qin Lang on a somewhat equal footing. But now, Tang Tianpei was merely a discarded pawn expelled from Yinjing, whereas Qin Lang was the legitimate grandson of the Qin family from Yinjing, the only heir for the future. Their identities were not comparable. You handled the matter well. Thank you, brother Tianpei. Qin Lang smiled as if bathed in spring breeze. Today, I owe brother Tianpei a favor. Next time I have the opportunity, I will definitely repay this favor. Tang Tianpei frowned. Young Master Qin, what are you saying? Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, I welcome the chance to help with this little matter. I couldn't ask for more. What favor? Are you not belittling me? This incident today still falls on you, young Master Qin. You were too low-key. If everyone knew your identity, how could such a thing happen? In fact, I came here today to invite you, young Master Qin, to attend the upcoming Dingfeng gathering. It will be a gathering of the elite in Tianhai City, and I want to take this opportunity for them to witness your charm. Since senior brother Tianpei has spoken, I shall respectfully comply. Junzi drove steadily while curiously asking, young master, was that Tang family's eldest heir just now? How did he fall so far from grace? 3 years ago, Tang Tianpei, though perhaps not yet rivaling Qin Lang in sheer charisma, was undoubtedly a refined and handsome young man. Yet in just a few short years, he had transformed into a bloated, jaded, middle-aged man. Fall from grace? Qin Lang disagreed. The Tang family holds immense influence in Yanjing. Even as its legitimate eldest grandson, his current state is deeply unnatural. To bow so low before me, that defies all reason. Junzi nodded instinctively. It seems perfectly normal. The Tangs have never matched our family's standing, and Tang Tianpei disgraced himself within his own clan, even being exiled from Yanjing. Unlike you, young master, the sole heir to our lineage, his obsequiousness toward you feels entirely expected. Go read more books instead of wasting time at Xinji Club. Learn to think. Don't be blinded by surface. Qin Lang scolded him sharply. People possess dignity and pride. A former peer, one who once moved in my same circles, could never sink so low even in ruin. If he truly behaves this abnormally, there remains only one explanation: his spirit is not yet extinguished. Young master, you mean he still intends to return to Yanjing? Junzi sounded incredulous. Qin Lang dismissed the topic with a wave. Just drive. He spoke only enough to hint, not to elaborate. After all, he intended to groom Junzi as a trusted confidant. In martial prowess, Junzi was unquestionably qualified and fiercely loyal. Yet his mind sometimes lacked flexibility, stubbornly fixed on singular interpretations. Should Junzi learn to adapt and refine his judgment, he would rise as a true inner circle aide. If not, he would remain, as the family decreed, a silent, obedient blade. After delivering Su Xiaoxiao safely back to her villa, it was already noon, the appointed time to meet Mu Yuyan. Junzi drove Qin Lang toward her residence. In the car, Junzi chuckled slyly, one hand on the wheel, the other raising a thumb behind his head. Young master, you're truly extraordinary. Your discernment is razor sharp. Yesterday, Su Xiaoxiao looked utterly provincial, like a village girl. I couldn't fathom why you'd keep her. But today, in new attire, good heavens, she's utterly transformed. As if you wielded magic itself, lively, radiant, fresh as dew. And though she may have seemed rustic before, she's obedient, sensible, and serene. Exactly the kind of gentle, nurturing presence every household treasures. Qin Lang arched a brow. Do you prefer this type? Junzi grinned lewdly. I favor older women, Ms. Zhang, the manager at Xinji, for instance. Intelligent, mature, and above all tender-hearted. Qin Lang had visited Xinji many times. Ms. Zhang was the front desk manager. He often saw Junzi walking beside her in the corridors, assuming they were discussing which attendant to request. He hadn't imagined their bond ran far deeper. She's over 30, perhaps nearing 40. Older than you. Junzi grunted affirmatively. 43, 8 years my senior. As the saying goes, 3 years age difference brings golden bricks, 5 years wisdom surpassing elders. 8 years. Then the elder sister embraces golden bricks herself. Jiangnan no. 1 villa district. Mu Yiyan sat in the living room watching her mother bustling about the kitchen in an apron and sighed with quiet resentment. Mom, when I returned to Yanjing, you barely stepped foot in the kitchen. But today for Qin Lang, you're cooking personally. Is he really worth it? As a daughter, Mu Yiyan felt profoundly slighted and found herself inexplicably jealous of Qin Lang. Lin Wanqing placed the final dish, stir-fried green soybeans with pork, on the table, wiped her hands on her apron, then brushed away a fine sheen of sweat from her forehead, smiling warmly. You ungrateful child. Future son-in-law. Mu Yuyan watched her mother's beaming face with mounting dismay. Who knows? With Qin Lang's temperament, flirting shamelessly everywhere, he'll likely have children within a few years. Are you planning to make me stepmother straight away? Nonsense. Lin Wanqing's expression hardened. I've told you before. Understand such things inwardly, but never utter them aloud. Name one man in this world who remains immaculate outside marriage, unless he lacks all capability. Those who do possess power rarely maintain purity beyond their thresholds. Even your father's scandals, you've forgotten those. Her father's death had triggered a fierce upheaval within the Mu clan, nearly casting Mu Yuyan and her mother out entirely. Why? Because scheming relatives uncovered her father's illegitimate son, born outside wedlock, and used the boy as leverage, hold the blood heir hostage, command the entire kinship. Had the Qin family not secretly supported the motherless pair and offered the illegitimate son and his mother a substantial settlement, the crisis would never have dissolved so smoothly. Yuyan, you're my only daughter. Would I ever harm you? Lin Wanqing sat beside her daughter, speaking earnestly. Qin Lang may be impetuous, even domineering, but anyone can see he cherishes you deeply. Impetuous. He installed listening devices in my office, and every boyfriend I deliberately brought in to provoke him vanished without trace. Alive or dead, no one knows. You call that domineering? Mu Yuyan clenched her teeth. He's nothing but an arrogant, spoiled, second-generation tyrant, the very archetype of a villain. Without his powerful father, how long could he possibly endure? At that very moment, a figure materialized silently in the corner of the living room. None other than Qin Lang himself. His expression was icy, his gaze locked upon Mu Yiyan's exquisite face, still flushed with indignation. Qin Lang, dear, You arrived without calling first. Lin Wanqing started in surprise, hastily explaining. Yin's still young. Her words are blunt, but don't take them to heart. Qinlang ignored her completely. A sly, enigmatic smile curled his lips as he fixed his eyes on Mu Yuyan. Dare you repeat what you just said? Fine, then I will. Mu Yuyan, still seething, let out a sharp, disdainful snort. Am I wrong? Without your illustrious father, how long would you truly last? Qinlang nodded, satisfied. That line, yes. It rings beautifully. Speak more such truths, and I'll listen. Mu Yuyan had expected Qinlang to be furious. At the very least, his expression would be quite displeased. However, to her surprise, her angry outburst not only failed to provoke him, but instead seemed to fill him with a sense of satisfaction. How can a person be so shameless? Accusing him of relying on his family was undoubtedly calling him a freeloader, yet this guy accepted it with glee. She pointed at Qinlang's nose and exclaimed, I have never seen anyone so shameless as you. Yin, how can you speak like that? Quickly apologized to Qinlang. Lin Wanqing could no longer hold back. The repeated humiliation of Qinlang made her, as his own mother, feel uncomfortable just listening, let alone outsiders. Mu Yin stubbornly turned her head away, refusing. I want to apologize, I didn't say anything wrong. She instinctively looked at Qinlang for his reaction and found that he showed no signs of anger, which puzzled her even more. What is going on today? The first time she saw Qinlang, she felt something was off. Even though it had only been a day since they last met, how did it feel like Qinlang had become more handsome? He looked exceptionally pleasant to the eye. Moreover, if it were the previous Qinlang with his temper, even a slight provocation would have resulted in him either exploding or smashing things. Now he had suddenly quieted down, making her feel quite unaccustomed. Whether Qinlang was angry or not, Lin Wanqing herself was quite upset, her chest heaving with emotion. Mu, I told you to apologize. Did you hear me? Are you ignoring your mother's words too? Mom. Mu Yuyin suppressed her anger. Seeing her mother so furious made her involuntarily weaken in spirit. No matter how strong-willed she was, she had grown up following her mother, and in her mother's presence, she was always a child who, being scolded like this by her mother, was a first for her. Fear and grievance welled up inside her, and in no time her eyes turned slightly red. Seeing this, Qinlang no longer stood idly by. He stepped forward, took Mu Yuyan's delicate little hand, which felt soft and warm, and smiled. Auntie, please don't be so angry. Look, you've scared Yuyan. You may not know, but Yuyan and I are already a couple, currently dating. This is just how we interact. Oh, we don't take what we say to. We are both young after all, and keep up with the trends. Really? Lin Wanqing furrowed her brow. Mu Yuyan nodded behind him, pinching Qinlang's back with her other hand before reluctantly adding, if you don't believe me, you can. Aining is Mu Yuyan's personal bodyguard, who is always by her side, aware of any movements around her. Only then did Lin Wanqing stop being angry, looking at Qinlang with a smile akin to a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law, saying, I guess Auntie is getting old, unable to keep up with the trends. It's good that you young people like it. Auntie, how can you say that? If Auntie went out on the street with Yuyan, those who don't know would think you two are sisters. To be fair, while this comment had the tone of flattering an elder, one couldn't deny that at just over 40, Lin Wanqing maintained herself like a young girl, her face filled with collagen. Her attire was also exceptionally refreshing and appropriate, wearing a light pink long-sleeve t-shirt that conveyed a translucent feel, allowing glimpses of her slender abdomen and figure. On her lower half, she wore blue skinny jeans, her legs straight and long, truly a sight to behold. In terms of looks, while she might be slightly inferior compared to Mu Yuyan, the difference was negligible, and she even exuded a more mature charm. Lin Wanqing's face beamed with a satisfied smile as she jokingly said, You child have become quite the smooth talker after not seeing you for a while. Auntie is getting old, not as good as the young folks. This outfit is also Yuyan's. It fits you perfectly. Oh, I see. Qinlang understood immediately and exclaimed in a teasing tone, What? This outfit belongs? I have never seen her wear it before. I know Yuyan's figure is practically tailored to perfection. I never expected Annie to wear Yuyan's clothes so well. Your figure is enviable. Where is that? You child are just too sweet-tongued. Annie feels embarrassed from your compliments. Lin Wanqing's smile didn't fade as she warmly held Qinlang's hand, saying, You're just in time. I specially cooked a home-cooked meal for you. Try it and see how it tastes. Then I must be in for a treat today. Watching Qinlang and her mother holding hands affectionately as they walked to the dining room, Mu Yuyan's beautiful lips pulled into a slight frown, feeling like a left-behind child. He has changed, he really has. This guy used to be so arrogant, and now he's become so smooth-tongued. He doesn't seem like a good person at all. She huffed in anger, glancing down at her homeware, which had a little bear holding a pillow embroidered on it. Even if she didn't receive Qinlang's compliments, she had no intention of changing her clothes. It was just a meal. Was it necessary to make such a fuss about it? At the dining table, Lin Wanqing sat at the head with Qinlang and Mu Yuyan on either side. Throughout the meal, Qinlang's bowl was consistently full, and he never took the initiative to serve himself. In contrast, Mu Yuyan not only didn't enjoy Lin Wanqing's service of serving food, but also once clashed chopsticks with Lin Wanqing while fighting for the last piece of cola chicken wing. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes, saying, Girls shouldn't eat so much. As she spoke, she placed the last piece of cola chicken wing into Qinlang's bowl. Mu Yuyan was almost in tears. Mom, who do you really consider your own child, him or me? Of course you are my own. Lin Wanqing reproached her unhappily. Am I not allowed to treat my son-in-law a little better? Are you jealous? Mu Yuyin pouted, feeling that this was no longer just a matter of being treated better. It was simply preferential treatment. She even wanted to check the DNA. She really couldn't understand what kind of charm Qin Lang had that made her mom so enchanted. Yuyin, if you want to eat it, you can have this chicken wing. Although it tastes great, I will satisfy whatever you desire. Qin Lang stood up and placed the chicken wing into Mu Yuyin's bowl. His passive skill affinity activated, and a smile like a warm spring breeze spread across his face, causing ripples in her heart. Even Mu Yuyin, who had always disliked Qin Lang, couldn't help but show a hint of fascination in her beautiful eyes. To be honest, Qin Lang truly likes her. Although this guy is incredibly unruly and quick to resort to violence outside, he has always been comparatively gentle in front of her. At least he has never bullied her or laid a hand on her. Moreover, the Qin family holds a significant position in Yinjing, and when considering social status, this marriage proposal is undoubtedly an elevation for the Mu family. Most importantly, her feeling of disgust towards Qin Lang seems to have dissipated considerably. The more she looks at him, the more agreeable he appears. Lost in her own thoughts, Mu Yuyin suddenly snapped back to reality, scolding herself multiple times in her mind. She patted her cheeks with both hands, feeling a bit flushed, and glared angrily at Qin Lang, who had just picked up the cola chicken wings and put them into her bowl, saying, "Who wants to eat the food you picked? There's your saliva all over the chopsticks. If you don't mind, I find it dirty." As she confronted Qin Lang, Mu Yuyin mentally berated herself. What was wrong with her just now? Why did she suddenly start thinking good things about Qin Lang? Not only was Qin Lang acting strange today, but she felt unlike her usual self. Qin Lang curled his lip and shook the chopsticks in his hand, saying, "I picked them up from the thicker edge. There's no saliva on this side." Saying this, he ignored Mu Yuyin's refusal and placed the wings into her bowl. "It's not dirty. If you want to eat, then eat. If not, just put it back on the plate." Lin, watching the couple flirting occasionally, touched her fair neck and smiled contentedly. Outside, people say Qin Lang is a spoiled second-generation rich kid, arrogant and capable of doing anything, nearly ruining the Qin family's reputation. But seeing is believing. Today, Lin Wanqing realized that those rumors were just baseless gossip. How could such a good son-in-law be as unsatisfactory as others say? Glancing at her mother, Mu Yuyin felt a sense. She felt that Qin Lang was deliberately putting on a well-behaved act today, just to gain a good impression in front of her mother. He must be trying to turn their contractual relationship into something real. What a despicable guy, so cunning. Mu Yuyin felt irritated, poking at the cola chicken wings with her chopsticks, gritting her teeth, and wishing she could tear the wing. "You girl, can't you eat properly? Why can't you learn from Xiaoqin?" Feeling overly pleased, Lin Wanqing's way of addressing Qin Lang became more affectionate. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him, and the more she looked at her daughter, the more dissatisfied she felt. "I really don't know what Xiaoqin sees in you. In our time, if Xiaoqin were like this at such a young age, the suitors would be lining up at our door." While stroking her neck, she frowned as she reprimanded her unruly daughter. "Auntie, since I have nothing to do today, after we finish eating, let's go to the hospital for a checkup." Qin Lang put down his chopsticks and said softly, "Auntie, what do you need to go to the hospital for?" Mu Yuyin, already irritated, snapped at Qin Lang. "Are you intentionally trying to make trouble? My mom is perfectly healthy. Why would you suggest she go to the hospital? Are you trying to provoke me?" Not to mention that Mu Yuyin was already in a bad mood. Even if she and Qin Lang were a real couple, she would still be upset by those words. Qin Lang didn't argue back, saying, "Doing nothing is still doing nothing. Oh, let's treat it as a physical checkup." "Annie, have you had a checkup recently?" Lin Wanqing shook her head. "No, there are too many big and small matters at the company in Yinjing. I can hardly keep up. There's a meeting, then a board vote. Even this trip to Tianhai City was a brief respite, only able to stay for 3 or 4 days. How could I find time for a checkup? It's not necessary. It's quite troublesome, and the hospital smells bad." She added, "You're thoughtful, but I feel Exactly." Mu Yuyin eagerly nodded in agreement, cheerfully praising, "Mom, may you live a long life and remain forever youthful. Forever 18. This." Qin Lang furrowed his brow, hesitating, as if making a significant decision. He gritted his teeth and said, "Auntie, since you say so, I shouldn't insist, but today as a junior, I must play the bad guy. Whether you go or not is up to you. Even if I have to drag you, I will." Though he was sure of his intentions, Qin Lang wouldn't reveal the reasons or logic. What he wanted was this ambiguous feeling. He wanted to make Mu Yuyin angry and Lin Wanqing uncomfortable. To elevate oneself, one must first suppress. To completely change Mu Yuyin's view of him, this was the first step. First to make her angry, and then to make her shy. Sure enough, Mu Yuyin's smile from praising her mother vanished, replaced by a sullen expression as she glared at Qin Lang, gritting her silver teeth. "Qin Lang, are you sick? I've said my mom is perfectly healthy. Why are you still making a fuss? Do you want me to kick you out before you feel satisfied?" Qin Lang's face turned red, wanting to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat, leaving him feeling quite... Lin Wanqing watched from the side, smiling as she waved her hand. "Yuyin, don't be mad at Xiaoqin. He means well." Since Xiaoqin said, "So let's go to the hospital. It won't hurt, and it's been a long time since you had a checkup." "Mom," Mu Yuyin called out. Lin Wanqing was determined. "That's settled. Stop shouting. I am in charge of my own body. You just spoil him." After saying that, she shot another glare at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with disdain. The lunch ended on an unhappy note. Junzi drove the Maybach, originally inviting Mu Yuyin and her mother to join him. But Mu Yuyin refused, insisting on taking out a pink convertible BMW from the garage to drive her mother herself. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Wanqing was arranged for blood tests and various scans, busy for half a day, feeling faint and subconsciously touching her neck more frequently. Finally, around 4 in the afternoon, the examination report was out. The doctor in a white coat called out, "Lin Wanqing, who is Lin Wanqing? Come to get your health report." Mu Yuyin pulled her mother's hand, purposely squeezing Qin Lang out of the door, and looked at the doctor, saying, "Here, doctor, how is my mom's health? Is she particularly healthy?" The doctor looked up puzzled. "Are you the patient's daughter? How could you not know your mom's health? Healthy? Your mom's coronary heart disease has already progressed to stage 3. If it gets any worse, she could die suddenly at any moment." With one sentence, Mu Yuyin was left dumbfounded, standing there in a daze, her mind blank. Ignoring Mu Yuyin, the doctor in the white coat frowned at Lin Wanqing. "You wouldn't possibly be unaware of your own health condition, would you?" Lin Wanqing was still in a daze, shaking her head and stammering, "I don't know, doctor. Could it be a mistake in the examination?" The doctor rolled his eyes. "There are over 10 normal people who underwent the same examination with you. Why is it that everyone else is fine, yet you are the only one with an issue? It's strange. You two are usually so careless, yet you suddenly decided to come for a checkup." The mother and daughter instinctively looked towards Qin Lang, who was still hesitating outside the door. "Xiao Qin, come in quickly. What are you doing standing outside?" Lin Wanqing waved her hand, looking at the approaching Qin Lang with a bitter smile. "Thanks to you this time, otherwise if Auntie had suddenly collapsed one day, I wouldn't have known what was happening. Coronary heart disease. And it's stage 3. Lin Wanqing found it unbelievable and felt a wave of fear. "Did you sense something? Otherwise, why were you so insistent earlier at home about Auntie coming for a checkup?" Lin Wanqing became puzzled. Qin Lang nodded. "I sensed something was off. Auntie, when you spoke, you unconsciously touched your neck, and the frequency increased when you were angry. That's quite abnormal." The doctor in the white coat timely gave a thumbs up. "Are you studying medicine, young man? Coronary heart disease occurs due to severe arterial stiffness in the coronary arteries, leading to inadequate blood supply to the myocardium and causing ischemia, which can result in angina. In patients with stage 3 coronary heart disease, angina can also manifest as neck pain, and the unconscious touching of the neck is a significant symptom. Fortunately, we arrived in time. If the condition is controlled, the chances of improvement are significant. If it were any later, or if there were more strenuous activities, it could potentially lead to a myocardial infarction and sudden death." "Mom." Mu Yuyin finally snapped back to her senses. She was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing the doctor's words. Her heart felt as if it was suspended in midair, experiencing the sensation of weightlessness akin to falling from a height. It scared her to death. She grasped her mother's hand, trembling, with tears glimmering in her eyes, her eyelids reddening, almost on the verge of crying. "Silly child, it's all right. Mom is fine. We discovered it early, didn't we? Just need to take care of your health." Lin Wanqing patted her daughter's hand repeatedly in comfort, while looking at Qin Lang with gratitude. "You noticed something unusual. Why didn't you say anything at home? You made Yuyin angry and scold you for it. Didn't you feel wronged?" Qin Lang shook his head sadly. "I didn't dare to say anything. Auntie, you don't know what position you hold in Yuyin's heart. I only sensed something was off, but I couldn't be sure. If I had just spoken my thoughts, what if you were fine? What if it was just my misunderstanding? If I had said that it would have been maliciously harming you, and Yuyin would have been furious. I'm fine. As long as Annie is healthy, what does it matter if I feel wronged? Besides, I'm a strong man, and Yuyin is just a little girl. How could she make me feel wronged? You child." Lin Wanqing felt deeply moved. How could Qin Lang be so considerate and empathetic? His concern for her daughter surpassed even that of her own mother, willing to bear any grievances to ensure his girlfriend. It was truly touching. No way. Lin Wanqing made a decision in her heart. The next time she heard anyone speaking ill of her future son-in-law behind his back, she would not turn a blind eye. She would definitely confront them and give them a good scolding. What kind of skill was it to gossip maliciously? Moreover, it was slander. How could her excellent son-in-law be that despicable and shameless second-generation rich kid? The doctor teasingly remarked, "You young man look handsome and dashing, just like a big boy. I didn't expect your thoughts to be so meticulous. You'll definitely be a henpecked husband in the future." As he spoke, he glanced towards Mu Yuyin, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. She bit her lip, hesitating as she approached, clenching her small fists, and weakly murmured, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I apologize. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know about my mother's health condition. I'm such an unworthy daughter. Thanks to you, or else. I really wouldn't know what to do. Thank you, thank you." Mu Yuyin's heart was immensely complicated. The anger she felt earlier towards Qin Lang's suggestion in the villa was now doubled with guilt. Qin Lang clearly cared for her mother's health. To prevent her from making wild assumptions, he swallowed his grievances and bore it all alone. Thinking about this, Mu Yuyin felt her previous behavior was utterly disgraceful. She didn't even deserve to be a daughter. How could she have been so unreasonable, casually slandering Qin Lang's goodwill? If it had been someone else in his place, even if they pointed a finger at her and scolded her, claiming her conscience was eaten by dogs, she wouldn't have a word to retort. "Silly girl, why are you apologizing to me? I am your boyfriend, and your mom is my family. How could I watch my family suffer? Stop overthinking. Your eyes are red. If someone didn't know better, they'd think I bullied you. Please Please don't cry, I can't bear it. Qin Lang patted Mu Yuyan's head. This was his first time being so proactive in affection without facing any resistance. Ding. The main female character Mu Yuyan's favorability rating towards the host has increased. Congratulations to the host for gaining 800 Destiny villain points. Ding. The main female character Mu Yuyan's favorability rating towards the host continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1000 Destiny villain points. Ding. The luck points of the child of Destiny Yi Feng have decreased by 500 points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5000 Destiny villain points. As the doctor prescribed medicine for Lin Wanqing and instructed her on daily precautions, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Qin Lang's mind. Good grief, what should have been Yi Feng's task was completed by him in advance. Not only did he earn a significant amount of Destiny villain points provided by Mu Yuyan, but he also caused a decline in Yi Feng's luck points by 500. He gained a total of 5000 Destiny villain points. So it turns out that seizing Yi Feng's opportunities not only lowers his luck points, but also allows him to obtain tenfold villain points. Thinking about this, Qin Lang became increasingly excited about being a great villain. Returning to Jiangnan No. Mu Yuyan was always by Lin Wanqing's side serving tea and asking about her well-being, which made Lin Wanqing feel both warm and helplessly amused. Are you planning to be a mother at 70 or 80? Can you not even move? Mu Yuyan shook her head, her beautiful face still showing signs of fright. Aren't I just— Mom, how about I accompany you back to Yinjing tomorrow? The hospital there is the best in the country and will surely be able to cure your coronary heart disease. Sigh. Lin Wanqing sighed helplessly. Coronary heart disease is not something that can be easily treated. I don't know how many wealthy people have suffered from this illness. One careless late night, and they are gone. I never expected this disease would afflict me. Mom. Mu Yuyan's eyes turned red again. She truly dared not imagine what her life would be like without her. The two of them, mother and daughter, cuddled together on the sofa in the living room, two beauties forming a striking scene. Qin Lang sat across the coffee table and gently cleared his throat. Annie, don't worry too much. This illness can be treated with medication, but more importantly, it requires proper nurturing. How about this? Once you return to Yinjing, you'll speak to my family and arrange for you to stay at the Xiangshan Sanatorium for a while. When it comes to medical standards, the Xiangshan Sanatorium is absolutely the best in all of Huaxia. As long as you follow the doctor's orders and take care of yourself, there shouldn't be any major issues. Xiangshan Sanatorium. Lin Wanqing's gaze faltered. Can I really get in there? In Huaxiao, very few people know about the Xiangshan Sanatorium, since it is not open to the public. Who lives there but the titans of Huaxia's officialdom? It not only has the most precise medical instruments, but the doctors are also world-renowned. To put it simply, the Xiangshan Sanatorium is akin to the Imperial Medical Institute of ancient times. Qin Lang replied with a smile. I don't know about others, but with you, Annie. He glanced at the still red-eyed Mu Yuyan and continued, seeing you so worried and distracted makes my heart ache. You don't need to worry about this. If necessary, I can have my grandfather speak to the head of the Xiangshan Sanatorium. Xiaoqin, you are very thoughtful. Lin Wanqing looked at her future son-in-law, who cared so much for her daughter and couldn't help but like him even more. But what about the old master of the Qin family? If it weren't for Qin Lang, she might not have known how she would have suddenly suffered a myocardial infarction. Expressing gratitude seems pointless. However, Lin Wanqing felt a bit worried about having the old master of the Qin family step in, since the Xiangshan Sanatorium is akin to the Imperial Medical Institute, and not just anyone can be arranged to enter. Not that she doubted the old master's standing. The old master Qin is one of the few remaining founding heroes of Huaxia, a true titan of power. If he were to help her in this matter, she worried that some adversarial bigwigs might gossip. Mu Yuyan grasped her mother's hand. Mom, just accept it. This is also Qin Lang's good intention. She wanted to accompany her mother back to Yinjing for treatment, but no hospital in Huaxia could compare to the Xiangshan Sanatorium. Well, alright, since it's not easy to come to Tianhai City, I don't want to rush back. They'll stay a few more days, and after I return, ill trouble Xiaoqin. In Tianhai City, Lin Wanqing stayed for only 3 days before returning to Beijing. In the villa's living room, Mu Yuyan sat beside Qin Lang. With her mother gone there, alone time felt unusually strange. How is my mom doing? Is she able to get into the Xiangshan Sanatorium? She turned her head, looking at Qin Lang's handsome profile, and asked softly. It's already arranged. Once Annie gets off the plane, someone will directly guide her in, you can rest assured. Qin Lang replied while placing his hand on the delicate, smooth back of Mu Yuyan's hand. Mu Yuyan seemed to be oblivious, or perhaps she had become accustomed to such small gestures over the past 3 days. In her mind, even the self-comfort of feeling like a dog being scratched had not arisen. So how did I perform as your future son-in-law these past few days? Qin Lang, gathering his courage, attempted to grasp Mu Yuyan's wrist, gently pulling her into his embrace. Mu Yuyan felt the broad chest and struggled slightly, but blushed and gave up. She didn't know why. Perhaps it was a desire to repay her gratitude to Qin Lang. Or perhaps Qin Lang's performance over these few days had completely changed her previous impression. Really, Mu Yuyan could never have imagined that Qin Lang would present himself so outstandingly in front of her mother. Could it be that the arrogant demeanor of Qin Lang as a second-generation rich kid was all a facade? Otherwise, how could he have such superb tea skills in such a short time? During these 3 days, Qin Lang came to the villa every day, accompanying her mother for chats, and even brewing tea for her. With 12 steps of tea artistry, lighting incense to dispel distracting thoughts, washing cups to cleanse the heart, cooling the soup to nurture harmony, and serving tea to welcome the beauty. Even someone like her mother, a former noble lady, couldn't help but admire and appreciate. This admiration was purely from the perspective of tea artistry. Furthermore, upon learning of the illness, Mu Yuyin and Lin Wanqing would inevitably indulge in daydreaming at night, leading to insomnia. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang not only did not feel annoyed, but played soft, calming lullabies on the piano for them. The enchanting melodies flowed like a clear stream through the mountains, soothing the hearts of those who listened. Had it not been for Mu Yuyin sneaking downstairs to secretly watch, seeing Qin Lang's long fingers skillfully glide across the black and white keys accompanied by beautiful music, she would never have believed he possessed such piano skills. Not bad, keep it up. Mu Yuyin, as if truly a couple, nestled into Qin Lang's embrace, touched his abdomen in surprise. I didn't notice your physique is quite good, you even have abs. Qin Lang laughed. There are many things you haven't noticed yet. Their eyes met. Mu Yuyin was wearing the outfit Lin Wanqing had worn the day she arrived. A pink oversized long shirt, semi-transparent, paired with dark blue skinny jeans. Under her slender figure, it exuded a sense of grace and coolness. A matching outfit. Qin Lang couldn't help but admire. Your figure is quite good too. As the atmosphere grew increasingly enchanting, Qin Lang's hand became bolder, slowly shifting upwards from her delicate waist. Enough. Mu Yuyin swatted away Qin Lang's wandering hand, standing up from his lap with a serious expression, tidying her disheveled clothes. She felt that Qin Lang was becoming excessively audacious, his behavior increasingly frivolous. If this atmosphere wasn't interrupted promptly, who knew what other daring things he might attempt? A little sweetness was enough, as she couldn't really let herself be taken advantage of. I still need you to take care of things with my mother. This counts as a favor I owe you, and I will remember it. Mu Yuyin seemed to snap back to reality from the illusion of being a couple, reverting to her former pride and aloofness, transforming into the cold, beautiful ice queen of a CEO. Qin Lang shrugged. You're clearly just burning the bridges behind you, calling me when you need me and kicking me away when you don't need me anymore. Mu Yuyin wanted to retort, but the words caught in her throat, and with a cold snort she said, if that's how you think, then there's nothing to be done, or if there's nothing else, you can go now. Alright, I'm leaving. Qin Lang wasn't angry, he just gave Mu Yuyin a knowing look before turning to leave. Pride continuing pride. If you have the ability, go ahead and torment him, just keep burning those bridges. A moment of satisfaction in tormenting the husband, and soon enough I'll make you realize what chasing a husband really means. Isn't it just a game? Who can't play? Let's sit back and watch. Dressed in a translucent long shirt, Mu Yuyin saw Qin Lang off at the entrance of the villa, waving her hand. Be careful on the road, and send me a message when you get home. That affectionate demeanor made the driver Junzi feel a surge of admiration. As the Maybach drove away from Jiangnan No. 1A, Junzi sighed. Young master, you're truly a talent, like a little cow standing on its head to see lightning, impressive beyond measure. How proud President Mu used to be, her eyes seemed ready to pop out of her head. Whenever she met you, wasn't it always with an eye roll and a cold face? In just a few days she had completely transformed. Young master, have you already gotten on board? He said, winking. The wheels of the car haven't even touched the ground. What do you mean by getting on board? Qin Lang muttered. Mu Yuyan's ability to change her expression was masterful. Oh, just a moment ago, she was sitting upright in the living room, but the instant she stepped out and saw Junzi, her smile was that of a natural performer. She truly knows how to put on a show. He didn't dwell on this matter and silently opened the system panel. Character, age 25, physique 26, charm 98, destined villain points 36200, skills affinity LV6, group affinity 60. Advanced piano skills, advanced tea art. Store opening, destined villain points reached 30,000, level 1 store is now open. Lottery center opening, each lottery costs 100 destined villain points. System backpack, a photo book of Aunt Qiu Qing foam tissues too. In these past few days, Qin Lang accompanied the mother and daughter and didn't come away empty-handed. His affinity points surged, and he earned a substantial amount of destined villain points. Moreover, with Su Xiao around as a thoughtful little companion, occasionally pretending to accidentally touch her little hand or bump against her bottom, he received quite a few destined villain points. Cumulatively, it had already exceeded 30,000, and the system store had met the opening criteria. Open the before Qin Lang, a phantom screen lit up displaying various goods and the corresponding destined villain points required for Physique 1, physique below 6,500 destined villain points. Physique 1, physique below 101,000 destined villain points. Charm 1, 50,000 destined villain points. Skill advanced aesthetic 3,000 destined villain points. Skill basic medicine 1,000,000 destined villain points. After browsing around, Qin Lang's eyes felt dizzy. This was clearly not a system store. It was evidently a scam. After working hard for several days, he had barely earned a bit over 30,000 villain points, yet the items he could afford in the store were hardly any. He spent 17,000 villain points to increase his physique to 60 points, then spent 9,600 points to upgrade his affinity skill to LV8 and didn't purchase anything else, using all the rest for the lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a photo book of Mrs. Bot. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of advanced medical tools. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Physique 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Advanced Aesthetic. After the lottery ended, the system panel displayed character Qin Lang. Age 25, physique 68, charm 98, destined villain points 0, skills affinity LV 8, group affinity 80. Advanced piano skills advanced T, art advanced aesthetic. Store opening lottery center opening, each lottery costs 100 destined villain points. System backpack, a photo book of Aunt Chiu Ching Feng tissues 2, a photo book of Mrs. By advanced medical tools 1. After his physique reached 68, Qin Lang felt an illusion, as if a mammoth stood before him and he could smash it to pieces with one punch. Of course, this was due to the rapid increase in physique, causing a lack of self-awareness. Once his body adapted to this newfound strength, it would dissipate. Don't mention a mammoth. Even Junzi, who was driving ahead, would probably not be his match. However, there was no rusher after all. It had only been a few days. He had gone from a state of deficiency to a physique of 68 in a single night. It wouldn't be long before surpassing Junzi became a matter of course, and breaking 100 before Yifeng returned would be no problem. As the Maybach stopped in front of his villa, Su Xiaoxiao inside had already heard the sound and ran out. She stood at the corner of the door, head down, quietly mumbling, "Young master, welcome home. Where did you learn this? Didn't I tell you that here is just like at home? You should do whatever you want, don't be so reserved. Do you not understand?" Qin Lang held Su Xiaoxiao's soft, boneless little hand. Su Xiaoxiao wanted to pull her hand away, but after several attempts, she couldn't succeed. When she looked up and saw Qin Lang's teasing smile, her face turned crimson and she stopped struggling. She realized she seemed a bit confused, as she knew that every time the young master saw her, he would do some small actions, yet upon hearing his familiar voice, she still ran to the door. Moreover, she had become mesmerized by this scene. She didn't even know if it was her subconscious action or if she deliberately leaned closer to the young master. In the living room, Qin Lang sat on the sofa, releasing his grip on Su Xiaoxiao's hand, and asked with suspicion, "Xiaoxiao, does it make you uncomfortable when I hold your hand? Otherwise, why do you always struggle so hard to break free? Or could it be that you already have someone else in your heart?" "Oh." Su Xiaoxiao was startled, her face paling. "Young master, why would you say such things?" Her heart raced wildly, and from the corner of her eye she caught a glimpse of Qin Lang sitting on the sofa, his face full of worry, her mind a complete mess. What does the young master mean by asking these questions? Could it be? Compared to modern times, Su Xiaoxiao was at an age of budding romance, inevitably becoming overly sensitive about these matters of relationships. Especially with someone like Qin Lang, whose mere smile could inspire the same sweet dream in her for several nights. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. It was like when a regular boy in class suddenly caught the attention of the usually stoic class beauty, making him wonder, otherwise why would she keep looking back at me? Is she going to confess to me? Should I reject her or accept her? In the throes of adolescence, not only boys experience it, girls like Su Xiaoxiao are no exception. She was right in the midst of it. She clenched her pale fingers, fiercely battling with the hem of her clothes, unsure of how to speak up. What if she said something that made the young master misunderstand and get angry, never wanting to hold her hand again? But if she denied it and the young master became bolder in the future, she would be a bit scared. In a moment, she fell into a dilemma. Seeing the girl's bashful demeanor, Qin Lang chuckled lightly. "You don't need to be too conflicted. There's nothing wrong. If you have someone you like, just tell me. I already have a general idea about your matters. I won't be too forward in the future. That boy Yifeng, right? You grew up together in the Sunshine Orphanage, childhood sweethearts, and now it seems like he's gone missing. You don't need to worry. I believe good people will have good fortune. He will definitely come back one day, perhaps not too far off." Every word felt like a dull knife, cutting a wound in Su Xiaoxiao's fragile skin. In the end, Qin Lang plunged a sharp knife into her heart, saying, "I wish you both a happy union." "No, that's not it. Young master, you misunderstood." Su Xiaoxiao stammered in panic, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. When she was young, Su Xiaoxiao and Yifeng were indeed childhood sweethearts, but at such a young age, how could they understand the feelings between boys and girls? Moreover, in the past, it was always Su Xiaoxiao who helped Yifeng fight against the bad kids in the orphanage, often getting beaten up because of him. Their relationship was more akin to a brother and sister, enduring hardships together even in the early parts of the original. "Why are you crying?" Qin Lang reached out, pulling Su Xiaoxiao's delicate body into his embrace, wiping her tears away. "Did I say something wrong?" Su Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling wronged, and murmured from her nose. Qin Lang curiously asked, "What if Yifeng comes back and tries to pursue you?" "That's impossible. Xiaofeng has always seen me as his sister." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, but upon seeing Qin Lang's furrowed brow, she continued, "If Xiaofeng really acts like you said, I wouldn't agree to him. I only see him as a brother." Ding. The luck of the fated one Yifeng has decreased by 1,000. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 villain points. Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Lang felt a wave of relief in his heart. He was merely giving Su Xiaoxiao a precautionary reminder, but didn't expect to gain this unexpected reward. Holding the still trembling Su Xiaoxiao, Qin Lang felt a stir in his heart. Though the girl was delicate and light, her skin was still smooth, especially her long and exquisite legs wrapped in white stockings resting atop him, inevitably creating a hint of allure. Young master. Su Xiaoxiao felt a flutter in her heart and wanted to lower her head. Qin Lang quickly changed the subject, pinching her thigh. It's been several days. Why are you still so thin? Did you not eat well while I wasn't home? I did eat, Su Xiaoxiao replied with a blush, lightly huffing. She could feel that the young master was no longer entangled with the matter of Xiao Feng, and her heart felt much better. It's indeed puzzling why the young master liked to overthink so much linking her with Xiao Feng as a couple. She truly regarded Xiao Feng as a real brother, and it had been a long time since he went missing. She wondered if he had forgotten about her as sister. Let's add a dish for dinner, make it 8 dishes, and 2 soups plus a papaya pork rib soup. Su Xiaoxiao subconsciously responded with an oh. Her curiosity piqued about why they needed an extra rib soup. When she noticed Qin Lang's gaze lingering on her chest, her pretty face flushed. She hurriedly escaped from Qin Lang's embrace. What's wrong? Qin Lang asked casually, crossing his legs, not flushed or out of breath. Su Xiaoxiao shyly huffed, turning and darting upstairs to the maid's room like a lark. Bang! After closing the door, Su Xiaoxiao, her cheeks flushed, threw herself onto the soft bed, burying her head in the pillow, repeatedly muttering the words bad guy. After a long while, having smothered her face to a bright red, she finally allowed herself a break, taking deep, greedy breaths of air, her mind involuntarily recalling the earlier events. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao, who was panicking and running upstairs, Qin Lang couldn't help but smile slightly. She was indeed a clever and sensible little darling. Gradually progressing, this time the advancement might be a bit too fast for Su Xiaoxiao. However, there isn't much of a problem. As long as things calm down a bit in the next few days, she will be able to adjust herself. Young master, there's something going on over at the Bai family. Junzi walked in from outside, standing beside Qin Lang, and looking around, he asked in confusion, is Miss Su not here? Junzi was quite perceptive in some aspects. The treatment of a swan and an ugly duckling was entirely different. After witnessing Su Xiaoxiao's completely new appearance, even his way of addressing her started to change. She's upstairs. Qin Lang pointed towards the maid's room upstairs. It's fine, please continue. What happened? Junzi nodded and stated frankly, there were sounds of argument coming from the Bai family, and when our people got closer to investigate, they found that the ones arguing were the father and daughter of the Bai family. Moreover, based on the few words from Bai Ryu, our people discovered that there has been a large amount of cashing out happening within the Bai company recently. Understood. Qin Lang pursed his lips, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Here it comes. The opportunity to conquer the Bai Ryu sisters has finally arrived. Not to mention Bai Xiaoyun, whose youthful appearance was a bit of a crush. Bai Ryu, the older lowly, was undoubtedly a prominent figure in the business world. Among the high-achieving finance graduates returning home, most were just gilding their resumes, but Bai Ryu was truly talented and knowledgeable. Moreover, she possessed an extremely strong psychological quality, practically a future queen of the business world. This had already been validated in the original work. How could Qin Lang let such talent slip by? Since he had come to this world, he naturally needed to spend money. He couldn't just keep asking the Qin family for everything. Once or twice asking for 10 or 8 billion is simple, but what if it happens too often and his family thinks he is idle and drags him back to Yanjing to inherit the family business? He certainly did not want to be tied down. There were still plenty of carefree days to enjoy. If he started his own company, he couldn't be busy with work every day. That would be no different from his past life. Bai Ryu was his best candidate, as long as he could win her over based on her diligent and meticulous nature, and her unreserved devotion to her man Qin Lang would definitely be able to relax and be a carefree manager. Let's do it. Qin Lang immediately called the Bai family, expressing his desire to pay a visit. Given his status, even the Bai family couldn't possibly refuse. After some polite exchanges over the phone, they finalized the arrangement. During dinner, Qin Lang occasionally cast his gaze towards Su Xiaoxiao, who was drinking papaya soup. He noticed that Su Xiaoxiao kept her head down and didn't lift it. She felt utterly shameless, despite having said countless times in the upstairs bedroom that she wouldn't drink. At the crucial moment, upon seeing the young master, all her self-reprimands crumbled, and she drank excessively, her little belly now bulging. At the Bai family courtyard on the second-floor bedroom, Bai Xiaoyun was sprawled on the bed, flipping through a brand-new comic book featuring male protagonists who were all super handsome men appearing with a halo of flowers. As for the plot, ridiculously terrible. But Bai Xiaoyun didn't care, as she just liked watching super handsome men. Everything else was secondary. Dressed in a cute lowly style, Bai Xiaoyun was engrossed in the comic, her legs wrapped in white stockings, occasionally kicking on the soft bed, her pouting cheeks and slightly chubby face looking particularly adorable. Creak. The door opened, and Bai Ryu, dressed in a standard black silk OL attire, walked in. Upon seeing her innocent little sister lying on the bed, she took a deep breath. With her heart heavy with worries, encountering such a carefree sister, all she could do was indulge her. Yin, how many times have I told you not to lie down all the time? It's bad for your health. Bai Ryu approached, looking at her sister, who had always carried a greater burden than her peers since childhood, and kindly admonished her. Bai Xiaoyun responded with a soft "oh" and shifted her position. Bai Ryu shook her head with a bitter smile filled with grievances she couldn't share with anyone, and could only force a smile, saying, Yin, do you have a boy you like? No. Bai Xiaoyun decisively shook her head. The girls at school have such poor taste. They all say this one's a campus heartthrob, that one's a campus heartthrob, but when I looked they were all ordinary, not handsome at all. My boyfriend must be super handsome. and he has to treat me really well. Silly girl, Bai Ryu affectionately flicked her sister's nose. Being foolish has its merits. At least she wouldn't casually fall for a boy, so even in a few years, she wouldn't easily agree to the marriage arranged by her father. As long as Bai Ryu was around, she would never allow her father to do anything detrimental to her sister. No matter what it was, no matter who it was unacceptable. Sister, are you angry again? I heard you arguing with Dad, right? Bai Xiaoyan grasped her sister's hand, mumbling, please don't argue with Dad, okay? Dad treats me well, and you treat me even better. I don't want you two to fight. Okay. Bai Ryu asked herself, if judged by normal standards, Bai Xiaochun's way of raising his daughter could indeed be considered good. Unfortunately, the sister was still unaware. As soon as she grew a little older, she would realize that in her father's eyes, girls were never family, merely sacrifices made for personal gain. That night, Bai Ryu lay beside her sister, occasionally pulling her sister into her embrace, with great force, fearing that her sister might drift away from her. As for Bai Xiaoyan, this silly and adorable little girl, once asleep, remained utterly immobile, even occasionally sucking at Bai Ryu's chest, as if caught in a delightful dream. By evening, the entire Bai family was beautifully arranged, brightly lit, and even the household servants had changed into formal attire. In the living room, Bai Xiaochun leisurely flipped through outdated newspapers, quietly awaiting the arrival of guests. The eldest son of the Qin family from Yanjing had come to visit. While he had a modest reputation in Tianhai City, it was important to maintain appearances. A person's dignity is like a tree's bark. Furthermore, these second-generation rich kids care most about their status. As long as they are well entertained, one might extract the value they need from such elite individuals. Daddy, are guests coming over tonight? Bai Xiaoyun, dressed adorably in Lolita attire with her legs wrapped in white stockings, appeared particularly fair and smooth. She trotted over, her face full of curiosity. Bai Xiaochun's wife had passed away from illness many years ago, and he had not remarried, earning high praise for his noble qualities. Perhaps his temperament had become more tranquil. It had been a long time since the Bai family had any visitors. Typically, they only entertained guests outside. Such family banquets at home were quite rare. Bai Xiaochun reached out and gently patted his little daughter's head, smiling as he said, yes, a distinguished guest is coming. Who is it? Do I know them? Is it a man or a woman? Are they handsome? Bai Xiaoyun, the little love-struck girl, rambled on, without caring about anything else, ultimately fixating on the question of whether they were handsome. Well, they should be handsome, I suppose. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, shaking his head with a wry smile, as he truly had no idea, having never seen Qin Lang. However, one would expect that someone from such a prominent family would have good genes. After all, wealthy individuals tend to marry striking partners. Bai Xiaoyan blinked her big eyes and asked, is he impressive? Bai Xiaochun sighed. Of course, he is the eldest son of a prestigious family in Yanjing. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at his eldest daughter. Bai Ryu stood nearby, observing her father and sister's conversation, initially intending not to interject. However, upon noticing her father looking at her, she spoke up irritably. What are you looking at me for? I don't know that so-called young master. Do you want to compare me with him in this moment? Bai Xiaochun could tell that his daughter was arguing about something else, and was intentionally trying to suppress her. He replied lightly, compare with him. Do you think too highly of yourself? With your limited worth, how can you compare with the heir of the Qin family from Yanjing? Don't you know that at the founding ceremony his grandfather stood in the front row? So what? It's just relying on a slightly better family background. The previous generation planted the trees, while the next generation enjoys the shade. Bai Ryu bit her silver teeth tightly. The one standing in the front row is not him. Hearing her father habitually elevate the man's status, while belittling her own, Bai Ryu felt a surge of unnamed. There was anger, reluctance, and even grievance. At that moment, the butler rushed in, saying, Sir, young Master Qin. Bai Xiaochun stood up, adjusted his clothing, and looked at Bai Ryu with a furrowed brow. Behave yourself in front of others. Some things are better discussed at home. As the butler led the way, a man in a fitted suit walked in. Bai Ryu instinctively turned around, and their gazes met. In that instant, the restless thoughts that plagued her were as if calmed by a gentle summer evening breeze, gradually settling as she locked eyes with Qin Lang. The skill affinity activated, bringing an overall affinity boost of 80 from LV8. Even those who were once disliked would find themselves calmed in this moment. Not to mention that Bai Ryu and Qin Lang were strangers, there was simply no barrier between them. While smiling at Bai Ryu, Qin Lang deliberately shifted his gaze to Bai Xiaoyan's face, only to glance away after. He well knew of Bai Xiaoyan's infatuation, a taste of it would leave her craving for more. As expected, the instant Bai Xiaoyan laid eyes on Qin Lang, her bright peach blossom eyes sparkled with shining stars. So handsome. This big brother is so handsome. How could his smile be so affectionate? How could his figure be so tall and slender? He was simply like the male lead from a comic book. What if he cornered her against the wall? Should I accept it? Or should I push back? The little infatuated girl was now dizzy in her mind. Just a second ago, she was blaming Qin Lang for being late, causing her to almost starve, and the next moment, upon seeing him in person, all her worries vanished. Hunger. As long as there's a handsome guy, she could go 3 days without eating. Well, just one meal maybe. Yin Yin. Bai Ryu frowned and patted her younger sister's shoulder. Bai Xiaoyan didn't even turn her head, fixated on Qin Lang, reluctantly complaining, what is it? A row of small black dots appeared on by Ria's forehead as she patted her sister's hand, gripping her waist. You tend to grip your clothes when you're nervous. Sister won't blame you, but next time could you not grab my flesh? Off. Bai Xiaoyan turned back, looking at her hand that was gripping her sister's waist, hurriedly letting go and looking guilty. Sister, I'm sorry. It's fine. Bai Ryu shook her head with a wry smile. At the door, Bai Xiaochun and Qin Lang had already walked in, chatting amicably, appearing quite intimate. With a nephew here and an uncle Bai there, those who knew these two had just met today might think they were familiar relatives. Qin Lang playfully catered to them with a respectful demeanor, inwardly marveling at how enjoyable it was to be the main antagonist. With his background, even someone like Bai Xiaochun, a business magnate with assets in the hundreds of billions, treated him politely. One must understand that despite Bai Xiaochun's current courtesy, this old man was quite snobbish. Only he would treat Qin Lang this way. Ordinary people wouldn't receive such treatment, for Bai Xiaochun had high standards, and not everyone could catch his eye. Who are these two beautiful ladies? Qin Lang feigned ignorance as he looked at Bai Ryu and Bai Xiaoyan. Bai Xiaochun pointed to his eldest daughter, introducing her on his own. This is uncle's eldest daughter, Bai Ryu, 25 years old, the same age as you, Xiaoqin. She studied abroad and just returned in recent years. Bai Ryu stood about 1.65 meters tall, nearly 1.72 meters in her high heels, her slender figure accentuating the curves of her black office attire beautifully. Her impressive bust provided a striking visual impact, raising concerns about how the two buttons on her little blazer could bear such a burden. It looked precarious, as if with any sudden movement it might burst forth from its confines. Yet despite her alluring figure, Bai Ryu's waist was as slender as a willow branch, delicate to the touch. The exaggerated curves formed a stark contrast, leaving one feeling dizzy, wishing to bury their head in her enticing embrace. The black pencil skirt was also fitting perfectly, wrapping around her graceful curves. This was the definition of a devilish figure embodied by Bai Ryu, and then there was her exquisite face. Bright eyes and white teeth, delicate eyebrows, and a refined nose, a gentle mouth, luscious lips. She truly deserved the title of a fated woman, undoubtedly one of the leading ladies. Miss Bai, hello, I'm Qin Lang, nice to meet you. Qin Lang extended his hand, introducing himself amicably. Bai Ryu's first impression of Qin Lang was excellent, a refined young man as elegant as jade, truly handsome, and exuding the air of someone from a prominent family. However, seeing her father's fervent demeanor, she felt a sense of resentment and coldly shook Qin Lang's hand without much conversation. Bai Xiaochun felt displeased, but didn't show it on his face. Instead, he began introducing his youngest daughter. Bai Xiaoyan didn't need her father's introduction. She had long been eager to meet the handsome brother, taking the initiative to point to herself, smiling widely. Handsome brother, I'm Bai Xiaoyan, the younger sister, and I'm in my first year of high school at Tianhai No. 1 high school. Do you like my sister? Off. Qin Lang was momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Xiaoyan ignored her sister's cough and with a bright smile took hold of Qin Lang's big hand, saying eagerly, if you don't like my sister, you can wait a few more years. Once I grow up, I can be your wife, okay? She gestured to her figure, somewhat reluctant, yet confident, continuing, brother, don't think I'm still small now, but in a few years I'll definitely have a better figure than my sister. Small. Not small at all, really not small. Qin Lang discreetly glanced at the only teenager who was already blossoming with feminine charm. With a fiery figure, if she were to wear a professional OL outfit, she'd undoubtedly attract the attention of many otaku, yet this little girl preferred a cute style. Dressed in Lolita fashion, wrapped in white stockings paired with her slightly chubby cheeks, sparkling big eyes, and a delicate little nose, her lips looked even more lustrous when she pouted. Wasn't she the rare kind of youthful-faced giant? That aside, though he personally enjoyed this type, he still had to put on a facade. He gently patted Bai Xiaoyan on the head, saying, little sister, you must study hard. Your sister is so outstanding, if you don't study well, you won't catch up. Off. Bai Xiaoyan immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. She only mentioned wanting to match her sister's figure, not in academics. Her sister had always been smart, called a genius by many. Returning from studying abroad, she slacked off in Tianhai City during breaks and completed in less than 4 years what took others 7. She lacked confidence in this regard. Bai Ryu glanced gratefully at Qin Lang, then pulled her sister aside to comfort her. She knew her sister was infatuated, but hadn't expected Qin Lang to use this to motivate her to study. One had to admit Qin Lang's words were likely more effective than her months of gentle coaxing. At least now her sister seemed to regret not having studied hard before. Qin Lang responded with a warm smile. His main focus today remained on Bai Ryu. As for Bai Xiaoyan, there was no rush. Things had to be done step by step without disrupting the order. Qin Lang was arranged to take a seat under warm hospitality. The gifts he brought along were also embraced by Bai Xiaoyan and placed in the living room. The entire Bai family became lively as dishes were continuously brought from the kitchen to the dining table. My dear nephew, it's not easy for you to visit. You must drink a cup with your uncle today. Bai Xiaochun sat at the head of the table, personally filling Qin Lang's wine glass to the brim. Tea overflowing signifies sending off guests, while wine filled to the top conveys a warm welcome. Qin Lang did not rely on his family background for pride. He stood up, raised his wine glass, and proactively toasted, gently tapping it below Bai Xiaochun's glass. He humbly said, it is I who does not know the rules, allowing my elder to pour wine for me. I shall take a penalty drink. Please forgive me, elder. Having said that, he downed a cup of Moutai, tilting his head back, leaving not a single drop. "Ha, my dear nephew, where did you learn such rules?" Watching this, Bai Xiaochun felt a bit flustered, as if he were an old fossil. He took a sip, pretending to scold with a displeased expression, yet inside, he was extremely satisfied. The more he looked at Qin Lang, the more pleasing he found him. As the legitimate son of the Qin family and Yinjing, a true top-tier family scion, even if he interacted with him as an equal, Bai Xiaochun, though somewhat displeased at his bluntness, would not dare to do anything harmful to Qin Lang. Yet Qin Lang did not boast about his family background, referring to himself as a mere youth, showing genuine decorum and grace. The meal was enjoyed to the fullest. After several rounds of drinks and 5 different dishes, Bai Xiaochun, slightly intoxicated with a hint of blush on his face, smiled and said, "My dear nephew, why don't you take over the vast family business in Yanjing and instead come to this Tianhai city to start an investment firm?" Tianhai City can be considered a relatively prosperous city in China, but compared to Yinjing it seems insignificant. Leaving such a great family business behind to come to Tianhai City, one might assume Qin Lang had failed in his family succession battle. Of course, those with a bit more knowledge wouldn't jump to such wild conclusions. After all, in the large Qin family, Qin Lang was the only legitimate grandson, making any notion of a succession struggle utterly unfounded. Qin Lang's cheeks turned red, feeling a bit tipsy. He self-deprecatingly said, "Uncle, you may not know, but in Yinjing everyone says I, Qin Lang, am a spoiled rich kid relying solely on my family's power, having no real ability. They even say that anyone, even a dog, could do better than me with my family background. Nonsense. A bunch of jealous people spouting ridiculous claims." Bai Xiaochun scolded, but inwardly he deeply agreed. He smiled and asked, "So my dear nephew, are you intentionally coming to Tianhai City, not relying on your family's influence, wanting to create your own career and prove yourself to the doubters? But why come to visit my Bai family alone?" Qin Lang nodded, rubbing his eyes sleepily. "Uncle, starting from scratch, you and your wife built this vast family business, holding a significant position in Tianhai City. It is only right for me, whether as a newcomer or a junior, to pay my respects and seek your guidance." Even Bai Xiaochun did not notice that when Qin Lang pretended to be drunk and mentioned the term couple, Bai Ryu, sitting across from him, clenched her small fist under the table. "Ah, my dear nephew, you may not know." Bai Xiaochun began to feel melancholy as he spoke of himself. "I am getting old, and no matter how glorious this vast family business is, we can't take anything with us when we die. Just because my Bai family is thriving now, who knows what will happen when I am gone?" "How can that be?" Qin Lang's eyes widened. To outsiders he appeared to be drunk, but he loudly refuted Bai Xiaochun's viewpoint, saying, "Uncle, how could you say such things? In the vast Tianhai City, who doesn't know that the Bai family's young lady, despite her youth, has already managed the Bai family's business with great efficiency? This kind of business elite has led many to say that the Bai family's young lady possesses the same charm as you did back in your day. As long as she is around, the Bai family's foundation will continue to flourish." Really? Does he truly think this way? Bai Ryu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on Qin Lang, wanting to see through the intentions behind his words. However, no matter how intently she watched, Qin Lang still appeared dazed, not seeming to act intentionally. It felt more like his genuine thoughts surfacing due to his drunken state. Bai Xiaochun's expression turned slightly unpleasant. Having been in the business world for many years and possessing a remarkable drinking capacity, his face was flushed, but his thinking remained clear. Hearing Qin Lang's words, he grew increasingly displeased. After all, a woman must marry into another family, so how could she inherit the vast family business of the Bai family? He did not hold back and stated plainly, "Heir is indeed capable, but after all, she is a woman burdened with trivial matters. I fear she cannot fully dedicate herself to managing the family business." This again. Bai Ryu's eyes reddened, trembling with anger as her chest heaved under the increasing pressure of her. She wanted to retort, but did not expect someone to speak up before her. "Uncle, your thinking is wrong." Qin Lang raised his voice a little. "In ancient times, Hua Mulan took her father's place in the army, and now we have Bai Ryu excelling in the business world. Isn't this a beautiful tale? What's wrong with being a girl? Who says women are inferior to men? At least in my eyes, Miss Bai is far superior to me. If Uncle is worried, there is no need to be. With Miss Bai's capabilities, finding a husband who can come to her family should be more than sufficient. This way she can secure her own future while fully devoting herself to managing the family business. Isn't that a win-win situation?" In an instant, Bai Xiaochun and Bai Ryu fell into deep contemplation. This statement seemed to be the crux, prompting both to consider the feasibility of such an approach. Just as Bai Ryu resolved to find a husband who could come to her family, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, saying, "My dear nephew has drunk too much. It's best if you head home early." Pang! Qin Lang, hearing this, fell heavily onto the ground, having succumbed to his drunkenness. Bai Xiaochun was taken aback and turned to the waiting butler, stating bluntly, "Where's Mr. Qin's driver? Forget it, arrange a room for him to rest for the night." "To my room, my room." Bai Xiaoyan excitedly raised her arm, incredibly happy. It was wonderful that the handsome brother was drunk. Now he wouldn't leave tonight, giving her a chance for a private moment. Bai Xiaochun cast a scrutinizing gaze at Bai Xiaoyan, causing her to shrink her neck. "I'll go sleep in the study next door." With such a large background as the handsome brother, what if he is given a servant's room and wakes up angry tomorrow? I'll have someone take Mr. Qin to Zioyan's room. by Xiaochun's side, rising from the dining table and walking directly to the study. As Qin Lang was carried upstairs, by Ryu sat at the dining table, biting her lip and watching her father's back, feeling a deeper sense of desolation. Her own biological father was not even trusted by an outsider. How ironic was that? Ding. The female protagonist by Ryu experienced a surge of emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 Destiny villain points. Ding. The female protagonist by Xiaoyan's favorability continued to rise. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 Destiny villain points. Listening to the continuous system notifications ringing in his ears, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. With one operation, the rewards doubled. Sisterhood is truly delightful. Rubbing his forehead, Qin Lang took a few deep breaths to alleviate his flushed cheeks. Did that old man by Xiaochun really think he could get him drunk? Nonsense. In his past life, he often encountered those who would try to get him drunk under the pretext of discussing business, causing their stomachs to bleed and needing to be hospitalized for gastric lavage. Such operations were quite common. Let alone now his constitution had improved significantly. He originally had a 2-gene capacity, but how much he could drink now was uncertain. He lay on a soft bed filled with the scent of young girls, looking around the pink room adorned with posters of handsome men with every imaginable hair color represented. This little flower fanatic is truly deserving of her name. This girl is quite adorable. Being a bit of a fangirl isn't bad. She doesn't have too many schemes. Qin Lang sniffed the warm bedding, still carrying a hint of sweet floral fragrance. It was likely that Bai Xiaoyun, the little flower fanatic, was still lounging in bed before his visit. Following that lingering scent, Qin Lang took a short nap, not rushing for the moment. In the eyes of the Bai family, he was now completely drunk. Going to find Bai Ryu to express his intent to recruit her would seem too purposeful. He wasn't sure if he was truly tired or if the fragrant air in Bai Xiaoyun's room helped him sleep. He gradually fell into a light slumber. Creak. After an unknown amount of time, the Bai family courtyard fell silent, and the door was quietly pushed open, making a slight sound. Had it not been for the significant improvement in Qin Lang's physical condition, he would not have been able to notice at all. Clearly, it was someone familiar with the place committing the act. A light and agile figure slipped into the bed, and the petite body trembled slightly with excitement and nervous. Brother? Handsome brother, Bai Xiaoyun whispered cautiously. Qin Lang, with his eyes closed, twitched his eyelids, turned over, and continued to pretend to be asleep. Tonight there was still important business to attend to. He needed to seize the moment and hint to Bai Ryu about his intentions to recruit her as a kind of precaution. He couldn't be delayed by this little fool Bai Xiaoyun. Bai Xiaoyun giggled with delight, stood up from the bed, crossed over Qin Lang, and lay on the bedding, her big watery eyes sparkling as they fixated on Qin Lang's face. So handsome. What a pity I'm too young. If I were just a few years older, I could tell Daddy to marry me off to my handsome brother. Bai Xiaoyun gazed dreamily. No matter how she looked, she found it delightful. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Did she really think she was foolish? Just liking the handsome brother without any brains. She wasn't that much of a fangirl. Qin Lang not only came from an impressive family, but even her father felt immense pressure. Moreover, during the earlier banquet, Qin Lang's words were well articulated and supported her favorite sister. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Lang's looks were exceptionally high. Oh, when he smiled, it felt like she was tossed into a pile of candies, sweet to the point of being overwhelming. Such a handsome brother was clearly the male lead from a comic book. She wouldn't miss out. She pretended to provide Qin Lang with a comfortable place to stay, but in reality, she had her own plans. Don't be fooled by her occasional silliness. Most of the time, she was quite clever. What a straight nose, such long eyelashes, such thin lips. Wonder if they taste sweet. Bai Xiaoyun carefully observed him. The clearer she saw, the more she felt Qin Lang's handsomeness. Even when he was asleep, his exquisite features completely matched her aesthetic. She mustered her courage and moved a few steps closer to Qin Lang, pouting her moist lips, wanting to sneak in a kiss, but halfway there she abruptly stopped. That seems a bit too silly. Bai Xiaoyun thought to herself. This was still her first kiss. She hadn't even spoken much with the handsome brother and was about to give it away. Wasn't that a bit too casual? At the very least, she should wait until the handsome brother woke up before offering it. What a pity, Bai Xiaoyun muttered softly, then burrowed back under the covers, curling up in Qin Lang's embrace, feeling his warm chest and well-defined abs, unable to resist reaching out to touch. Throughout the night, Bai Xiaoyun felt like Columbus discovering a new continent, fiddling here and there, her courage growing from timid attempts to increasingly bold actions. Ding. The female protagonist Bai Xiaoyun experienced a surge of shame. Congratulations to the host for gaining 800 Destiny villain points. After the little flower fanatic's failed stealth attack, she was startled and immediately jumped up, her cheeks flushed, fleeing in a panic. It held a hint of ruthless intent. Once the door was securely shut, Qin Lang could only smile wryly and open his eyes, feeling quite helpless. This Bai Xiaoyun truly surpassed Mu Yuyan in her cunning antics. In the dead of night, she had been persistently touching him for nearly 3 to 4 hours, unabashedly exploring his body. Seeing that it was deep into the night, Qin Lang was about to give up on finding Bai Ryu when he decided to wake up and give this little girl, Bai Xiaoyun, a lesson. This girl, however, was deceptive and lacked any sense of honor. Then she ran off without caring about anything. No one conducts business like this. Absolutely no sense of responsibility. Complaints aside, Qin honestly didn't dislike Bai Xiaoyan's silly personality. On the contrary, after seeing so much cunning and deceit, he somewhat preferred this kind of pure-heartedness. After pulling his clothes back into place, he glanced at the pink alarm clock on his desk. It was already late, and Bai Ruyu had long since gone to bed, so he stopped thinking about other matters and fell asleep. He slept until the following morning, yet did not see Bai Ruyu appear in the Bai family courtyard. While washing up, he happened to run into Bai Xiaoyun, who was wearing a little white bear pajamas. This girl, upon seeing Qin looked as if she had done something wrong. Her face flushed, she turned on her pink slippers, and hurriedly ran off without looking back. After having breakfast at the Bai family, Qin finally took his seat in the back of the Maybach amidst the insincere invitation of "You should come more often next time." As they drove away, Junzi sighed, "Young master, from now on I won't lean against the wall when I urinate, I will only support you." The Bai family is a prominent clan in Tianhai City, especially Bai Xiaochun, who built his fortune from scratch when he was young, amassing assets worth hundreds of billions today. I never expected that after just one visit you would have captured Bai Xiaochun's heart. Captured? Qin scoffed. Capturing a beauty like Bai Ryu is one thing, but Bai Xiaochun, an old man like him, can only be said to be subdued at most. Moreover, do you really think Bai Xiaochun has gotten along well with me? Don't be fooled by his eager appearance. He must be wishing I would roll far away from him. Bai Xiaochun. That name doesn't suit him. He should be renamed He Dao instead. Junzi couldn't help but laugh. Although Bai Xiaochun was very courteous, the young master's demeanor was absolutely proper. He respectfully performed the disciples' greeting in front of Bai Xiaochun, resembling someone treating an elder. As soon as they left, he renamed Bai Xiaochun to He Dao. What a twist. Anyway, during this time, he has seen that the young master has completely changed, smiling on the outside, while possibly cursing him internally. Old silver coin. Ahem, Junzi said seriously. Young master, the Blood Wolf mercenary group's people you asked to investigate have arrived in Tianhai City, and there are some unusual happenings on Miss Su's side. They should have contacted Yi Feng, but due to Miss Su's identity, we also cannot conveniently check her chat records. The Blood Wolf mercenary group is an organization founded by the Child of Fortune overseas. Its power is not enormous, but it certainly has a place on the chaotic land of Africa. As the founder of the mercenary group, Yi Feng is notorious and has the power of life and death over others. Of course, that applies overseas. Once back in Huaxiao, even a tiger must crouch and a dragon must coil. A mercenary group. AK-47. Dongfeng Express same-day delivery service. Have you heard of it? Once they enter Huaxiao, the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group will be deprived of their heavy weapons, reducing their strength, at least by a tenth, equivalent to the unarmed physical quality of special forces, unable to stir up much trouble. However, there is still more than half a month before the Child of Fortune returns, and the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group should not appear in Tianhai City at this time. Did he change the storyline, causing Yi Feng's return to be advanced? Go back and also contact Kai Yong. Have him. Qin methodically instructed the tasks to be accomplished. A few days ago, Kai Yong, whom he had beaten up, was apologizing through various channels and promised to do anything for just right for using people from the real estate company. Why not take advantage? No, wait. With Qin's identity, it can't be called taking advantage. It should be giving Kai Yong a chance for redemption. We still lack manpower. Qin leaned back in his seat, taking a deep breath as he looked out the window. Even Yi Feng has the Blood Wolf mercenary group, while he only has Junzi and a few bodyguards. More manpower. That night the stars shone brightly. Su Xiaoxiao, dressed in a high-waisted black silk dress, perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. She walked on the way to the orphanage, her mind filled with chaotic thoughts. Xiao Feng is back, and his words hinted at something different, as if confirming the young master's speculation. Moreover, he had already sent someone to meet her. Should she go? On one side is her brother, whom she has protected since childhood, and on the other is the young master who invades her dreams every night. No matter which side, it is hard to part with. Although Xiao Feng's words carried deep meaning, perhaps she was overthinking, if nothing else. When they truly meet next time, she can clarify and express that she has always regarded him as her. After coming to terms with it, a smile gradually bloomed on Su Xiaoxiao's face as she jokingly scolded, "That guy Xiao Feng, now that he is successful, his courage has grown. He used to call me Sister Su, but now he dares to call me Xiao Xiao, without any respect." She wondered what the director wanted her to come over for at such a late hour, given his excited tone. Filled with curiosity, Su Xiaoxiao quickened her pace and arrived at the old and dilapidated orphanage that lingered in her memories. Upon seeing the scene before her, Su Xiaoxiao was stunned. The orphanage was filled with ruins. The already small building had even lost its enclosing walls, shrinking in size by half. The rainbow sign of Sunshine Orphanage, the orphanage's trademark, had been violently torn in half and was left broken. What is going on? Was the orphanage forcibly demolished? Who are you? What are you doing? By what right are you demolishing Sunshine Orphanage? This is illegal. Su Xiaoxiao rushed over, grabbing a foreman supervising the demolition and loudly questioning it. She had long known that a real estate company had set its sights on Sunshine Orphanage, but the demolition compensation had never been settled. The amount the company was willing to pay couldn't even build half a new orphanage. If it were demolished, the children would have nowhere to go. Who are you? What are you doing here? Can't you see the demolition? The foreman frowned. Don't shout at me. I'm just a worker here. If you have the ability, go find Boss Qin. It was Boss Qin who ordered the demolition. Boss Qin? Which Boss Qin? Su Xiaoxiao stubbornly questioned. Sunshine Orphanage holds her childhood. She wanted to repay the director to earn a lot of money and then donate it to the director so he could provide a peaceful home for more homeless orphans. But now seeing the ruins before her, Su Xiaoxiao felt as if her dreams had instantly been destroyed. The foreman rolled his eyes. Boss Qin Lang from Deqin Tianxiao Investment. Would you please not be a nuisance here? Move a little further away. Su Xiaoxiao pushed and stumbling retreated with a dazed look in her beautiful eyes. In her mind, the image of the refined young master with a gentle smile gradually merged with that of the ruthless boss commanding workers to violently demolish the orphanage. Young master? Why is it the young master? This is impossible. Su Xiaoxiao almost collapsed as she squatted on the ground. Tears that she could no longer hold back slipped from the corners of her eyes, and large teardrops fell onto the dusty demolition site, staining the ground with patches of moisture. Aggrieved, helpless, and despairing, a myriad of sorrowful emotions instantly filled Su Xiaoxiao's entire chest. She couldn't help but tremble all over. Why? Why is it the young master? Has he never let go of the orphanage in his heart? Was he discussing the orphanage with her as a prelude to forcibly seizing its land? A suffocating sensation spread at Su Xiaoxiao's heart, causing her unbearable pain. It hurt so much. It felt so uncomfortable. If it were another boss, she would surely be filled with anger and a desire to argue right now, wouldn't she? But now, knowing that the mastermind behind the demolition of the orphanage was Qin Lang, for some reason Su Xiaoxiao felt enveloped by that heart-wrenching sensation. Deception? Betrayal? Or was it merely a game of cat and mouse? Qin Xiao. A soft call caught Su Xiaoxiao's attention. She looked up, her tear-filled eyes seeing Qin Lang, who had emerged from the neighborhood behind the orphanage. It was still that familiar and handsome face, but upon seeing him again, Su Xiaoxiao's heart was overwhelmed with regret and anger. She rushed forward without hesitation. Xiao, what are you doing here? Why did you come here so late at night? Qin Lang's expression showed a hint of panic as he glanced at the half-demolished orphanage and shot a glare at the contractor who had called out to him. Tears still marked Su Xiaoxiao's delicate cheeks. Seeing Qin Lang's flustered demeanor filled her heart with sorrow. Perhaps even the young master hadn't anticipated that she would appear here tonight. Otherwise, why would he be so flustered? Nothing is more sorrowful than a heart that has died. She truly didn't want to believe that Qin Lang could be such an unscrupulous boss, yet the truth lay bare before her, leaving no room for doubt. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Qin Lang said with concern, reaching out to wipe away Su Xiaoxiao's tears. Caught in a fierce struggle between betrayal and past fantasies, various thoughts tangled chaotically in her mind. The anger in her heart, which had already been suppressed to the extreme, made her want to claw at Qin Lang, but now standing in front of him, she could only vent her pent-up grievances through her fists. Why? Why is it you? Why did you forcibly demolish the orphanage? So many children have finally found a place to live. Why do you covet this small piece of land? Su Xiaoxiao, filled with grief and indignation, collided into Qin Lang's embrace, her small fists pounding relentlessly on his chest like raindrops. Tears streamed down her face, sparkling under the demolition lights of the night. You bad guy, big bad guy. What my colleague said is true. People like you, the young masters, find joy in playing with others. Why do you bully me? Qin Lang, seemingly having a masochistic tendency, did not stop Su Xiaoxiao's punches. Instead, he deliberately puffed out his chest. Hit me. Strike me. Harder. The more you hit, the more guilty you'll feel when you learn the truth later. When Su Xiaoxiao was about to exhaust her strength, Qin Lang finally grasped her delicate wrist with one hand, his face filled with anguish as he retorted, Xiao, what are you saying? What do you mean I occupy the land of the orphanage? Su Xiaoxiao's face was not only streaked with tears, but also flushed from her overwhelming anger and exertion. Looking at the handsome face just inches away, which had appeared so close to her in countless dreams, she felt an indescribable pain. She pointed at the demolition site. The orphanage has already been torn down like this. The facts are right before us. What is there to explain? From the moment you made me stay, you were already prepared to forcibly seize the orphanage's land, weren't you? It wasn't surprising that she would think this way when she broke the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. The first demand Qin Lang made was to persuade the director to sell the orphanage's land at a low price. After all, they were all businessmen. Seeing that there was no other way, they resorted to the means of demolition. And the director, hurriedly calling her over on the phone, suddenly hung up after saying everything was fine. It was also to prevent her from provoking Qin Lang, this big boss. Everything became clear. Qin Lang silently bore the brunt of Su Xiaoxiao's anger and remained silent even as she pointed her finger at his nose. Until Su Xiaoxiao calmed down, he finally spoke slowly, his brow furrowed, his expression full of pain, and with a self-deprecating smile, he said, Xiao, do you truly see me as such a selfish person willing to deceive you for a little profit from land? Su Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat, as if she had done something wrong, and she instinctively softened. But turning to look at the forcibly demolished orphanage, she steeled her heart and retorted, Isn't that the case? Are you still going to argue here? Their quarrel attracted the attention of many workers on site, including an elderly lady with silver hair who walked out from the neighborhood. Xiao, what are you doing here? When the director saw Xiao, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. But as he got closer and sensed the tense atmosphere, he asked suspiciously, Qin Xiao, what is going on? Are you arguing? Director, don't be afraid, we are in the right, and we don't need to fear him. Su Xiaoxiao took the director's rough hand, standing firm, biting her lip with unusual determination. Her beautiful eyes carried a resolute expression reminiscent of the day she stood before Qin Lang, receiving a slap from Kai Yong. She was not afraid, because she felt no grievance in her heart and believed what she was doing was right. What is there to be afraid of? Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Why does it seem like Qin Xiao is a big bad guy? The director forced a bitter smile. Su Xiaoxiao looked at him with confusion, pointing at the demolished orphanage. Isn't he a big bad guy? The orphanage has already been forcibly demolished. The director rolled his eyes. Xiao, why are you talking nonsense again? What do you mean by forcible demolition? Our orphanage has been in disrepair for years. It was bound to be demolished. Besides, Qin Xiao has already bought an apartment in Yangguan community to serve as the new orphanage, which is 4 to 5 times. From now on, every child will have their own little room. As he spoke, the director handed over the property certificate left by Qin Lang, smiling warmly. Qin Xiao, your help is a blessing for our Yangguan orphanage. We can't accept this property certificate. It's too valuable. 50 million. Even if we demolish 10 orphanages, it wouldn't be worth it. Qin Lang pushed the property certificate away, politely declining. Director, you should keep this property certificate. After all, it is a place for the children to live, and it feels safer in your hands. The director looked grateful, but, Mr. Qin, you've gone through so much trouble for this. You agreed to the property owner's outrageous demands just to be nearby. 50 million. That's 50 million. I've lived for so long and have never seen so much money. Qin Lang shrugged, his smile somewhat strained. This is also for the convenience of the children going to school in the future. After the orphanage is demolished, we'll build a new primary school so the children have a place to learn. The director felt warmed inside, looking at Qin Lang, increasingly convinced that this was the demeanor a true entrepreneur should possess. The greater their ability, the greater their contribution to society. Glancing at Su Xiaoxiao, he shamefully added, Mr. Qin, this is all my fault. I didn't realize you were planning to give Xiaoxiao a surprise. I immediately called her, and in the subsequent discussions about buying the apartment, I forgot to return her call. You are magnanimous, please don't hold it against Xiaoxiao. She meant well, but was overly attached to the orphanage that raised her, leading her to misunderstand your intentions in a moment of anger. Su Xiaoxiao stood there dumbfounded, listening to the conversation between the director and Qin Lang, as if her worldview had been turned upside down. The orphanage wasn't forcibly demolished. It was because the young master noticed its long-term disrepair that he arranged for its demolition, planning to build a new primary school so the children would have a place to learn. Moreover, the young master spent a staggering 50 million, knowing he had been tricked by the property company just to buy an apartment to ensure the children had a much better living condition for their schooling. Most importantly, the director hung up the phone mid-call, not because she feared attracting the attention of evil forces, but because the young master was planning to give her a surprise, which inadvertently got revealed. Boom. Su Xiaoxiao's mind buzzed, her brain going blank. The young master. He was not the unscrupulous owner who forcibly demolished the orphanage for profit as she had imagined. Instead, he had gone through so much trouble, spending vast amounts of money just to transform the Sunshine Orphanage and give her a surprise. How could it be like this? Why would the young master go to such lengths for her? It was simply more perfect and touching than a dream. If she had known all of this half a day ago, she would have been melted by this warmth of love. She would have thrown herself at the young master, willing to dedicate everything to him. But now, no, she no longer had that qualification. The young master was perfect to an extreme. Everything he did for her was enough to move any girl. Yet she not only failed to appreciate it, but even pointed her finger at him, cursing him as unscrupulous and a deceiver, a traitor. She felt like a white-eyed wolf, a despicable being who repaid kindness with enmity. Hiss! It gasped. Qin Lang frowned, his face contorted in pain as he slumped to the ground in utter disarray. Young master, Mr. Qin. Su Xiaoxiao and the director immediately rushed over, and a few of the workers also came closer. Young master, what's wrong? Don't scare me, are you okay? What's hurting? Su Xiaoxiao hugged Qin Lang's slender body from behind, preventing him from falling, her tears falling like a kite, with a broken string onto his shoulder. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, shaking his head painfully. I'm fine, it just hurts a bit. Where does it hurt? Su Xiaoxiao leaned closer, her anxiety and unease exploding at that moment. Qin Lang raised his trembling hand, slowly poking at his chest where his heart was, and sighed weakly. It hurt. How astute was the director. A person of keen insight. Seeing Qin Lang speaking like this, he immediately stepped back a few paces, creating a space for Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao to be alone. But Su Xiaoxiao was completely oblivious to the other's unusual behavior. Her heart was wholly focused on Qin Lang, unable to shift her attention even slightly. With her delicate and smooth hand, she gently stroked Qin Lang's heart, sobbing with concern and tension while suppressing her guilt, softly asking, Is it feeling any better? Young master, how could you suddenly have heart pain? As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Xiaoxiao froze, recalling her own earlier pain when she had squatted helplessly on the ground. In retrospect, wasn't it just the unbearable pain in her heart? Did the young master? Did he feel the same way? So it turned out that in the young master's heart, she was not insignificant, but rather a girl who could make him feel pain. Surprise. That was only a momentary feeling, quickly suppressed by guilt and anxiety. Su Xiaoxiao knelt on the dusty ground, tears streaming down her face, as she lightly patted Qin Lang's back with one hand and gently comforted his chest with the other. Xiaoxiao, I shouldn't have hidden this from you, making you misunderstand. I'm sorry, I'm just a bad guy. Qin Lang grasped the delicate hand resting on his chest, speaking tenderly. Seeing this, the director did not linger, standing up to leave, while also waving at the workers, signaling them to retreat. In a short while, this vast area was left with only Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao. They were completely oblivious to the outside world, as if trapped in their own world. Young master, please don't say that. It's all my fault. I overthought things, spoke nonsense, and made up stories. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously, tears sparkling under the light, her sorrowful regret pouring forth. Young master, scold me, hit me. It's all my fault. Otherwise you wouldn't have ended up like this. The little girl couldn't bear any grievance, especially since she was now enduring intense guilt, knowing she had misunderstood a good person. She would rather endure 10 times the physical pain than see the young master in such distress, the psychological torment. As long as the young master could recover, she would do anything. Don't cry, I don't blame you. Qin Lang tried to wipe away the crystalline tears, but the more he wiped, the more they surged. It was already a flood that could— Please don't cry, okay? What I want is to make you happy, to see you cheerful and enjoying every day. The more you feel wrong, the more I feel useless. Don't cry, I'm not crying. Su Xiaoxiao stubbornly pouted her rosy lips, trying hard to hold back her tears and vigorously wiping the corners of her eyes. She didn't want to make the young master sad, nor did she want him to suffer anymore. She was desperately trying to stifle. After a while, Su Xiaoxiao, with her delicate nose twitching, bit her lip and stammered, Young master. Qin Lang looked puzzled. What's wrong? Su Xiaoxiao choked up. Why are you so good to me? The apartment where the kids live costs such a huge amount. Aren't you at a loss? Qin Lang smiled. How could that be? I'm an unscrupulous boss, a villain. How could I do something that results in a loss? Unscrupulous? A villain? If even the young master is unscrupulous and a villain, then there would be no good people left in the world. Su Xiaoxiao thought this, and then suspiciously asked, does the young master have other plans? Qin Lang said seriously, holding Su Xiaoxiao's delicate boneless hand, of course I do. Think about it, all this money was spent for you. Don't you owe me compensation? Plus, with the compensation for the vase you broke, you should at least work for me for 400 to 500 years, right? Don't be afraid. If you can't repay it in this life, then in the next life, or the life after that, you'll be with me. Young master. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks turned crimson, nearly unable to lift her head from his touching words. She felt as if she were on a roller coaster tonight, soaring to the clouds one moment and plunging into hell the next, experiencing extreme highs and lows, her back drenched in sweat. While feeling guilty, she was also enveloped by a thick sense of happiness and security. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's eyes filled with guilt and shyness, Qin Lang felt that his weakness was about to ease, so he propped himself up and stood up, saying, Let's go home, it's dusty here and dirty. Su Xiaoxiao lightly responded, Your condition. Should I call Junzi to pick you up? Qin Lang waved his hand. It's fine as long as you aren't sad, I'm quite strong. Just the two of us can walk back together and get some fresh air. Holding hands, Su Xiaoxiao glanced down, no longer struggling, even slightly tightening her grip around Qin Lang's warmth. The moon was bright, and the stars few with the shadows of trees swaying. The summer evening breeze blew through as Su Xiaoxiao's long hair cascaded like a waterfall, brushing against Qin Lang's cheek with a refreshing fragrance. The two walked side by side, resembling a couple on a nighttime stroll. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, gazing at her shoelaces, her mind wandering. The young master treated her so well, so intimately, and now they were holding hands, walking home together, just the two of them. From childhood to now, she had never been so close to the opposite sex. Was she now considered the young master's girlfriend? Instinctively, Su Xiaoxiao wanted to look at Qin Lang's reaction at that moment. But just then the hand holding hers loosened and forcefully shoved her aside. When she stumbled and steadied herself, Su Xiaoxiao looked closely and saw Qin Lang engaged in a struggle with a mysterious figure in a black robe that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Pucci. The man in black slashed a wound on Qin Lang's arm with a dagger and blood flowed out. Young master, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed in shock. Don't come over. Qin Lang shouted back without turning his head, simultaneously launching an attack on the mysterious person. Despite his lean appearance, Qin Lang was muscular at his core. Under his fierce kicks, the black-robed man retreated, even dropping the dagger. Ultimately, the black-robed mysterious person, unable to counter, attempted to retrieve the dagger, but was kicked by Qin Lang and fled. Young master, your hand is injured. Su Xiaoxiao ran over anxiously, and without waiting for Qin Lang's instruction, promptly dialed Junzi's number. The two waited there, and within 10 minutes, Junzi arrived in a car with a private doctor. After a simple bandaging, Qin Lang's arm injury was under control. Junzi walked in front of Qin Lang with a guilty expression, lowering his head. Young master, it was my fault. I failed to protect you. Qin Lang waved his hand. What does it have to do with you? I chose to walk back myself. Moving his arm caused him to— Inside, he cursed himself for not cooperating well earlier. The dagger had cut a bit deep. Fortunately, his physique was exceptional, otherwise that scene might not have ended well. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Lang's arm wrapped in white bandages with concern and asked, Young master, who was that person just now? Why did he want to hurt you? Qin Lang shook his head, confused. Junzi revealed the dagger he had picked up earlier. It has a special pattern, but I've never seen it before. Su Xiaoxiao looked up at the dagger held by Junzi, which had a bright red wolf head pattern on the hilt. Her expression froze, and her mind went blank. Qin Lang casually waved his hand. There's no need to think about it, we just need to strengthen security in the future. There are many who want my life, how could I investigate them all? Junzi drove them back to the villa. Su Xiaoxiao was puzzled. After confirming that Qin Lang's injury was not serious, she ran back to her bedroom alone. As for Qin Lang, he lay on the bed, activated the system's notification sound. Earlier he found the system's voice constantly ringing in his ears quite annoying, so he had temporarily turned it off. Now that things had settled, he naturally needed to check his rewards. Ding! The female lead Su Xiaoxiao has generated a strong emotional fluctuation. Congratulations to the host for receiving 800 villain points. Ding! The female lead Su Xiaoxiao's favorability has increased. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1000 villain points. Ding! The luck points of the luck child Yifeng have decreased by 500. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5000 villain points. Ding! The luck points of the luck child Yifeng have decreased by 1000. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 beauty pill. Repairs external injuries, eliminates scars, and the formula for the beauty pill. Listening to the system's notification, Qin Lang guessed that Su Xiaoxiao must have figured out the dagger was closely related to Yifeng, which was why she ran back to her bedroom as soon as she returned, probably questioning Yifeng. Qin Lang did not intend to get involved in this matter. Being overly enthusiastic and dumping dirty water on Yifeng would only make things seem odd. Anyway, Su Xiaoxiao had witnessed it with her own eyes, and the actual member of the Blood Wolf mercenary group holding the dagger was already dead, leaving no evidence. No matter how much Yifeng explained, it would just be a defense. Putting this matter aside, he glanced at the system's backpack. TSK. Qin Lang clicked his tongue. The rewards from the luck child were indeed rich. Not only did he receive villain points, but there was also a formula. This beauty pill was just what he needed to heal his injured. Qin Lang examined the prescription provided by the system. The ingredients listed were all readily available in the market, though some of the main materials were quite expensive, such as 100-year-old ginseng. However, the efficacy of this beauty pill was so powerful that he had personally experienced its effects. It not only healed injuries, but also removed scars and whitened the skin. This thing was clearly designed for women who cared about their beauty. Of course, if it were to be produced, it would be impossible to manufacture the real beauty pill according to the proportions on this prescription. The cost would be astronomical, and its effects would be overwhelmingly strong. If it were diluted by 100 times or 1,000 times, it would be suitable for market circulation. Just as he was pondering, his phone on the bedside lit up, indicating a call from Mu Yuyan. After picking up, Mu Yuyan immediately scolded him over the phone. Qin Lang, can't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to call me when you got home, didn't you take it to heart? Qin Lang was confused, but then he recalled that when he had left Jiangnan No. 1 Villa, Mu Yuyan had indeed said something like that with a fake smile. He couldn't believe it was still on her mind now. He replied stiffly, "Are you kidding me, Mu Yuyan? President Mu? Do I need to report everything to you?" Mu Yuyan snorted coldly. "Isn't that how it should be given our relationship?" TSK. She's definitely... Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, noting that she had been fixated on a parting remark for days without questioning him that very night, and only now called. It seemed that Mu Yuyan had been struggling with this matter for the past few days, and ultimately couldn't help but explode. He decided not to expose her feelings and teasingly said, "What's wrong? It's late at night, all alone in the villa, missing me. How about I come over and keep you company for a night?" Mu Yuyan angrily retorted, "Missing you, dream on. Who's alone? Don't come over, there won't be anyone to open the door. I have something important to discuss. There's a summit in Tianhai City the day after tomorrow, and almost all prominent entrepreneurs and tycoons will attend. Come with me." The other end of the phone fell silent. Mu Yuyan then pressed, "Are you going?" "I am." Qin Lang agreed. He had mentioned this type of gathering when Tang Tianpei invited him, noting that events of this caliber were mostly for wealthy individuals to network and gain access to resources. Surely Bai Ryu would attend as well. He hadn't had the chance to spend time alone with Bai Ryu at the Bai family yesterday. Actively seeking her out might raise suspicions, but running into her at the summit would seem less purposeful. After exchanging a few words, Qin Lang hung up the phone. Jiangnan No. 1 The villa where Mu Yuyan lived. Mu Yuyan gritted her teeth and muttered, "Qin Lang, that bastard, how dare he? Hanging up on me repeatedly, isn't that too much?" Her personal bodyguard, A Ning, stood by and chuckled. "Miss Yu used to hang up on Qin Xiao's calls just as casually." "Really? Did I?" Mu Yuyan recalled her past actions with suspicion, then quickly defended herself. "He used to be a complete jerk. Those were just nuisance calls. I have serious matters to discuss with him." After complaining about her discomfort, Mu Yuyan turned to A Ning and asked, "Have you noticed that Qin Lang has changed?" A Ning nodded seriously. "Yes, Qin Xiao's entire demeanor is different now. He has become more handsome and is... How could a person undergo such a significant change in such a short time? Is there something more to this?" Mu Yuyan bit her lip, her beautiful eyes narrowing as her fingertips turned pale. "Do you think it's possible that Qin Lang was just pretending in Yanjing? Just to leave the impression of a playboy? After all, someone at the level of the Qin family must keep certain things hidden. If Qin Lang had shown exceptional talent from the beginning, many people would have lost sleep over it, right? As for now, to drive away a fiancé, he distanced himself from Yanjing. What kind of playboy would anyone care about? So he just stopped pretending. That night Mu Yuyan pondered deeply and couldn't fall asleep. On the other hand, Qin Lang, after someone knocked on his bedroom door, immediately hung up the phone to open it. The light footsteps belonged to no one but Su Xiaoxiao. When he opened the door, he indeed found Su Xiaoxiao standing there in the same black silk dress she had worn on the way back, looking lost and guilty. "Xiaoxiao, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Qin Lang completely changed his attitude, pulling Su Xiaoxiao into the room and asking with concern, "What happened?" Su Xiaoxiao looked down, her face filled with sorrow. "Young master, I found out who sent that person to hurt you." Su Xiaoxiao replied apologetically, "It's Xiaofeng. He contacted me while abroad. The pattern on that dagger is the same as the one in the photo Xiaofeng sent me." "What a coincidence." Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat. There must be a mistake, right? The pattern is strange, but it shouldn't involve anyone abroad. We're separated by thousands of miles. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. "It definitely is Xiaofeng." The more Qin Lang defended Yifeng, the more Su Xiaoxiao felt the guilt in her heart. "Before today, Xiaofeng said his men had arrived in Tianhai City and wanted to meet me. I hadn't made up my mind, but after tonight's incident, I went to find Xiaofeng, and he refused to admit it at all. But when I said I would meet with his men tomorrow, he claimed his men had gone missing. What a coincidence. Young master, I truly didn't mean it. I didn't know Xiaofeng would have such thoughts of wanting to harm you, because I was too close to you. Don't overthink it, or it might just be a misunderstanding." Qin Lang took on the guise of a good-natured person and pulled Su Xiaoxiao into his embrace. "Meeting with Yifeng's men. What a joke. There's no one left. How could Yifeng still contact them? His phone might as well connect to the bridge of the afterlife." Thinking of this, Qin Lang tightened his hold on Su Xiaoxiao's head. Truly, she was a lucky star. He staged this whole act just to lay a trap for Yifeng. Ding. The female lead Su Xiaoxiao has developed a significant rift with the child of destiny. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 villain points. In her arms, Su Xiaoxiao moved a bit awkwardly. Qin Lang released his tightly held arms and looked down at the frowning young girl, whose expression seemed less about guilt and more about physical pain. He gently asked, "What's wrong? Do you really feel unwell?" Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed as she nodded. These days coincided with relatives visiting, and Su Xiaoxiao was already in a physiological phase of irritability and low emotions. To make matters worse, she was encountering issues with Yifeng, causing a buildup of frustration in her chest. She had already misunderstood the young master once. The guilt in her heart had yet to dissipate. As a result, because of her, Yifeng had also harmed the young master. The combination of these two matters made things even worse, leading to abdominal cramps during her relative's visit. Qin Lang said with concern, "I'll accompany you to the hospital." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. "No need, this isn't the first time. It'll get better after a while." She forced a smile and comforted him. "Young master, don't worry. How many girls go to the hospital at this time?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "Did you get your period?" Su Xiaoxiao nodded lightly, saying, "It's nothing, I'll feel better after a nap." "But you can't just do nothing," Qin Lang said sternly, supporting Su Xiaoxiao as they lay down on his bed. Frowning, he added, "You rest here and don't move." After saying that, he went downstairs. It was a long while before he returned. Lying on the bed, Su Xiaoxiao had been lost in thought for a long time when she saw Qin Lang bringing her a bowl of red sugar water. Her eyes were slightly red as she asked, "Young master, did you go boil red sugar water just now?" Qin Lang replied, "What else would it be? Isn't it said that drinking red sugar water is helpful for girls during their periods? Am I doing it wrong?" "That's not what I meant." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. Qin Lang held the red sugar water close to her lips, saying, "It's not hot, drink it quickly to warm your stomach." Su Xiaoxiao sipped the red sugar water, slowly glancing at Qin Lang repeatedly. Her heart felt warm, and the rich, yet not overly sweet red sugar water flowed into her stomach, tasting as sweet as honey. The young master was too good to her. Warm and caring, he even set aside his status as a wealthy heir. Su Xiaoxiao was merely a poor girl from an orphan background. What merit did she have to deserve this? How could she repay him? Does it still hurt? Qin Lang placed the empty bowl on the table and asked softly. Su Xiaoxiao smiled and replied, "It doesn't hurt anymore." "You're lying to me. Do you think I'm a fool?" Qin Lang said sternly. "If it doesn't hurt, why are you still frowning? Lie still, I'll help you massage it." Qin Lang reached his hand under the covers, feeling around until he accidentally touched a spot he shouldn't have, causing Su Xiaoxiao to blush. He finally placed his hand gently on her flat, smooth abdomen and began to massage. Su Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes, letting out a muffled hum of pleasure from her nose. So warm, so comfortable. Qin Lang's big hand seemed to have magical power, alleviating her pain. The persistent cramps indeed improved greatly under Qin Lang's soothing touch. However, this action felt a bit too. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks remained flushed, not cooling down, yet she did not utter a single word of refusal. She understood the young master's intentions. He was simply being sincere to alleviate her pain. If she said too much, it would only seem as if she were judging his noble intentions with a narrow mind. Moreover, even if Qin Lang wanted to take advantage of her, to be honest, after today, she was likely to be willing in her heart. "Scoot over a bit, I'll lie down too. You can rest in my arms, and it'll be easier to massage you that way," Qin Lang said without a hint of embarrassment, making a move to take advantage. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks reddened as she obediently followed Qin Lang's instructions. In a short while, she lay shyly in Qin Lang's embrace. Without saying a word or making any unnecessary movements, she lay still like a little white rabbit caught by the scruff of its neck. Qin Lang chuckled quietly, finding nothing strange about it. After all, just a few days ago, when he held Su Xiaoxiao's hand, she would struggle. Now they were sharing the bed. Oh, what more could he complain about? When dealing with girls of different personalities, one must apply the right remedy. Just like Su Xiaoxiao, who lacked affection since childhood, needed care from the little things in life, a simple bowl of red sugar water could move her deeply. This is also why Qin Lang tirelessly engaged in such small acts of kindness. With one hand caressing her abdomen, his other hand remained still, while Su Xiaoxiao's rigid body gradually softened. Gradually, Su Xiaoxiao gathered her courage and wrapped her arms around Qin Lang's chest, pressing against him. Her cheeks flushed as she subtly stole glances at his face. When Qin Lang slightly shifted his gaze, Su Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to give him a light kiss on the cheek, like a dragonfly skimming the water, then immediately lowered her head. You have some nerve. Qin Lang frowned, becoming serious at Su Xiaoxiao's audacity. This cannot, a mere maid daring to be so presumptuous in front of him. If he didn't punish her, how could that be acceptable? Sometimes kissing can truly be addictive. For instance, at this moment, Su Xiaoxiao, upon learning of Qin Lang's so-called punishment, takes delight in challenging the young master's authority, or in other words, she is indirectly demanding punishment. After a few punishments, Qin Lang began to find it somewhat tiresome. It wasn't that he had lost interest in Su Xiaoxiao. Rather, he was afraid. Such a gentle and understanding little sweetheart with a beautiful face would surely be difficult for even Lu Xiao. But what happens once that fire in his heart is ignited? Qin Lang certainly did not plan to be considerate of Su Xiaoxiao's feelings throughout this entire night. A sweet night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day in the afternoon, under Qin Lang's guidance, Su Xiaoxiao, dressed in a floral qipao, was methodically helping to brew tea. Her graceful figure was accentuated by the snug qipao. The slit was quite low, extending an inch below her knee, and as she moved while serving tea, a fragrant breeze swayed, revealing delicate beauty. At this moment, Junzi rushed in with a look of urgency. "Young master, there's something regarding the Bai family." Upon seeing Su Xiaoxiao present, he immediately swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue and lowered his head instinctively. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Lang obediently and then left the tea room. Why the rush? If there's something, sit down and have a cup of tea and speak slowly. Qin Lang waved his hand indifferently. Junzi sat down, abruptly gulping down a mouthful of Westlake Longjing tea, as if he were a cow chewing peony. He hurriedly relayed the message he had received. Something happened with the Bai family. Bai Xiaoyan was kidnapped on her way home. Qin Lang responded with an "oh," asking, "Do you know Bai Xiaoyan's current whereabouts?" Junzi looked puzzled. To him, it was strange that the Bai sisters had become so close to the young master, yet upon learning of Bai Xiaoyan's kidnapping, he remained so calm. He nodded. "Our people are outside, but those who kidnapped Bai Xiaoyan have been plotting for a long time. I intend to personally lead a team to rescue her." "Not so fast," Qin Lang shook his head. "Withdraw the people tracking Bai Xiaoyan. Leave one as a precaution. We just need to know the hiding place." He was already well aware of the situation regarding Bai Xiaoyan's kidnapping and naturally would not show any surprise. Moreover, the individuals who kidnapped Bai Xiaoyan were merely attempting to intimidate. They were using her as a bargaining chip without any other intentions, and it was even less likely they would harm her. "All right, I will arrange it right away." Even though Junzi was puzzled, he would not oppose Qin Lang's wishes. He was Qin Lang's trusted aide, not a bodyguard for the Bai family, so why worry about so much? Another day passed. It was time to attend the Dingfeng gathering. Outside the village, Junzi was already waiting. Qin Lang stood at the door while Su Xiaoxiao, like a diligent little housewife, helped adjust his collar, anxiously reminding him, "Young master, be careful outside and don't stray too far from Junzi. I have warned Yi Feng, but I still fear he might do something to harm you." Ding. The luck of the son of destiny, Yi Feng, decreases by 500. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 villain points. Qin Lang affectionately rubbed Su Xiaoxiao's head. He could sense that this little girl genuinely cared for him. Feeling somewhat moved, he leaned down and kissed her gently on the lips, reassuring her, "Don't worry, just stay home obediently and wait for my return." Su Xiaoxiao responded with a soft She stood at the door watching the Maybach carrying Qin Lang fade into the distance, not taking her eyes off it for a long time. Dingfeng International. A towering landmark building in Tianhai City, reaching 100 stories high. Luxury cars flowed in and out endlessly. Qin Lang, dressed in a black suit, encountered the elegantly dressed Mu Yuyan at the entrance of the venue. In a blue evening gown, her long skirt swayed, and she wore a pair of sparkling crystal shoes resembling a princess from the European royal family, with an air of nobility and grace. "I thought you wouldn't come." Mu Yuyan stepped forward, linking her arm with Qin Lang's, and fearing he might misunderstand, she added, "At this evening party, everyone has their own partner, and I don't want to be with someone unfamiliar." "Isn't that obvious? You are my girlfriend. If you are with another man, what does that make me?" Qin Lang snorted coldly. "If I see anyone with ill intentions towards you, I'll crush their head." "Rude." Mu Yuyan rolled her eyes, playfully, disdainfully scolding him. She didn't know why, but if it were before, hearing Qin Lang say such things would have made her want to kick him away, keeping her distance to avoid being tainted by his dandy aura. But now she found his domineering nature quite appealing. The two walked hand in hand, weaving through the crowd, and occasionally people would come over to Mu Yuyan to clink glasses and exchange a few words. Some approached with ulterior motives while others were there for cooperation. Mu Yuyin was open to all nodding in acknowledgement and keeping the discussions brief. In business, one must not shut themselves off. Moreover, with Qin Lang by her side, what did she have to fear from those second-generation heirs? They were probably the ones courting death. Didn't Qin Lang hold the title of the top dandy in the capital? Who is that guy? Why is he so close to Mu Yuyin? I've never seen him before. Where did he come from? Shill. Don't speak carelessly. I'll be careful of being overheard by those in the know. That's President Mu's fiancé from the capital, someone we can't afford to offend. Nonsense. Just because he's from the capital, does that make him impressive? Tianhai City isn't made of paper. Even a dragon would have to coil up here. I refuse to believe it. He was invited by young Master Tang. If you don't believe it, go and provoke him. Don't say I didn't warn you. He is from the Qin family of the capital, the same Qin family that frequently appears on Capital Network. Hiss. The rich second generation who initially intended to stir up trouble gasped, shivering all over. The Qin family. The one that appears on Capital Network. Damn it. Why is such a powerful figure in Tianhai City? To bully the weak. While Tianhai City is prosperous, it pales in comparison to an international metropolis like Yanjing. How could a top-tier family from the capital come to Tianhai City? Even someone like young Master Tang, who failed in the family power struggle, wouldn't be someone they could afford to offend, let alone Qin Lang. A few second-generation heirs who had their eyes on Mu Yuyin didn't dare to cause trouble, but secretly cursed Qin Lang. What they didn't know was that not only was Qin Lang from the Qin family, but he was also the direct grandson and the future sole heir. If they had known this, how could they have dared to harbor such thoughts? They would have been groveling long ago. Sometimes having an overly powerful background is a kind of helplessness, Qin Lang thought to himself. At such grand occasions, if the child of fortune were here, he would inevitably be harassed by some oblivious rich second generation. Then with a fierce display of prowess, he would slap those rich second generation faces and capture the heart of a beauty. But what about him? Even if he were to embrace someone as stunning as Mu Yuyin, there would be no one daring to provoke him, not even a word of dissent. He was given not a shred of opportunity to show off. Qin Lang sighed. What use is this background? What does my handsome face matter? Mu Yuyin turned her head and gave him a speechless glance. Do you have to be so shameless? You're just... She wanted to say, aren't you just lucky to have a good father? But recalling Qin Lang's smug expression upon hearing that, she stopped, her lips twitching prettily, unable to utter the compliment. Young Master Qin, your presence graces us. Not far away, Tang Tianpei with his female companion was surrounded by many socialites who gathered around. In the eyes of these socialites, Tang Tianpei was far superior to those rich second generations. They didn't even take a look at his background. After all, he was from the Tang family of Yanjing. Even if he could not inherit the family business, the scraps of industries he received were not something the rich second generations of Tianhai City could compare to. Naturally, the socialites clustered around Tang Tianpei. Seeing him treating Qin Lang so courteously, they were immediately curious. Young Master Tang, who is this handsome guy? Tang Tianpei, holding his female companion, proactively introduced. This is young Master Qin. We used to run in the Yanjing circle together. Unfortunately, I've really fallen to the depths in Tianhai City now, but young Master Qin is here just to win the heart of a beauty. Oh, he was also part of the Yanjing circle before, and judging by his tone, his background can't be that much worse than the Tang family. Most importantly, young Master Qin doesn't seem to be down and out at all. He has merely come to Tianhai City for pleasure. With such a great opportunity, the socialites were eager not to miss out, each one proactively approaching him with toasts. Setting aside family background, just in terms of looks and physique, Tang Tianpei was utterly outclassed. Even in the entire venue, young Master Qin stood out distinctly. Handsome, wealthy, and with an impressive background. Who was the real catch? With someone like Qin Lang around, who would have the leisure to pay attention to Tang Tianpei? Young Master Qin, Tianhai City has many famous scenic spots. If you have time, let's go and explore together. Young Master Qin, there's a famous breakfast stall downstairs at my home. If you have time, you can come over for breakfast together the next. Young Master Qin, you're really handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Can I get to know you? Can we exchange contact information? I also want young Master Qin's contact information. These socialites, known as the Atmosphere Group, were responsible for energizing the venue. Perhaps these socialites were not particularly noble young ladies, but their standards were absolutely unique. They wouldn't even give a glance to anyone who wasn't a handsome and wealthy catch. To be surrounded by so many socialites is quite a display of status. With everyone lifting the flower palanquin, Tang Tianpei, who was following behind, praised. Young Master Qin truly possesses charisma. As soon as he arrived, all the beauties in the venue flocked to him. Qin Lang smiled calmly on the surface. This is quite a common occurrence. I'm used to it, just used to it. Behind the scenes, as the socialites subtly flirted with him, he was not to be outdone, returning the flirtation from the corners of his eyes, causing waves of interest. Mu Yuyin looked at Qin Lang's ostentatious expression and asked suspiciously, used to it? How did you get used? Qin Lang glanced over and coughed lightly. There was once at a party, while chatting, suddenly everything went dark before my... A socialite asked in surprise, low blood sugar. Qin Lang shook his head. Not that it was after 3 or 4 seconds that I regained vision and realized it was a beauty burying my head in her chest. Mu Yuyin snorted coldly. Aren't you afraid of being suffocated? Unlike Mu Yuyin, the socialites weren't mocking Qin Lang. They were like caring younger sisters, simply feeling sorry for him. They asked with concern, how could there be such a casual girl? Young Master Qin, you must have been shocked, right? Will you have any lingering shadows from it? Qin Lang replied seriously, it's fine actually. If it happens again, what's the big deal? Paha. Young Master Qin, you're so funny. Young Master Qin is really naughty, but he knows how to make girls happy. Would you like to take a walk tonight? Strolling while enjoying cold drinks on a summer night is even better. Let's exchange contact information. If young Master Qin likes it, we can have a few encounters if you wish. A slender socialite with a figure rivaling the Bai sisters winked at him alluringly. I see someone I know, come with me. Mu Yuyan felt increasingly uncomfortable in her heart and pulled Qin Lang away from the group of socialites swaying around. Once they had exited the encirclement, the surroundings finally opened up. Qin Lang teasingly remarked, what's wrong? Are you jealous seeing your boyfriend being liked and praised by so many girls? Can you stop being so self-absorbed? Am I jealous of you? Mu Yuyan lightly huffed, her disdainful expression already natural to her. I just don't want you to get too close to those women. With your character that can't resist temptation, if left unchecked you'll end up in trouble sooner or later. Don't be fooled by the socialites dressing in designer clothes, looking graceful and poised. In reality, at such gatherings, if they find someone to their liking, they could easily end up spending the night together. Who knows if they are clean? So you want to control me? Qin Lang's gaze lingered on Mu Yuyan. She felt uneasy under his stare. Who wants to control you? Can you stop taking yourself too seriously? Qin Lang raised the arm she was holding. Then why are you holding me so tightly? Who cares? Mu Yuyan huffed and released Qin Lang's arm. Freed, he turned and walked toward a corner without. Thereby Ryu, dressed in a black silk OL uniform, was drinking alone, appearing out of place amidst the lively. Qin Lang, you bastard. Mu Yuyan watched from behind, feeling extremely jealous, sour inside. What the hell? Leaving her here unattended, that guy Qin Lang actually went to flirt with another woman. Qin Lang was not in the mood to concern himself with Mu Yuyan's thoughts at that moment. He himself felt a bit apprehensive. The matter that arose before the Dingfeng gathering raised doubts about whether Bai Ruyu would even attend. Now, seeing Bai Ruyu standing alone in the corner, he was unwilling to miss this opportunity. He immediately approached her, smiling, and said, Miss Bai, what a coincidence we meet again. Bai Ruyu frowned, turned around, and saw that it was Qin Lang who had visited her home that day. She managed a forced smile, nodded in acknowledgement, and then averted her gaze. She had no mood to reminisce. Her sister had been abducted and was missing, and despite the time that had passed, no clues had surfaced, leaving her heart ablaze with anguish. She could either find her sister and extinguish that fire, or allow it to continue burning, ultimately reducing her to a pile of ashes. She held a favorable impression of Qin Lang. After all, his candid remarks during that banquet had resonated deeply with her. However, now that her sister was still missing, she could not summon even a shred of other thoughts. Not only was she preoccupied with external matters, but she also had little interest in the recent events occurring in her own company. Miss Bai, why such a sorrowful expression? Have you encountered some troubles? Feel free to share, and I can help carry the burden. Qin Lang seemed completely oblivious to Bai Ruyu's distant and cold demeanor and leaned in closer. Bai Ruyu frowned, saying, Qin Xiao, I apologize, but am not in a good mood lately. Can we talk next time if there's something to discuss? Not in a good mood. Qin Lang asked suspiciously. Could it be related to the matter of Uncle Bai having an illegitimate child which Miss Bai has learned about? Bam! Bai Ruyu turned around, staring intently at Qin Lang, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. It seems that it shouldn't be the case. Qin Lang seemed to be talking to himself. Or perhaps it is about Uncle Bai secretly liquidating company stocks for the sake of the illegitimate child. Miss Bai discovered this. Bai Ruyu was struck with unexplainable terror, her eyes widening as she stared at Qin Lang, as if looking at a complete stranger. What else do you know? Qin Lang's 2 sentences had completely exposed her family scandal. Indeed, Bai Xiao Chun had a child outside, and it was a boy nearly of age. He was even several years older than Bai Xiao Yun. What did this signify? It meant that even before her mother passed away, her father had already taken a mistress. Now, for the sake of that illegitimate child, he was brazenly liquidating company assets, intending to leave more inheritance. All of this was private business of the Bai family, something even Bai Xiao Yun and some elders in the company were unaware of. Had it not been for Bai Ruyu's accidental discovery, she might still be in the dark. This is why Bai Ruyu had worked tirelessly in the past, striving to prove her capabilities to her father. Whenever he mentioned how women were inferior to men, she would become enraged. All because of that illegitimate child, her worldview had been shattered. Who would have thought that a father known in the business world for his integrity, responsibility, and love for his wife and daughters had an affair even before her mother passed away? Now he was even shifting family assets for that mistress son, transferring her mother's hard-earned company assets. How do you know all this? What is going on? Bai Ruyu was both shocked and fearful, as if everything about her had been. She stared at Qin Lang, filled with vigilance. Qin Lang shrugged and said, Miss Bai, don't be afraid. I actually know very little, such as your sister's abduction, which I only learned about yesterday afternoon. Yesterday afternoon. Bai Ruyu only learned about her sister's abduction that night after receiving a mysterious phone. As a result, Qin Lang knew about it in the afternoon. What do you want? As long as you don't harm Yun Yun, I can fulfill any request you have. Bai Ruyu instinctively regarded Qin Lang as the mastermind behind it all. Otherwise, how would he know that her sister was abducted in the afternoon? He knew the news even before her. No wonder this guy seemed so well informed about the Bai family's affairs that turned out he had been plotting for a long time. Miss Bai, is it really necessary to be so shocked? I can assure you that your sister's disappearance has nothing to do with me. Qinlang sighed. Besides, don't you already have your own judgment? Why do you need to pour this dirty water on me? He couldn't believe that Bai Ruyu, such a clever girl, couldn't see through this little trick, or perhaps she was deliberately avoiding that. Would she rather feign ignorance than accept reality? Bai Ruyu took a deep breath, her heart racing. She struggled to calm herself and gazed at Qinlang. Since you know so much that you shouldn't, do you also know where Yun Yun is hidden? Qinlang nodded. Not only do I know, but I can also rescue her. What do you want? As long as you can bring Yun Yun back, I can agree to any request. Bai Ruyu's expression was resolute. No matter if the kidnapper was Qinlang or someone else she had in mind, but didn't want to. As long as her sister could be saved, she was willing to give up anything. Qinlang wasted no time and said straightforwardly, I want you. Before Bai Ruyu could react, he continued earnestly. The company belongs to your father after all. No matter how hard you try to prove yourself, it ultimately cannot compete with your father's stubbornness. If he intended to pass the company to you, he wouldn't have held back power for so long. He certainly wouldn't brazenly start liquidating company stocks at such a critical time. Why? Because he believed his son couldn't compete with you. If he didn't hold on, perhaps his son would end up with nothing in your power struggle. So he simply chose to liquidate and leave some real money for his son. Though Bai Ruyu appeared to be a weak woman in the business world, she was undoubtedly a fierce character, decisive and ruthless, even more so than some burly men. Given what her father had done for the illegitimate child over the years, Bai Ruyu might not say it would endanger that child's life, but it would certainly be difficult for that child to claim even a penny from the Bai family. If Qinlang, an outsider, understood this so well, how much more would Bai Ruyu's biological father know? He was already preparing for what to do after his death. Looking at Bai Ruyu, who had fallen into contemplation, Qinlang gently persuaded, so it would be better for you to cooperate with me. I guarantee to give you enough personal space to fully showcase your talents. And all the power within the company will be delegated to you. I won't interfere with your decisions, and within the company your word will be law. No one can go against your choices. As for the profits, we can split the shares either 6,040 or 5,050. Bai Ruyu looked at Qinlang, who was serious before her, as if she were listening to a fairy tale, or perhaps she felt she was being offered a pie in the sky. She questioned, you are not afraid that I will dilute the shares and seize control by delegating power? Qinlang shrugged. Since I've chosen to trust you, I won't have any doubts. If such a thing were to happen, it would be my own fault, and it has nothing to do with you. I grant you absolute trust. Bai Ruyu knew exactly what kind of person she was. A single drop of kindness would be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, or rather, if you do her one good deed, she would return it tenfold, or even 100-fold. For someone like her who had such a clear sense of love and hate, what could Qinlang possibly worry about? Seizing control and overshadowing the company. Let alone Bai Ruyu's character, which would never lead her to act in gratitude. Even if she did, what could it matter? She was merely the president of a local company, yet to achieve a brilliant future. Could she stir up any waves? Of course, this was just his inner thought. He still needed to maintain a facade of politeness on the surface and grant her ample trust. I need to think about this matter, and will give you a reply after seeing Yun Yun. Is that all right? Bai Ruyu was in a state of turmoil and did not respond immediately. On one hand, Qinlang knew too much, leaving her astonished. On the other hand, she was shocked by the immense trust he had given her, feeling somewhat unreal. Miss Bai, rest assured your sister's safety can be guaranteed. Some speculations can be made boldly. Oh, after all, in this world, anything can happen. The more one witnesses, the more one understands. Qinlang gently patted Bai Ruyu's fragrant shoulder, softly reassuring her. He did not clarify his words, but guided Bai Ruyu to think in that direction. Since they have already started to recruit, why not take this opportunity to widen the gap that the Bai family already has? Otherwise, how could Bai Ruyu make up her mind? How do you know so much about my Bai family? Bai Ruyu stared at him cautiously. Qinlang remained calm. Miss Bai's talent in business is truly remarkable. I have been keen to collaborate with you, so I paid a bit more attention and unexpectedly stumbled upon this incident. It was not Bai Ruyu's pride. She had made some decisions during the reform of the Bai Group. Even in Tianhai City, not many of the established business magnates could compare to her. If Qinlang wanted to recruit her, this excuse would indeed suffice. She did not show any coy demeanor and earnestly said, can I see Yun Yun a bit sooner? Seeing her safe and sound a day earlier would allow me to make a decision sooner. Qinlang nodded. Of course, your sister will be able to reunite with you tonight. However, some things should not be rushed. Miss Bai, if you follow along, it might lead to mistakes. Oh, just wait here quietly. Seeing Bai Ruyu's anxious demeanor, he had to remind her that bringing such a burden along was too cumbersome. He turned and left the venue, not even acknowledging Mu Yuyan, who had come to ask him questions, and walked straight out the door. In the back seat of the Maybach, he spent 32,000 points of the villain value to elevate his physique to 100. System panel. Character Qinlang. Age 25, physique 100, charm 98, villain value 21800, skills affinity LV 8, group affinity 80. Advanced piano skills, advanced T arts, advanced aesthetics. Store opening, lottery center opening. Each lottery costs 100 villain points. System bag, a photo book of Aunt Chiu Ching foam tissue 1, a photo book of Miss Bai electric medical equipment 1. After adapting to the explosive growth of his physique, Qinlang calmly told Junzi, "Have everyone waiting outside withdraw, and just take me there." On the other side in the kidnapper's base, the room was very quiet. Only Bai Xiaoyun was there, anxiously hugging her knees, curled up in the corner of the room. Her chubby little face was stained with tears, and her petite body trembled. She had been kidnapped, and just earlier those kidnappers had even tried to bully her. How terrifying. She had always been the little princess of the Bai family, cherished and protected. When had she ever encountered such a situation? It felt as if she had been thrown into a den full of wolves, facing a group of big bad wolves that could swallow her at any. Fortunately, a woman in a black leather jacket had come earlier. Although she could not see her face clearly, the woman had scolded the foul-mouthed kidnappers and fiercely reprimanded them, preventing her from being bullied. Fear, anxiety, and grievance. Various emotions coalesced in Bai Xiaoyun's chest, making her feel increasingly sorrowful. Just as Bai Xiaoyun was crying helplessly, the door to the room was pushed open. She curiously looked up and saw a familiar and handsome face. "Brother." She hurriedly got up, stumbling towards Qin Lang's embrace. Bai Xiaoyun's big, watery eyes were filled with grievance. "Brother, those bad guys are so scary. You're here to save me, right? Please take me away quickly." Qin Lang felt as if he had collided with two large balls, experiencing a recoil. While astonished, he gently stroked Bai Xiaoyun's head. "Don't be afraid. Now that I'm here, I won't let you be in any danger." Qin Lang patted Bai Xiaoyun's head softly, comforting her. "Don't be afraid. No matter where you are or who you are with, as long as your brother is here, I will never allow anyone to bully you." Bang! The door on the left was kicked open from the outside with force. Two burly men with a black dragon embroidered on their necks looked at Qin Lang, who had somehow snuck in, and cursed. "Damn, are you out of your mind? Making such a commotion while rescuing someone? Do you want others to find out, or what?" Bai Xiaoyun looked at the fierce-looking men, and her fear surged instantly. She anxiously clutched the hem of Qin Lang's shirt, her big, watery eyes misted over with a layer of tears. "If you're scared, just cover your eyes. It'll be quiet soon." Qin Lang stroked Bai Xiaoyun's little head, but inwardly he scoffed. If he didn't make more noise, how could he attract the kidnappers in the villa? How could he show off in front of Bai Xiaoyun without provoking? He extended a finger and beckoned to the two men, appearing relaxed while full of disdain. "You little brat, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame anyone else." One of the burly men cracked his neck and charged at Qin Lang, fiercely, raising an arm comparable to Bai Xiaoyun's proportionate thigh, aiming directly at Qin Lang's nose. The fierce momentum scared Bai Xiaoyun to immediately cover her face with her hands. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, a miserable scream echoed. Qin Lang grasped the burly man's arm, twisting and shaking it, effortlessly relieving the force. At the same time, he pulled down sharply, driving his knee upwards, crashing into the joint, and a perfectly good arm was instantly broken. "Ah, my hand. Bastard'll take your life." The burly man screamed in pain, lifting his foot to kick at Qin. But how could his speed compare to that of Qin Lang, who had a physique of 100? With a kick exchange, they collided. With a dull thud, the burly man was sent skidding across the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could see a bulge at the knee of the burly man's slacks, a protrusion caused by a dislocated bone. Even the bone had been broken and misaligned. If not for the pants, the scene would have been utterly blood-soaked. The commotion immediately drew the attention of all the kidnappers inside the villa. No, they should not be referred to as kidnappers. It should be said that it attracted the attention of the Black Dragon Society. This was indeed a stronghold of the Black Dragon Society, and Bai Xiaoyun was merely temporarily imprisoned here. A swarm of members from the Black Dragon Society rushed in. Glancing around, one could see no less than a dozen fear. "This kid is suspicious. Oh, everyone grab your weapons." One of the burly men who charged in first felt a bit of panic as he looked at his unconscious comrade and gritted his teeth. "Let's all go together. We can't let him take Bai Xiaoyun. That's a significant sum of money. As long as we keep her captive for a while, we can receive a hefty reward. How could we just watch her be taken away?" A dozen thugs approached Qin Lang, menacingly wielding either batons or large black machetes, tools commonly used in their line of work. As long as they didn't act recklessly, no one would die, but incapacitating someone was far too simple. Yet in this situation of overwhelming numbers, a bizarre scene unfolded. Instead of waiting for the thugs to close in, Qin Lang took the initiative to meet them head-on, seizing a baton from the nearest thug with one hand and forcefully snatching it away. The force was so great that the thug lost his weapon and stumbled forward, taking a brutal hit to the forehead from the baton, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. "You have some nerve? You dare to kidnap my people? Today, if I, Qin Lang, don't teach you a lesson, you won't even know your own surname." Qin Lang wielded the baton as if he were the invincible conqueror, exuding an aura of unparalleled courage. He moved with incredible speed. As soon as the baton swung down, another thug was struck on the forehead or had their shoulder caved in, collapsing to the ground. With a kick to the abdomen, another thug was sent flying out of the encirclement. His strength was too great. This group of thugs simply couldn't compare. This was no mere kidnapping. It was clearly Qin Lang single-handedly pursuing and tormenting a group of kidnappers. Amid the pitiful cries, Bai Xiaoyun gazed through her fingers at the invincible Qin Lang, her mind's image of a Prince Charming perfectly aligning with his figure. Already captivated by Qin Lang's looks, Bai Xiaoyun now faced this scene. There was no room for any other thoughts, and her entire brain, chest, and body were completely filled with the image of Qin Lang. "Let's go." Qin Lang took Bai Xiaoyun's delicate hand and walked straight out the door. In the corridor, members of the Black Dragon Society attempted to block their path. Qin Lang struck down one with a swing of the baton and kicked another thug coming from the side back to where he came from. The entire villa was swarming with members of the Black Dragon Society. This was a stronghold, so one could only imagine how many there were. Even a special forces expert would be in a perilous situation here, facing almost certain death. Yet Qin Lang walked through the corridor as if taking a leisurely stroll, relaxed and carefree. What is a physique? The average person's physique is around 10, 20, is already extraordinary, equivalent to the strength of two people combined into one. If a man with a physique of 20 faced two men with a physique of 10, would it be an even match? No, it would be a massacre. With a doubled physique, all aspects of physical quality increase exponentially, and the resulting strength grows at an exponential rate, which is something that simply doubling the number of people cannot compensate for. Let alone the current Qin Lang, facing this group of thugs was like confronting a bunch of babbling infants. They were as weak as chickens and could be crushed with ease. The path was clear. By the time they reached the entrance of the villa, no one remained to obstruct them. Behind them lay a scene of devastation, with fallen members of the Black Dragon Society moaning everywhere. Is this it? Is this what you call ruthless kidnappers? Qin Lang tossed the baton in the living room of the villa, shaking his head in disdain. He led the already dazed and starry-eyed by Xiaoyun, who was fixated on his profile, away from the stronghold. It wasn't until they had walked a distance and reached the roadside that they got into the waiting back seat of a Maybach. He looked back at the brightly lit villa, starting to feel a sense of anticipation. Having wiped out a stronghold of the Black Dragon Society, it was unlikely they would let it go so easily. Moreover, having acted so arrogantly and repeatedly announcing his name, it was likely that there were cameras inside the villa. Through various clues they could find him. Xiaojiu. It seems that this female lead doesn't need him to search. Instead, she would take the initiative to come looking for him. Comforting. While feeling joyful, Qin Lang noticed Bai Xiaoyun pulling on him and instinctively turned back. What met him was a delicate and beautiful face leaning in those rosy lips, leaving him no room to think as they pressed again. Bai Xiaoyun was already infatuated. Her entire mind and chest were completely filled with Qin Lang's actions today, brimming with overwhelming feelings. She was certain Qin Lang was her Prince Charming. She was willing to be Qin Lang's little infatuated girl for life, just his little infatuated girl. The sensation of their lips touching was sweet like cotton candy, enchanting, making it hard to part. After a long while, the shy Bai Xiaoyun slowly lowered her head, burying it in Qin Lang's embrace, hugging his waist, and murmuring softly, "Brother, when I grow up, can I be your wife, okay?" The low-level driver at this moment would speak up to advise the back seat to buckle up, reminding that there are many roads, but safety is paramount. The high-level driver at this moment had quietly adjusted the rear-view mirror and silently turned on soft in-car music. He will be your groom from now on. He is your lifelong companion. Bai Xiaoyun had never heard this song before. It was incredibly old and not from her era. Moreover, it was not her preferred style. However, the most daunting aspect of listening to music is the environment. At this moment, after just declaring her vow to become Qin Lang's little wife, Bai Xiaoyun felt deeply moved by the lyrics of the song. "Brother, from now on I will accompany you for my entire life, okay?" Bai Xiaoyun hugged Qin Lang, her soft childish voice seemingly sweetening his heart. If it were any other man, he would likely be overwhelmed by the surge of emotions, capable of anything in such a heated moment. Even Qin Lang felt something was off, constantly reminding himself that she was still young. Bai Xiaoyun was just a child. Yet when he looked down, the sight of her ample curves contradicted his self-assertion. She was not small, she was really not small. "Drive properly, and take us back." Qin Lang suppressed his irritation and urged Junzi unkindly. Junzi quickly complied, pressing the gas pedal, and the Maybach instantly sped up. Qin Lang simply held Bai Xiaoyun, gently speaking little, occasionally brushing his hand against her thigh, due to care. This was a perfectly normal action, nothing excessive. Moreover, Bai Xiaoyun had just walked over dressed in an adorable pink dress, which inevitably had some wrinkles. Helping her smooth out the skirt and checking if there were any injuries from the kidnappers was not too much to ask, right? Qin Lang was reluctant to engage in such distracting behavior. However, looking at Bai Xiaoyun's flushed face and her gaze full of emotion, he felt a wave of sentimentality. Having done it, he might as well have done it. After all, Bai Xiaoyun was repaying his kindness. In Tianhai City, outside a row of townhouses, Bai Xiaoyun, who had been holding Qin Lang's hand, regained her composure upon seeing Bai Ryu standing at the door, her infatuated eyes misty with emotion. With her legs wrapped in white stockings, she hurriedly ran over, colliding with her sister. Sister, I thought I would never see you again. Those bad guys were so scary." "Whoa." Bai Xiaoyun whimpered in her sister's embrace, venting her grievances. Bai Ryu held her sister, tenderly stroking her little head while soothing her softly. It's all right, don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let you get hurt again." "Did Dad know that I was rescued by my brother?" Bai Xiaoyun looked up, eager to share the news with Bai Xiaochun. Bai Ryu paused, slightly smiling as she responded, "He knows. It's already late. Why don't you rest here, okay? We won't go home." This townhouse was Bai Ryu's private property, rarely inhabited, but when she had fierce arguments with her father, she would sulk and come here alone. She did not want her sister to return to that home for now. It had changed, was no longer safe, and she didn't know what might happen next. "Then, will my brother stay here tonight?" Bai Xiaoyun turned to look at Qin Lang, her cheeks flushed. Bai Ruyu sighed inwardly as she understood her sister's nature, but Qin Lang seemed shrouded in mystery, making her feel uneasy about getting too close. Moreover, the age gap was quite significant. She took her sister's hand, walked up to Qin Lang, and expressed her gratitude. Qin Xiao, I sincerely thank you for your help tonight. Once this period passes, we can discuss other matters, all right? Qin Lang nodded with a smile. Of course, there's no rush for the moment. It was hard to rescue Xiaoyan from that den of danger. The reunion of you sisters is the most important. I won't disturb you. Bai Ruyu was indeed trustworthy in terms of integrity. Besides, he had already hinted at Bai Xiaoyan's kidnapping, almost stating it outright. Anyone who wasn't a fool could likely piece together some clues. Give Bai Ruyu some time. As she learns the truth, the existing rift will only widen, potentially leading to a final break. Brother, don't go. Bai Xiaoyan, seeing Qin Lang turn to leave, immediately broke free from Bai Ruyu's grip, chasing after him, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind, resting her head against him. Brother, please don't go, okay? Qin Lang felt as if he had been hit by two soft spheres. His lips twitched as he pulled her hands away from around him, turning to give a warning of a yellow card for colliding. In front of Bai Ruyu, some matters still needed to be avoided. He gently patted Bai Xiaoyan's head, smiling affectionately. Xiaoyan, be good and stay with your sister. If you encounter any difficulties or feel unhappy in the future, you can always find your brother, all right? Okay. Bai Xiaoyan nodded, still reluctant to let go of Qin Lang's warm hand, murmuring, brother, after a long while she finally released her grip under Bai Ruyu's comforting voice. With 3 turns for every step, she followed Bai Ruyu into the townhouse until the door closed behind them. Ding. The plot has changed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 Destiny villain points. Ding. The luck points of the Child of Destiny Yi Feng have decreased by 500. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 Destiny villain points. Listening to the continuous system notifications in his ears, Qin Lang turned back with a satisfied expression. Just as he stepped out of the townhouse's front yard, he saw Mu Yuyan leaning against the wall, looking at him with a half smile. What's wrong? Did you leave the Dingfeng gathering midway to find Bai Ruyu, only to be turned away at the door? Who is Mu Yuyan? Although her family background couldn't compare to Qin Lang's, even in Yinjing there were plenty of admirers sending her affectionate glances. If it weren't for her engagement with Qin Lang, she would have had suitors lining up from the square to Daxing Airport. What man wouldn't smile at the sight of her? When had she ever encountered a situation like Qin Lang's? To strike up a conversation at the Dingfeng gathering only to be ignored, leaving without a backward glance. It was as if she didn't care at all. Later, when Bai Ruyu left, her curiosity compelled her to follow. Qin Lang rolled his eyes dramatically. Have you heard of Lu Huangshu visiting the thatched cottage 3 times? I'm not just coming tonight, he'll come again tomorrow and the day after. What does it have to do with you? Is following someone so entertaining? Mu Yuyan's face was cold. Can't a girlfriend? You're acting recklessly outside, and I can't even ask. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. This didn't seem like cold sarcasm at all. It was clearly like a drama where the legitimate wife confronts the mistress. While Mu Yuyan seems to be getting serious, he didn't want to deliberately annoy her over this matter and said earnestly, I'm here to talk to Bai Ruyu about something serious. The new company needs someone capable to manage it, and she is very suitable. Starting another company. Did the 10 billion funding from the Qin family get spent, and now you're looking for an excuse to swindle money again? Mu Yuyan seemed to see right through him. It wasn't that she was self-righteous, it was just that the previous Qin Lang truly behaved that way. She snorted lightly. If you need someone, won't you just go to a talent market? And looking for Bai Ruyu? Are you out of your mind? No matter how you look at it, Bai Ruyu is the young lady of the Bai family. How could the vast Bai group not be able to manage itself and still have the leisure to help you? That was then, this is now. This time I'm serious. Qin Lang took a step forward, leaning against the wall and cornering Mu Yuyan, who was a head shorter than him, in a wall slam. His gaze was full of seriousness. Mu Yuyan felt a little flustered, pressing her hands against Qin Lang's chest, trying to push him away, but no matter how hard she tried, Qin Lang remained completely unmoved. What does your seriousness have to do with me? Do you really think doing business is that simple? Even if Qin Lang used to deliberately act like a playboy, it was easy to learn bad habits, but learning to be good was not so easy. If starting a company were that easy, there would be wealthy bosses everywhere. Where would the white collars in the company and the workers on the construction site come from? Qin Lang undid his suit jacket, his hand still blocking her. Mu Yuyan was getting anxious. What do you want to do? Qin Lang, let me tell you, if you dare to act recklessly without my permission, do you believe I'll bite you to deaths? She held onto Qin Lang's arm, her small mouth already on his wrist, ready to bite and run away at the slightest sign of. Qin Lang rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a prescription, maintaining a serious expression. Can you stop thinking about those things for a moment? What is going on in your mind all day long? Nothing pure about it. Qin Lang, I'm going to fight you. Mu Yuyan was filled with shame and anger as she raised her head and struck at his lower region. However, how could her strength compare to Qin Lang's? After just 2 exchanges, her knee was pinned down by Qin Lang, firmly controlled and unable to move. Suddenly, Mu Yuyan felt like she was a frog on an operating table, just in a different position. Now the operating table was a wall, and instead of lying down, she was being held up in midair. Let me go. You let me go. Mu Yuyan exclaimed angrily, feeling her entire beautiful face flushed red from the embarrassment. She was furious. She scolded. She was almost on the brink of collapse. But Qin Lang turned a deaf ear and placed a piece of paper in front of her. Mu Yuyin suppressed her shame and hurriedly asked, "What is this?" "A beauty prescription. Isn't your company mainly focused on beauty products?" Qin Lang explained. He wasn't in the mood to deal with this beauty pill right now. He didn't have that much energy. Mu Yuyin was indeed an expert in this area. If she took it on, she had the channels and production lines. Free of charge. Isn't that great? Mu Yuyin just glanced at it and scoffed. What a joke. Who gave you this prescription? Do you think you can just add a few expensive herbs to make it a beauty product? If the formula were that simple, what would we need a research? You big fool, you don't even realize you've been deceived. You still want to use this prescription to start a company. Dream on. And let me down. My knee is hurting too much from being pressed against yours. Qin Lang looked down and saw that Mu Yuyin, now in a form-fitting skirt, had some redness above her calves from where her knee was pressed, and slowly let her down. He said seriously, "You don't need to worry about whether I've been deceived or not. The prescription is here, and you can take it to do an experiment. However, be aware that the efficacy of this beauty pill is extremely strong. I don't recommend you follow this formula directly. It's best to dilute it by dozens of times." The prescription he took out was certainly not a verbatim copy of the one in the system bag, but had been diluted 100 times. If the beauty pill made according to this formula were to heal injuries at a visibly rapid pace, it would be too extreme for a beauty product. But compared to beauty products, it was still a bit overpowering. As for how to dilute it, that would require Mu Yuyin, the expert, to mix it. This wasn't his specialty, and he didn't want to waste time on it. Mu Yuyin held the prescription, her brow slightly furrowed. "Are you serious? You really mean to start a company and recruit by Ruyu?" She had thought Qin Lang came here at night for some romantic pursuit, but it seemed she had truly misunderstood. "Does it matter if it's true or false? Just do as I say, and you don't need to worry about anything else." Qin Lang adjusted his clothing. "And don't forget, our relationship as a couple is only maintained by the contract. Once the contract is void, our relationship ends here. The issue of following me should not happen again." This romantic game undoubtedly meant that Mu Yuyin had already invested herself in it. Yet in a situation that blurred the lines of reality, Qin Lang had to remind her, shattering that fantasy. Ambiguous, both real and fake. When Mu Yuyin was entrapped, Qin Lang gave her a hard slap to wake her. If she wanted to play dumb and continue to use the contract as an excuse to maintain her pride, no. Qin Lang would never allow Mu Yuyin to appear before him in such a posture any longer. To Mu Yuyin, the previous contract was merely a constraint, but now it seemed to be a protective charm that she deliberately feigned ignorance. Qin Lang had to tear it apart. It's not just a fleeting thrill to mistreat a husband, it's a matter of chasing after him to the ends of the earth. Mu Yuyin left her expression stiff, not looking back. That cold gaze made one feel as though they owed her several million. "Remember to conduct the experiment. My company still relies on this prescription to earn its first pot of gold," Qin Lang remarked provocatively from behind. Boom. In response, he was met with the white exhaust of the car as the BMW sped away with a roar. Once the BMW vanished at the end of the road, Junzi awkwardly stepped out from the corner, chuckling. "Young master, I'm sorry. I truly didn't expect President Mu to engage in such stalking. It was careless of me. It has nothing to do with you." Qin Lang waved his hand. "You've performed well these past few days, and the tasks I assigned have been handled properly. Tonight, gather your brothers, and let's have some fun at the Kainzillion Club." As soon as he heard the name Kainzillion, Junzi's eyes lit up. He had been curious about how the young master managed to rescue people from the Black Dragon Society's base, and was about to ask, but Qin Lang's sudden decision interrupted him. What was there to ask? Going to Kainzillion was more important. Half an hour later, a long convoy of luxury cars like a dragon slowly stopped in front of the Kainzillion Club. Passers-by stopped to admire the extravagant scene, men, silent, women enamored. Not to mention the elongated Maybach. Just the dozen or so Mercedes MGs alone were worth over 30 million. Who could it be? What sort of gathering could have such a grand display? Could it be the chairman of that listed group in person? It wasn't that they didn't want to guess which rich second generation it was. The spectacle was simply too overwhelming and didn't resemble the trivial antics of the rich. Dressed in a black suit, Junzi got out of the car, walked to the back, opened the door, and respectfully bent down. "Young master, we have arrived." Qin Lang then slowly emerged. The moment his face appeared, passers-by, including the receptionists of Kainzillion Club and the technicians who rushed out to watch, all had their eyes widened in astonishment. "My goodness, so handsome. Who is this young master? How can he be so good-looking? And with such a luxurious..." He smiled at me. "I'm dying. Is he going to request my services? What if he needs special services? Should I agree or take the initiative to approach him? This is too extravagant. A dozen luxury cars, over 40 bodyguards, and he's so young. I'm wearing light makeup tonight. That won't do. I need to go back and fix my face." Amidst the gasps, Qin Lang entered the grand hall of Kainzillion under the escort of 2 bodyguards. A manager in a cheapao hurriedly approached, politely saying, "Welcome, esteemed guest. I am the manager of the Kainzillion Club. May I have the honor of serving you?" Those who could manage in such an extravagant place were all well versed in the ways of social interaction. The moment she saw Qin Lang, it wasn't just the imposing array of bodyguards. Even his composed and elegant suit and superior aura left her in awe, prompting her to lower herself and ask in a nearly humble tone. Qin Lang curiously asked, "What services do you offer?" The manager, recalling the details, replied, "Esteemed guest, our Zillion has a total of 5 floors. The second floor is a bathing area with health-oriented hot spring baths and a communal large bath. The third floor is a leisure area with a variety of snacks and fruit platters, as well as an entertainment center. The fourth floor is for massage services with technicians of various levels available to serve you. The fifth floor is a resting area, all independent rooms, and there's also individual hot spring bathing service." Qin nodded. "What's the price for the 5th floor?" The manager awkwardly smiled. "Different services have different prices." Qin frowned. "I mean, what's the price for booking the entire 5th floor?" "Oh." The manager was taken aback, but seeing Qin demeanor, she dared not be disrespectful, quickly saying, "An overnight booking costs 600,000. She had never encountered a request to book the entire 5th floor, so she quoted the price based on the highest daily sales figure for that floor, which was 600,000 for one night. 600,000 for one night. That's expensive." Qin exclaimed in surprise. The manager hurriedly began to explain, "Esteemed guest, our 5th floor rest area uses." She hadn't finished her sentence, the crucial part about discounts unsaid, when Qin interrupted. "Don't say so much. Oh, I'm not interested in hearing it. Just book it for a month. Will you accept a check or cash?" "If it's a check, I can give it to you right now. If it's cash, it may take a little longer, as I need to confirm with the bank and send a vehicle to escort it over." Wow. With that one sentence, all the staff and technicians in the lobby were dumbfounded. They had thought Qin was just a rich man, but now they realized he was no ordinary wealthy individual. He was clearly a god of wealth, spending money like it was nothing. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone, Qin took out a checkbook, swiftly wrote a sum, tore off a page, and handed it to Junzi. "Here is 20 million. Take Manager Zhang with you to withdraw the money. The remaining 2 million you handle it. As you see fit, distribute some bonuses to the brothers." Junzi, holding the check, had already been flirting with Manager Zhang for quite some time. It was known that Junzi and Manager Zhang had a somewhat ambiguous relationship, but had yet to take the plunge. Today was different. With Qin arrival, he established his majesty and generously threw around millions. Just this commission for booking the month alone could earn Manager Zhang tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. What does that mean? It meant becoming a millionaire overnight. At her age, Manager Zhang naturally didn't expect to have too much entanglement with Qin, but that wouldn't stop her from continuing to flirt with Junzi. As long as she could keep such a major client as Qin, Manager Zhang was all in. Her gaze towards Junzi became increasingly alluring, sending flirtatious glances. The dozens of bodyguards, each greeted by the young technicians, entered the elevator. Without exception, including Junzi, the bodyguards looked at Qin with deep gratitude and loyalty. Did they really think Qin had so much money to waste? Did he come here to throw around 20 million just to show off as a big shot? He wasn't that foolish. Recently, especially for these bodyguards other than Junzi, they had been tracking and monitoring day and night, fearing they might miss any crucial information. Though their salaries were decent, the workload was indeed daunting, and they likely felt uncomfortable in their hearts. At such times, it was necessary to appease them well. Handing out money directly. That wouldn't do. Not everyone was as... Giving too much money often invites not absolute loyalty, but greed. Qin understood the principle of giving rice to feed and fighting over a grain. Taking them out to have fun, giving them enough face, and then providing some bonuses, enjoying both women and money. This was the true way to ensure the loyalty of these bodyguards. The 5-story building of Zillion houses a royal suite. Spanning over 150 square meters, it's decorated in a cozy, yet luxurious manner, resembling a wealthy family's residence rather than a private room in a club. It even comes with a private hot spring bath. Qin, wrapped in a bath towel, lay on a hollowed-out area beside the bath, comfortably, tilting his head back and enjoying this moment of tranquility. Behind him, a girl in a floral qipao knelt, gently massaging his shoulders with her delicate hands, her touch tender and attentive. In the bath, 2 young girls about 18 or 19 years old flanked him on either side, also helping to knead Qin. "Young Master Qin, is this pressure okay? If it's too strong, it'll lighten up," asked the girl on the left, who wore light makeup and a pink swimsuit, smiling brightly. Qin squinted his eyes and nodded leisurely. "It's fine. Oh, I can handle it." "Young Master Qin, I didn't expect you to have such a good physique. You look so lean and tall. Do you exercise often?" The girl on the right, dressed in a blue swimsuit, chimed in, eager to show off her own attributes while flattering him. Qin replied, casually, casting a meaningful glance before returning his gaze. He did have a good physique, but it depended on who he was comparing it to. Certainly better than an ordinary person, but when compared to the Bai sisters, the difference would be evident. When he returned with Bai Xiaoyan in the evening, he had been bumped into countless times, and he had already developed a certain immunity to the girl in the white swimsuit's collisions. The girl in the pink swimsuit said, "Young Master Qin, could you lift your legs? I've already massaged your arms, let us help you with your legs." Qin opened his eyes in confusion, glancing left and right. "You too?" "Yes, what's wrong? Young Master Qin, did we not do well enough?" "Well, improve, please don't change us." The girl in the white swimsuit also had red-rimmed eyes, saying, "Young Master Qin, please don't change us." "We can change it, just tell us your requests, and we'll meet them," the 2 girls pleaded, looking like they were genuinely wronged. Were they really afraid of being penalized? Perhaps not entirely. At Zillion, only complaints from customers would lead to a deduction, and the same applied to any other services that might be discovered. If Qin Lang were to call these two girls out for a night, say to stay in a hotel, would they still be acting so pitiful? Stop overthinking, it's just you two. You're both great, why change for no reason? Qin Lang's lips curled into a playful smile. The girl in the pink swimsuit pouted playfully, murmuring, "Then what did your expression just now mean? Were you dissatisfied with my massage?" Qin Lang shook his head. "Not at all, ooh, I just doubted your numerical skills." The girl in the white swimsuit retorted playfully, "What do you mean by that?" Qin Lang smirked, "Isn't it because we're still missing one person?" "Oh, young Master Qin, you're so bad. Young Master Qin, how can you say such things? That's just bullying." The two girls in swimsuits took the opportunity to snuggle into Qin Lang's embrace, playful. Wow. Qin Lang felt like bait tangled up by several octopuses. Although it was somewhat awkward, it wasn't uncomfortable enough to push the girls away. During the playful banter, the girl in the qipao also walked in from outside the bath, crowding closer to Qin Lang. Such a delightful scene should have been a paid viewing experience. However, this pleasant atmosphere was shattered as a woman entered through the private hot spring entrance. Dressed in a form-fitting black leather outfit, she accentuated her stunning figure. She wore a slight smile on her face, but her eyes held an icy indifference. As she approached carelessly, it provoked hostility from the three girls crowding around Qin Lang. "Who are you? What are you doing here? This is a royal suite, the door is closed. How did you get in? Where did you steal the room card from? If you offend young Master Qin, do you believe we will call the police to arrest you?" The three girls took turns protecting Qin Lang with their words. The girl in the black leather outfit leaned slightly, sitting on the steps of the bath, her long hair cascading over her right shoulder as she looked at Qin Lang with a half smile. "Is this the taste of young Master Qin? You find such interest in these girls? Who are you insulting?" The girl in the pink swimsuit glared angrily. The girl in the black leather outfit smiled as she took off a watch from her wrist and tossed it into the pool. "Take this watch and get out of here." "Who do you think you are? You think one watch can dismiss us? How valuable can a watch be? Don't take yourself." The three girls who were cozying up to Qin Lang became even more intimate. While they couldn't predict how long their interaction with him would last, just tonight, even a little exposure from Qin Lang would be enough for them to live well for years. Why would they care about a watch? The girl in the pink swimsuit looked at Qin Lang with a bright smile. "How much is this broken watch worth?" "Right? Young Master Qin." Qin Lang nodded seriously. "What you say is certainly true, but it's just a Patek Philippe, at most worth 8 million. What does that count for?" Splash, splash, splash. As soon as he finished speaking, the three girls beside him all dove toward where the watch had fallen, swimming frantically. After grabbing the watch, they quarreled among themselves, but under the cold gaze of the girl in the black leather outfit, they obediently left. The bathroom fell silent, leaving only Qin Lang and the girl in the black leather outfit. She looked at Qin Lang and smiled. "Young Master Qin's extravagant spending is quite impressive. You first saved by Xiaoyan from my Black Dragon Society, and now you're lavishly spending at Zillion. What's the matter? Does young Master Qin not think my Black Dragon Society can do anything to you?" Her voice was filled with laughter, yet her words were icy and laced with murderous intent. The girl in the black leather outfit was none other than the head of the Black Dragon Society's Rose Hall, Xiaojie. Qin Lang nodded with a serious demeanor. "I also feel that I may have gone a bit too far, not even saying a greeting. Look, after finishing my business, I came to you voluntarily, didn't I? How about this, Master Qiu? You handle it as you see fit. As long as you can calm down, everything can be discussed." "All right." Xiaojie cast a deep glance at Qin Lang and stood up to leave the bath. After a short while, Qin Lang finished his bath and changed into a robe. Stepping out of the bathroom, he saw Xiaojie dressed in black leather, sitting on the sofa in the living room with several bottles of Flying Fairy Mount Ai on the coffee table. She casually invited, "Join me for a few drinks. If I get drunk, this matter can be dropped. If you pass out first, I want you to unconditionally agree to one of my requests." Qin Lang's skills she had seen through the surveillance footage, definitely not something a couple of elite Black Dragon Club fight. As for Bai Zioyan's matter, it's already a lost cause. There's no chance of recovery. Xiaojie never does anything that puts her at a disadvantage. If she could bind a master like Qin Lang, or have him train the members of the Rose Hall, their combat power would surely soar. As for killing Qin Lang, she really hadn't thought about it for the time being. Whether it was the Black Dragon Club or the business world, no one ever went against their own interests. Qin Lang stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. "Drinking is not my forte, but since I've agreed, I certainly can't bet." Then the server from the restaurant brought in several appetizers. Qin Lang and Xiaojie began to drink together. Master Qiu indeed has a great capacity for alcohol. Drinking 2 tails of white liquor without turning red or panting impressive. Qin Lang had a slight flush on his face as he praised while grabbing a handful of peanuts and chewing. Xiaojie sneered inwardly. Her drinking capacity was such that even the big men of the Black Dragon Club could not compare, let alone Qin Lang. After just 1 cup, his face was already red, clearly belonging to the type that couldn't handle alcohol. Her confidence grew even stronger. "Young Master Qin, I propose another toast. Although there is a conflict between us regarding Bai Xiaoyan, I must say your skills are indeed admirable. A real man should be like this, one man stopping 1,000. Clang. A cup of 2 tails of white liquor was downed in one gulp, and Qin Lang's complexion turned even red. After taking a short break, Xiao Jiuer raised her glass again. Young Master Qin, don't just focus on eating snacks, let me toast you again. Also, I'm a bit curious, how did you know by Xiaoyan's location? Could it be that there's a traitor within my Black Dragon Club? Qin Lang's entire face turned red as he hazily forced down a cup of liquor. A traitor? I can't say, but I know quite a bit about the information in Tianhai City. You can think of me as an information broker. If there's any information you want to know, as long as the price is right, I can sell it to you. Got it? No wonder. Xiao Jiuer was shocked and began to pay more attention to the man before her. It seemed that Qin Lang's abilities were not limited to just his formidable strength, but also other hidden depths. A man so mysterious, Xiao Jiuer increasingly wanted to draw him to her side. At the drinking table, there were no enemies, especially since Xiao Jiuer was intentionally probing the two appeared as if they were familiar friends. Seeing Qin Lang fall silent, Xiao Jiuer raised her glass again. Young Master Qin, I toast you once more. The man I admire most in my life is someone like you. Your skills must be such that even the elite fighters of the Black Dragon Club would bow down in admiration. If young Master Qin is willing to help train the members of the Rose Hall, that would be wonderful. No, I can't drink anymore, I'm already drunk. Qin Lang, hazy and dazed, occasionally leaned on the table to take a short. Xiao Jiuer chuckled coldly in her heart. How is this even close? You haven't even finished a bottle of liquor. Young Master Qin, are you afraid of a weak woman like me? With soft and hard tactics, she was an expert at persuading others to drink. Qin Lang smacked his lips, gritted his teeth, raised his glass, and after several sips finally swallowed the cup. Good. Refreshing. Xiao Jiuer then drank her glass in turn. Young Master Qin, can you still drink? Shall I toast you another cup? No, I can't, I'm going to vomit. Young Master Qin, I'll take this cup first as a salute. Really, I can't take it anymore. How about we stop drinking here? I can see you're about to be unable to continue. Not possible. Nonsense, a man can never say he can in front of a woman. I can still hold on. I'm a bit drunk. How is this even close? Drink one more cup. After this cup, Master Qiao, I will agree to all your requests. Don't say, just training the Rose Hall. I can help you as a fighter without any problem. Change cups. This cup is too small, forget it, what a hassle. Just bring a bottle. Young Master Qin. Why do I feel like I've changed positions? Don't talk nonsense, aren't you sitting on the sofa? Young Master Qin, is something pressing on me? What could possibly be the case? Your clothes are dirty with liquor, Master Qiao, this won't do. While drinking, you're also raising fish. Let me help you change. A wonderful night passed incredibly slowly. The next day, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Imperial box, reflecting upon the disheveled round bed and bedding. A female member of the Rose Hall pushed the door open and glanced around the messy Imperial box, feeling a bit flustered as she walked to the bedroom. Looking at the young lady lying under the covers and the black leather jacket carelessly thrown on the floor, her heart tightened. Young lady. The woman's voice was tinged with panic. You didn't see anything, understood? Xiao Jiuer's voice was cold, covered by the quilt, leaning against the headboard with a somewhat dazed look. The woman hurriedly nodded. Young lady, young Master Qin. You just left with those bodyguards. Qin Lang. Recalling everything that happened last night, the shame and anger in Xiao Jiuer's heart erupted like a volcano. Damn Qin Lang. Bastard. Scoundrel. He actually pretended to be unable to drink, fooling her into letting her. How could there be such shameless men in this world? All she wanted was to utilize Qin Lang's value to help increase the combat power of the Rose Hall. Yet this guy Qin Lang, instead of helping, deliberately pretended to be drunk and took advantage of her while she was intoxicated. Clearly her trusted allies were right before her eyes, yet Xiao Jiuer couldn't ask them for help, not even to have them take away the bedding. If given another chance, when Qin Lang suggested drinking from the same bottle, she would undoubtedly not believe this guy's nonsense and would instantly smash the bottle over his head. Beast. This feeling of humiliation was undoubtedly a fatal blow to Xiao Jiuer, shattering all her pride into dust, her anger beyond words. She wished she could pin that guy Qin Lang to the ground and beat him up, and even after that, step on his head a few times to vent. The woman from the Rose Hall took out her phone and thought bitterly, the Hall Master has something to say to you. The young lady and the Hall Master have never gotten along. Not only have they blocked each other's phone numbers, but they have also never even met. Yet today the Hall Master wanted to find the young lady and asked her to make the call herself. What exactly had she done wrong to deserve such retribution and witness this scene? Despite her complaints, she had no choice but to approach respectfully, holding the phone. How could Xiao Jiuer be in the mood to answer the call? She rolled her eyes and said, just tell him I'm busy and can't talk. The woman sighed. The Hall Master said, if you refuse to answer the call, he will come to find you personally. Has he lost his mind? Now, to find her. If the current situation was discovered, wouldn't she be doomed? If her father found out she had been ruined by Qin Lang, he would skip the matchmaking and directly force her to marry a man. With her anger boiling inside, Xiao Jiuer answered the call, dialing the number with an irritated voice. What's going on so early in the morning? Can't a person sleep? Just say what you need to say, hurry up. A calm voice came from the other end. Is this how you speak to your father? Xiao Jiuer retorted, if you don't want to talk, I'll hang up. I've already heard about what happened at the base last night. Xiao Long snorted coldly. Don't get involved in the Bai family's affairs. Also, it's enough that Qin Lang saved him. Don't cause him any more trouble. What? Not looking for trouble with Qin Lang? How is that possible? Xiao Jiuer's anger surged once more. He rescued someone on my territory, which is like slapping my face. If you don't care, I showed you or do. This matter cannot just end like this. She couldn't understand why her usually indifferent father would specifically remind her about Qin Lang. But one thing was certain: this matter was far from over. She had never suffered such grievances in her life. How could she suppress this anger? Chill alongside some people are not worth offending. Qin Lang has significant background. Oh, don't provoke him. Oh, you're afraid of him. Qiu Juro laughed. Isn't the Black Dragon Society the biggest power in Tianhai City? How is it that you can't even offend a rich second generation? Are you getting old? If you've lost your courage, just hand the Black Dragon Society over to me. Under your management, it will surely decline sooner or later. Enough nonsense. Get back here for matchmaking. If you don't find a partner soon, I'll take back the Black Dragon Society and the Rose Hall. Why should I? The Rose Hall is my hard work. If you dare to interfere within the Rose Hall, see if I won't fight you. Qiu Jior was furious. Hey old man, how can you talk like that? You know what kind of person Jior is. If you push her too hard and she does something foolish, see how you'll handle it. Give me the phone or I'll talk. On the other end of the line, Qiu Jior's mother scolded before taking over the call, her voice filled with tenderness and affection. Jior, are you still listening? It's mom. Qiu Jior responded, her anger dissipating significantly. Fang Chuanya spoke patiently. Jior, you're already 26 this year. You're not a child anymore. Other girls your age already have 2 kids, and what about you? You still don't even have a boyfriend. How can that not make your parents anxious? Jior, listen to mom. Don't wander around outside. Come back. Oh, I've recently found a good match for you. He's 6 feet tall, fair-skinned, and a high-achieving student who studied abroad. Upon hearing this, Qiu Jior felt overwhelmed. No matter how decisive she was in the Rose Hall, she had no defense against her family, especially her mother's incessant nagging. Clenching her teeth, she stubbornly replied, I don't need a high-achieving student. I already have a boyfriend. Really? Is that true? Jior, don't lie to mom. Fang Chuanya became excited on the other end, and she could faintly hear Qiu Long's voice ask who that boy is. You already know him. It's the one you're afraid of, Qin Lang. Qiu Jior sneered inwardly. Are you satisfied now? Qiu Long took the phone. How could Qin Lang be with you? What kind of family background does he have? Doesn't he know it himself? What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not worthy of Qin Lang? Qiu Jior exclaimed, her anger rising. Qiu Long nodded. It's certain that you're not worthy. However, since you've said so, it's not just baseless. What exactly happened? Smash? The call was abruptly hung up. No, to be precise, Qiu Jior had smashed her phone. The conversation between father and daughter had collapsed. On the other side, Qin Lang, now resembling a celestial being, had returned to the villa and opened the system notification. Ding. The plot has changed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 villain points. Ding. The host has captured the heroine Qiu Jior. Congratulations for obtaining 50,000 villain points, 10,006. Silently checking the newly acquired villain points, Qin Lang felt a surge of excitement. Wow. Capturing a heroine directly gives me 50,000 villain points. Moreover, that 6 indicates that he could continue to earn villain points in the future. This is sustainable development. Having gained a substantial amount of villain points, Qin Lang quickly purchased some charisma from the shop, leaving the rest untouched, planning to accumulate more and upgrade his physique all at once. Character: Qin Lang. Age 25, physique 100, upgrading charisma 99 villain points 42500. Skills: affinity LV 8, group affinity 80, advanced piano skills, advanced T art, advanced aesthetics. Store opening: lottery center opening. Each lottery costs 100 villain points. System: backpack 1 photo book of the landlady, 1 pack of tissue paper, 1 photo book of Baijia, advanced medical equipment 1. Although he only gained a bit of charisma, Qin Lang felt as if a refreshing sensation was cleansing him. As Junzi walked in and saw Qin Lang, he was momentarily dazed before quickly regaining his composure. Young master, did you call me for something? Qin Lang lightly tapped his fingers on the table, a smile playing on his lips. How did it go last night? Did you get what? Junzi rubbed his palms together, chuckling. I got it. Thanks to you, young master, otherwise I wouldn't know how long it would take to catch. To be honest, Manager Zhang is quite charming. By the way, young master, since you booked Qianji Lian for a whole month, we can't just go for a month straight. I've already talked to Manager Zhang, and we can go anytime as long as the number of private bookings exceeds 31. Qin Lang waved his hand. You can handle these matters yourself. No need to report everything to me. We've had our fun, but business still needs to be done. I have a few Black Dragon Society bases. Take your men and take them down. In the following 3 days, Junzi led his men and took down 3 strongholds of the Black Dragon Society, 1 each day. Not to mention the members of the Black Dragon Society who could only lie there after being defeated. The number of those captured had already exceeded 30. Moreover, based on the determined culpability, each of them would have to stay there for nearly 10 years. This blow was equivalent to the Black Dragon Society severing an arm. Qiu Jior was already strong-willed, and after suffering from this baseless calamity, how could she be willing to endure even a bit of it? She went directly to confront them. The door was kicked open. Qiu Jior was followed by dozens of muscle-bound henchmen from the Black Dragon Society, each with a fierce expression. These were the true elites of the Black Dragon Society, having come through fire and water, who among them didn't have a few horrifying scars on their bodies. Just the aura they exuded could intimidate an ordinary person. If Su Xiaoxiao hadn't been busy at the orphanage recently, she would have likely been frightened by this scene. What's all this commotion about? You came here with such a large entourage to protect me, it's almost embarrassing. Qin Lang chuckled and waved at Xiao Jiuer, who was dressed in a long black skirt. Don't just stand outside, come in and have a drink. Qin Lang. Xiao Jiuer's voice was cold. Don't play coy with me. You know very well why I'm here today. Given our relationship, is it necessary to be so distant? Qin Lang shot her an irritated glance. Your people don't need to come in, they can wait outside. They can have tea if not wine. Miss? A group of bodyguards shouted in unison, casting unfriendly glances at Qin Lang. Xiao Jiuer frowned and waved her hand. You all stay outside. I will call you if anything comes up. She followed Qin Lang upstairs to a serene tea room. Qin Lang personally prepared the tea, washing the leaves, pouring water, and brewing it with 12 exquisite steps. As the fragrant incense wafted through the air paired with a freshly brewed Longjing tea before the rain, the gentle aroma calmed the agitation in Xiao Jiuer's chest. She looked at Qin Lang, who was calmly savoring his tea, and the frustration in her heart suppressed the tranquility. How could she willingly swallow this grievance? In an angry and cold tone, she said, Qin Lang, are you being too excessive? I haven't even settled the score with you for that night, and now your men have gone to smash my Black Dragon Society's turf. In 3 consecutive days, they smashed 3 of my Black Dragon Society's locations. Are you planning to go to war with us? Qin Lang set down his cup, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I have no interest in going to war with the Black Dragon Society. Although 3 days had passed, seeing Qin Lang's playful expression, Xiao Jiuer seemed to recall the nightmare from that day. Anger flared within her, and she raised her teacup as if to throw it, but was interrupted by Qin Lang raising his hand. Don't be so quick to anger. Everything I'm doing is for your own good. For my own good. You want me to destroy the Black Dragon Society? Xiao Jiuer laughed, coldly mocking him. Do tell. Qin Lang clicked his tongue, sighing. Don't tell me you still don't know what those 3 strongholds were involved in. The milk powder in those strongholds has nothing to do with our Black Dragon Society. Xiao Jiuer's beautiful eyes widened, and she grew serious. This time over 30 people were captured after the strongholds were taken down, all because they were involved in the milk powder business. Although the Black Dragon Society operated underground, Xiao Long had previously given strict instructions not to touch this kind of business. Now, however, they had been found to have such transactions, forcing Xiao Jiuer to take it seriously. Qin Lang took a sip of tea. It has nothing to do with you, but it has an undeniable connection to the Black Dragon Society, as it was discovered in your strongholds. Xiao Jiuer furrowed her brows, biting her lip, deep in thought. Are you saying the milk powder was secretly dealt with by Muft? Even Qin Lang couldn't hold back, spitting out tea onto Xiao Jiuer's face across the table. He stepped forward with a wry smile, helping to wipe off the moisture. Then he dazedly said, what kind of person is Mr. Xiao? As his daughter, don't you understand? It has nothing to do with. This was originally a bomb. If that batch of milk powder piled up too much or was sold, the Black Dragon Society would be in deep trouble, as if they had fallen into mud. There would be no way to clean it up. Before the bomb was detonated, I helped you eliminate it. At most, it would be thought that those dozen people involved with the milk powder were addicts. Isn't this for your own good? Xiao Jiuer thought for a moment and found some truth in it. Even if Qin Lang had immense power, it was impossible for him to have had contact with dozens of people from the Black Dragon Society so many days in advance. Are you implying there's a traitor within the Black Dragon Society? Xiao Jiuer questioned while touching her cheek, pinching off a tea leaf. Then, noticing the cloth that had been used to wipe her face carelessly tossed aside on the tea table, she suddenly scolded, you used a rag to wipe my face. Qin Lang shook his head. That's not important. What's important is that someone indeed has designs on the Black Dragon Society. This was a warning, but there were more time bombs within the Black Dragon Society. I detest traitors more than anything, no matter who it is. Anyone who dares to betray the Black Dragon Society, I will make them pay a price they cannot bear. Xiao Jiuer gritted her teeth. Aren't you an information broker? Tell me who the other traitors in the Black Dragon Society are. Seeing Qin Lang remain silent, she added, whatever your fee, I'll pay you. Greedy bastard. Qin Lang nodded, smiling broadly at the voluptuous Xiao Jiuer across from him, the meaning unclear. Not possible. Qin Lang, don't think too highly of yourself. Xiao Jiuer declared, no matter how furious I am, I would never consider myself a reward. Even without you today, I can still find out who the traitor is. 3 hours later, ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1002 Destiny villain points. Wang Tao. Tian Hong. If what Qin Lang said is true and you dare to betray the Black Dragon Society, I will make you pay an unbearable price. Xiao Jiuer sat in the back seat of a black Mercedes-Benz, seething with anger. These 2 individuals, one is the public spokesperson of the Black Dragon Society, essentially a representative of its current attempts to clean its image. The other, like Xiao Jiuer, is a hall master of the Black Dragon Society stationed at the Battle Spirit Hall, one of the 3 main halls of the society. No matter how much Xiao Jiuer suspected, she did not dare to focus her gaze on these 2. Yet now Qin Lang's words were sharp and incisive, striking at her core. She was even aware of these 2 fellows' family backgrounds and the amounts of bribes they had received. Oh, what was impossible? Once she clarified the situation through private investigation, she would take decisive action. Losing these 2 key figures would be like the Black Dragon Society cutting off its own arms, but it was better than being bitten back by these 2 at a critical moment and plunged into an abyss. Not long after Xiao Jiuer left, Qin Lang received a call from Mu Yuyan. Where did you get the formula for the beauty pill, eh? On the phone, Mu Yuyan's voice was filled with shock. She could hardly believe that the beauty pill made according to the formula had such powerful effects. Not only could it visibly enhance skin texture and whiteness, but scientific experiments also revealed its miraculous effects in healing wounds and removing scars. What does this mean? Doesn't it imply that long-term use of the beauty pill would essentially equate to a healing medicine? And without any side effects. Having immersed herself in the cosmetics industry for years, Mu Yuyan recognized the immense importance of the beauty pill. Should this beauty pill be launched, it would undoubtedly spark a frenzied pursuit in the market, its value and future prospects being limitless. Where it came from is unimportant. What matters is whether you diluted it. To what extent must it be diluted to classify it with market cosmetic products? Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to make excuses. It was better not to say anything. He certainly couldn't tell Mu Yuyan that this product was a premium item from the system. Mu Yuyan replied earnestly, I've conducted experiments and currently it's only diluted to 50 times with effects far exceeding the best whitening masks on the market. Such a product definitely cannot be launched. It would cause chaos in the market and the pricing cannot be arbitrary. Further experiments are needed to determine the most accurate dilution ratio. 50 times. Qin Lang took a deep breath. The formula he provided to Mu Yuyan was diluted 100 times. Doesn't that mean he had diluted the original formula in the system by 5,000 times? And this effect exceeds even the best masks on the market. It should be noted that masks are graded. There are the cheap versions costing a few dollars, and then there are top-tier versions worth thousands or even tens of thousands. The precious ingredients in those masks are not much cheaper than the rare medicinal materials in the formula. Clearly, the upcoming beauty pill will be a major money-making tool. Mu Yuyan was somewhat excited. I plan to compile a summary of all the major products on the market and then rely on the R&D team's experiments to categorize the formula into 3 different price tiers: high-end, mid-range, and low-end. On the phone, Mu Yuyan chattered excitedly, as enthusiastic as a chatterbox. There was no way around it. Mu Yuyan had been in Tianhai for a few years since leaving Yinjing to start her own business. During this time, while she wasn't exactly surviving on her family's assets, she had barely made a profit of a few tens of millions, at most just over 100 million. She once thought that after a few years of considerable investment of manpower and resources, as long as she developed steadily afterward, she could achieve annual profits of over 100 million, and then no one in her family would dare to gossip about her. But now, after seeing the enormous potential of the beauty pill, Mu Yuyan felt that once it was launched, it would definitely explode in the market. When that time comes, if anyone in her family dares to speak ill of her and her mother, she would directly slap them. Mu Yuyan paused slightly before nervously asking, Qin Lang, how do you plan to distribute the production and sales of the... Qin Lang replied nonchalantly, what else is there to distribute? Murin International has an R&D team and established sales channels. These cannot be built overnight. Since there are ready-made options, why should I bother? All production and sales of the beauty pill will be fully entrusted to you. I will only be responsible for collecting the money. Mu Yuyan gladly accepted. Okay. We still need to have in-depth discussions about our cooperation. Are you free now? I'm waiting at the company, or you can come back later. Don't worry about the cooperation, someone will discuss it with you. Qin Lang revealed a playful smile, not directly. For 3 days there was no contact between him and Mu Yuyan. He did it on purpose, but what about Mu Yuyan? Was she really busy with the dilution progress of the beauty pill? Nonsense. That was the R&D team's job. Mu Yuyan only needed to review the R&D report. After 3 days, she finally came to find him, yet she didn't mention that night at all. Was she too busy to remember, or was she deliberately avoiding the contract? On the other end of the line, Mu Yuyan was still trying to find topics to discuss, seemingly unwilling to hang up, but Qin Lang found an excuse and casually cut off the call. Meanwhile, abroad in a high-end presidential suite, the resolute-looking Yifeng casually lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke before slowly looking down at the man below and saying indifferently, "What's the matter?" The man, radiating an overwhelming aura of menace, spoke. "Sir, our people were ambushed in Congo, and it is closely related to local high-ranking officials. They were betrayed. The Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps is well known on the foreign mercenary battlefield and frequently receives battle invitations from various places. This time the team heading to Congo had not yet engaged in battle and was ambushed before entering the battlefield, resulting in 5 deaths and over 20 casualties. Bring the Blood Eagle team back and send the Blood Slaughter team forward." Yifeng's expression remained unchanged, but his words were filled with extreme killing intent. "Whoever harmed my Bloodwolf members must pay the price. No matter if they are high-ranking officials in Congo or their leaders. Have Blood Slaughter hang the head of the traitorous employer in the black market, letting the entire mercenary world know the price of betraying my Blood Wolf." Yifeng paused before continuing. "Starting tomorrow, I will temporarily leave. Blood Slaughter will take over all of Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps' affairs. While I'm away, Blood Slaughter will be the leader of Bloodwolf." His words were indisputable, a command that must be followed. This is the iron law of Bloodwolf. As his subordinates slowly exited the presidential suite, Yifeng looked up at the neon lights outside the window, a hint of melancholy in his expression. For some reason during this period, he always had an inexplicable feeling, as if he had lost many things, yet he couldn't grasp. It was precisely this inexplicable feeling, coupled with the accusations from Su Xiaoxiao, that prompted him to change his plans and return to Huaxiao early. Qin Lang had already made contingency plans for Yi Feng's return, and Junzi and the others kept a vigilant watch over. Whenever Yi Feng set foot in Tianhai City, word would always find its way to Qin Lang's ears. Yet at this moment Qin Lang lacked the leisure to concern himself with such things. After receiving Junzi's report and learning that Bai Ryu's company was in turmoil, he sped toward the villa. Take Bai Ryu down. He resolved to settle it in one decisive move. Inside the villa, Bai Ryu and her sister Bai Xiaoyan sat huddled together, dabbing at their facial cleanser. Qin Lang walked in, a smile playing on his face. What is all this? At the sight of Qin Lang, Bai Xiaoyan's large eyes brightened like tiny stars as she wanted to rush forward, but glancing at her sister's hidden sorrow, she only mumbled and lingered without moving away. Bai Ryu lifted her head weakly and let out a bitter laugh. Aren't you an information broker? Do you really need me to tell you what happened at the company? Qin Lang took the opposite seat, crossing one leg over the other. It's true, I'm an information broker. I know your company is riddled with suspicions of embezzlement and other breaches, and someone has turned the spotlight on you, seeking to marginalize you. Yet I wonder, he continued, facing such a predicament you have no means at all. The despondency in Bai Ryu's face hardened into a chilling resolve. She had asked the question casually, never expecting Qin Lang to already know the details of the upheaval. For a moment she felt relieved, then strangely resigned. Qin Lang's web of connections was enormous. He had eyes and ears everywhere. That he even knew where her sister had been abducted made his knowledge of the company's affairs hardly surprising. She shook her head with a bitter smile. They've barred me from intervening. They're even threatening to take the matter to the board. I have no network left. What solution could I possibly have? Even if she were innocent, suspicion hung in the air, and the stodgy old guard in the company refused to give her any chance to maneuver. How could she defend herself? All the records had been sealed off, or where could she find the proof to clear her name? Don't hurry to despair, Qin Lang said, pausing with a hint of something unspoken. Admittedly, I would like you to work for me someday, but not now. I do not wish to see my future business queen so utterly broken. A soft thud. He tossed a stack of files onto the coffee table and nudged Bai Ryu. Look, these are the dossiers on the moles inside the company and a detailed account of the incident. With these in hand, you need expend no more energy to prove your innocence. Bai Ryu being sidelined was in a sense an unfolding drama. Qin Lang had already prepared the threads, pointing to the rot within the Bai company. Prove her innocence. Not exactly. He simply wanted her to see with unclouded eyes whether the Bai family was truly worth remaining in. Bai Ryu accepted the documents and read them with care, drawing in a slow, steady breath. She no longer cared how Qin Lang had obtained them or how deep his infiltration reached into her company. As she scanned the list of internal traitors, fury entirely eclipsed her other emotions. Every name belonged to one of her father's confidants. She had tried not to think in that direction, but the facts forced her hand. Once again, her father was meddling behind the scenes. First her sister's abduction, then collusion with insiders to frame her and strip her of real power. Was it all being orchestrated to clear the path for that illegitimate son? She sprang to her feet, her eyes burning. I'm going out. Please look after Yun for me. Before Qin Lang could reply, she had already rushed out, impatient, as if pulled by some urgent flame. Bai Xiaoyan looked up at Qin Lang with puzzled concern. He smiled and ruffled her hair. Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Even if the sky should fall, I'll hold it up for you. Bai Xiaoyan clung to his neck, pressing his head into her chest. For several seconds Qin Lang felt his vision swim before it steadied again. The familiar scent of her facial cleanser lingered. Under Bai Xiaoyan's use, it was astonishingly potent. It seized not only his sight but his sense of smell. Even after she let go, a faint floral trace hung about his nose. Weary and soothed, Bai Xiaoyan dozed a little in his arms. Qin Lang urged her upstairs to sleep, but the little girl refused to let go. With no other choice, he carried her up, pushed open the bedroom door, and laid her gently upon the bed. As he turned to leave, Bai Xiaoyan clutched his sleeve and in a small pleading voice begged, "Brother, don't go. Please don't." She was bereft of security. Before Qin Lang arrived, she had tried to comfort her sister, but inside, she nursed a well of grievances she dared not disclose, not wishing to burden her injured sibling. Qin Lang's arrival had been a sudden shaft of light in her darkness. How long had it lasted before he would once again abandon her to that gloom? Bai Xiaoyan feared above all the hollow ache of abandonment. "Shall I fetch a chair?" Qin Lang asked, watching her curled by the bedside. She wriggled inward and patted the space where she had been lying, cheeks flushed as she murmured, "Brother, sleep here." No sooner had Qin Lang lain down than Bai Xiaoyan snuggled into his arms, muttering a few words before slipping into murmured dreams. "Like a child she sleeps so quickly," Qin Lang remarked with a smile, reaching out to tease her delicate nose as he gazed at her face. The little girl had grown into a charming sprite at such a young age to possess such looks. If she bloomed further, what would she not become even more bewitching than Bai Ryu? In her sleep, Bai Xiaoyan murmured, "Brother," again and again, clutching his neck as if to anchor herself. Though she often seemed simple, she understood far more than she let on, as she simply chose not to show it. With a father so heartless and a sister wounded, she felt utterly powerless. Her grievances she swallowed alone, afraid to speak them aloud. If she voiced them, her already hurt sister might be further burdened, a result Bai Xiaoyan could not bear to bring about. On this sleepless night, Qin Lang found himself engulfed in deep turmoil. Bai Xiaoyan was right beside him, her arms wrapped around his neck. Still half asleep, Is it to earn villain points, or to keep her around for now? Before Qin Lang could make a decision, an unexpected guest arrived at the villa. With a physique of 100, Qin Lang had sharp hearing and eyesight. As he heard some slight movements, he hurriedly left Bai Xiaoyan's bedroom and temporarily retreated to the adjacent room. Hearing the faint sound of a door opening next door, Qin Lang pretended to wake up, rubbing his eyes as he opened the door, and met Bai Ryu's gaze, who was standing at the entrance of Bai Xiaoyan's room. Shoo! Bai Ryu made a gesture for silence, looking at Qin Lang as he emerged from her bedroom, feeling a mix of embarrassment and relief. Fortunately, Qin Lang had some self-awareness. He had slept in her room and not with his sister. Otherwise, with his sister's infatuated nature and uninhibited sleeping posture, he would have surely faced some awkwardness. Qin Xiao, let's go talk downstairs, Bai Ryu whispered, pointing to the living room below. Qin Lang nodded, and the two descended to the villa's living room one after the other. Bai Ryu turned on the chandelier, then went to the kitchen to brew a pot of tea. She brought it to Qin Lang, expressing her gratitude. Qin Xiao, I owe you a lot for today. Oh, otherwise I wouldn't know what kind of trouble we might have faced. There's no need for so much thanks, Qin Lang replied calmly after taking a sip of tea, his demeanor unruffled, as though he hadn't just been lying in Bai Xiaoyan's bed. How has the situation been handled? Bai Ryu bit her lip, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of resentment. Despite being a woman, anyone who could make a name for themselves in the business world was no coward. Capital is bloodless, yet the accumulation of it inevitably involves bloodshed. However, she never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. Even a tiger wouldn't harm its own cubs. How could Bai Xiaochun repeatedly hurt her and her sister? First he harmed her sister, and now he had already planted the seeds of slander against her in the company. If it weren't for Qin Lang's intervention, she would have truly been sidelined, completely severing ties with the company. My father has always favored sons over daughters, never truly considering me and Yun Yun as heirs to the Bai family. In his eyes, only a son is worthy of inheriting the family's assets. Originally, he planned to leave 1/10 to us sisters, but after this incident with Yun Yun, he agreed to give us 2/10. However, after a heated argument when I returned, he promised to give us 4/10 on the condition that I must completely sever my ties with the company's control. As she spoke these words, Bai Ryu's heart was filled with torment. Let's not even mention the years of hard work she had put in to stabilize the Bai group after her father's retirement. She deserved credit for her efforts. And what about her mother, who had passed away from overexertion for the sake of the company? Did their collective worth as mother and daughters not outweigh that of a bastard child? To be honest, Bai Ryu didn't truly care about the Bai family's assets. Rather, she was harboring a deep resentment that she couldn't swallow. Qin Lang hesitated for a moment before asking, so what are your plans now? If it were before, even if I received not a single penny, I would not let that bastard have it easy. I would drag him down with me. As long as I am alive, the Bai family's money will not be easily transferred. But now I am afraid. I don't know what kind of threats my father can still make. With my mother gone, and my father only caring for that bastard, Yun Yun is my only remaining family. For her sake, I can no longer afford to act recklessly. She was afraid. Bai Ryu was truly frightened. If the facts weren't laid out before her, she would never have believed that her father would put Yun Yun in such a perilous situation for the sake of a bastard. She couldn't afford to act recklessly anymore, fearing any actions that might bring harm to her sister. Qin Xiao. Bai Ryu composed herself, gazing at Qin Lang. I am very grateful for what you did today. I never imagined that my own father could one day commit such unspeakable acts against me. I agree to what you suggested last time. I am willing to take over your company and manage it for you. Even if you are unwilling to hand over shares to anyone else, I will accept. The Bai family. With my father being so ruthless, what else do I need to hold on to or fantasize about? Do I have to wait for my father to come and apologize to me? Is that even possible? It's nothing but wishful thinking. In her father's eyes, he never truly valued his two daughters, not even with basic trust. Rather than trust such a vicious father, she preferred to entrust her and her sister's future to Qin Lang. At least up until now, Qin Lang hadn't done anything to harm them. In fact, it was because of Qin Lang that her sister had escaped from that perilous situation. Qin Xiao, from now on, I, Bai Ryu, will absolutely not do anything to betray the company. I am willing to give everything for the company, and I will accept any price. Bai Ryu gazed earnestly at Qin Lang, her beautiful eyes reflecting a change, even if it includes myself. No one knew what she was truly thinking or why she was saying these words, whether it was to reassure Qin Lang and inspire him to continue protecting them. Was it to protect her sister? Or was it due to her mental collapse from her rupture with her father? Or perhaps it was the trust Qin Lang had given her, providing her with energy and a sense of dependence. Ryu, are you serious? Qin Lang didn't ponder any of these reasons. He simply stared with his mouth agape, somewhat surprised. He truly hadn't expected Bai Ryu to return and proactively say such words. Refuse. Unless he was foolish. All he knew was that he had felt stifled in Bai Xiaoyan's bedroom. Since Bai Ryu had taken the initiative to speak, he naturally couldn't refuse. Ding. Host has captured the female lead, Bai Ryu. Congratulations, host, for gaining villain points, 5. The next day in the morning, Bai Xiaoyan, just awake, and noticed that Qin Lang was missing from by her bedside, and she hurriedly rushed downstairs. However, upon reaching downstairs, she did not see her beloved brother, but instead caught sight of her sister sitting on the sofa looking haggard. Bai Xiaoyan murmured anxiously, "Where's brother?" When she mentioned the word father, it felt as if her heart was being scorched over fire sliced open by a blunt knife, with tears welling up in her eyes. Bai Xiaoyan stepped forward, sat on the sofa, held her sister's arm, and whispered, I already know. Sister, your voices were too loud when you were arguing. I heard everything. It's okay, I'll always be by your side, and brother will be with me too. She shifted her position and slowly walked in front of Bai Ryu, reaching out to help her wipe her tears. Sister, please don't be sad, okay? Xiaoyan. Bai Ryu was somewhat on the edge. She never expected that her usually innocent and carefree sister was aware of the matter regarding the illegitimate child, and yet she pretended not to understand. Hadn't she been feeling wronged all along? Just afraid of causing her trouble, she had swallowed her grievances deep inside and kept them unspoken. Bai Ryu excitedly pulled her sister into an embrace, heartbroken. Xiaoyan. Mom has left us and Dad has forsaken me for that illegitimate child. You are my only family left, so please don't leave. In front of Qin Lang, Bai Ryu might still be suppressing her grievances. But in front of her own blood-related sister, she let everything spill out without holding back. She was also a girl just a few years older, having to face those old foxes in the corporation, and then go home to confront her father. How could she possibly endure it all? Sister, please don't cry, okay? I will never leave you. Bai Xiaoyan hugged her sister's head, instinctively offering comfort. Both sisters cried in each other's arms in the entire villa, in a place unseen by anyone else. It was just the two of them relying on each other. After a long time, Bai Ryu sniffed, feeling some of the grievances that had been suppressed inside her were relieved after crying. She gently wiped Bai Xiaoyan's small face with her palm, feeling heartbroken. Xiaoyan, please stop crying. If you keep crying, you'll turn into a big flower face, and that won't look good. Bai Xiaoyan sniffed, wiped her eyes, and asked worriedly, Sister, do I look ugly when I cry? I cried in brother's arms last night too. Will he dislike me? Not at all. Xiaoyan, you are so cute. How could anyone dislike you? Bai Ryu laughed through her tears. Bai Xiaoyan happily accepted the compliment, nodding with a smile. That's great. If brother dislikes me, then when I grow up, I can't say I want to be his wife anymore. To be a wife? Bai Ryu bitterly smiled inside. Her sister's dream of becoming Qin Lang's wife had already been fulfilled the night before, and it was done in an extraordinary way. She didn't intend to, nor did she have the ability to stop her sister from thinking about Qin Lang, and could only make more demands on Qin Lang's side. Xiaoyan, we should go back tonight. Father has prepared a banquet to celebrate your rescue and specially hired a high-priced bodyguard from abroad. You are the guest of honor. Bai Xiaoyan shook her head vigorously. No, I don't want to see him. Even someone like Bai Xiaoyan, who wore her emotions on her sleeve, would instinctively refuse in such situations. You were the one who had me kidnapped, and now that someone else has rescued me, you want to hold a celebration banquet. How could a father be so shameless? Doesn't he care about his daughter's feelings at all, just to put on a show for others? Bai Ryu gently patted her sister's head, comforting her sincerely. Xiaoyan, some things are better kept in your heart. There is no need to make it so awkward. Just scold him a few times in your heart for being a bad guy. Moreover, your brother Qin Lang will also be attending the banquet tonight. Oh really? Bai Xiaoyan's eyes lit up, then she pouted in a huff. Then I guess I'll go back, but I won't talk to that bad. At the Bai family estate, due to Bai Xiaochun's invitation, nearly all the prominent figures of Tianhai City came to show their support. Even those with pressing matters had either sent someone from their family to replace them or had made arrangements in advance. Despite Bai Xiaochun's preference for sons over daughters, being an illegitimate child and arranging for someone to kidnap his own daughter, his status in Tianhai City still held considerable weight, a significant one. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun was extremely traditional and rarely held banquets at his estate, indicating the grandeur of this occasion. At the banquet, Bai Ryu attended in a glamorous gown, her purple dress sweeping the floor, and with an elegant demeanor that captivated the attention of many men. Bai Xiaoyan wore a pristine princess dress, accentuating her chest with a prominent curve, making her stand out even more. At such a young age, she had such a generous heart. What would happen when she was a few years older? Looking at her well-proportioned legs clad in crystal shoes and white stockings, the little girl exuded a lowly vibe that attracted a large number of admirers. Wow, what a manly, handsome guy. Who is he? I've never seen him before. He's almost comparable to the Qin Shao I met. Oh my, what's going on in Tianhai City lately? Handsome guys and male gods are appearing one after another. Who should I choose to approach? Who could possibly notice you? Many young ladies noticed a young man in a corner savoring red wine with a melancholic gaze and a touch of coldness, captivating everyone with his enchanting eyes. Mr. Yifeng, thank you for gracing us with your presence and agreeing to be my sister's bodyguard. Bai Ryu approached the young man, lifting her wine glass to indicate taking a gentle sip. Beside her, Bai Xiaoyan's big, watery eyes sparkled with surprise. Based on her years of infatuation experience, this was another handsome guy. Of course, having already settled on one person, her infatuation would only bring her awe without any further action. Otherwise, it wouldn't be infatuation, but rather something else. Yifeng wore a smile at the corner of his mouth, his gaze filled with mischief, casually sweeping over the two beautiful. Indeed, they were exquisite sisters. Both their figures and looks easily surpassed 95 points. Having spent years abroad, he was accustomed to the broad frames of Western women, so upon seeing such delicate and graceful Chinese beauties, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. It is my honor to be your bodyguard. I have heard, Mr. I speak of Miss Yun Yun's matters, and such incidents will not occur again in the future. As long as I am present, I will ensure that neither of you ladies suffer even the slightest harm. With this statement, Yifeng directly included both of them in his protective range. Of course, with his skills and abilities, even without the support of any mercenary group, he was more than capable. But so what? Did he need to worry about anything else while wanting to protect two women? This was the absolute confidence that came from strength. Bai Xiaoyan stared at Yifeng with her beautiful big eyes and asked suspiciously, "Are you going to protect me too? But I already have an older brother. How about you just take care of my sister? Is that okay?" "Older brother?" Yifeng was puzzled. "You have an older brother?" "Yes, after I was kidnapped, it was my brother who rescued." When mentioning Qin Lang, Bai Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled. Although she found Yifeng quite handsome to be fair. Yet compared to her brother, he was nothing. Despite the little girl being infatuated once she fixated on someone, it wasn't that she disliked Yifeng, it was just that Bai Xiaoyan felt that if Yifeng protected her, what if her brother misunderstood? Bai Ryu couldn't help but smile. Her sister had talked for so long without mentioning a name. She gently explained, "It was Qin Lang who rescued Yun Yun, so in Yun Yun's heart Qin Lang is just like her brother." "Mister, Yi, please don't misunderstand." Qin Lang. Upon hearing this name, Yifeng instinctively furrowed his brows even tighter. He had previously made a deal with Bai Xiaochun abroad and had protected her caravan. His agreement to accept the invitation wasn't solely to protect the Bai sisters. Before this, he had no idea what they looked like. It was merely because Bai Xiaochun had mentioned the name Qin Lang in passing. How could he forget the man who had caused the young lady to delete his contact information? "Miss Yun Yun, if my information is correct, this Mr. Qin Lang should have a rather poor reputation outside, right?" Yifeng smiled, having no intention of slandering Qin Lang, merely referencing the outside world's opinion. But coincidentally, this guy had encountered Bai Xiaoyun, the infatuated one. She didn't care about what others said. If one person said Qin Lang was bad, Bai Xiaoyan thought that person had a problem. If 100 people said Qin Lang was bad, Bai Xiaoyan thought that all 100 had problems. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Bai Xiaoyan immediately glared at him, her pretty face flushed with anger. "What do you mean? Why say bad things about my brother? Don't you know that seeing is believing? How can you speak ill of him without even meeting him? Are you out of your mind? You must be jealous of my brother, right? That's it. Since he lets my brother protect me, but not you, you're feeling envious. So annoying, I can't be bothered to deal with you anymore." After angrily scolding him, Bai Xiaoyan's gaze shifted to Qin Lang, who had just entered the courtyard. She immediately stopped arguing with Yifeng and ran over, diving into his embrace, like a swallow returning to its nest. "Brother, why did you just arrive? That bodyguard named Yifeng just said you have a bad reputation outside." Bai Xiaoyan nestled in Qin Lang's arms, shifting to a comfortable position. Then eagerly claiming credit, she said, "But brother, you don't need to be angry. I already scolded him for you." "Oh, is that so? Then I really have to thank Yun Yun for helping me get my justice back." Qin Lang affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair while looking at Yifeng in the distance with a gentle smile. Their eyes met. In that moment, it felt as if electric arcs were clashing, a sharp tension in the air. Qin Lang sneered inwardly, not expecting this. Despite having set everything in motion beforehand, Yifeng still managed to get involved with the Bai sisters and even became their bodyguard. In the original story, it was Yifeng who accidentally rescued Bai Xiaoyan from the Black Dragon Society. That was how he first encountered the Bai sisters, but now that opportunity had been snatched away from him. Yifeng still appeared before the Bai sisters. One couldn't deny this guy's charm with women was indeed somewhat formidable. Such a pity. Even if Yifeng returned early, he was still one step too late. He didn't confront Yifeng directly. Instead, after exchanging glances, he embraced Bai Xiaoyan and moved to another place. On the other side, Yifeng narrowed his eyes, sensing an unusual significance from Qin Lang. Withdrawing his gaze, he looked at Bai Ryu, speaking somewhat coldly. "Miss Bai, what do you think of the relationship between Miss Yun Yun and Qin Lang?" "What can I think?" Bai Ryu thought to herself. Whether standing, sitting, or lying down, what else could she do? However, she casually responded, "It's unavoidable. Yun Yun's nature is innocent, and Mr. Qin saved her life from the kidnappers, so their closeness is normal. Also, Mr. You don't need to keep calling me Miss Bai, it feels strange. Just call me Ryu. Everyone in the business circle." However, as far as I know, when Miss Yun Yun went missing, the police were notified, and they couldn't find any clues. Yet Qin Lang managed to rescue her before the police arrived. "Don't tell me you haven't suspected any abnormalities in this, Miss Bai." Ryu. Yifeng sneered inwardly, trying to play mind games with him. In foreign lands, what kinds of dirty tricks hadn't he seen? These small thoughts would only fool a pure little girl like Bai Xiaoyan. In front of him, all tricks would be exposed. Having said this much, surely Bai Ryu, such a clever business elite, wouldn't fail to understand right. Indeed, his implication was that the events surrounding the kidnapping were highly likely orchestrated by Qin Lang behind. It was a deliberate act to create a hero-saving Thebaity scenario. Bai Ryu glanced at Yifeng, indifferently contemplated for a moment, then her voice turned flat, losing all politeness. "Mr. Yifeng, I retract my earlier statement. From now on, you may just call me Miss Bai." "Ryu, what do you mean by this?" Yifeng furrowed his brow. "Although this is just a speculation, I think it is quite possible. Miss Yun Yun is innocent. Have you never doubted this aspect?" Bai Ryu remained silent in her heart. Had she never doubted Qin Lang? No. When Qin Lang mentioned that her sister was kidnapped during the Dingfeng conference, she was the first to doubt him and was quite certain. But what happened afterward? Reality slapped her hard. Not only was Qin Lang not the mastermind, but he also rescued her sister from the hands of the kidnappers. Mr. Yifeng, I can only tell you that some matters are not as simple as you think. You can question Qin Lang's character, but I hope you refrain from entangling yourself in this matter regarding Yun Yun. Bai Ruyu elegantly left with her glass of red wine, showing no intention of further conversation. Her first impression of Yifeng was actually quite good. He was calm, composed, and seemed intelligent. But now it seemed she had overestimated him. Yifeng gazed at Bai Ruyu's graceful figure, his grip on the wine glass tightening, producing a creaking sound that seemed on the verge of shattering under the pressure. How could this be? He had always been accurate in reading people. Bai Xiaoyan misunderstood him and scolded him, but he could. After all, as the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps accustomed to life and death, why would he bother with such a little girl? But why would even Bai Ruyu react this way? Could it be that Qin Lang had done something to these sisters? Little did he know, even if Yifeng racked his brain, he wouldn't have thought that Bai Xiaochun, the true Blackheart villain, was the real mastermind behind the daughter's kidnapping. An old fox, after committing a crime, not only did not stop, but also held a banquet to celebrate Qin Lang rescuing his daughter from his own clutches. He even hired a top-notch bodyguard like Yifeng. Yes, Yifeng was indeed the protagonist of the original story, but he was still a human. Except for Qin Lang, who knew the plot in advance, how could anyone see through Bai Xiaochun, this old fox with so many layers of disguise? Where did it all go wrong? Which step was wrong? Yifeng lowered his head, his thoughts in disarray, feeling that something was off. Where exactly? Yifeng's usual irritation surged again, and he silently walked to a corner, began to adjust his breathing, and tried to calm himself down. Years of survival on the battlefield taught him that regardless of the situation, calmness is the first rule. The moment you let anger take over, you lose your rationality, leading to defeat. Ruyu. In the center of the venue, Qin Lang softly called out as he approached Bai Ruyu from behind. Bai Ruyu shivered, then turned around, staring at Qin Lang suspiciously. What is it? Qin Lang replied earnestly. I still need to discuss some matters regarding the company with you. After all, this is my first business deal. I cannot be careless. Although you are talented in this area, we still need to clarify some points, right? It's inconvenient. Bai Ruyu rolled her eyes. Miss Bai, what do you mean? Forget it, there are too many people here. Let's go upstairs to discuss business matters privately. As someone walked by, Qin Lang deliberately raised his voice by 8 degrees. After avoiding the unintentional passerby, he casually patted her back a few times, urging Bai Ruyu to head upstairs. An hour later. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 Destiny villain points. Bai Ruyu, fearing something might go wrong, was the first to come down from the second floor, her face slightly flushed. Guests who noticed her would only think that Miss Bai was genuinely happy tonight and accidentally got a bit tipsy from the red wine. This thought did not come from just one person, including those familiar with Bai Ruyu. Just now, Bai Xiaoyun, who had just finished pretending, joyfully broke away from a circle of old men and rushed towards her. Looking around and not seeing the brother she longed for, she uncomfortably patted her chest, which had a significant curve, and complained, Sister, I'm really tired. Is this what pretending is? If you hadn't told me in advance, I wouldn't have been able to stay even for 3 minutes. That group of old men is really disgusting. They all praise him for loving his daughter and being devoted to his feelings. Some even advised him to take a second wife. Those old men were kept in the dark. They probably didn't know that he not only targeted his biological daughter, but that his so-called devotion was just a load of nonsense. Yun Yun. Bai Ruyu nervously reached out her hand to cover her sister's mouth, looking around before releasing her grip. Don't talk nonsense. Bai Xiaoyan pouted, then clung to her sister's arm, acting cute. Oh sister, you don't have to worry. I noticed no one was around when I came here. Besides, with so many people who would know who I was talking about. Bai Xiaoyan seemed somewhat indifferent, not knowing if she had genuinely paid attention to her surroundings or was intentionally venting her dissatisfaction to be heard. She gazed at her sister, suddenly feeling a bit puzzled, stepped forward, and poked her finger at the corner of her sister's mouth. Whining childishly, Sister, you're really greedy. Today is a banquet, and you're still hiding up there to sneak a bite. Let me taste it. Saying this, she was about to put her finger in her mouth. Shut up. Don't eat recklessly. Bai Ruyu quickly grasped her sister's hand. She was somewhat worried about her gluttonous sister, and even wiped the corners of her mouth with her hand. There are still so many guests, be obedient. Bai Ruyu comforted in a low voice. Her sister was good at everything except for her insatiable appetite and infatuation. If not guided, what would happen in the future if she ate things offered by strangers? You are Yin Yin, you are here too, what a coincidence. Qin Lang walked down the stairs full of confidence and greeted the two sisters standing at the stairway, as if it were a coincidence. Bai Xiaoyan had no idea what had just happened. She felt as if it was truly fate that she had come to this corner of the house and bumped into her brother, truly a twist of fate. Brother, where have you been just now? I was dragged off to drink, and you didn't help me stop them. Those old men are so bad, all bragging about my drinking capacity, just trying to get me to drink more. Bai Xiaoyan hugged Qin Lang's waist, snuggling in his embrace, sulking and pouting, filled with grievances. They all look so smiley, but in reality they are all bad guys, not caring whether I like drinking or not. Still, your smile is the most sincere, he. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. Yes, when it comes to smiles, who can be as sincere as me? Hiss. Just as he was feeling proud, Qin Lang suddenly winced in pain, gasping, and turned to see two slender fingers pinching his waist, twisting and turning, causing him great discomfort. The pain was almost heart-wrenching. Yes, Qin Xiao, when it comes to smiles, who can be as sincere as Yui? Bai Ryu smiled with a hint of mockery, increasing the pressure of her fingers before finally letting go. She glared at Qin Lang with resentment. Before today, she had fully agreed with her sister's perspective. However, after today, especially after being charmed by Qin Lang's captivating smile and taken upstairs, she could know. Have you ever been in a relationship before? Qin Lang curiously looked at Bai Ryu. Bai Ryu was puzzled. Why do you ask this question? Could it be that you suspect something? How could that be? Last night Qin Lang was not blind. Didn't he see the fallen petals on the sofa? Qin Lang's mouth twitched. I was just curious, how do you have such a woman's secret skill, or rather is that skill innate in women's genes? Is it something that doesn't need to be learned, something that comes naturally in such situations? Once in that kind of situation, can any girl instinctively unleash it? Who knows? If I knew, I would be cautious next. Bai Ryu huffed, feeling inexplicably proud to see Qin Lang at a loss, thinking to herself how he would dare to act recklessly next time. The banquet had reached its peak with all the invited guests present, and even some uninvited ones. For instance, Mu Rin International's Mu Yuyan. She was still wearing the black OL Stockings uniform from the company, having just rushed out from the research base, initially planning to return to the company to handle some documents regarding channel distribution. However, after learning from Aining that Qin Lang was attending the Bai family's banquet, she rushed over, without even changing her clothes. On one hand, Mu Yuyan had absolute confidence in her beauty. Even without makeup, she could outshine the crowd. On the other hand, she wanted to see what Qin Lang, the big boss behind the scenes, was up to after all her hustle and bustle for beauty pills these days, having barely enough time to sleep. Her gaze swept around almost like a main wife catching a mistress, and in an instant she noticed Qin Lang's annoying, especially when she saw Bai Ryu and Bai Xiaoyan, the pair of sisters surrounding Qin Lang. It filled her heart with a beautiful lady, you seem to dislike Qin Lang over there. Just as Yifeng had calmed down, he immediately noticed a beautiful woman who had just appeared at the entrance. Her looks and figure were both above 95 points, and she was dressed in a black silk OL uniform. Perhaps for women such office attire is a kind of elegant and decent wear, but for men, not just Yifeng, it presented it. Especially when Yifeng noticed the anger in Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes, he immediately took the initiative to approach her. Mu Yuyan was currently holding back a surge of anger and had no mind to entertain anyone's conversation. Just as she was about to dismiss him casually, she noticed Qin Lang's gaze turning toward her, instantly igniting her. She smiled sweetly at Yifeng, saying, "It seems like you also dislike that guy Qin Lang." Yifeng shook his head. "I wouldn't say I dislike him, just curious why. Based on what I know, this guy is clearly a notorious scoundrel, yet in the eyes of some people, he seems completely different from what I imagined." In the same puddle of water, Yifeng would not stumble twice. He feared repeating past mistakes. This time he did not directly start his assumptions or smear Qin Lang's reputation, but instead posed his questions with, "Perhaps it's not that your information is wrong, but rather that there are issues with those people at." Mu Yuyan smiled slyly, noticing Qin Lang approaching the Bai sisters. She continued deliberately, "In Yinjing, Qin Lang is indeed a notorious playboy. He has done countless bad deeds, too many to count." Yifeng laughed, looking at Qin Lang walking toward them, playfully remarking, "Qin Xiao, your name is renowned. It seems that according to this lady's words, it is not baseless. Come take a look." Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes swept over Qin Lang's surroundings. "How dare he come over here to check on me? With his arms around two sisters, does he want to add me to the mix as well? Now that you've seen it, are you satisfied?" Although Mu Yuyan felt that her actions were inappropriate, the annoying desire to compete awakened within her at that moment. Why should it be this way? Why is it that within the bounds of their contract, Qin Lang can get so close to the Bai sisters while she must remain alone? Who set this rule? Yifeng felt a bit suspicious. He seemed to sense something was off in the atmosphere. Could it be that this stunning woman in a black OL uniform had some unclear relationship with Qin Lang? Is there some misunderstanding here? Yifeng looked at Mu Yuyan. He was worried about facing the Bai sisters again, so he softened his hostility a bit. This didn't mean that she truly had no hostility towards Qin Lang. It was merely a tactical retreat to gauge Mu Yuyan's reaction. Mu Yuyan scoffed, looking down on him. What misunderstanding could there be? Isn't it just that I have a marriage contract with him? A marriage contract? Upon hearing those two words, Bai Xiaoyan's big watery eyes widened in shock as she immediately turned to Qin Lang. "Brother, what's going on here? Is she your fiancée?" Bai Ryu also looked uneasy. To say she liked Qin Lang was a bit exaggerated. It wasn't that serious yet. But to say that she didn't care about having a marriage contract with Qin Lang was impossible. After all, their relationship had already developed that far. Mu Yuyan coldly laughed. "It's just a piece of paper set by the older generation, who says it must be followed. What kind of society are we in that still clings to such rigidity?" She harbored a grudge, especially seeing the unusual reactions of the Bai sisters upon hearing the words marriage contract. It made her even angrier. Qin Lang definitely had an unclear relationship with these two sisters. She couldn't suppress the resentment boiling within. These past few days she had been busy with the issue of beauty pills, feeling utterly exhausted, while Qin Lang was enjoying himself flirting with girls behind her back. Did he ever consider her feelings? So it's like this. Yes, how rigid. Don't listen to adults. It's best to decide for yourself about whom to marry in the future. Bai Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with Mu Yuyan's viewpoint. She absolutely could not marry. If Mu Yuyan married her brother, what would she do when she grew up? Wouldn't that mean no one could marry? You scared me. Bai Xiaoyan placed her hand over her heart, trying to calm her rage. Qin Lang gazed at Mu Yuyan for a long time. When he noticed her eyes flickering with uncertainty and glancing at Yifeng, he sighed. So that's how it is. The fish was hooked, Qin Lang was certain. But is this really the time to reel it in? No, it wasn't. It was time to cast the fishing rod aside. Let those who are willing, since that's the case, I roughly understand your feelings. Qin Lang took a deep breath, then looked seriously at Mu Yuyan, solemnly saying, Mu Yuyan, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused by the marriage contract. I regret hindering your freedom to love. However, you don't need to worry. From tonight onwards, this bond will be completely lifted. You will no longer be bound by any marriage contract or agreement. Let's go. A twist of fate has surprisingly led to a beautiful story. Qin Lang chuckled self-deprecatingly, then took Bai Xiaoyan's hand and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he paused, looked back at the dazed Mu Yuyan, and continued, I wish you happiness in the future, to be with the one you love for a lifetime. Qin Lang disappeared from Mu Yuyan's sight. She was left standing there in a daze while Yifeng also hesitated. Really? From his experience, there was definitely something fishy about this. Both Bai Xiaoyan and Bai Ruya's past experiences told him that at such times one must never rush to say congratulations or offer blessings. That would only lead to trouble. It seemed that this beauty Mu Yuyan had an unclear relationship with Qin Lang. It didn't seem like love, but rather some entangled issues. Rationality told him it was time to leave. Before leaving to show respect, Yifeng took out a business card and handed it to Mu Yuyan. Miss Mu, this is my business card. If you have any safety concerns, I can help you. I must take my leave now. Mu Yuyan grabbed the business card, her dazed expression gradually returning to normal. She turned to face Yifeng and coldly said, Are you sick? Yifeng frowned. Mu Yuyan continued to question, Why are you giving me your business card? Did I ever ask? If I had safety issues, would I seek you instead of the security? Yifeng's frown deepened. Mu Yuyan pressed on, Didn't you say you were leaving? Why are you still standing here? Are we close? Is flirting with women that interesting? Are you out of your mind? Yifeng's brow furrowed tightly. Even with his composure, he was struggling to contain his anger at this moment. What did he do wrong? He hadn't said anything. It was all Mu Yuyan's own doing. How did it become all his fault? This wasn't him being sick, it was clearly Mu Yuyan who had issues. However, after Mu Yuyan finished her tirade, she left the Bai family estate without looking back, giving him no chance to retort. In fact, Yifeng's reasoning wasn't wrong, he just didn't know that women tend to be irrational when angry, and it was especially severe in Mu Yuyan's case. After leaving the Bai family estate, Mu Yuyan drove straight back to her residence, neglecting a pile of matters at the company, feeling utterly flustered. Damn Qin Lang, bastard Qin Lang, shameless Qin Lang. Annul the marriage. Nullify the contract. If you have the guts, just do it. Anyone can talk big pretending in front of the Bai sisters. What are you acting for? If you really wanted to annul the marriage, would you still hesitate until now? Damn it, next time, even if you want to come back and beg me, I might not even give you a good face. Mu Yuyan cursed under her breath, tossing and turning on her bed, clutching a large white bear. This was a gift Qin Lang had bought for her when her mother first left, saying that when she couldn't sleep at night, hugging it would make her feel safe, as if he were there with her. I'll strangle you. Mu Yuyan fiercely clutched the bear's neck, her eyes bulging in anger, as if that wasn't enough to release her fury. She casually threw the large white bear to the ground and stomped on it in frustration. Then she leaned against the headboard, falling silent for a long time. Perhaps this position didn't provide her with a sense of security. She gradually pulled her knees to her chest, curling up into a small ball. Huff, huff. In the bedroom, only her breath was audibly distinct. Glancing to the left, she saw the large white bear lying on the ground, having returned to its original position. Mu Yuyan moved her arm to the side, then stopped, seemingly conflicted. In the end, she reached out, picked up the large white bear from the ground, hugged it close, and murmured softly, I'm sorry, I'm not mad at you. I just hate that bastard Qin Lang. I shouldn't take my anger out on you. If Yifeng were here, seeing Mu Yuyan's behavior would probably make him spit blood. This woman can apologize to a stuffed bear, but doesn't even think to apologize to him. Who are you trying to scare? Just saying you want to break the engagement means nothing. If you truly wish to dissolve it, would you have agreed to enter a contract with me as a couple? Mu Yuyan hugged her large white bear, snorting coldly in her heart. That guy Qin Lang always pretended to be grandiose, but in the end, didn't everything just fizzle out? Just like last time when she expressed her desire to break the engagement, Qin Lang had used his family's influence to coerce her into an unequal contract. Let's see what tricks you'll pull next time we meet. She constantly reminded herself that it wasn't that she was unwilling to break the engagement with Qin Lang, it was just that hearing the word break come from his mouth made her very uncomfortable. Even if it were to be dissolved, it should be her who brought it up. And what about that bastard? Where did he even come from? What's his deal trying to flirt with me? Recalling her encounter with Yifeng at the Bai family courtyard made Mu Yuyan furrow her brows. Qin Lang had seen her chatting happily with Yifeng, and in a fit of anger, he blurted out wanting to break the engagement. Now that she thought about it, he must have been jealous, right? That makes sense. How could Qin Lang, who once adored her so much, suddenly change his mind? He was most likely jealous. It was truly ridiculous to think that she would suddenly become close to a stranger for no reason. Besides that Yifeng was clearly not a good person, he was very cunning. Compared to him, Qinlang, who was obviously a little bad. After coming to this realization, Mu Yuyan lay on her comfortable mattress, hugging her white, bare, her mind racing, yet she still couldn't calm down. Just then the phone on her bedside rang. Almost reflexively, Mu Yuyan quickly answered it. Not hearing Qinlang apologize, instead, she heard Lin Wangqing's anxious voice from the other end. Yuyan, what happened between you and Xiaoqing? Why did the Qin family just call and say that if you have someone else you like, go ahead and pursue them without worrying about the engagement? Boom. Lin Wangqing's words exploded in Mu Yuyan's mind, leaving her stunned, her hand holding the phone for the Qin family called her mother and said this. Although it was said indirectly, wasn't this essentially the meaning of breaking the engagement? That guy Qinlang wasn't joking, he really wanted to dissolve the engagement. And he had already informed his family. How could this be? This time Qinlang was truly determined to break the engagement, not just scaring her. What on earth happened? Yuyan, tell me, do you really not like Xiaoqing? Lin Wangqing's voice revealed a hint of urgency. Previously, when this engagement was set, she indeed had thoughts of leveraging the Qin family's power. But now, after witnessing Qinlang's fervent pursuit of her daughter, she genuinely felt that Qinlang was a good child. Not to mention, during their last trip to Tianhai City, if Qinlang hadn't pointed out her daughter's health issues, who knows what could have. Now she was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, increasingly satisfied. She feared her daughter and Qinlang might stir up unnecessary conflicts. If that happened, it would be too late to regret. Mu Yuyan tightly gripped the phone, her teeth clenched, her eyes turning red. Why does he do whatever he wants without caring about my feelings? He flirts around outside, and am I not allowed to say a word? Mu Yuyan retorted with a sour heart. While she spoke these tough words, her eyes were already misty, tears welling up in an instant. Lin Wangqing felt bitter and sad in her heart. Yuyan, I've told you before, this is a common issue in big families. It's not just one person's problem. In Yinjing, which big family, even those elders appear warm and friendly on the surface, but behind the scenes their mistresses might be younger than their granddaughters by 2 years. As long as it's not brought home, these matters are often overlooked. Sigh, forget it. Your temperament is like this. If you can't endure it, then don't. If you want to break the engagement, then break it. I actually like Xiaoqing as a child. Even without the engagement, we can still be friends. Perhaps she truly hadn't considered her daughter's feelings. Having said this, she no longer intended to force her daughter. After all, she couldn't sacrifice her daughter's happiness for the family, could she? The Qin family's stance this time was gentle. As long as you accept it from now on, just act as if there is no engagement. Other interactions can remain unchanged. Mu Yuyan bit her lip, hesitantly murmuring, I never said I wanted to break the engagement. It was all Qinlang's decision. Yuyan, what do you mean by that? Lin Wangqing became anxious. You don't mean you've fallen for Xiaoqing, do you? Then why are you still having conflicts with him? Mu Yuyan stammered, her voice a bit choked. I don't know, Mom. What should I do now? She felt flustered, not knowing what was happening, just that her heart felt blocked, and she sensed a general discomfort, especially her 2 calves sticking out from under the blanket, feeling exceptionally cold, as if a chill was rapidly spreading from her feet up her body, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Even saying she didn't want to break the engagement, she no longer had a shred of justification rising within her. She had lost that mindset. She felt as if her once lively brain was now blank, devoid of any capacity for just thinking about how Qinlang would no longer have any entanglements with her in the future made her heart feel empty, as if she had lost something precious. Lin Wangqing had also calmed down. She hoped her daughter would end up with Qinlang if she genuinely liked Qinlang as a future son-in-law, whether it was regarding family background, character, or his affection for her daughter. But now, having developed to this extent, she really wanted to point at her daughter's nose and scold her properly. Look at what you've done. Now you regret it, huh? Complaining won't solve the problem. After pondering for a while, she slowly said, given the current situation, Mom, can't help you anymore. The Qin family will not force Xiaoqing to pursue you any further. If you still want to continue, then be more proactive. The Qin family's stance is gentle. If you can convince Xiaoqing to change his mind, everything can be discussed. The mother-daughter duo talked until late at night, and due to the nurse from Xiangshan Sanatorium urging them, they finally hung up. Without her mother's reminders, Mu Yuyan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Unknowingly, she reached out to touch her uncomfortable pillow, only to find it already damp. Had she been crying? Mu Yuyan felt a little dazed. Did she really like Qinlang? Did she truly have to take the initiative to pursue him? But growing up, she had never pursued a boy, one could even say she had never had feelings for anyone. Where would she find such experience? With a mix of irritation, complaints, sadness, grievance, and heartache. Various emotions brewed within Mu Yuyan. This night was extremely difficult to endure. As soon as she closed her eyes, she would recall Qinlang's firm words about wanting to break the engagement in front of her. Regretful tears had already soaked the pillow. Compared to Mu Yuyan's quiet sorrow, Qinlang was feeling exceptionally pleased. The system notification sound echoed incessantly in his ears. The female protagonist by Xiaoyun severed ties with the child of fate. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20,000 villain points. The female protagonist by Ryu has a rift with the child of fate. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 villain points. The child of fate Yifeng lost 200 luck points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20,000 villain points. The child of fate experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 villain points. The female protagonist Mu Yuyin severed ties with the child of fate. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20,000 villain points. With a continuous influx of villain points, Qin Lang wondered what Yifeng was doing here as a protagonist. He was clearly here to provide him with villain points. The harvest was immense. Originally with by Rias 500 points, the total was just over 1,000. Now after just one encounter with Yifeng, it had doubled. The villain points soared to 215,300. System store body enhancement pills 1,500 points, basic firearms proficiency 1,000 points, advanced firearms proficiency 1,000,000 points, disguise technique 50,000 points, sturdy body enhancement pills 1,000 points. The store was filled with a variety of goods complete with illustrations and prices, and clicking on the illustrations revealed product descriptions. For example, with basic firearms proficiency after purchase, one could grasp the basic principles of firearms covering various weapons, not just handguns, but the basic effects were minimal, leaning more towards an understanding of fundamental principles. When the skill upgraded to advanced, one could master various firearms, perfectly hitting every target with precision comparable to the elite soldiers of major military districts. The effectiveness was undoubtedly reliable, a product of the system guaranteed to be top-notch. However, the price was somewhat steep, and in the country firearms were generally not particularly useful. There was no urgency to improve skills in that area. But when he saw the body enhancement pills, Qin Lang's eyes lit up. This thing was a great item. He had seen it during the first newbie gift pack distribution. There were no limits, and consuming one could enhance one's physique. Although his physique was already over 100, possibly even higher than Yifeng's. What if? That guy Yifeng was a mercenary leader abroad, having fought his way through gunfire, and being a child of fate, even if he was currently suppressed, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Moreover, with continued interactions, he would definitely want to milk Yifeng for more benefits. The enmity was inevitable, and he was a bit worried that Yifeng might assassinate him. Just a slight advantage in physique was not secure. Qin Lang was unwilling to take such a big risk. He waved his hand and spent 150 villain points to directly purchase 100 body enhancement pills. As the villain points decreased, his system backpack added 100 dark blue body enhancement pills. Qin Lang grabbed a handful and popped them into his mouth like they were candy. After consuming all 100 pills, his physique could break through to 200 points. In unknown combat, his chances of winning increased to 98. A 98 chance of winning. What difference did that make to certain death? He had worked hard to traverse here, to become a big shot, to enjoy life, not to take a risk of just 0.2 for the sake of taking down Yifeng. It seemed he still needed to find something for Yifeng to do. Qin Lang muttered, thinking about giving Yifeng a visible enemy to deal with. As for himself, staying behind the scenes and waiting for Yifeng and the exposed bird to injure each other before he made his move. Wasn't that sweet? With that settled, Qin Lang spent another 500 villain points to purchase the essential skill for framing others' disguise technique. System panel character Qin Lang. Age 25, physique 108, charm 99 villain points 15300, skills affinity LV 8, group affinity 80, advanced piano skills, advanced T art, advanced aesthetic, disguise technique. Store opening, lottery center opening, each lottery costs 100 villain points. System backpack, a photo book of the landlady, a pack of Qingfeng tissues 1, a photo book of sister by an electric massager 1, worn out. Seeing the significant decrease in villain points, Qin Lang felt a pang of pain and popped another body enhancement pill to soothe his heart. At the same time, he was pondering which unfortunate soul to create a conflict with Yifeng. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. The cunning figure of Bai Xiaochun appeared in his mind. Goodness, how could he have forgotten about Bai Xiaochun? This old rascal favored boys over girls, was acquainted with Yifeng, and most importantly, Bai Xiaochun was extremely protective of his illegitimate son. Qin Lang called Junzi into the room with a serious expression, instructing, Yifeng has just arrived in Tianhai. Keep a close watch on him and report back to me on his daily activities. Junzi hesitated, saying, young master, that guy is not an ordinary person. His strength is extraordinary. Even if I encountered him, I might not be a match. Tonight, the two brothers who were following him were discovered and had 2 ribs broken by Yifeng. A normal person simply couldn't approach him, and his counter-surveillance awareness was exceptionally strong. Junzi was not cowardly. He followed Qin Lang's orders without hesitation, even at the cost of his life. However, he worried that if he couldn't fulfill the young master's orders and mess things up, it would truly be unforgivable. Give those 2 injured brothers 200 each, cover all medical expenses. They can't be treated poorly for working for me. Qin Lang said, lightly pausing for a moment before continuing, as for the surveillance, keep a little distance, but don't give up. You can start from other angles, like paying off some ordinary people living nearby to help keep an eye on him. I need to know his whereabouts. To cultivate subordinates, one must be willing to invest. You can't expect to let the horse run without feeding it. There are no foolish subordinates in the world. Controlling subordinates is not about oppression, but about maintaining control. All right. Junzi nodded seriously, clenching his fists with a grave expression. It was clear that the young master valued this Yifeng immensely. If necessary, he would personally shadow him. Even if he couldn't win in direct confrontation, keeping a little distance would still make it difficult for him to be discovered with his skills. Qin Lang popped the candy into his mouth. How's the situation with Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son lately? At the same time, he chuckled curiously at Junzi. What do you think would happen if Bai Xiaochun found out that someone was messing with his illegitimate son? Junzi did not hesitate at all. He would probably go mad. Others may not know, but our people have recently discovered that Bai Xiaochun has been quite close with that illegitimate son, extremely doting on him. To say he was indulging would be an understatement. An old-fashioned traditional man naturally pays great attention to legacy. In Bai Xiaochun's heart, this one son was likely more important than both daughters combined. To Junzi, Qin Lang regarded him as a trusted confidant, nurturing him in such a way that although he did not speak directly, he revealed his inner thoughts. As time passed, Junzi naturally became less rigid and gradually learned to discern his intentions. In this way, many trivial matters did not require him to voice them. Junzi could comprehend them intuitively and take care of them, making things much more convenient. Just then, an unexpected phone call interrupted their conversation. Junzi glanced at the screen, seeing that it was a call from Mu Yuyan. He immediately understood and bowed slightly, saying, "Young master, I have to go work now. You carry on with what you're doing." Qin Lang waved his hand, but just as Junzi was about to turn away, he called him back and tossed him a pill. Junzi looked down at it puzzled and asked, "Young master, what is this?" "It's a kind of medicine that enhances physical qualities with no side effects. Taking it will make you stronger." Qin Lang began to play the emotional card. "You've been with me for quite a few years now, and in my eyes you are like an older brother, always protecting me. Sometimes I can't make too many demands, but in terms of women you still need to exercise some restraint. This pill will help improve your recently weakened constitution." Junzi had noticeable dark circles under his eyes and appeared quite haggard, clearly overworked. Qin Lang knew it was due to Junzi's busyness these days, but he shifted the blame onto women. Was he blaming Junzi? No, not at all. Such words would not only avoid provoking Junzi's resentment, but also convey a certain message. "As the young master, I see you exhausting yourself out there in indulgence, but I do not blame you. Instead, I kindly provide you with this restorative medicine. Just think, do you not feel a sense of favoritism in your heart? Young master." Junzi wanted to explain that his dark circles were not the result of his time with manager Zhang, but from burning the midnight oil to gather the information needed by the young master. However, the words caught in his throat. Hearing what Qin Lang had just said, he felt a warm current rise within him and solemnly replied, "Understood, young master. I'll take my leave now." The door was gently closed and Qin Lang withdrew his gaze. Junzi's loyalty was unquestionable, but at times it seemed more like a manifestation of responsibility stemming from his role as a bodyguard. What Qin Lang desired was not merely this. He wanted Junzi's genuine heart. In times of danger, Junzi, bound by duty, could only exert 100% of his strength, but if he truly cared for his master, he could unleash 120% of his potential. Just a small pill for enhancing constitution worth 1,500 villain points is not expensive, and at worst it would just mean making Chiu wear the maid outfit a couple more times. Besides, spending on Junzi only strengthens him. In the end, who benefits from that, if not Qin Lang himself? This was just the beginning. Junzi's strength must be enhanced. How could he be limited to such meager abilities while before long the phone rang again? Qin Lang deliberately delayed, feeling it was time. He casually picked up the phone, yawning, and muttered impatiently, "Who is it? Why are you calling at such a late hour?" "It's me, Mu Yuyan. Did I disturb you?" Mu Yuyan's voice was soft, seemingly a bit guilty for calling at this hour, and she weakly murmured, "Should I contact you tomorrow instead?" "Oh, it's you. Speak, what is it?" Qin Lang's voice became clearer. "Are you here to remind me about our engagement? Rest assured I will definitely handle that properly. I've already informed the Qin family, and soon enough you'll receive news. From now on, you and I will have no further ties. You can be with whoever you like, date whomever you want, and I guarantee I won't interfere or make things difficult for you like before." Mu Yuyan's voice was weak, hinting at her grievances. But upon hearing this, she hurriedly explained, "I don't have that kind of relationship with someone named Yifeng. I barely know him. We just bumped into each other at the banquet. Let's not discuss that. The contract has been terminated. Who you associate with is none of my business." Qin Lang urged, "Let's get to the point, or I will hang up." Mu Yuyan felt frustrated and agitated, unable to express her grievances. She wanted to cry, wanting to vent her emotions in front of Qin Lang to articulate her unfairness. But she knew Qin Lang wouldn't pay her any mind, let alone give her that opportunity. Fearing he might hang up, Mu Yuyan had to stifle her complaints. She felt her mother was absolutely right. It was all her fault for being difficult. If she hadn't acted up, how would things have escalated? From Qin Lang's words, she sensed a deep-seated impatience. "It's about the collaboration for the beauty enhancement pills. The dilution ratio has been finalized, and I want to discuss it further with you. How about we meet tomorrow?" This was the first time Mu Yuyan took the initiative to invite someone feeling anxious about being rejected. Qin Lang pondered for a moment and responded, "We should clarify things. Let's sign a contract or something. You choose the location. Tomorrow is perfect for me. How about I come to your house?" Mu Yuyan felt delighted upon not being refused. If she could go to Qin Lang's home, she could clarify everything face to face, including her relationship with Yifeng. She needed to set the record straight, as she didn't know Yifeng at all, and it was impossible for her to have any relationship with him. How could she possibly date someone like that? Isn't that a bit inconvenient? Qin Lang hesitated in his words. "We're no longer in the same relationship as before. Just the two of us alone isn't that somewhat inappropriate? As Qin Lang spoke, a playful smile appeared on his face. He had already guessed Mu Yuyan's current thoughts. If she weren't conflicted, how could she possibly be this gentle in front of him? Haha, there's no rush, this is just the beginning. How proud Mu Yuyan was before, how wrong she will feel in the future. Who can she blame? Isn't it all Mu Yuyan's fault? We are upright in our dealings, oh what is there to be concerned about? Besides, we are discussing business with no other intentions. Mu Yuyan was very insistent, trying to win Qin Lang back. If she couldn't see Qin Lang this time, she didn't know when the next opportunity would come. The grievances she felt inside could not be suppressed for long. She had to clarify things in front of Qin Lang. All right then, that works. Qin Lang replied, without giving Mu Yuyan a chance to respond, abruptly cutting off the call. The next day in the afternoon, Mu Yuyan carefully dressed up for the meeting. Before getting out of the car, she checked her reflection in the rearview mirror, ensuring her lipstick was on point and her eyeliner was intact, visibly nervous and exceptionally serious. The female bodyguard sighed. Miss, we're just here to talk business. Is it really necessary to be this concerned? Besides, with your looks, even without makeup, you could definitely charm that Qin Lang. Dressed up like this, won't you leave him speechless? You talk too much. Mu Yuyan shot her a glance, complaining verbally, but feeling pleased internally. Normally, she didn't care about her appearance in front of Qin Lang, often going without makeup and never considering his feelings. But now thinking back, could it be that her plain appearance had led to Qin Lang's change of heart? Now she had to start paying special attention to her image in front of Qin Lang. She had to let him know that her beauty was resilient. You can head back now. They'll contact you when I need you. After getting out of the car, Mu Yuyan leaned out the window to remind Ning, then walked toward the luxurious villa. The front yard was filled with vibrant spring flowers, and there was an outdoor swimming pool glistening in the sunlight. The entire front yard of the villa was quite spacious. Amidst the fragrant environment, Mu Yuyan walked in her high heels, directly approaching the open dark blue wooden door where someone was already waiting inside. For some reason, upon entering Qin Lang's home, Mu Yuyan's heart raced uncontrollably, and her entire being tensed up, feeling highly anxious. Through the entrance, she arrived in the living room, where 2 cups of tea were already prepared, steam rising from them. Moreover, she could hear the sound of running water from the nearby restroom. She sat down with her back to the restroom, patting her cheeks to force herself to calm down and not to show any signs of weakness. It's time to meet. Finally, she would see Qin Lang. After thinking about it all night, now that the moment had arrived, Mu Yuyan felt a bit hesitant and unsettled, her prepared words becoming a jumbled mess. As Mu Yuyan was lost in her thoughts, someone approached her from beside. She looked up, ready to give Qin Lang a gentle smile, but upon seeing the person walking past her, her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Why is it you, eh?" The person who came was not Qin Lang at all, but rather Bai Ryu, who had entangled with Qin Lang at the Bai family banquet last. How did you end up here? Mu Yuyan furrowed her brows. This is Qin Lang's home, and with Bai Ryu here, doesn't that imply they are living together? Has their relationship already progressed to this point? Why can't I be here? Bai Ryu sat across from her, her beautiful legs clad in black stockings, elegantly together, leaning against the corner of the sofa. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, wearing a charming smile, reminiscing about what had happened at home last night. Her heart stirred with peculiar interest. She picked up a cup of tea, took a deliberate sip, and said, "I came to see my boyfriend. Does that concern you?" With Qin Lang absent, she spoke these words without a hint of shyness, merely intending to provoke Mu Yuyan. It is said that beautiful women are always rivals. This sentiment was vividly expressed between Mu Yuyan and Bai Ryu. Huh. Stay calm, stay calm. It's all. Mu Yuyan took a deep breath, silently reminding herself. What boyfriend? How could that guy Qin Lang possibly have? Don't think I don't know. You're merely working under Qin Lang, yet you falsely claim to be his girlfriend. Who do you think you are? It's not that she is unwilling to acknowledge it, but Qin Lang's character absolutely precludes him from having a steady girlfriend. Even in Yinjing, surrounded by beautiful women, Qin Lang has never publicly acknowledged anyone as his girlfriend. How could he suddenly be good with Bai Ryu? What a despicable scheme. Bai Ryu is trying to mess with her mind, but she absolutely cannot fall for it. As her inner fury gradually subsided, she felt somewhat dazed, not expecting Qin Lang to actually recruit Bai Ryu under his command. She had thought it was merely Qin Lang's unrequited feelings. After all, Bai Ryu is the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and the vast assets of the Bai family were waiting for her to manage. Who would have thought that the impossible would happen, and right before her eyes? There's no need to provoke me anymore, but I want to ask, why did you agree to work for Qin Lang? Also, when you were so close to Qin Lang at the Bai family, was it because he was trying to recruit you? Mu Yuyan felt she might have stepped into a misunderstanding. Perhaps it wasn't as she thought. Qin Lang's closeness with Bai Ryu wasn't due to any other entanglement, but rather to recruit her. The more Bai Ryu spoke so plainly, the more assured Mu Yuyan felt. President Mu, the matters you are asking about should have nothing to do with this collaboration, right? No comment on the reasons. Bai Ryu coldly refused. She didn't want to answer and had no way to answer. Surely she couldn't tell Mu Yuyan that her father had an illegitimate child outside and had expelled her from the power center of the Bai family. With lies being exposed, she had no intention of arguing. No matter how persistent Mu Yuyan was, it seemed their relationship hadn't reached that point. As for her, although reluctant to admit it, she was already entirely under Qin Lang's influence. Looking back now, she could vaguely sense the terrifying aspects of Qin Lang. Mu Yuyin sternly pushed the documents she brought in front of Bai Ryu. Since you are Qin Lang's subordinate, we still need to follow the proper procedures. Here's the test report and the categorization and pricing of the beauty pills. Take a look. Bai Ryu did not refuse taking the documents and carefully reviewing them. Upon seeing the data within, even she who had seen many grand scenes couldn't help but gasp. Are these really beauty products? How could that be? The cost performance is too high. The mid-range beauty pills surprisingly matched the effects of high-end beauty products on the market, while the high-end ones were far ahead, completely outperforming the vast majority of products available. If this were released, wouldn't it ignite the market? She had thought Qin Lang's description of the effects was surely exaggerated, yet she hadn't expected the data from the tests to be so astonishing. Mu Yuyin slowly spoke. Previously, I had a conversation with Qin Lang, and his intention was to entrust the production and sales of the beauty pills entirely to Mu Rin International. Is that acceptable? Bai Ryu closed the document, nodding lightly. No problem. If it weren't for being expelled from the power center of the Bai family, and if her father hadn't prohibited her from involving herself in business matters, to be honest, she would want to take over the beauty pill business herself. The Bai family also had a beauty product company, but its scale was not as large as Mu Rin International, and it was merely legitimate. However, that didn't matter. There's a saying that a pig standing on the wind can fly. The beauty pills represent the next opportunity, if she wouldn't mind letting the Bai family be the pig for once. Of course, that was just a thought. Let's wait for Qin Lang to return to discuss the remaining matters. Mu Yuyin was somewhat disinterested in continuing to confront Bai Ryu. But Bai Ryu frowned. Since I came here today, naturally, I will take responsibility for this matter. Don't you trust me? Or are you deliberately trying to continue entangling with young Master Qin? Mu Yuyin's brows knitted tightly as she felt anger rise. What do you mean? What do you mean entangling? What does my relationship with Qin Lang have to do with you? Relationship? What relationship? Bai Ryu scoffed. She was inherently a person who refused to be outdone, and moreover, she harbored a unique affection for Qin Lang. Perhaps it wasn't love, but it certainly wasn't something easily claimed by others. If I remember correctly, you seem to have no ties with young Master Qin yesterday, right? After all, it was you who mentioned wanting to break off the engagement. Young Master Qin merely complied with your wishes. What about your little white face? Why don't I see him with you? Bai Ryu, do you think too highly of yourself? Struck at her sore spot, Mu Yuyin instantly exploded. Because of Yi Feng, she had cried the entire night. Early in the morning, she had spent a long time on her makeup to cover up her reddened eyelids. She came here to leave a good impression on Qin Lang, not to come here to be bullied. Bai Ryu's expression also turned cold. Whether I think highly of myself or not has little to do with you. As for you, if you want to talk business, then continue. If not, there's no need to chat any further. If you don't want to do this business, plenty of people are willing to take over. In fact, we could even establish our own production base. It's just a matter of time. As a woman, how could she stand Mu Yuyin's behavior of declaring her sovereignty the moment they met? They were at odds, unwilling to give an inch. Just as the scent of gunpowder thickened in the living room on the verge of explosion, a commotion outside drew the attention of the two women. It's Xiao Xiao. Will go take a look, Bai Ryu said, then walked towards the door. She had only just met Su Xiao Xiao today and knew she was Qin Lang's nanny. From the sound, it seemed she had encountered some trouble. Although Mu Yuyin still felt anger in her heart, she could only endure and followed behind. Not far from the villa, Su Xiao Xiao, holding some fruits and vegetables, wore a face full of annoyance as she glared at Yi Feng and scolded. Yi Feng, I've told you many times don't disturb me, yet you not only ignored me, but also followed me. What have you experienced all these years outside? How did you become like this? She felt that the Yi Feng in front of her was very unfamiliar and somewhat bewildering. Indeed, people can change. After all these years, Xiao Feng has also turned into a different person. Xiao Miss, I truly didn't mean it. Yi Feng looked at the Su Xiao Xiao he had missed so dearly abroad, feeling away. He still remembered how as a child Xiao Miss had once defended him and was beaten by those bad kids at the orphanage. Now that he had the ability, he naturally wanted to come back to protect and care for her. However, reality had played a cruel joke on him, resulting in a huge misunderstanding. Not to mention protecting Xiao Miss, he didn't even have her contact information anymore. It had been deleted. Xiao Miss, you deleted my contact information, blocked my phone number, and when I called you from a public phone, you hung up as soon as you heard it was me. There really is a misunderstanding here. Please let me explain, okay? Yi Feng quickly said softly. Su Xiao Xiao's nature was kind, and seeing Yi Feng's distressed expression made her feel a twinge of sympathy. However, recalling the blood that had flowed from young Master's arm that night, she gritted her teeth and said ruthlessly, what is there to explain? I know you have the capability now, but you shouldn't have harmed young Master. What harm to young Master? I didn't even know Qin Lang before this. How could I harm him? Moreover, the subordinate I sent to Tianhai City has yet to report back. I suspect he has been dealt with. Yi Feng was furious. He felt that this matter was simply too bizarre. Almost all evidence pointed towards him. But didn't he know what he had done? Xiao Miss, there are many things in this world, and many people are far more complex than you imagine. It is possible that the thief yells to catch the thief. Su Xiao Xiao glared with her beautiful eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? She couldn't dare to think that Yi Feng had actually sullied young Master's name. How could there be such shameless people? Yi Feng had become increasingly unfamiliar to her. Xiao Miss, I have never changed. I am still the same Yi Feng from when we were kids, always your Xiao Feng. There is indeed something strange about this. Yifeng explained urgently, let's not discuss whether I did this or not. Even if I did, such a situation could not have occurred. I know the strength of my own subordinates. A wealthy young master like Qin Lang would not survive an assassination attempt. How could he only have a cut on his arm? Moreover, why was the emblem of my blood wolf left at the scene, exposing my identity? It must be that you mentioned my identity to Qin Lang beforehand, and he did it deliberately. In order to win back Xiao Miss, Yifeng straightforwardly threw out all the heavy doubts. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out from inside the villa. Before Su Xiao could speak, Mu Yuyan and Bai Ryu both walked out. Upon seeing Yifeng, Mu Yuyan first sneered, and then questioned Yifeng. You are truly sincere, aren't you? Who are you? What was your character before? You were already flirting with girls and handing out business cards saying you would protect them as a child. Yifeng was somewhat absent-minded. His heart was solely on Su Xiao and naturally did not notice the arrival of these two acquaintances. Coincidentally, Mu Yuyan was resentful of Yifeng's flirting last night, and now upon seeing him, she began to. Yifeng's complexion darkened. He wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start. He had anticipated encountering Qin Lang, but he didn't expect to run into Mu Yuyan. Bai Ryu also wore a cold expression and snorted, Mr. Yifeng, although I must say that I agree with some of your views, Qin Lang's character is indeed questionable, but you can't just repeatedly sully someone's reputation. Last night you accused Mr. Qin Lang of being the mastermind behind the kidnapping of my sister. But do you know who that mastermind really is? If it weren't for Qin Lang, my sister might have been imprisoned for a long time. Have you considered others' feelings when you falsely accuse someone without any evidence? What a coincidence, isn't it? If Yifeng hadn't accused Qin Lang, perhaps Bai Ryu would have thought about the possibility. After all, she also had her doubts about Qin Lang's character and felt resentment. It was hard to bear. However, given what happened last night, and the scene of Yifeng pursuing Su Xiao, Bai Ryu had already nailed Yifeng to the column of disgrace for intentionally framing someone out of unrequited love. Su Xiao gazed at Yifeng with an increasingly sullen expression, her resentment growing stronger. Yifeng felt overwhelmed, clenching his fists tightly. He was furious, but had to endure and explain, Xiao Miss, things are really not as you think. There is a misunderstanding here. These two are not familiar with me, don't you understand me? Su Xiao angrily retorted, what do I understand about you? Yifeng, we haven't seen each other in many years, how would I know what kind of person you've become? Moreover, not to mention the opinions of others, there is one thing I must tell you, I have not told young master anything about your matters outside. He does not know what kind of mercenary group you belong to or what you do outside. Why would he accuse you? Enough. Yifeng, you should leave, I don't want to see you again. All evidence, whether from Bai Ryu, Mu Yuyan, or Su Xiao's own heart, pointed towards Yifeng. Originally, in Su Xiao's mind, he was just someone who harmed young master out of unrequited love. Now he had added another offense, falsely accusing young master of wrongdoing. The three women turned to leave, and an old man taking a stroll happened to pass by. Seeing this scene, he walked up to Yifeng, patted his shoulder, and sighed. Young man, in this love triangle the waters run deep, you can't grasp it. Get lost. Yifeng quickly turned around, glaring at the old man, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light akin to a wolf lurking in the shadows. The old man trembled at the sight, quickening his pace to leave, mumbling the words unrighteous behavior repeatedly. Yifeng's anger surged within him like a raging sea, unprecedented in its intensity. All of this was instigated by Qin Lang from behind the scenes. A torrent of murderous intent brewed in his chest so thick that it felt almost tangible. Meanwhile, in Tianhai City, at the luxurious 3-story private room of the Queen Bar, Qin Lang, the one Yifeng had in mind, was lounging on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, taking a deep drag, and comfortably exhaling the smoke. Before him stood Xiao, dressed in a black skirt, one hand resting against the large glass window, while the other slipped a patent leather high heel onto her glistening jade foot, her cheeks slightly flushed, making her all the more enchanting. Her graceful figure formed a perfect shape. She turned, glaring angrily at Qin Lang, and coldly admonished, we should not meet again next time. Why not? Qin Lang blew out a smoke ring, asking curiously, wasn't everything fine just now? Xiao rolled her eyes, saying, what kind of relationship do we have now? Is this how you handle things? What do you think we're doing? Just debugging here. She felt this relationship could no longer continue as it was. It was simply maddening. The sight of Qin Lang made her feel a bit unsteady, already forming a psychological shadow. Watching Xiao's intense emotional fluctuations, Qin Lang felt increasingly pleased as he activated the system notification sound. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10,003 villain points. Ding. The female lead Xiao has experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, for gaining 800 villain points. Ding. The Destined child, Yifeng, has experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, for gaining 1,000 villain points. The Destined child, Yifeng's luck value has decreased by 500 points. Congratulations, host, for gaining 5,000 villain points. Listening to the system notifications in his ear, Qin Lang smiled faintly, realizing that all the time and effort he spent on Xiao couldn't compare to the villain points earned from making Yifeng hate him. A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. I will strive to make us a 100-day couple as soon. Walking up to Chiu Jiuer, Qin Lang boldly wrapped his arm around her waist, chuckling, without arguing, then pointed at the dance floor below, which had already begun to liven up. This private room was exclusively Chiu Jiuer's. The floor-to-ceiling glass was a one-way mirror, allowing a view outside. Qin Lang pointed at a young man in a white shirt below, who was arrogantly pouring red wine over the head of a middle-aged man, exuding an air of superiority. He curiously asked, "Who is that guy? He looks somewhat familiar." Chiu Jiuer, initially held closely by him, should have slapped Qin Lang hard, or at least struggled violently given her. However, having tried more outrageous postures and outfits before, she instinctively overlooked this small advantage, huffing coldly, "Am I complimenting you? Are you working hard here with me?" Following Qin Lang's pointed direction, she saw the young man in the white shirt and scoffed. "That's Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son, of course. He looks familiar." "So this is Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son. No wonder he looks so familiar. Does that mean the Bai sisters have a rift with that old man Bai Xiaochun because of this guy?" He came here primarily because he learned that Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son frequently visited the Queen Bar to scout the area and also to strengthen his relationship with Chiu Jiuer. Now that their feelings had intensified, it was naturally time to handle business. Qin Lang pretended it was a coincidence and coldly remarked, "What do you think would happen if I helped the Bai sisters deal with that little bastard down there?" In front of Chiu Jiuer, he needed no pretense, for their relationship had already reached this point. Although no words were spoken, every time he came, Chiu Jiuer still obediently acted like a little wife, didn't she? They were family. There was no need to be overly guarded. After all, Chiu Jiuer's temperament was known to her, even if others didn't understand it. Cold on the outside but warm on the inside, while she appeared displeased with him, in her heart, she cared deeply for her. Chiu Jiuer turned to Qin Lang, frowning as she said, "I think it's better for you not to have such thoughts." Qin Lang chuckled playfully. "Are you saying you're afraid I can't handle Bai Xiaochun?" Chiu Jiuer shook her head. "It's not about being unable to handle him, but rather that it's unnecessary. Bai Xiaochun dotes on this illegitimate son immensely, and it's little known. If it weren't for the deep ties with our Black Dragon Society, he might not even know he has a son. This kid Bai Shui didn't even realize his father's power when he was younger. He was bullied at school, and Bai Xiaochun had a few familiar heads from the Black Dragon Society break the legs of the entire family that bullied his son, casting them away to a distant place. Their current fate was unknown. There was even an instance when the school's headmaster hit Bai Shui for bullying a girl, and the next day that headmaster's body was pulled out of the artificial lake in Tianhai City. Such incidents were rampant. Bai Xiaochun spoiled his illegitimate son to the extreme. If he suffered any harm, he might directly go insane. He could do anything. Why provoke a madman? Her seemingly cold warning was in fact a kind reminder. It was a reminder that although Qin Lang had an impressive background that made people wary, if he truly encountered a madman willing to risk everything, he needed to be cautious and avoid unnecessary trouble. TSK. Qin Lang stroked his chin, gazing devilishly at Chiu Jiuer's stunning face. "A woman who says one thing and means another. Just now you said we shouldn't meet again, yet now you're worried about my safety. I can't be bothered to deal with you." Chiu Jiuer, in her patent leather heels, swayed her slender waist as she walked. She was not in the mood to entangle with Qin Lang any longer. She felt somewhat uncomfortable and needed to go to the restroom. Qin Lang shifted his gaze from Chiu Jiuer, continuing to stare at the dance floor below, watching Bai Shui bully others, a faint smile playing on his lips as he scoffed. The good show is about to begin. Sitting in the back seat as Junzi drove away from the Queen's Bar, Qin Lang relaxed his body and slowly spoke. "How is the matter I instructed you to handle progressing?" Junzi held the steering wheel with both hands, driving steadily, and calmly replied, "The person has been found, and we will take action tonight. Young master, you don't know Bai Shui is simply scum. His crimes are too numerous to mention. The deeper you investigate, the more you realize what kind of person he is, as several families have been ruined by him." Junzi felt no sense of guilt in dealing with such a person, or in fact he found it refreshing. Compared to Bai Shui, the bad things the former young master did could almost be forgiven. In this case, using him is just perfect. Qin Lang nodded, not surprised. Although Qin Lang's previous incarnation was considered a playboy, he was at least in the capital, within the Qin family's territory, where there were always people watching over him. What he did was always behind the scenes, and he had to worry about being discovered by his family. Bai Shui was different. He acted without restraint, and even when he made mistakes, Bai Xiaochun helped him cover up. No, it should be said that she bit back. Under such pampering, it was a ghost if Bai Shui's character were any good. With Bai Xiaochun's indulgence, Bai Shui only grew more arrogant and disregarded everyone. "Young master, just as you said, Yifeng really came to find Miss Su, and they had a huge conflict. Their relationship is now completely severed. If this were ancient times, someone like you, young master, would be as cunning and shrewd as Zhuge Liang." Junzi sincerely praised, giving a thumbs up. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. Zhuge Liang was a master strategist. "I told you to read more and learn. What did you return all the knowledge you gained to Manager Zhang when you went out last night?" "How could that be?" Junzi, with a Beijing accent, awkwardly chuckled. To demonstrate his knowledge, he suggested, "I think we shouldn't rush back now. Let's leave Miss Su alone for a while and let this matter develop further. At that point, Yifeng will have no chance of turning things around. There's something to attend to tonight. We'll go directly to the Sunshine Orphanage later." Qin Lang leaned against the back seat, closing his eyes and falling silent. Junzi's thoughts were still too simplistic. Instead of letting Su Xiaoxiao think about Yi Feng's wrongdoings alone, why not take the opportunity to add fuel to the fire? Of course, this fire would be ignited elsewhere, but it could still singe Yi Feng's eyebrows. Why not? Half an hour later, after picking up Su Xiaoxiao from home, when she got in the car and saw the young master sleeping, she chose not to disturb him, but quietly sat beside him, deeply troubled with low spirits. When they reached their destination, Su Xiaoxiao still kept her head down, following behind Qin Lang, without saying a word, as if she had suffered some grievance. At this moment, in front of Qin Lang, the old Sunshine Orphanage was already demolished, leaving behind a scene of ruins. After strolling for a while, he stopped in front of a swing, and Su Xiaoxiao, who was walking with her head down, bumped right into him. "What's wrong? Are you distracted?" Qin Lang turned around, gently touched Su Xiaoxiao's head, and asked softly, "Did someone bully you? Tell young master, and he'll help you deal with them." Su Xiaoxiao looked up, pursing her lips, and with a puzzled expression, murmured, "Young master, why has Yi Feng turned out like this? Today he not only followed me, but also slandered you. Moreover, Miss Bai said he also cast dirt on you in front of her. Also tonight, I inexplicably received a large sum of money in my bank account, which should be from him. What does he mean by this? Is he trying to buy me off?" In Su Xiaoxiao's heart, Yi Feng was like her own younger brother. She had once fantasized about his return and their reunion, even thinking of finding him a beautiful girlfriend. But now all those fantasies had shattered. Yi Feng not only harbored bad thoughts towards her, but also went so far as to slander the young master to win her over. He even gave her a large sum of money. What does that mean? Does Yi Feng see her as a vain girl who stays by his side only because Qin Lang is wealthy? Yi Feng's transformation was beyond her expectations. Rather than pure disgust, Su Xiaoxiao felt more regret in her heart. After all, Yi Feng was the one she regarded as a younger brother. Why did he turn out like this? Don't think too much. As time goes by, people inevitably change. Qin Lang opened his arms and embraced her, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder, whispering in her ear. He said nothing about the money Yi Feng had transferred to Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao, like a little quail, was held in Qin Lang's embrace, not daring to move. Her cheeks flushed, feeling she felt no rejection, nor did she think of pushing Qin Lang away. In fact, at this moment of her inner turmoil, being suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace made her feel a deep sense of happiness from being trusted. Not only has Yi Feng changed, but you have also changed without realizing it. Qin Lang took out a somewhat tarnished iron box from his arms, slightly stepped back, and gazed into Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes, smiling, as he said, "Do you remember this box?" This was something he had obtained from the director, which was of great use, and equivalent to a powerful weapon for Su Xiaoxiao. "Young master, how do you have this box?" Su Xiaoxiao looked at the scene before her in surprise. This iron box was something from her childhood, and back then she often fantasized about unrealistic dreams. She even liked to write down these dreams on paper, imitating the female protagonists on television, wanting to hide them away, but she couldn't afford a wish bottle and could only hide her wishes in this iron box. Inside this iron box were many of her dreams. It was just that she had lost it later and didn't know where it went. Even she had almost forgotten about the existence of this iron box and never expected it would appear in Qin Lang's hands. So much time had passed that if Qin Lang hadn't taken the iron box out now, Su Xiaoxiao would have completely forgotten. Qin Lang remained silent as he pulled out the piece of paper from the iron box. Since it was sealed very well, the handwriting on it was still clear. Perhaps Su Xiaoxiao was too young when she wrote this wish list. The characters were somewhat crooked, amusing, yet carrying a hint of cuteness. The director said today that there isn't enough money and is worrying about it. "I want to earn a lot of money when I grow up to help the director, so she won't have to worry about money anymore." Today, a child in the orphanage found $1 and bought 2 ice creams, looking very happy. "I also want to eat ice cream. In the future, I want to earn a lot of money, not just for the director, but also to buy ice cream for myself." The director said that girls need to marry when they grow up, and before marrying they need to find a boyfriend, teaching us girls to love ourselves and to find a very good boyfriend. Today I saw on TV a girl going to the amusement park with her boyfriend, and they looked so happy. I also want to go to the amusement park and find a very good boyfriend, as the director said, to play together. I want. Listening to Qin Lang read aloud the wishes she had written as a child, Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks turned crimson, spreading all the way to her neck. She felt like if she could just poke a hole in her head, steam would come out. She bashfully rushed over, trying to snatch the small piece of paper from Qin Lang's hand, repeatedly saying, "Young master, don't read this. These were things I wrote as a child when I didn't know better. I hardly remember the contents, so they don't count. Please don't read it out loud, okay?" Although she couldn't clearly remember her childhood wishes, she still had some impression, especially since the director had wished her many times during her growth to find a boy who would love her. Who would have thought that these childhood wishes hastily written down would actually be seen by the young master? At this moment, she really wished she could dig a hole in the ground and bury her head in it. She was utterly embarrassed. She eagerly tried to snatch the small pieces of paper back, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't succeed. Qin Lang put the pieces of paper back into the iron box, raised it above his head, and looked earnestly into Su Xiaoxiao's lively eyes, gradually becoming serious. "Perhaps in your eyes these wishes are just random childhood scribbles that don't count, but in my eyes they are all things you once longed for. Even the wishes from childhood hold different meanings in my heart. I want to accompany you in fulfilling all your wishes. He held Su Xiaoxiao's hand and solemnly asked Su Xiaoxiao, I am quite greedy now. I have many requests. I want to accompany you to eat ice cream, to visit the amusement park, to watch the sunrise together. I am so greedy that I want to accompany you to fulfill all your wishes. Will you agree? The two gazed at each other for a long time. Su Xiaoxiao was already mesmerized, standing there foolishly with red-rimmed eyes and a few tears rolling down. It was not anger, nor was it grievance, but rather a profound sense of emotion. She didn't even know how to speak, feeling a bit dazed. Qin Lang took a small step forward, moving a little closer. Su Xiaoxiao immediately closed her eyes, proactively pouting her lips and inching forward, quietly awaiting. Little rascal. A teasing scold startled Su Xiaoxiao awake. Looking at Qin Lang's playful expression, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she pouted in a spoiled manner and said, Young master, you are so bad. Qin Lang pinched the tip of Su Xiaoxiao's nose affectionately, saying, I was worried you might get addicted and asked me for punishment, which would delay our plans for tonight. There's so much to do, and if we go late, the amusement park will close. Su Xiaoxiao nodded understandingly, wrapping her arm around Qin Lang's, resting her head on his shoulder. She didn't let go until they got in the car. Although Junzi's gaze held a smile, Su Xiaoxiao was less willing to let go of Qin Lang's arm than to be laughed at. She wanted to be closer, as the warm feeling in her heart prevented her from boiling over. The amusement park at night was a riot of colors, the neon lights shining brightly. Compared to the family-friendly daytime, the night was more suited for couples, with many young lovers walking arm in arm, hugging and cuddling. Logically speaking, Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao holding on to each other should not be so conspicuous. Yet with Qin Lang smiling, his natural charm caught the attention of several young girls, making their own boyfriends seem. They all began to scrutinize Su Xiaoxiao, feeling jealous. Is it true that handsome guys now prefer this kind of princess? Though the girl next to him is pretty, her figure is still not as good as mine. What's the use of being pretty if the lights go out? So frustrating. Why isn't it me standing next to the handsome guy? Comparing people is infuriating. It must be said that the current relationship dynamics between men and women are indeed somewhat peculiar, especially among ordinary people. Girls often exhibit a strong and bold demeanor, and some audaciously insult their own boyfriends right in front of them. Several boys didn't dare to speak, merely glancing enviously at Qin Lang, especially coveting the well-behaved and beautiful Su Xiaoxiao by his side. Walking under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the words of a girl standing nearby reached Su Xiaoxiao's ears. She lowered her head, glancing at her slightly round but not very prominent chest, and pouted unhappily. Although it's not good to compare, Su Xiaoxiao always felt that young master preferred larger figures. After all, why else would he have her drink papaya and pork rib soup before? She claimed she wouldn't drink it, but in reality, she drank it every day, having it for every meal without fail. Especially at night, she felt a warm sensation in her chest, as if she were growing. However, she still couldn't compare to many other girls. A wave of disappointment spread in Su Xiaoxiao's heart, and as she hugged Qin Lang, she subconsciously shrank away a little. It wasn't that she didn't want to be with Qin Lang, she was just a bit scared. She feared that if he noticed her small size, he wouldn't like her as much. A girl's heart can be particularly sensitive at times, and Su Xiaoxiao was one such exception. Her thoughts were extremely delicate, and she feared losing even more. A little bit of unhappiness could linger in her heart for a long time. This situation was inevitable. After all, Su Xiaoxiao was an orphan growing up in an orphanage. No matter how well the headmistress treated her, it was only temporary. After all, with so many children in the orphanage, the headmistress couldn't possibly devote all her heart to just her. The two passed by a milk tea shop where a catchy song was playing on a loop. You love me, I love you, Mishua Ice City Sweet Sweet. After buying 2 ice cream cones, one for each, Qin Lang took Su Xiaoxiao toward the Ferris wheel. Along the way, the ice cream in Su Xiaoxiao's hand was nearly melting. Qin Lang had to lean in and take a bite, asking curiously, why aren't you eating it? Su Xiaoxiao said nothing, merely lowered her head to look, then gently licked the spot where Qin Lang had bitten. Qin Lang noticed Su Xiaoxiao's somewhat unusual behavior and followed her gaze, feeling a bit amused inside. After all, how could Su Xiaoxiao keep secrets? With her staring at her chest, her beautiful eyes seemed to carry a self-reproach for not being good enough. How could such a small thought be hidden from anyone? On the contrary, Qin Lang was slightly taken aback, not expecting her to take the passerby's comment to heart. He leaned in and gently blew a warm breath near her ear, glancing down playfully, saying, what are you looking at so intently? Let me take a look too. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't handle the intimate contact, feeling as if she were a crab being cooked, her soul almost leaving her body. As she felt comfortable, a large part of her white soul seemed to float away, leaving just a tiny bit shaped like the tip of an ice cream cone still hanging on her little head. She gently shrank her neck, but unexpectedly the contact with Qin Lang's cheek became even more intimate. Feeling a bit weak in her legs, her voice carried a pleading tone as she said, young master. Qin Lang planted a kiss on her slightly flushed ear, smiling affectionately, it's really quite pretty, I like it. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned red as she weakly mumbled, young master, you just like to tease people. Clearly back at home you made me drink papaya and pork rib soup. You prefer larger figures, right? As she uttered these words, a sour feeling welled up inside her heart. Although she wouldn't be considered particularly small, she certainly had no association with being large. She couldn't help but feel a bit resentful towards her own body for not being the type young master preferred. Determined in her heart, she secretly vowed to drink more papaya and pork rib soup after tonight. Previously she had it once a day, but now she would change it to twice a day with 2 bowls each time. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Lang sneakily pecked at the corner of Su Xiaoxiao's mouth, startling her into quickly looking around to see if anyone was nearby. Qin Lang's voice rang out again by her ear. You're not wrong. I do prefer larger figures. Su Xiaoxiao felt a wave of disappointment rise in her heart, her little heart feeling particularly empty and sad. Before Su Xiaoxiao could fully process her disappointment, Qin Lang continued to blow warm breath. But my favorite is still the little ones. Do you want to know why? Su Xiaoxiao nodded heavily, her beautiful eyes wide open, looking like a diligent student ready to take notes. Qin Lang smirked, deliberately dragging out the last sound, because I can hold you from small to big. After hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao felt her entire body go weak, her lively eyes flashing with panic, yet she did not avert her gaze. On one hand, she felt embarrassed. On the other, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly sensed that her heart's knot seemed to have been untied. Qin Lang held her hand and, guided by the staff, boarded the Ferris wheel as the enclosed little room gradually ascended. The space for just the two of them felt particularly cramped. The moon hung in the sky, adorned with countless stars. From the height of the Ferris wheel, the dazzling and luxurious night scene of Tianhai City unfolded before their eyes. Vehicles flowed along the road, seemingly more congested than usual, with police cars sporadically zipping by, as if they were responding to some major incident, conducting an urgent investigation. Has it already begun? Qin Lang coldly chuckled at the sight of the increasing police cars. That old man Bai Xiaochun was truly mad. This was just the beginning. Had he already begun to wield his influence? When Bai Xiaoyan was kidnapped, even if it was all a show, why was there no... The bias towards males had reached such a level, it was truly unbelievable. In his thoughts, Qin Lang collected his mind and turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao, who was sitting beside him, her head lowered as she fiddled with her fingers, appearing utterly bored, yet seemingly lost in thought. But from time to time, she would sneak glances at him, revealing her inner turmoil. Young master, Su Xiaoxiao let out a delicate cry, when suddenly picked up, and before she could finish her words, she found herself seated on Qin Lang's lap. Leaning against Qin Lang's warm chest, she curled her neck, feeling as nervous as a little rabbit. Remembering what the young master had said earlier, her heart raced faster. She felt a bit scared. Merely having the young master help her rub her little belly had already felt so comfortable and pleasurable. What would happen if he touched other places? From a high vantage point, one can see far. Although Tianhai City is not the most prosperous, its night view is true. Qin Lang wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pointing out the window. When you were sitting inside, you could only see the amusement park. From here, you can see the city center. Su Xiaoxiao leaned in Qin Lang's embrace. Her mind was far from the night view. She felt her cheeks burning hot, and she was so shy that she could hardly lift her head. While the young master earnestly showed her the night view, her mind was filled with chaotic and unhealthy thoughts. This is truly shameless. Looking at the seriously pondering young master, Su Xiaoxiao felt increasingly that her thoughts were becoming more and more improper. She couldn't understand why, but whenever she was alone with the young master, those embarrassing thoughts would always surface. The Bai family estate was brightly lit. Today, the usually calm and collected Bai Xiaochun was rarely in a furious rage. Bastard! Where are the bodyguards? What are those bodyguards doing? Letting them follow, yet they lost the person. Are they just eating for nothing? Call me. Have Director Zhang send people to search. Have the members of the Black Dragon Society search every household. Within tonight, make sure to bring the person back to me. This is outrageous. My son Bai Shui, someone dares to have ulterior motives. If I find out who it is, I will definitely skin him alive. Get out. If you can't find the person, don't bother coming back. The Bai family's chief steward, A Fu, was forcibly driven out by Bai Xiaochun from the second floor. He lowered his head obediently, and when he encountered Bai Ruyu at the staircase, he called out "Miss," and quickly ran out. This is karma, isn't it? Bai Ruyu listened to the continuous insults coming from the study upstairs and let out a cold smile in her heart. Having someone kidnap her daughter and now losing the illegitimate child, if this isn't karma, then what is? Taking out a box of milk from the fridge, Bai Ruyu poured 2 cups on the coffee table, handing one to Bai Xiaoyan, gently comforting her. Drink some milk to calm your nerves. When things settle down, we'll go back to sleep. Bai Xiaoyan took a sip, feeling a mix of emotions inside. After all, that was her father. How could she not feel disappointed to receive such differential treatment? Sister, are boys really that important? Are girls not worth caring for at all? Bai Ruyu hugged her sister's shoulder, gently rubbing her little head, saying softly, "Silly sister, why would you think that? Sister cares for you." Bai Xiaoyan nodded cutely, suddenly recalling the figure of Qin Lang, her big watery eyes instantly filled with a strong smile, narrowing in delight. Brother cares for her too. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent footsteps echoed from the staircase as Bai Xiaochun came down, striding into the living room, his face ablaze with fury, glaring at Bai Ruyu. Does this matter have anything to do with you? If it does, immediately release the person. We can overlook past matters, but if you dare to harm Shui, don't blame me for... After contemplating, he felt that his eldest daughter was very likely the mastermind behind Shui's kidnapping. Especially considering her fondness for Yunyu, it was quite possible she was intentionally retaliating against him. His anger found an outlet, and regardless of whether it was a coincidence, he began to interrogate her. Where was the father? It was clearly like questioning a suspect, showing no compassion. Witnessing this scene, even by Rhea's calm heart couldn't help but surge with turbulent waves. Is this really her father? Even a stranger shouldn't casually suspect others like this, right? Biting her pearly teeth, her delicate body trembled as she indignantly retorted, "Don't assume everyone is as bad as you. Some things I look down upon. Am fighting for the Bai family's inheritance, not for money. I don't want the blood and sweat my mother shed back then to simply benefit others. Today I make this statement whether you like it or not. If anything happens to Bai Shui, I won't take a single cent from the Bai family's money. Oh, I'm not interested in that filthy money." Bai Ryu grasped her sister's arm, glaring fiercely at her father with resentment, anger, and disdain, but not a hint of reluctance. Her heart had already been thoroughly hurt. She pulled her sister along, not looking back as they walked outside. "Yin Yu, let's go back to our own home. This is no longer." Bai Xiaochun stood in the living room watching the backs of his two daughters, a hint of guilt in his heart, quickly overshadowed by the anger over his son being kidnapped. In the dead of night, the city of Tianhai was set ablaze by Bai Xiaochun's boundless fury. The municipal headquarters deployed nearly half of its police force, all dispatched to conduct a search. There was no choice. Bai Xiaochun was a major taxpayer in Tianhai City. When something happened on his end, the upper echelons of the bureau had to take it seriously and ensure that this major taxpayer was appeased. Otherwise, what would happen if one day Bai Xiaochun became displeased and decided to relocate his business focus to another provincial capital? At that time, the entire GDP of Tianhai City and a significant number of jobs would be completely lost along with Bai Xiaochun's departure. In addition, almost 80% of the members of the Black Dragon were all out and about. Compared to the pressured bureau, the Black Dragon was clearly driven by money. It was easy money just for wandering around. Who wouldn't want to go out and explore? If luck was on their side and they stumbled upon something, what then? That would be a prize worth tens of millions. In such a grand environment, Qin Lang accompanied Su Xiaoxiao in the amusement park, playing until closing time before leaving. Just as he returned to the villa, he received a call from Qiu Jiuer, who opened with, "Bai Shui has been kidnapped." Qin Lang chuckled. "So what if he was kidnapped? Why tell me?" Qiu Jiuer spoke with skepticism. "Doesn't this have anything to do with you?" She vaguely sensed something was off, but it was too coincidental that Qin Lang had just encountered Bai Shui, and now this guy had been kidnapped. Furthermore, what kind of person Qin Lang was, she was certainly aware. A person who only acts for profit wouldn't be so eager to inquire about Bai Shui at the Queen's bar without ulterior motives. And right after inquiring, something happened. There must be something fishy going on. Qin Lang laughed. "Are you worried about me?" "Afraid I might face backlash." Qiu Jiuer snorted. "You think too highly of yourself. Worried about you. You're already dreaming before going to bed." "I'm just checking your alibi. After all, money can sway hearts." This time, Bai Xiaochun has put up a hefty bounty. Whoever can rescue Bai Shui will receive 500 million as a reward. 500 million. That's quite a sum. It's enough for my pocket money for half a year. Have you found any leads? We can all profit together. With our relationship, who is who? We're already inseparable. Qiu Jiuer, accustomed to Qin Lang's tone, generously replied, "All right, I have over 100 suspects, all of whom have grievances with Bai Shui. Since you are an information dealer, why not provide me with their intel?" Snap. Hearing this, Qin Lang hung up the phone without hesitation. Over 100 enemies. That's quite impressive. Bai Shui indeed had a knack for making enemies. He realized this guy was a scoundrel making enemies everywhere, but he truly hadn't anticipated that he was such a loser with. In some ways, he actually needed to be grateful to Bai Shui, as this guy had nearly cleared his own suspicion. The only concern was Qiu Jiuer. As for her side, should he still worry? She had already called to indirectly provide him with information. Wasn't that a deliberate reminder? If they truly wanted to expose him, Bai Xiaochun would have personally come knocking by now. It was none of his business, so he remained unconcerned. If he acted overly attentive, it would instead be easy to reveal hints of suspicion. Given the current situation, it still needed to ferment a bit. Once the timing was right, everything would be manageable. Knock knock. While Qin Lang was deep in thought, Su Xiaoxiao knocked on the door and then walked in. She wore clothes she had somehow found accentuating her slender figure. Though her body wasn't voluptuous, she exuded a youthful charm, radiating a refreshing beauty, especially with her head bowed in a shy manner, making her truly endearing. "Xiaoxiao, where did you find this outfit?" Qin Lang asked in surprise. Su Xiaoxiao blushed. "Young master, I found it in a small cabinet while cleaning the tea room." Do you like how I look like this, young master?" She was no longer a child. Upon discovering this outfit, she naturally knew it had been hidden away by Qin Lang. Remembering the several sets she had found, this one was the only normal one, and she had mustered the courage to wear it. It didn't take much thought to realize that Qin Lang had bought these clothes because he liked them. In her heart, as long as the young master liked it, she was willing to try her best to please him. Qin Lang beckoned with his finger, and Su Xiaoxiao timidly walked over, sitting on his lap, silent as she was embraced. "Do you know what you are doing?" Qin Lang gazed at Su Xiaoxiao with keen interest. Seeing her reaction, he realized he had already done enough. He had thought he would need to add more fuel to the fire, but he hadn't expected Su Xiaoxiao to come forward on her own. Su Xiaoxiao nodded dully. She knew she was inescapably doomed tonight, yet she couldn't summon even a shred of resistance. For from every aspect, she had completely succumbed to Qin Lang. It seemed she would never escape a fate of being bullied. Just as the principal granny had said, a girl must find a boy she likes to entrust herself to in her lifetime. She had never harbored dreams of climbing the social ladder or hoped to transform into a phoenix. In her eyes, Qin Lang had always been her young master, the one she was obliged to serve. Yet the series of misunderstandings had left her feeling guilty toward him. If Qin Lang had been fierce with her, she would have felt it was only right after all she had indiscriminately slandered him. But in reality, Qin Lang not only refrained from being harsh with her, nor did he intend to harm her. He went to great lengths to protect her, considering her interests above all else. Most importantly, Qin Lang had even learned about her childhood wishes for her. Truly, if it weren't for Qin Lang taking the initiative, she might not have thought of returning to fulfill those things. After all, reality was already so exhausting, where would she find the time to reminisce about the joys of childhood to accomplish the wishes she had made as a child? Su Xiaoxiao lifted her head, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Qin Lang. She seemed to remember the earlier encounter at the mall, recalling the domineering scene where the young master punished that pair for her sake. She remembered the unwillingness in the young master's eyes when she misunderstood him and the tender gaze that showed he was reluctant to punish her. She recalled how he comforted her softly when her stomach hurt, keeping her company. Ding. The host has successfully captured the female lead Su Xiaoxiao. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 of his 0 Destiny villain points. Ding. The female lead Su Xiaoxiao has experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1/0 Destiny villain points. Listening to the system's notification sound, Qin Lang got up, covered the sleeping Su Xiaoxiao with a blanket, and gently kissed her forehead before leaving the room. As soon as the door closed, Su Xiaoxiao, who was pretending to be dead, opened her eyes, her pretty face flushed as she hugged the pillow that the young master had just used, buried her head in it, took a deep breath, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, completely enveloped by a sense of blissful contentment. After leaving home, Qin Lang headed straight for the villa where the Bai sisters lived. It was a night of relentless hustle. As soon as he arrived, Bai Ruyu came out from the living room with a bitter expression, saying, "I'm truly sorry to have called you over so late, but Yin Yun is in a bad mood and refuses to eat. I really have no way to handle it." Qin Lang knowingly asked what happened. "Didn't you already have an idea? Why is there conflict again?" Bai Ruyu's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment, then she shook her head indifferently. "Forget it, since the mask has been torn off, there's no need to hide anything. It's still about that illegitimate child. I don't know who kidnapped that child. Father, Bai Xiao-chun is throwing a fit at home, acting like a madman, and even suspects that I had someone do it. I couldn't stand it with Yin Yin anymore, so I came out, and won't be going back. Since in Bai Xiao-chun's eyes that illegitimate child is his only child, then let him live with that illegitimate child. What about Yi Feng? He is your bodyguard, wouldn't he be living nearby?" Qin Lang looked around, not spotting anyone, and became a bit anxious. What if that guy has ulterior motives? Bai Ruyu gazed into Qin Lang's eyes, noticing no signs of feigned tension, and replied in a gentler tone, "During this time, Yi Feng hasn't had the time to deal with us. Although his character isn't great, Bai Xiao-chun trusts his skills immensely, even claiming that Yi Feng is most likely to find that illegitimate child." "I see." Qin Lang nodded, not surprised. Bai Xiao-chun knew Yi Feng's identity, so he naturally wouldn't pass up such a valuable asset. As long as Yi Feng steps in to search, his plan can continue. Bai Ruyu looked up at the second floor and sighed. "When Yin Yun gets angry, I can't do anything. She won't even eat." "Sigh. You don't need to worry too much. Yin Yun's just a bit stubborn, but you should know better than me how kind she really is." After learning about the situation with Yi Feng, Qin Lang felt as if he had finally set aside a matter that had been weighing on it. It was ineffective to have someone tail Yi Feng, as it could easily be discovered. Instead, Bai Ruyu's information from the Bai family was far more accurate. "I understand. I'll go check on Yin Yun first. Don't let her do anything foolish. She still won't open the door." Bai Ruyu looked helpless and worried. Qin Lang nodded silently and walked upstairs. When he reached the door, he didn't even need to knock. He simply pushed it open, as it had been left ajar for him. Bai Xiaoyin sat up straight, looking as obedient as a student about to be criticized by the teacher. Qin Lang did not scold her. He simply asked lightly, "Don't want to eat?" Bai Xiaoyin gently nodded. Her little head glanced up to see that Qin Lang wasn't angry, and then nodded vigorously again. "You're not going to eat the food I made?" Qin Lang asked again. "Oh." Bai Xiaoyin exclaimed in surprise, quickly shaking her head. Then realizing something was off, she nodded vigorously again. "I will eat. I'll eat. Then come down." Qin Lang took Bai Xiaoyin's small hand and walked to the living room, tying on an apron as he entered the kitchen. This was something he shouldn't have to do, but for the sake of the sisters' villain points, he was willing to fight for it. 1 effort reaps 2 rewards. Worth it. He exchanged for temporary advanced cooking skills in the system shop, which only required 20 villain points. Though he had enough villain points to exchange for a permanent version, there was no need. The 2 sisters stood by the kitchen watching Qin Lang expertly flip the spatula and cook. No matter how bold Bai Ruyu was, she didn't dare to imagine that Qin Lang could actually cook. In her eyes, Qin Lang was a top-tier second-generation rich kid who never touched water. How could he possess such skills? Yet the scenes unfolding before her shattered her preconceived notions. It seemed that Qin Lang was not as she had imagined. In less than half an hour, 4 dishes and a soup were perfectly prepared. Bai Ruyu stepped forward to help serve the dishes on the table. Qin Lang sat next to Bai Xiaoyun, while Bai Ruyu sat across from them. The 3 of them enjoyed the home-cooked dishes while eating rice. "Delicious. So delicious. Brother, how come you're so good at cooking?" Bai Xiaoyun's big eyes sparkled with excitement. The originally not sore-fined little girl now famished, and with Qin Lang's delicious dishes ate heartily. Perfect. Brother is simply too perfect. The more time she spent with her brother, the more she realized that he was truly her destined soulmate, even more perfect than the Prince Charming of her dreams. She wouldn't even dare to think about it in her dreams. If it's delicious, eat more. Only when you're full will you have the energy to continue being angry with your sister. Qin Lang's remark cooled the atmosphere. Bai Xiaoyan, chewing her rice, found it less appealing. Do you think your sister is living too comfortably, so you're adding trouble for her? Or do you feel wronged while your sister doesn't? Are you still sulking and not eating? The barrage of questions made Bai Xiaoyan shake her head repeatedly, insisting she wasn't. Ding. The female lead by Ru Yes favorability increased. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 Destiny villain points. Ding. The female lead by Ru Yes favorability continued to rise. Congratulations to the host for gaining 800 Destiny villain points. Bai Ruyu watched from the side, feeling warm inside. Although Qin Lang didn't appear serious in front of her, when he was in front of Yun Yun, he completely took on the persona of a brother-in-law. She felt inexplicably moved, as if that extreme exchange from that night was not so hard to accept after all. At the dining table, Bai Xiaoyan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt after being lectured. Her sister had done so much for her, yet she had shown no understanding, sulking and refusing to eat, which hurt her sister. What she did was undoubtedly pouring salt on her sister's wounds. I'm sorry, brother. I realize I was wrong. I shouldn't have sulked. I was just feeling wronged inside. Bai Xiaoyan pouted, recognizing her mistake, knowing she shouldn't have lost her temper. Qin Lang affectionately patted her head, smiling as he said, "Why are you apologizing to me? You should be apologizing to your sister." Bai Xiaoyan nodded her little head, immediately putting on her sparkling slippers and standing up from the chair, running towards Bai Ryu on the opposite side. Her pink skirt swayed as she moved, though not plump, it was particularly playful. Looking at Bai Ryu, who had just set down her bowl and was smiling, Bai Xiaoyan charged into her sister's arms, wrapping her arm. "Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I was just really angry. Seeing Dad like that towards us made me feel Bai Xiaoyan adjusted her position comfortably in her sister's embrace, firmly mumbling, "From now on I won't sulk at you." Upon hearing her brother's words, Bai Xiaoyan realized how hurtful her actions had been. She knew her sister cared for her the most, yet her unintentional little tantrums had caused her sister to feel tortured inside. Bai Xiaoyan felt guilty and was somewhat embarrassed to look her sister in the eye. Bai Ryu looked at Qin Lang with a gentle smile, feeling a warmth in her heart. She reached out and pinched her sister's cheek, cheerfully saying, "As long as Yunyu is happy, it's all good. We won't be angry, or from now on I'll always take care of you. From now on the two of us will live in this home, a home that belongs only to the two of us." No matter how wrong she felt inside, Bai Ryu would never say it. She was her sister, her own flesh and blood, the one she had raised since childhood. The love she felt was immeasurable. How could she bear to blame her even a little? Glancing at Qin Lang beside her, Bai Ryu felt a warm expectation in her heart. Perhaps without the Bai family, she could live more freely and happily in the future, who knows? Yes, a home that belongs to the three of us, and there's also brother. Bai Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, not forgetting to include Qin Lang as a family member. Then she pouted angrily. "I'm not going to be angry anymore. Although I don't have Dad's love, I still have a brother. Brother is much better than Dad. I don't even care about him. Sister, you only have me now. I will cherish you well from now on." Alone, Bai Ryu felt a bitter smile rising in her heart. Hearing her sister call Qin Lang brother made her feel strange. It wasn't jealousy, it was just an odd feeling. Yes, the brother her sister spoke of cared for her, but what her sister didn't know was that he had cared for her sister countless times. Whenever she thought of Qin Lang, she couldn't help but associate him with certain matters, and there was even a sense of anticipation for the night ahead. Sisterly affection was deep, filled with intimate words. After a while, noticing the time, Qin Lang finally stood up. Looking at the two sisters holding hands, he smiled and said, "Seeing you both so harmonious makes me happy. I won't disturb your sisterly time tonight." "Brother, are you leaving? You just got here." Bai Xiaoyan immediately pouted, her small lips a bit unwilling. Bai Ryu patted her sister's head, urging her to go upstairs, secretly promising to try to keep Qin Lang here. Only then did Bai Xiaoyan reluctantly go upstairs, looking back 3 times. The living room grew quiet, leaving only Qin Lang and Bai Ryu looking at each other. "What's wrong? Don't you think me staying here is a disturbance to your sisterly bond?" Qin Lang joked half-heartedly. Bai Ryu rolled her eyes playfully and huffed. "What do you think? Yunyu cares about you so much that even I as her sister feel a bit jealous. It's already so late, why are you going back? We have rooms at home where you can rest. If it's really necessary, you'll sleep in the same room as Yunyu, and you can sleep in my room." Qin Lang shook his head. "Then there would be no point in staying. If you leave, what am I still doing here?" He playfully scanned Bai Ryu's graceful and alluring figure with his gaze. Bold and direct. Bai Ryu hesitated for a moment, biting her lip. "Considering you helped out so late, as long as you stay after Yunyu falls asleep, he'll come find you." I don't know if it was out of gratitude for Qin Lang's help, or if she genuinely felt lonely during this time. Whenever she spent a little too long alone, feelings of restlessness would surge within her, and the ugly face of Bai Xiaochun would keep resurfacing in her mind. Conversely, being with Qin Lang, though she might be bullied and feel some pain afterward, that state of having an empty mind and feeling indifferent to everything made her long for it. It felt as if she had become somewhat entranced. Qin Lang awkwardly refused, "Maybe next time." On one hand, he genuinely had matters to attend to tonight. Bai Xiaochun had already asked Yi Feng to search for Bai Shui. It wasn't that he didn't trust Junzi to handle things. Moreover, Yi Feng was a key figure in the Bloodwolf mercenary group, possessing exceptional strength. He needed to take the lead in solidifying the situation, or otherwise any unexpected incidents would be unwelcome. On the other hand, he had been working tirelessly all day. Even after just half a day's effort, he still felt a bit weak. Bai Ria's beautiful eyes sparkled with wisdom as she gazed at Qin Lang. You wouldn't be rushing back to meet Mu Yin, would you? I must tell you the beauty pill matter has been entirely entrusted to me, so don't let yourself be seduced by her charms. She felt somewhat uncomfortable, being rejected after taking the initiative left her feeling somewhat defeated. If Qin Lang was really going to find Mu Yin, she feared she wouldn't be able to sleep at all that night. How could that be? Qin Lang immediately shook his head. What does that have to do with her? He stepped closer, wrapping his arm around Bai Ria's slender waist, and said seriously, Manager Bai, I trust you completely with the company's matters and won't interfere at all. I assure you here, and I also want to make a request. A request? Bai Ria was left puzzled. Qin Lang chuckled awkwardly. I request Manager Bai to allow me to take a night off, granting the chairman a day off. After being scolded as a rogue, Qin Lang finally left the villa where the Bai sisters resided. He moved stealthily in the darkness like a ghostly shadow darting through the night. His speed was exceedingly fast. Even an assassination expert like Yi Feng would find it hard to match him at that moment. During this time, having consumed the physical enhancement pills, his physique had reached an impressive 200 points. When dealing with ordinary people, not even a strong man could withstand him. With a mere finger, he could puncture a normal person's skull. Now Qin Lang's physique was vastly improved, and his combat power was extraordinarily formidable. Against someone like Yi Feng, a child of destiny, he was confident in a life-and-death battle, disregarding other factors. Of course, matters of life and death could be left to his subordinates. As a major antagonist, why should he mingle with these children of fortune? Reflecting on the matter, Qin Lang knew the location where Bai Shui was kidnapped. Although the kidnappers had no direct connection to him, they were incited by the military, a group of rogues, and had arranged for trustworthy brothers to follow. Bai Shui had offended too many people outside, too numerous to count, including several ruthless characters who harbored deep-seated grievances. A slight provocation could lead to an outright explosion. Indeed, the person had been kidnapped. Within an hour, Qin Lang arrived at a secluded residential building, quietly donning a human skin mask from his system backpack. Once it fit perfectly, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Feng. Under the disguise technique, his body and bones underwent subtle changes, transforming toward Yi Feng's physique. Unless someone was particularly familiar, it would be nearly impossible to discern the difference. This disguise technique was simply the perfect tool for framing others. Naturally, he also considered some consequences, such as only appearing before Bai Shui and other unrelated men. In the presence of someone who knew Yi Feng, or any girl acquainted with him, this disguise technique would definitely not be employed. Even though it was his own body, wearing someone else's face made him feel uneasy. Just trying to have a few words with others felt incredibly uncomfortable. Inside a relatively secluded apartment, 3 shirtless men adorned with tattoos sat around a table drinking beer while snacking on peanuts. One man irritably swallowed a mouthful of beer and exclaimed, "Damn, is this some kind of joke? Didn't they say this kid was just the son of a rich man? Why has this matter escalated to such proportions?" The entire Tianhai city is in an uproar with police sirens blaring everywhere. Just earlier, someone in a car enthusiast group mentioned that the Black Dragon Society had mobilized. Both the underworld and the law are after this kid. Who exactly is he? The 3 men in unison looked at Bai Shui, who was bound in the corner, his face bruised and battered, gritting their teeth. Initially, they only planned to kidnap the kid, give him a beating, and let him suffer for a few days. After all, he had stolen their girl at the bar last time. To humiliate them further, he even sent them a video of him bullying that girl. I ask you, what man can endure such humiliation? Now, having vented some of their anger, they found themselves in a bind. Listening to the commotion outside, all 3 felt a deep sense of dread and heaviness in their hearts. They knew things had escalated, but with the arrow already on the string, they had no choice but to shoot. Ahu, go find out. A man with a black scorpion tattoo on his neck gestured toward Ahu below with a cold expression, urging him on. Ahu clenched a dagger, stepped forward, and pulled out the 2 pairs of original flavor underwear stuffed in Bai Shui's mouth, coldly reprimanding, "Behave yourself, and stop shouting, or he'll show you what it means to take a stab to the heart. He'll stab you right in the heart." Bai Shui's eyelids twitched violently. It wasn't fear, he was swollen from the beating and blood flowed into his eyes, making him feel uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and said, "What do you want? Let me go and we can discuss this. They'll pay you whatever money. Do you think we are doing this for a few measly coins? Have you forgotten how you humiliated us?" Ahu was beside himself with rage. "Damn it, if I didn't want to escalate things, I would have stabbed you first. Damn, that student girl was drugged by me. Even if you want to play, there should be some order, right?" Bai Shui rolled his eyes. "It's just a woman. If you want to have fun, just say so. Let me go and he'll arrange it for you." How could he have forgotten these 3 guys? During that brief encounter, the violence and kidnapping were all done by his lack. Stealing a thug's woman and sending a video to humiliate them was nothing new. He had always done it, not for any other reason, but for the thrill. Smack. Ahu slapped Bai Shui across the face, cursing him, "Not here to discuss that. Tell me, whose little bastard are you?" "My dad is Bai Xiaochun." Bai Shui gritted his teeth, unable to wipe the blood or rub his swollen face, and could only obediently respond. As a child, he was unaware of his father's identity. Now that he had grown up, how could he still remain in the dark? Even if Bai Xiaochun didn't tell him, could he not investigate himself? Even if Bai Xiaochun had retired from the limelight, he could still recognize his father with just a glance at old photos and newspapers. The chairman of the Bai Group, a billionaire tycoon in Tianhai City. Had he not known his father's identity combined with his excessive pampering, where would he find the courage to act so arrogantly outside? He never expected to fall into the hands of these three reckless fools today. Damn. Ahu angrily shoved the underwear back into Bai Shui's mouth. Returning to the table, he sat down heavily on a stool, grabbed a can of beer, and gulped it down. Slamming his fist on the table sent Peanuts flying. Boss, we've really stirred up a big mess this time. We shouldn't have bragged with those guys back then. This kid is actually Bai Xiaochun's son. Now the entire Tianhai City is hunting us down. This doesn't seem like a falsehood. Only someone with the Bai family's influence could cause such a ruckus. Boss, what should we do now? Oh. Ahu was overwhelmed with anxiety, never imagining they would attract the attention of the Bai family. In a family of wealthy tycoons, they could easily squash them like ants. Scorpion, even more alert, narrowed his eyes and shot a fierce glare at Bai Shui, already harboring murderous intent. Bai Shui struggled violently. He wanted to explain, but the taste of sweat and urine in his mouth stifled his words. Behave yourself. Scorpion coldly reprimanded. Once Bai Shui quieted down, he slowly turned to his two underlings. Now that we're at this point, it's useless to regret. The whole Tianhai City is hunting us. If Bai Xiaochun discovers we kidnapped his illegitimate son, he'll want to use all means possible to kill us. Ahu questioned. No way. Bai Xiaochun is a prominent businessman and philanthropist in Tianhai City. He still harbored some hope, wishing for a way out, like returning Bai Shui and apologizing. Even if he broke a leg, it would be better than being hunted down. Scorpion rolled his eyes. Even the Black Dragon Society has moved. Do you think the police are forcing them to act? It's Bai Xiaochun pulling the strings behind the scenes. These capital players are all ruthless. Forget it, let's just wait and see. We're relatively safe here. He'll go. Having drunk too much, Scorpion felt a pressing need to urinate. He looked at Ahu and the others with a helpless gaze. At this point, they were still hoping Bai Xiaochun would let things slide. Wasn't that nonsense? Which of the wealthy tycoons was ever a good Samaritan when they first started out? They're all ruthless with bloody hands. He couldn't be bothered to explain, feeling a wave of helplessness as he got up to head to the restroom downstairs. Coincidentally, just as Scorpion left, the door to the room was pried open from the outside with a crisp sound. Ahu and his accomplice Sha Chong immediately became solemn upon hearing the sound. They put down their bottles of beer, gripping their daggers, and stealthily approached the door. As the person knocking on the door stepped inside, Ahu and Sha Chong braced themselves, thrusting their daggers outward. Some thud. Two dull thuds of blades embedding into flesh echoed, followed by agonized screams. Both Ahu and Sha Chong's right hands were simultaneously slashed by the other's dagger, blood gushing forth, and their injured arms were seized. Qin Lang, wearing a mask of Yifeng, walked in from outside, donning a black mask he had also retrieved from the system's backpack. Trinkets won from the system's lottery. He could have easily equipped himself with a box of gas masks if he wanted. He held onto the two bleeding arms with an air of protagonist arrogance, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smirk as he coldly laughed. With your pathetic skills, do you really think you can harm me? He was not shy to speak up. To ensure nothing went wrong, he had preemptively exchanged for an intermediate voice mimicry skill from the system mall. Unless one was an expert in sound, it would be impossible to discern. Bound Bai Shui looked at him as if he had seen his long-lost father, howling in a frenzy, wriggling like a maggot on the ground. Qin Lang tossed Ahu and Sha Chong to the ground, pointing at the object stuffed in Bai Shui's mouth, and urged, take it out. Ahu, terrified, stumbled to Bai Shui's side, not only failing to remove the original flavor underwear, but also brandishing his dagger against Bai Shui's throat, shouting frantically at Qin Lang, don't come any closer, or you'll kill this kid. Aren't you here for Bai Xiaochun's money? Let's talk this out, or just let us leave Tianhai City, and well, naturally, he knew Bai Xiaochun had powerful connections, but he never expected the speed of the situation to escalate so quickly. Fortunately, although the newcomer was incredibly strong, he seemed to lack common sense, capturing them only to let them go. What arrogance! Qin Lang was unfazed, counter-seizing Sha Chong, and to avoid being threatened, his gloved hand picked up a dagger and thrust it into Sha Chong's right chest with a plop. Don't act recklessly. Oh, put down the knife, or your good brother will be dead. Blood gushed forth. Sha Chong grimaced in pain, internally screaming, what the hell did I do to deserve this? Who was the real kidnapper here? Ahu hadn't even made a move yet. It was just a verbal threat, and this guy had already stabbed him without warning. That stab was utterly audacious. Ahu was dumbfounded, struggling to swallow his saliva as he yanked out the original flavor underwear from Bai Shui's mouth, shouting, make him stop. Bai Shui immediately shouted in panic, Yifeng, what the hell are you doing? Do you want me dead? If you have the guts to save me, take off your mask. I know you're Yifeng. If you have the guts, don't act tough. If something happens to me, my dad won't let you off. Plop. Qin Lang's dagger pierced Sha Chong's chest again, creating two gaping wounds from which blood flowed endlessly. Sha Chong looked up, his face pale, about to cry, as he said, bro. Qin Lang awkwardly smiled, I have a bit of OCD. There's a hole on the right, but not on the left. It's unbalanced. Bai Shui was dumbfounded. He knew Yifeng, his father, had brought Yifeng to dinner with him. Although they hadn't talked much during the meal, it was evident that his father respected Yifeng. But in this situation, even a fool could see that this guy had no intention of rescuing him. I get it. You must be in cahoots with those two bitches, right? You want me dead so they can inherit the Bai family's fortune, right? Seeing the dagger make a cut on his neck, Bai Shui quickly changed his tune nervously, saying, as long as you save me, I can give you any amount of money you want. Save me. Qin Lang twirled the dagger, looking at Bai Shui with amusement. Can you compare to Bai Ryu and Bai Xiaoyan? Even if you like fencing, I don't. Without further ado, having said all that Bai Shui needed to say, Qin Lang flicked his dagger outward, striking straight at Bai Shui's heart, piercing him through, leaving him cold and lifeless. Until his dying breath, Bai Shui never imagined that his killer would be Yifeng. Moreover, the lack of restraint in the act seemed as if he feared the kidnappers would not take his life, coming himself to deliver the final blow. Bai Shui's eyes widened as he slowly slumped in a huss embrace, their eyes meeting, both expressionless. Sha Chang's fate was no better. His neck was snapped. Ahu, filled with terror, stepped back in panic, and before he could betray his accomplices, a kick knocked the breath out of him. Afterward, Qin Lang seemed to be setting the scene, leaving a Chang's fingerprints on the dagger and Sha Chang's neck before disappearing into the night, leaving Scorpion, who had witnessed everything from the toilet, oblivious. Phew. Only after the person had walked far away did Scorpion lean against the bathroom wall, sliding weakly down the tiles, collapsing to the ground, his back soaked in cold sweat. Crazy. What a brilliant tactic of using another's knife to kill. That damned Yifeng actually used us brothers as shields, aiming to seize Bai Xiaochun's fortune. What a clever move. He swallowed hard without thinking. He quickly cleaned up his traces from the scene before hastily leaving. To seek revenge on Yifeng. Are you out of your mind? That guy's strength was extraordinary, capable of breaking a person's neck with bare hands. His two brothers were both over 6 feet tall, yet in his hands they were like little rabbits. Could he take him on? Even if he could, why would he risk getting involved in a losing battle? As for reporting Bai Xiaochun, that was even less likely, since Yifeng killed Bai Shui, he would be seen as an accomplice. Scorpion had been in the game longer than Ahu and was more cunning. If he reported this, Yifeng would definitely not escape Bai Xiaochun's revenge, and he would surely be killed alongside him. After much consideration, he decided to slip away. In the dark of night, Qin Lang hid in the shadows, watching Scorpion flee the scene, removing his gloves and putting the human mask back into the system's backpack. This item was of no further use, but there was no need to leave trash lying around, or leaving behind any evidence. As for the chaotic state of the scene, he paid no mind. If someone truly investigated, the few traces Scorpion erased would be insufficient to clear his suspicion. After all, Ahu and Sha Chang's deaths could not have been the result of a mutual fight. The remaining matters should be left for Bai Xiaochun to handle himself. He was glad to be free of hassle. Had the child once again beset by calamities, one could only wonder what the current situation was for the child of destiny, Yifeng. Did he sense something amiss? Perhaps Yifeng had once thought of leveraging Bai Xiaochun's help to grow stronger and achieve greatness again. He might even attempt to take action against him. However, little did Yifeng know that he was not the only one with such intentions. As the ultimate villain, if he did not understand the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand, he might as well self-destruct and provide Yifeng with a lesson to learn from. In the Bai family courtyard, it was the early hours of the morning, and the sky had already begun to lighten. Bai Xiaochun in his study had not slept a wink throughout the night, yet his spirit remained in a state of fervor, or perhaps one could say extreme anger. A whole night had passed, and there was not a single piece of news from the police station. The Black Dragon Society was even more silent. Such a commotion had stirred half of Tianhai City. The entire airport and high-speed railway stations in Tianhai City were under strict surveillance. His son's kidnapping had occurred just last night. How could he have escaped? Shui, Dad will not spare anyone who harms you. Bai Xiaochun clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, with his eyes slightly reddened. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Yifeng, looking somewhat pale, walked in. Bai Xiaochun immediately stood up, meeting him with a look of hopeful inquiry. Mr. Yi, is there any news about my son? He was aware of Yifeng's background, knowing he had powerful connections, and still held great expectations of him. Yifeng shook his head. Not yet. What about Bai Dao and the Black Dragon Society? Not only was there no news, to be precise, he hadn't even bothered to look. Firstly, he was in a bad mood lately, and didn't want to be troubled by these matters. Secondly, he didn't know what he had eaten last night, but he had been violently ill, feeling as if he had been bombarded, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. He increasingly felt that something was off during this time. Sometimes he would inexplicably feel anxious, and even when he saw a beautiful woman, he often thought she should have a good impression of him. But in reality, when he tried to strike up a conversation, the beauty was unwilling to pay him any attention. Moreover, his luck was extremely poor. He was sick, encountered a scam, and even when he walked under a tree, it was possible for bird droppings to land on him. Bai Xiaochun looked deeply at him, seeing his pale complexion, and thought he must have searched all night. Still, he patiently sighed. There's still no news. I appreciate Mr. Ye's concern, but this matter requires your assistance. I will surely reward you handsomely later. Yifeng nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, the kidnappers are likely after money and won't be ruthless towards young master. No sooner had he finished speaking than Bai Xiaochun received a call from Bai Dao. Listening to the officer's account, especially upon hearing the crucial news, Bai Xiaochun felt as if struck by lightning. The phone he held fell to the ground with a crisp sound. His eyes were glazed over, lifeless, and he looked as if he had aged 10 years in an instant, followed by a torrent of fury bursting forth from his eyes. Who is it? Who exactly killed my son? His roar reverberated through the study, and Bai Xiaochun rushed out, without even changing his clothes, leaving Yi Feng alone in the room, stunned and inwardly distressed. Was he joking? Just as he said Bai Shui would be safe, the next call notified him that Bai Shui had already been murdered. Was he really this unlucky? On the other side, in the Jiangnan No. 1 villa area, at Mu Yiyan's residence, in the living room, a girl wearing a white panda t-shirt sat on the sofa, her panda's plump face round and cute. She was gently massaging Mu Yiyan's shoulders with her delicate hands, speaking softly. President Mu, Sister Mu, since you're not in the mood to go to work today, why not accompany me to go shopping? It's been so long since we went out. Mu Yiyan glanced sideways, weakly shaking her head, not interested. Lin Yuchu pouted her nose in a spoiled manner, gently shaking Mu Yiyan's arm. Sister Mu, how about we go watch a movie together? There's a new comedy that just premiered, and I've heard it's quite good. It would be great for us to relax our mood, okay? Not in the mood. Mu Yiyan rejected her again, rolling her eyes in annoyance. You're older than me by a month. Stop calling me sister. Lin Yuchu internally huffed. Despite being older, she looked young and dressed a bit playfully. Many still thought she was a high school student. In the past, when calling Mu Yiyan's sister, she had never been rebutted, but today was the first time. Clearly, Mu Yiyan's heart had been deeply wounded by that scoundrel. She huffed angrily. Yiyan, it's just a scummy man. Is it necessary to be this heartbroken? Not going to work is one thing, but you're even ignoring me. Do you really not consider me a close friend? In your eyes, do I not count as one of your own? Mu Yiyan numbly stared at the television, softly replying without looking back. If it weren't for you, do you think I would tell you about Qin Lang? In Mu Yiyan's heart, Lin Yuchu held a high status as a friend who otherwise she would not have divulged information about Qin. Is it worth it? Just a scummy man. Yiyan, you're so wonderful. Why hang yourself on this one tree? All scummy men in the world are the same. Don't be fooled by their current indifference. They might be secretly delighted. If he knew you were in this pitiful state, he wouldn't know how happy and proud he would feel, and might even brag about it to others. Lin Yuchu spoke with resentment. She had seen many scoundrels who started and abandoned relationships, especially among the wealthy in the capital, and the number of such scoundrels was countless. Those scoundrels always spoke of chasing girls, tossing money around, and were utterly disgusting. She had thought Mu Yiyan would be self-aware and not fall into the trap of these scoundrels. At least half a month ago, Mu Yiyan had no feelings for Qin Lang, even expressing her disdain, frequently complaining to her about Qin Lang's faults. Lin Yuchu never would have expected that in such a short time Mu Yiyan's attitude towards Qin Lang would change so dramatically. It was a complete transformation. It's just a Qin Lang. I'm sure this guy is doing it on purpose. He just wants to dangle you along. This tactic is called the carrot and the stick, a common trick of scoundrels. It's just that Yu Yin is too busy with company matters. Had it been another girl with a few dating experiences, she wouldn't fall for such a lowly trick. Just wait, you arrange for Qin Lang to come out, and I have 100 ways to expose his ugly face. Mu Yiyan turned back, frowning. You must not act recklessly. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't make things worse for me. I've been troubled enough lately. Although she understood Lin Yuchu's good intentions, she was fully aware of her friend's character, quirky and mischievous. She spoke of being highly skilled, but in reality, it was empty talk, posing as a master of romance, while fundamentally being a novice who had never dated, just a naive fool who had seen through the tricks. Lin Yuchu ignored Mu Yiyan's warning, letting out a cold snort of jealousy, looking at Ning, and proactively said, Sister Ning, do you want to continue watching Yu Yin sink into this pitiful state? You know who Qin Lang is. As an observer, you should be very clear. Even if Yu Yin is in her youthful phase, she shouldn't be with such a scoundrel. Please help. Let's team up to control Yu Yin, and once Qin Lang's true face is revealed, it will be a win-win situation. Mu Yiyan exclaimed, You dare. Lin Yuchu pounced forward, leading the charge. What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget I've been a taekwondo trainee for 2 years. Minutes later, Mu Yiyan was restrained, and Ning stood by looking helpless. Miss, really, as an observer, seeing you like this makes my heart ache. Perhaps Miss Lin is right. What if Qin Lang really is a scoundrel who cannot resist temptation? Yiyan, just give up struggling today. Qin Lang is surely going to embarrass himself. Lin Yuchu toyed with Mu Yiyan's phone, and after a while raised the screen triumphantly, saying, It's already set. The location is at my family's hotel. Just wait and see how I expose Qin Lang's true nature. Lin Yuchu's eyes were filled with pride and confidence. She had countless tricks to reveal Qin Lang's true face. Just a scoundrel, Lin Yuchu could expose him thoroughly with a snap of her fingers. Picking on other girls is one thing, but wanting to bully her friend Lin Yuchu, that's simply dreaming. Lin Yuchu had a sly smile in her eyes, secretly muttering, Qin Lang, don't blame me for not giving you face. It's only because you chose the wrong target. Just wait and see how I'll make you lose face this time. At noon, Qin Lang was heading towards Kaiyuan International. Junzi, with one hand on the steering wheel, gave a thumbs up to Qin Lang behind him, saying, Young master, when it comes to dealing with women, I would call you the strongest. You are like a hunter searching for prey. Once you set your sights on a target, there is no prey you cannot capture. True. Do you remember how President Mu used to treat you? She would always ignore you or show a face of disgust. But now she comes to your place every few days and even invites you to lunch. Clearly she is trying to pursue you. Junzi truly admired Qin Lang. Even someone as cold and beautiful as Mu Yuyin could be swayed. What others didn't know was that Qin Lang had multiple lines of action going simultaneously, all yielding fruitful results. It's simply astonishing, like having a door open to awesomeness. Qin Lang chuckled lightly. Hunter? What hunter? A bounty hunter. If it weren't for specific reasons, he wouldn't have the leisure to have lunch with Mu Yuyin. If he hadn't sensed the system prompt indicating Mu Yuyin's emotions were fluctuating, possibly due to some incident, he would probably be giving Su Xiaoxiao her second lesson, continuing to impart knowledge. Isn't this much more comfortable than having lunch with Mu Yuyin? The Maybach came to a smooth stop outside Kaiyuan International. Because of the rain, Qin Lang carried an umbrella. Underneath his fitted suit, his figure was accentuated with even more charm. At the hotel entrance, Qin Lang halted, glancing at a little girl beside him. Though she was called a little girl, she was already over 1.6 meters tall, her figure quite elegant, clad in a black and white JK uniform, paired with long white stockings, showcasing her long legs exquisitely. Most importantly, Qin Lang noticed that the girl's figure was not at all inferior to that of the Bai sisters, and beneath the JK uniform, she looked even more eye-catching and impressive. Such an impressive figure, coupled with a delicate and youthful face, made her look like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Ding! The female protagonist Lin Yuchu has an emotional fluctuation. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 villain points. At the hotel entrance, Lin Yuchu was anxiously stamping her feet, her big watery eyes fixed on the road outside the transparent rain shield, seemingly wanting to rush out to hail a taxi, but inwardly extremely anxious. Damn it, what's wrong with Qin Lang? Can't he see this young lady is without an umbrella? Not a shred of gentlemanly demeanor. Can't he come over and strike up a conversation? Lin Yuchu was somewhat indignant. In this dreadful weather, she was dressed so lightly, and with the rain pouring down, any man seeing her would likely consider helping her out. But not Qin Lang. He just stood there watching, neither coming forward nor going into the hotel. Enough is enough. To expose Qin Lang's true nature, Lin Yuchu angrily muttered to herself, stepping out from under the rain shield, intentionally slipping and falling flat on her face, sitting down on the ground. In the hotel surveillance room, Mu Yuyin and Aining were sitting in front of the LCD screen, able to see high-definition video and sound through the camera. Seeing Lin Yuchu fall into the rain, Mu Yuyin instantly exclaimed in panic, "How can Yuchu do this?" Clearly, she was abusing Qin Lang's sympathy. Moreover, in this heavy rain, even if she wanted Qin Lang to approach her, she shouldn't have to endure such humiliation. No, I have to send her an umbrella. I can't just watch Yuchu continue to get drenched. Aining quickly blocked her path, smiling bitterly. Miss, please don't make things worse. Miss Lin has gone to such lengths for you, risking getting drenched just to expose Qin Lang's true character. If you go now, won't it waste her efforts? Aining wasn't foolish. She had been following Mu Yuyin for several years and understood her well. Whenever Mu Yuyin went out, even if Lin Yuchu wouldn't get drenched, her identity would undoubtedly be exposed. She didn't want to see Lin Yuchu's hard work go to waste. Just then in the video, Qin Lang moved, and Aining quickly said, "Miss, look. Qin Lang is about to take action." In the puddle, Lin Yuchu was completely soaked, her black and white JK uniform accentuating her curves. She hugged her knees, squatting in the rain, unable to stop sobbing. Pitiful, helpless, and aggrieved, all sorts of emotions that evoke sympathy were evident. Any slightly decent man would hardly stand by while such a beautiful girl was drenched in the rain, right? Lin Yuchu was even more certain. She had absolute confidence in her looks and figure. As long as Qin Lang was willing to talk to her, she was confident she could lure him away. As long as Qin Lang left, it would be a broken promise. Leaving with a stranger woman, what could the man be thinking? There was no need to guess. He would definitely be confirmed as a scumbag. After waiting for a while, Lin Yuchu kept glancing at Qin Lang from the corner of her eye. When she saw him move, she felt a surge of joy. However, when she noticed Qin Lang did not walk towards her, but instead headed to the newly arrived Maybach, suspicion arose in her mind, only to quickly resolve it herself. He must be going to get an umbrella. Trying to give her an umbrella to have an excuse to leave contact information. This is truly a scumbag's old trick. How can it escape her sharp eyes? Moments later, Qin Lang got out of the Maybach, indeed, holding another umbrella. However, under that umbrella stood another person, none other than the driver and bodyguard Junzi. The two approached within 2 meters of Lin Yuchu, looking left and right. Qin Lang held the umbrella, and instead of moving forward to shield Lin Yuchu from the rain, he wore an expression of amusement and said, "Junzi, what do you think is going on with this girl? Is she heartbroken, or did she get pregnant and can't afford an abortion?" Junzi replied in a daze. "Heartbroken, her belly isn't even swollen, doesn't seem like she's pregnant. Maybe it's too early and she doesn't show yet. That could be it." Lin Yuchu was dumbfounded, looking up as rainwater slid down her cheek, mixed with tears. Staring at Qin Lang, who seemed to enjoy the spectacle, even making eye contact with her, his gaze filled with astonishment, she felt her mind go blank. This guy? Is he a scumbag? Clearly he is a straight man. Seeing a weak woman drenched in rain, instead of approaching to offer warmth, he just stands back to enjoy the show. Why call his bodyguard out from the Maybach to stand in front of her and watch? Is there such a humiliating thing? Ding. The female protagonist Lin Yuchu experiences a surge of emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 Destiny villain points. Ding. The female protagonist Mu Yuyan's favorability continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for gaining 600 Destiny villain points. The constant system notification ringing in his ears made Qin Lang feel that his choice was undoubtedly correct. Indeed, this woman is not a good person. Although she is a legal lowly in the original work, Lin Youchu, who is Mu Yuyan's best friend, is also known as the scumbag identification machine, having humiliated Yifeng countless times, mischievous and ruinous, holding the power to destroy reputations. This time, Mu Yuyan's emotional fluctuations are undoubtedly closely related to Lin Youchu. Moreover, this obvious flirtation made Qin Lang feel a sense of vigilance. He is well aware of Lin Youchu's hidden familiarity. She is just a girl in love. At the same time, she has a submissive tendency. The more you are good to her, the more she will act. How could she possibly take the initiative to flirt? Perhaps Mu Yuyan is watching from somewhere, and Lin Youchu has already set up a big pit just waiting for him to jump in. Qin Lang sneered in his heart, taking the initiative and occupying the dominant position, gazing at Lin Youchu, who was sitting in the puddle with a mischievous charm. Simply bullying Lin Youchu could yield 2 portions of Destiny villain points in return. 1 effort, 2 rewards. Why not? Raindrops continuously fell, soaking the black and white JK uniform against her body, making her curvy figure even more alluring. Lin Youchu gritted her teeth, but refused to give up her previous efforts. She feigned a pitiful tone, murmuring softly, "Brother, what heavy rain. Can you lend me an umbrella?" Qin Lang pointed and counted the 2 umbrellas, then glanced at the 3 of them, smiling as he asked, "Little sister, don't you? There are only 2 umbrellas in total. How can I lend you one?" Lin Youchu was roaring inside, thinking, is Qin Lang an idiot? She had already said this much. Does he not realize he should at least come over to hold an umbrella for her? Indeed, Lin Youchu never expected she would squat in the puddle for so long, and her white pants had already been soaked by the rain. Qin Lang held an umbrella and walked in front of Lin Youchu. Just as the umbrella was about to shield her, he abruptly stopped within a few centimeters, standing still and pointing to the nearby hotel's rain-blocking glass, saying, "You can go there to avoid the rain." Lin Youchu wiped her face, unsure if it was tears or rainwater, and bitterly forced a smile, rubbing her ankle and softly pleading, "My leg just twisted, it hurts so much. Brother, can you just hold the umbrella for me for a while, please?" Qin Lang ignored her, instead pointing at the black object peeking from Lin Youchu's waist, and said sternly, "What are you hiding there? It's bulging. Take it out so I can see." Lin Youchu's expression changed. "No. There's no need, right? Army boy, let's go." Qin Lang turned around, calling for the army boy and preparing to leave. Lin Youchu hurriedly pleaded, don't go. I will show you, okay?" She timidly pulled out a small fruit knife from her waist. She originally intended to bring the knife in case she needed it after tricking Qin Lang away. What if this guy acted recklessly regardless of her identity revelation? Naturally, she needed to carry a self-defense weapon. Now that she had been exposed to maintain her image as a weak girl, she had to weakly explain, "Brother, this is a fruit knife used to cut fruit." Qin Lang frowned suspiciously, saying, "Cut fruit? On a rainy day you go out without an umbrella, but with a knife. What does that mean? Bringing a knife on a rainy night instead of an umbrella? Who is that aimed at?" Lin Youchu was genuinely furious, wishing she could stab Qin Lang with the fruit knife several times, avoiding any fatal injuries, making him unable to survive or die. But thinking that Mu Yuyan was still watching from the surveillance video, she casually tossed the fruit knife aside and used her trump card, selling her misery. "Brother, I'm still young, just starting high school. My parents are arguing at home, saying they want a divorce, and they hit me. I'm so scared and cold. Can you take me to a warm place to warm up?" She hugged herself, trembling in the rain. Her petite and delicate figure would evoke pity in anyone who saw her. Even someone like Junzi, who liked to act tough, felt a pang of compassion, thinking, why not just take her to warm up? Qin Lang looked her up and down, reached out, and pulled Lin Youchu up from the ground, saying with emotion, "It's not easy for anyone. How about this? I just happen to have a friend who is particularly interested in students like you who lack care. Why don't I call him over, and we can have a good chat together?" My goodness. Lin Youchu was internally screaming, unexpectedly delighted. Who would have thought that Qin Lang, who had been acting like a straight man all along, would make such a bold suggestion at such a critical, and to find a friend to warm up together, to hang out. 3 or 4 people together. Is it P? Lin Youchu was overjoyed, facing Qin Lang, her right hand behind her back, making an okay gesture, aiming for Mu Yuyan in the surveillance to see Qin Lang's true nature. In the monitoring room, A Ning was indignant and furious. "Miss, I never expected Qin Lang to be this kind of person. It's terrifying. Not only does he want to take action against Miss Lin, but he also wants to call friends to join in. How can he be so shameless?" Mu Yuyan looked puzzled, not immediately accusing Qin Lang, but feeling that something was off. But she couldn't pinpoint the reason, feeling particularly uneasy. What exactly went wrong? Just then the surveillance video emitted a beeping sound. Under the rain curtain, Lin Youchu stood at the edge of the umbrella with raindrops constantly falling from the umbrella ribs onto her head. The icy sensation didn't make her step under the umbrella. Instead, she was dazedly pointing at the approaching officer with a square face in a black uniform stepping out from a vehicle with flashing lights. Her beautiful lips trembled violently as she gazed at Qin Lang, hesitantly asking, "Is this the friend you mentioned?" Before his words fell, the square-faced, middle-aged police officer had already walked over, extinguishing the communicator at his waist, his face stern. "What are you doing standing here in the heavy rain instead of finding shelter? Did you call the police?" He looked at Qin Lang with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. In front of him stood a dapper young man, while beside him was Lin Youchu drenched like a drowned rat. They looked like a bicker. Qin Lang smiled and nodded, pointing at Lin Youchu. I called the police. This little girl is still in high school. Her parents had an argument, and she got beaten, so she was afraid to go home. Could you please take her back? The square-faced officer's expression softened upon realizing it was a misunderstanding. He shifted his gaze from Qin Lang to Lin Youchu, thinking to himself that she was just a poor student. He said softly, tell me your home address, and I'll take you back. Lin Youchu said nervously. Seeing the police officer made her instinctively feel uneasy. There's no need to trouble the officer. Qin Lang skeptically replied. Didn't you just say you were afraid to go home alone? You even said you wanted me to take you home. What's going on? Do you think my home is warmer than yours? Lin Youchu shot Qin Lang a fierce glare, feeling exasperated. Why was this guy so talkative? Can't he just shut up? The square-faced officer frowned, sensing something was off. His expression turned cold. What exactly is going on here? Show me your ID. Lin Youchu stammered, I forgot my ID. She dared not hide the truth any longer, and said honestly, actually I'm not a student, I'm already of age. I was just joking with a friend earlier. Officer, please don't take it seriously. It's all a misunderstanding. Qin Lang seized the moment, saying, a misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Didn't you just claim to be a high school student? And we've only just met, how can we be considered friends? Ding. Lin Youchu's anger value continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 Destiny villain points. The square-faced officer cast a disdainful glance at Lin Youchu. He detested women who spent all day flirting. His son had fallen for such a frivolous girl and was still reeling from it. Hearing Qin Lang's account, he unconsciously began to see Lin Youchu as just another girl trying to flirt. He frowned, looking coldly at Lin Youchu, and scolded, disturbing law enforcement officers in their duties, wasting their time. Do you think this joke is funny? Lin Youchu was timid. She hadn't expected Qin Lang to actually call the police, and now that she was being glared at by the officer, she weakly said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The square-faced officer coldly replied, if saying sorry were enough, what would we need police for? He pulled out a civic code from his pocket and handed it to Lin Youchu. Read this aloud from start to finish, memorize it in 3 days, and come find me at the station to recite it in public. Lin Youchu held the green booklet, her face ashen, feeling overwhelmed. Memorize it. The civic code. She had initially planned to expose Qin Lang's ugly truths and make him suffer humiliation in front of Mu Yuyan. But now, how had she become the one facing potential humiliation? What could she do against such a righteous police? Feeling wronged, she nervously clutched the civic code. Under the watchful eyes of the square-faced officer and several others, she began to read aloud, love your country and abide by the law. Every gaze upon her felt like being stabbed repeatedly with a knife, fueling her internal fury, which she dared not express in front of the police. After reciting the civic code, the square-faced officer turned to leave, but not before emphasizing that Lin Youchu should come back in 3 days to recite it. Once the officer left, Lin Youchu immediately lunged at Qin Lang, claws out. Qin Lang, I'm going to get you back for this. You humiliated me and called the police. You bastard jerk. Her 2 years of taekwondo training were on full display as she unleashed powerful punches, and as she charged, Qin Lang quickly stepped back, deliberately tripping over his own feet and falling backward. As Lin Youchu closed in, he reached out, instinctively grabbing her in a compromising manner, using it to regain his balance. Instead, Lin Youchu was thrown off balance and fell toward the puddle. Ouch! Lin Youchu thought she was going to crash down, but reality proved otherwise. She tilted, suspended in midair, with a sharp pain shooting through her chest. When she opened her eyes, she found Qin Lang's hand grabbing her chest, stabilizing her in the air, preventing her from falling. Qin Lang, you bastard, are you taking advantage of me? Let go, let go. Lin Youchu scolded, feeling humiliated. Caught in such a compromising position, supported only by his hand on her chest, her inner rage mixed with the real pain made her want to explode. Qin Lang looked down slowly, withdrawing his fingers from Lin Youchu's chest. No. Lin Youchu realized her predicament, but before she could finish her thought, the hand that had held her chest was all plop. Lin Youchu fell back into the puddle, feeling disoriented, as if her backside had shattered into pieces. Qin Lang said awkwardly, I'm really sorry. I wasn't steady earlier, and it was an accident. I intended to pull you up, but the grip was improper, and when you shouted at me, I had no choice but to let go. Lin Youchu felt not only wronged, but also physically hurt. She shouted angrily, what are you pretending for? You did it on purpose. Slipped? With 2 perfectly functioning legs, how could you possibly slip? Qin Lang rolled his eyes. I can't be bothered to explain. It's pointless arguing with someone like you who has 2 mouths. Lin Youchu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. She felt her grievance and a strange sensation rising within her. As Lin Youchu calmed her emotions and prepared to launch her second counterattack, Mu Yuyan finally arrived with Aining. The situation had already been determined, and Lin Yuchu's so-called plan to expose the truth had completely fallen apart. Although Aining was quite displeased, she could only let Mu Yuyan leave. Misunderstanding. Qin Lang, don't be angry. She is actually my close friend, named Lin Youchu, the legitimate daughter of the Lin family in Yanjing. Mu Yuyan stood in front of Qin Lang, visibly troubled, and explained weakly, she only did these things for my sake. Please don't be mad at her. Qin Lang looked suspiciously at Lin Youchu, and then at Mu Yuyan as if he suddenly realized something. You two are, what are you doing putting on a show here? Lin Yuchu stood up with aiming support and chastised him unhappily. Qin Lang, stop pretending you've already figured it out, haven't you? Don't think I don't know your dirty little thoughts, they are useless. Even if you can hide them from Yuyan, you can't escape my keen Heh. Qin Lang scoffed and glanced at Mu Yuyan. It seems your friend has a strong prejudice against me. Just as well I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you too. Wait. Mu Yuyan's heart tightened, and she quickly reached out to grab him, shooting Lin Yuchu an annoyed glare. Haven't you caused enough trouble? What kind of predicament do you want to put me in before you're satisfied? She was truly exhausted from the turmoil. Having already developed a rift with Qin Lang, now Lin Yuchu was causing more trouble, as if she were pushing her into a pit of— Lin Yuchu pouted and wanted to retort to Qin Lang, but seeing Mu Yuyan's visibly angry gaze, she could only suppress her feelings, huffing quietly and turning her head away. Mu Yuyan sighed inwardly and looked at Qin Lang with resignation, explaining, actually today, I have some matters to discuss. The product report for the beauty pill has come out, and I brought it along. Since you provided the formula, it's necessary for you to take a look and give some feedback. You want to start a company to make money, right? This beauty pill is your company's first shot at profit. It must be taken seriously. Shall we book a private room at the hotel to eat and chat? After considering it, Qin Lang nodded. Discussing important matters is a priority. They returned to Kaiyuan International Hotel and booked a high-end private room. Lin Yuchu returned after taking a shower, dressed in a more mature outfit, a white camisole and a pink skirt. Though not as youthful as her previous JK uniform, she still appeared quirky and playful. She sat beside Mu Yuyan, wanting to rescue her from Qin Lang's clutches. However, Mu Yuyan had no intention of acknowledging her, deeply engrossed in discussing the beauty pill report with Qin Lang. Qin Lang scrutinized the report, meticulously nodding occasionally at the lines of text. This report, while well introduced, still has flaws. The introductory section is rather mundane, which is understandable. By the middle, the advantages of the beauty pill are mentioned. But isn't the conclusion a bit too hasty? How about this? Let's find some time when we're free to discuss and improve this report together. Sure. Mu Yuyan nodded earnestly, though she didn't grasp the deeper implications. Qin Lang laughed lightly, casually placing a piece of cola chicken wing into Mu Yuyan's bowl. Let's eat. Some people have kept waiting for so long, while washing up, and the dishes are almost getting cold. Mu Yuyan felt delighted. Cola chicken wings were one of her favorite dishes. When her mother visited Tianhai City, she had even competed with Qin Lang for them. She hadn't expected Qin Lang to remember her preferences, which meant she hadn't completely disappeared from his heart. Mu Yuyan took a small bite of the chicken wing, satisfied, and said, the taste is really good, delicious. Seeing the two of them in such harmony, resembling a couple, Lin Yuchu couldn't stand it any longer. She had to break this situation, or otherwise her naive friend might be led into a trap and fall deeply into Qin Lang's scheme without being able to extricate herself. She grabbed a piece of black garlic from the side and placed it in Mu Yuyan's bowl. Yuyan, if you're hungry, eat some more. Mu Yuyan glanced down, her brow slightly furrowed, showing no intention of using her chopsticks. Lin Yuchu picked up another piece. Yuyan, don't underestimate this garlic. It was specially marinated by the chef at our hotel. It's really delicious, both tasty and fragrant. As she brought the black garlic to her mouth, she caught a whiff of an extremely unpleasant odor, instinctively grimacing and sticking out her tongue. Ugh, Mu Yuyan's frown deepened. Now in a difficult situation, Lin Yuchu held her breath, putting the black garlic in her mouth and biting down, praising, wow, this black garlic is so good it melts in your mouth. Though it smells bad, it tastes just like stinky tofu, so fragrant. Ugh. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, but before she could finish, she gagged again, nearly bringing tears and snot to the surface, her nose stinging. Under Mu Yuyan's strange gaze, Lin Yuchu felt indignant, but could only force a smile. Maybe I caught a cold from the rain earlier. It has nothing to do with this black garlic, just feeling a bit nauseous. Ugh. I can't keep this up. Lin Yuchu slammed the table and spat out all the black garlic she had in her mouth, pointing at the waiter, who came running and asking, which chef made this dish? This made me throw up. Have him settle his wages at the front desk and get out of here. What a disgrace. Understood. The waiter hurriedly nodded and bowed as he left. The private room fell silent again. Lin Yuchu felt as if she had been slapped, her face burning with shame. Sitting there, arms crossed, she sulked in silence, not knowing who she was upset with. Mu Yuyan raised her glass and urged, Yuchu, don't be angry anymore. If it's not to your taste, just don't eat it. Let's clink our glasses and consider this unpleasantness of today closed. Lin Yuchu felt that she had been walking on bad luck all day and was extremely aggrieved. Her gaze towards Qin Lang grew increasingly unfriendly. But under Mu Yuyan's proactive mediation, she had no choice but to lift her glass, pretending to agree. The three of them clinked glasses and drank in one go. The drinking party continued. Qin Lang, there are some things I must apologize to you for. In the past, I did many things that wronged you, but I did not mean to. I didn't know how much you had to do for the family. I always thought you were just putting up a facade. It wasn't until now that I— Mu Yuyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke, halfway lifted a glass of wine and downed it in one go. This glass of wine is my apology to you. In the past, to reject Qin Lang's advances, I would find a fake boyfriend and turn him down. I would roll my eyes and give him the cold shoulder every time we met. Looking back now, I feel immensely regretful. She too had been deceived, unaware that Qin Lang's playboy persona was merely a facade put on for others. It was only now that she realized regardless of being late, she had to drink this apology wine. Also regarding my mother's situation, it was thanks to your arrangements. She told me over the phone last night that her health has improved significantly and her condition is now under control. Mu Yuyan raised another glass and drank it all in one go. This glass of wine is to thank you. Qin Lang became curious examining Mu Yuyan. You can drink so much. Mu Yuyan's cheeks were red as she shook her head. I can't drink much. It's just that there are some things in my heart that must be said. Otherwise it feels uncomfortable and I can't sleep at night. Can't drink. Qin Lang poured more wine into Mu Yuyan's glass. If you can't drink, then drink a bit more. Know if you're feeling uncomfortable, drink more. A good sleep will solve everything. Mu Yuyan was already feeling a bit tipsy, holding her wine glass with a slight tremor, but she obediently nodded. I'll listen to you. A drink can relieve 1,000 sorrows. Cheers. Qin Lang clinked glasses with Mu Yuyan. They both drank their glasses dry. Mu Yuyan was already somewhat drunk. Her hand trembled while picking up food, occasionally dropping the food onto the table. Qin Lang proactively helped serve her food and poured more wine. I didn't expect you, Yuyan, to be so emotional. Truly, it's said that good wine finds a kindred spirit. Let's drink again. I can't take it anymore. I'm already drunk and can't drink anymore. Yuyan, aren't you giving me face? The wine in your glass isn't going down either. Are you keeping fish in it? He'll take a break. He'll drink, but don't thud. After drinking at least a bottle and a half of red wine, Mu Yuyan rested her head on the edge of the table, feeling dazed and motionless. Qin Lang had moved his chair next to her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, smiling as he sipped red wine while gently caressing Mu Yuyan's fragrant shoulder. It was a picture of leisure accompanied by fine wine and a beautiful woman. Lin Yuchu, who had been observing coldly from the side, spoke up, her voice icy. Continue taking advantage of you, Yin. Go ahead. Still forcing Yuyan to drink. Do you think that if she gets drunk you can do whatever you want? Do you know why I didn't? She took out her phone from her bag and snapped a few pictures of Qin Lang, holding Mu Yuyan's shoulders, smirking coldly. Just wait, once Yuyan wakes up, all your despicable behaviors will be exposed. At that time, once Yuyan realizes your ugly true colors, she will no longer have any thoughts of you. Before Qin Lang could respond, Mu Yuyan, who was lying there intoxicated drowsily, propped her head up with one hand, turning her back to Qin Lang, and opened one eye while slightly parting her lips towards Lin Yuchu. Although no sound came out, Lin Yuchu clearly read the shape of Mu Yuyan's lips. It clearly spelled out idiot. Lin Yuchu stood there in shock, her index finger pressing the shutter, continuously clicking away. Worried about making a mistake, Mu Yuyan, feeling dizzy, deliberately fell into Qin Lang's arms and used silent lip movements to insult Lin Yuchu. But Qin Lang gently pushed her away, shaking his head and sighing, Lin Yuchu, if you want to ruin my reputation, there's no need. In Yinjing, even in Tianhai City, who doesn't know I'm Qin Lang, a notorious playboy? Don't you just want me to leave, Mu Yuyan? Fine, I'll leave to satisfy you, he said, standing up. At this time, Mu Yuyan no longer cared about pretending to be drunk, quickly grabbing his arm. Qin Lang, it wasn't intentional. You know Yuchu is just playful and doesn't really mean to oppose you. Under Mu Yuyan's angry gaze, Lin Yuchu felt a chill in her heart, reluctantly lowering her head, muttering, I was wrong, is that enough? He'll just delete the photos. She had no intention of ruining Qin Lang's reputation, she merely wanted Mu Yuyan to see Qin Lang's true colors. But now, after experiencing the silent ridicule, how could she not understand Mu Yuyan's feelings? She was probably already infatuated. No matter what she did, it couldn't save this friend who had already fallen into a trap. Mu Yuyan's eyes were slightly red as she clung to Qin Lang's arm. Qin Lang, don't be angry. This time we were really wrong. I know, I apologize, and I promise this won't happen again. I won't oppose you anymore, and my friends shouldn't either. Qin Lang rubbed his forehead, exhaling deeply, and reassured her. Yuyan, I'm not angry. It's just that opportunities are fleeting. You've missed your chance. It seems today there's no way to continue this dinner party. Let's do it next time, shall we? Qin Lang finally left, turning off the system's notification about Mu Yuyan's emotional fluctuations. A wise bird chooses a good tree to perch on. With Lin Yuchu here today, he certainly couldn't develop too quickly with Mu Yuyan. Otherwise it might stir up a lot of trouble. He found it troublesome and decided to leave it for next time. After the door closed, Lin Yuchu wore a bitter expression. Mu Yuyan lowered her head, wiping her tears. Seeing her best friend witness her current state of dejection, she felt no shame, but instead looked Lin Yuchu in the eye and said seriously, Yuchu, if you still consider me a best friend, then please don't interfere with Qin Lang's matters. Otherwise our relationship can only end here. I understand. Lin Yuchu's heart sank as she suddenly realized she might have truly angered Mu Yuyan today. She felt a bit flustered, but dared not say more, fearing it would make things worse. At Kaiyuan International, Junzi had already parked the Maybach in front of the rain shield, standing by the steps with a black umbrella in hand. Seeing Qin Lang come out, he immediately approached, waiting until Qin Lang was seated before slowly closing the car door, then jogging to his driver's seat. Young master, where are we going now? Back home, or to find Miss Bai? Or perhaps Miss Chiu? Junzi adjusted his tie and smiled as he asked. Having come out after dinner, it was clear that the young master had not had an in-depth conversation with President Mu. As a competent bodyguard, he needed to anticipate the young master's thoughts in advance. Qin Lang rubbed his forehead. Let's not go back for now. How did that matter of hiring new people turn out? Junzi replied truthfully, a lot of people have come, but none have started recently. I've gathered them all at the same hotel, planning to go there shortly to give them a lesson. A lesson? Qin Lang raised his head in surprise, looking at Junzi, the corners of his mouth twitching. Where did you get the nerve to teach them? There might have been about 80% of them willing to join, but after your lesson more than half will probably leave. Zhuge Liang would become a cunning old fox in your hands. What could you possibly say? Junzi refuted somewhat disapprovingly. Young master, you can't say that. I've been reading books these days and my knowledge has been steadily increasing. I can easily convince a few old comrades. Qin Lang smiled wryly. All right, I'll go with you to see just how big the problem is. Since he had nothing better to do anyway, he had already arranged matters on Yifeng's side. According to the timeline, things were probably brewing, and he just needed to wait quietly. All right. Junzi started the car, feeling a surge of anticipation. He had prepared for this day in advance, and already had his speech thought out. Now that the young master was personally accompanying him, he had the chance to show off his skills. With excitement in his heart, Junzi drove the Maybach slowly towards the city center. Meanwhile, at the Bai family, Bai Xiaochun had changed from his usual demeanor. After returning from the crime scene, he was furious, smashing and breaking things, leaving the entire living room in disarray with the porcelain table and chairs in ruins. Where was the elegance he usually exhibited? He was a traditional male chauvinist, seeing his son as the pride of the family and the continuation of their lineage. No matter how disappointing his son was in his eyes, he was far more important than Bai Ryu and Bai Xiaoyun. But now his most cherished son was dead. Lying in a pool of blood, a dagger stabbed into his heart, the look of terror before death still lingered on his face. Every time Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, he recalled the fearful and helpless gaze of his son. Scorpion, I want your entire family to accompany my son in death. I will make you wish you were alive and wish you were. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth. With a loud crash, he smashed an entire tea set off the coffee table, shattering it into pieces. Sir. A Fu appeared from behind the sofa, bent over, speaking softly and fearfully, reporting the police have already searched all major high-speed trains and airports, but there's no trace of Scorpion. Initially, it was thought to be an internal conflict among the kidnappers with disagreements leading to a fallout and death. However, further investigation revealed that this was not the case. Whether it was Shiqiang's broken neck or Ah's organs shattered by immense force, such fatal injuries could not have been caused by these two individuals alone. After further investigation by the police, the identities of the kidnappers were clarified, and it was discovered that another person among them had escaped. It was indeed Scorpion. Preliminary judgments suggested that this Scorpion was likely the murderer who killed his. Now, most of the police force in Tianhai City was fully engaged in the hunt for Scorpion, but unfortunately time was too short, and there were still no results. Are these police just eating dry rice? They can't even find one person. What use are they? Bai Xiaochun roared, his heart already filled with rage over his son's. A Fu stood by, too afraid to say a word. After all, it had been less than half a day since the incident, and even gathering video footage and testimonies from acquaintances had only just begun. At such a time, even if he knew the truth, he wouldn't dare to say it in front of Bai Xiaochun, lest he bring disaster upon himself. Let the people from the Black Dragon Society continue to take action. As long as they can find Scorpion, the bounty can be increased. Bai Shui was Bai Xiaochun's hopes spoiled beyond measure. He was considering handing over the entire Bai group, but now that the person was gone, what use did he have for that money? As long as he could avenge his son, he was willing to pay any price. What about Yifeng? Why hasn't he shown up all? Bai Xiaochun thought of Yifeng and felt extremely displeased. It was after Yifeng had assured him that his son would be fine that he received the police call early this morning. In a fit of rage, even the slightest displeasure could turn into anger. Naturally, Bai Xiaochun's attitude towards Yifeng underwent a drastic change at this moment. A Fu awkwardly spoke up. Mr. Yi seems to have run into some trouble. After leaving the Bai family, he has been staying in his residence and hasn't come out. According to other bodyguards, Yifeng was also in his room last night and didn't go out. The Bai family's bodyguards were certainly not just one person. Although Yifeng had a special status and lived in luxury, there were still other Bai family bodyguards around him, akin to an employee dormitory, albeit with significant disparities in treatment. Given Yifeng's special treatment, it was naturally noticed by some, inciting envy, but more so jealousy and resentment. Some rumors naturally began to circulate. Didn't go out last night. Bai Xiaochun's voice turned cold. Good for Yifeng. I spent such a great cost hiring him only for him to pull this kind of stunt on me. The anger in his heart surged repeatedly, but ultimately quieted down. Let's put Yifeng's affairs aside for now. I don't have the mind to deal with him. Get in touch with the police, the Black Dragon Society, and even other channels for information. I want you to reach out to all of them. Bai Xiaochun said with a cold face. Scorpion hasn't left Tianhai City. The area is so small. Even if I have to uproot the entire city, I want to see the killer of my son before tomorrow. Some wore troubled expressions while others radiated vitality. Among them was Junzi, impeccably dressed in a suit, his tie perfectly knotted. His hair meticulously styled with wax formed a slicked-back look that was nothing short of a mess. He stood at the front desk of a temporarily borrowed hotel conference room, coughing into his fist, his gaze sweeping over a sea of heads below. There were nearly 100 individuals, all retired Special Forces soldiers. Among them were those who graduated alongside Junzi, and some he was familiar with. The young master had instructed him to find those he trusted, but anyone he knew from the military was someone he damned well trusted. Inadvertently, he had called too many. Junzi, you've really made it big now. Look at all these brothers you've gathered. Each one has their own single room, and now the entire hotel, the whole floor, is almost taken over by us old war buddies. Yet Junzi, I really envy you. Among all those old war buddies who have retired, you're doing the best. However, Junzi, there are some things we must clarify. We're here to give you face, but there are certain things we won't do. We can't compromise our principles. Indeed, Junzi, I'm doing well with the company I'm with now, working from 8 to 6 with 4 days off a month and a decent salary nearing 10,000. I'm on the path to financial freedom. Among the neatly seated retired Special Forces soldiers, there were murmurs of discussion. Some envied Junzi, but most held a watchful attitude, with many already having stable jobs. Qin Lang sat at the back. Apart from being slightly handsome, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. No one would be staring at him. He glanced over with a faint smile, realizing that Junzi had gathered all his old war buddies together. Moreover, he didn't even spare those who were employed. Was he planning to poach them? He was curious to see how Junzi would proceed. Cough, cough, let's settle down first. Junzi raised his hand, signaling for the crowd to calm down. As retired Special Forces soldiers, they had a strong sense of discipline, and the scene quieted instantly. The microphone in the conference room was broken, so Junzi had to raise his voice, trying to make sure everyone could hear what he had to say. He pointed at a comrade who had just spoken and asked, "Old Huang, when you mentioned financial freedom, what do you think it is?" "What do our comrades say? Isn't financial freedom just having a lot of money? We can do whatever we want." "I'm here to—" "What is financial freedom? It's having enough money that you can choose not to do things you don't want to do. Do you have the right to say no? Do you damn it have the right to say no? If you're working as a bodyguard and your boss tells you to drink this glass of wine, do you have the right to say no? What would you do if you had that right? Would you curse at your boss saying, 'Screw you, I'm not drinking, I'm done with this,' and think you could get away with it?" Old Huang lowered his head. "Who would dare to say that? Isn't it obvious that you'd be looking for trouble with the boss?" Old Huang, feeling a bit unconvinced, directly asked, "Then what about you, Junzi? Would you dare to talk to your boss like that?" Junzi snorted coldly. "Would I dare? Of course not. I'm even more exhausted than everyone here. With a word from the young master, I have to scamper off to get things done, working myself to the bone every day. Do you think I want to stand here and discuss these grand theories with you? There's not even a microphone in this large conference room, and I'm straining my voice here. My throat is about to smoke. Do you think I want this? I don't want to talk about this. There's no choice. The young master pays. He pays too much." Hiss. Not just the retired Special Forces soldiers who were left speechless by Junzi's words, even Qin Lang, sitting at the back, was taken aback. Goodness, has Junzi had an epiphany? A great awakening? Old Huang trembled and raised his hand. "Junzi, how's your income these days?" Nearly 100 people perked up their ears, focusing intently. Junzi shook his head with a sigh. "Not great. My monthly salary is just under 30,000, and with quarterly bonuses and year-end rewards, it's only about 1 to 2 million. Don't just listen to the salary. How it may sound fine, but it's not as simple as you think. On a daily basis, everyone in this line of work needs to unwind, going for massages or something similar, costing hundreds to thousands each time. Do you know what it's like for those of us working for the young master? It's tough. Each time I go, it's at least a loss of tens of millions. The young master has booked the entire 5th floor of the neighboring Kinzillion for a month. We who work for him are working ourselves to exhaustion, and whenever there's a little downtime, he sends us to the 5th floor to consume. It's taking a toll on our bodies. Also, the last time the young master went out and had 2 million left over, he tossed it to me and told me to split it among 40 brothers. Do you know how difficult that is for me? Averages won't work. There are those who work hard and those who slack off. No matter how the money is divided, as the leader, I'll offend someone. Sigh. Times are tough. We get by as best we can. The reason I called you all here this time is to expand the young master's bodyguard team. That's all I have to say. Oh, I feel quite wrong myself. If you want to work, just say the word. If not, I won't put you in a tough spot. We'll always be old war buddies." As soon as he finished speaking, a phone rang in the conference room. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to find it was Old Huang's phone ringing. He awkwardly raised his hand, took out his phone, and after listening for a while, he suddenly shouted angrily in front of Junzi, "Overtime. Screw your overtime. Don't you know I'm on leave? On a public holiday, you want me to come back for overtime? Have you lost your mind? I'm done with this. Whoever wants to work overtime can go ahead. Stupid thing, do whatever you want." Smack. Old Huang angrily hung up the phone, muttering and cursing under his breath before turning his gaze to Junzi. He cleared his throat and then made a strange sound towards him. Squeak. A group of old war buddies heard this and all rushed to respond. Squeak. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The entire conference room was filled with squeaking sounds. Those who knew thought it was a meeting, while those who didn't would think there was a rat infestation. These old buddies didn't want to squeak either, but Junzi could offer too much. They also wanted to work hard for a salary of 30,000 a month and to experience spending tens of millions at once, even as their bodies weren't what they used to be. Don't rush, let's register one by one. Anyone who has maintained their skills over the past few years can be accepted, but the prerequisite is absolute loyalty and no betrayal. The military man raised his hand and began to elaborate on the standards for recruitment. Qin Lang watched from behind with a faint smile on his face, satisfied with the military man's performance. However, after the military man's selection, he still needed to interact slightly with these people. A meal was unavoidable. If one truly wants to get someone to do things for them, they must interact like friends beforehand, with courtesy before conflict. By the evening, Qin Lang had specially reserved several private rooms in a hotel. In the room where Qin Lang was, there were a total of 15 people. Excluding the military man and Qin Lang, the remaining 13 were all chosen elite individuals. A rough estimate of their physical abilities showed that none were below 50. Even after retirement, these individuals showed no decline in skills. In fact, they had made significant progress. If these people were to work together against Yi Feng, even if they couldn't kill him, at the very least they would severely injure him. Young Master Qin, I truly didn't expect you to be sitting in the conference room all this time. It's quite surprising. Yes, I said so. When I first saw young Master Qin, he didn't seem like an ordinary person. Young Master Qin, I toast to you. The 13 Sunto bodyguards started to flatter politely. Qin Lang did not refuse accompanying each of them in turn. After several rounds of drinks and various dishes, Qin Lang clapped his hands, and the door to the private room opened with a row of women dressed in black and white uniforms walking in. Next door to the hotel was Kai and Zillion. Finding these technicians was extremely convenient. Each of them had a graceful figure, slim in front and curvy behind. After the last technician closed the door, 7 or 8 women entered. Their graceful figures captivated everyone's gulp. Someone instinctively swallowed. Qin Lang smiled and urged, "Don't just stand there, take your seats." The 7 or 8 women sat down with one woman sitting between every 2 men. No matter who it was, they frequently turned their heads, unconsciously stealing glances. Old Huang awkwardly laughed and asked young Master Qin, "What is that black stuff on these beauties?" Each woman was coated in a layer of black powder, exceptionally eye-catching. Qin Lang smiled and said, "It's a fashion trend. No need to be polite. Oh, we're here to have fun, so relax." He didn't bring these 7 or 8 technicians merely for pleasure. More importantly, he wanted to test the character of these military men. After all, some matters were too sensitive to entrust to ordinary bodyguards. These special forces personnel had already proven their skills. He also trusted the military man's judgment regarding their loyalty. What he needed to do next was to gauge their character and give them a bit of a test. Since the appearance of the 7 or 8 women, the temperature in the private room seemed to rise by 8 degrees. With smiles in their eyes and flirtatious mannerisms, they occasionally leaned in while toasting, almost making these big men feel as if their souls were leaving their bodies. Yet none of them displayed any inappropriate behavior. They all sat upright, at most sneaking a few glances. Cough, cough. Qin Lang smiled and addressed the military man to his left. "Isn't this your favorite kind of occasion? What's wrong? Can't you let loose?" The military man awkwardly laughed and replied, "Young master, you don't know. I've been getting close to Manager Zhang recently, and our relationship has developed rather quickly. If I were to do something inappropriate and let her find out, wouldn't she twist my ear off? Is she the type to control you?" Qin Lang chuckled. It seemed that relying on the military man to lighten the atmosphere wouldn't. He fiddled with the cup in his hand and accidentally dropped it with a crash, shattering it into pieces. At the same time, the lights in the private room instantly dimmed, plunging everything into darkness. "Ah, who is it? So annoying. Whose hand is that? Stop it, don't do that." The sounds of the women giggling filled the private room, creating a commotion. After a while, the lights came back on, and the private room returned to its previous formal atmosphere. If it weren't for the fact that the black powder on the 7 or 8 women was almost rubbed off, one would truly think that. Qin Lang's expression turned cold as he looked at the 13 people below him. "Put your hands out." Old Huang took the lead, and the 13 people slowly extended their hands, all covered in black powder, their faces filled with embarrassment as they lowered their heads. Qin Lang scolded with a cold expression, "I merely wanted to test your composure, yet each of you has disappointed me so much. If I were to assign you a task in the future, would it mean that as long as the other party offers you a woman, you would forsake my mission without a care? Generous benefits are like a sweet date, initially followed by stern reprimands, which are equally essential. If not for some tough love, these individuals would be hard to manage. After all, should everything be left to the military man to command? He is the young master, or is the military man the young master? Young Master Qin, we know we were wrong. We shouldn't have been so lacking in composure. It's just that these girls are too beautiful. We couldn't hold back for a moment." Qin Lang sneered, "Couldn't hold back? Are you human, while the military man isn't? Military man, show your hand." The military man quickly spread his hands on the table. Ooh, despite some calluses, there wasn't a trace of black powder on. Look at the military man. This is what a true bodyguard should have in terms of quality and composure. I'm not denying you, but in some areas you truly need to improve and learn from the military man. Understand? Qin Lang said earnestly. Old Huang and the others nodded repeatedly in shame. Some even gave a thumbs up to the military man, praising military brother, "You're amazing to have endured this. You're my idol." Hee, just a small feat. The military man grinned, revealing his dark teeth. The entire venue fell silent. Impressive. Junzi truly lived up to his reputation as a gold medal lecturer. His thought process was simply different from that of ordinary people. While others used their hands, he used his mouth. The technicians nearby couldn't help but laugh, and the atmosphere in the private room became lively and increasing. The 13 bodyguards all gave a thumbs up towards Junzi, with some even pointing at their own teeth, chuckling out loud. What the heck? Junzi was startled, realizing the gravity of the situation, and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. He wished he could slap himself to death. He had already guessed the young master's thoughts, but failed to control his expression. His little actions were exposed. Qin Lang looked at Junzi, who immediately closed his mouth upon realizing something was wrong, and coldly said, "Knowing the law, and yet breaking it, you shall be doubly punished. Your salary will be deducted by 20,000 next month." In front of these new bodyguards, it is impossible to slap oneself in the face. What he needs is authority. Since he cannot set an example, he can only drag Junzi out to give him 30 lashes as a warning. Junzi lowered his head, saying, "Young master, I know I was wrong. I accept the punishment." The 13 bodyguards all sensed the tension in the air and obediently put away their smiles. Seeing Qin Lang's serious expression, they couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. If even Junzi, who was so trusted, could be punished on the spot, what would happen to them if they made a mistake? They dared not underestimate the situation anymore. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lang remained silent and simply said, "You all may go back." He left the hotel voluntarily, not glancing back at the 13 future bodyguards. It served as a psychological suggestion. He was very dissatisfied with today's performance. Junzi quickly arranged the evening's entertainment for the group and hurriedly sent Qin Lang home. On the way, Junzi kept apologizing, expending much effort, and feeling deeply guilty. However, Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively, casually saying, "It's just for show, no need to take it to heart. The people you brought together are not as important in my eyes as you are, do you understand?" In front of others, he needed to establish authority. Behind their backs, he needed to win Junzi's loyalty. It was a stark contrast, often referred to as a cunning fox. "Young master, I understand your thoughts. If any of those guys dare to betray you, I will be the first to make them pay." Junzi earnestly set his gaze towards Qin Lang, becoming increasingly loyal. Qin Lang replied simply. Upon returning to the villa, he sent Junzi off to enjoy himself, telling him to relax properly for a while. At times, one must not push too hard, otherwise he feared Junzi might develop some strange emotions. That would be undesirable. Entering through the dark blue door, ever since Su Xiaoxiao moved in, the large house had been spotless and free of doubt. Even though their relationship had progressed to this stage, Su Xiaoxiao still acted like a little maid, doing everything every day. According to her, if she had a day of idleness, she would feel unwell. In the kitchen, Su Xiaoxiao was washing dishes, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. Qin Lang picked up a bowl from the counter and began washing it in another sink. Su Xiaoxiao turned around startled and quickly snatched the bowl from Qin Lang's hands, incredulously exclaiming, "Young master, why are you back? You should go take a break for a while. There aren't many dishes, I can finish them up soon. You mustn't touch anything, it will dirty your hands." However, Qin Lang ignored her and continued to wash the only remaining small dish. With only Su Xiaoxiao at home, there were very few dishes since she hardly cooked. He smiled oddly, saying, "If I can't touch it, then you can. So you can be kind to me, but I can't be kind to you." Su Xiaoxiao pouted her cheeks, turning red, feeling a bit flustered. She remained as innocent as ever, unable to hide her joy, her delight evident, yet she pretended to complain, saying, "Young master, don't say that. These are all things I should do." She looked at Qin Lang, who was unwilling to leave the kitchen, feeling somewhat puzzled. Usually the young master never lifted a finger. Why was he acting like a different person today? Curiously, she mumbled, "Young master, you seem a bit strange today. What are you thinking?" Qin Lang smiled warmly and somewhat inexplicably said, "The moon revolves around the earth day and night, while the earth remains indifferent, continuing to orbit the sun, even amidst the blazing light of the sun's flames." One day the sun asked the earth, "You seem a bit strange. Why do you leave the moon, which loves you so much, and wander around with me? What are you thinking?" The earth helplessly replied, "I just like the sun." Su Xiaoxiao, having finished washing the dishes, placed them in the cabinet and curiously asked, "What does liking the sun mean?" Qin Lang stepped closer, brushing against her temple, and breathed softly, "What is the one word that describes the sun?" Even if she was slow to react at this moment, Su Xiaoxiao sensed something was off and instinctively felt her legs weaken, her voice dropping several octaves. "Young master, I'm still a bit scared." "Scared? Well, then I will endure it." Qin Lang lowered his head and sighed. His dejected expression sharply contrasted with the warm smile he wore when he entered the kitchen earlier. Su Xiaoxiao's heart suddenly ached, regretting her earlier words. After hesitating for a moment, she hugged Qin Lang's waist, resting her head against his chest, stammering, "Young master, I'm not scared anymore." "Ah." Su Xiaoxiao gasped in surprise as she was swept up by Qin Lang, who swiftly carried her upstairs as if the wind had picked up. Bang! The door slammed shut with a kick. Before they could start busying themselves, Qin Lang suddenly remembered something, dashed out the door, and headed straight for the study, returning with a black and white maid outfit. Bang! The door slammed shut again with a kick. He changed into a brand new and dry quilt and continued to sleep soundly. A night without dreams. The next day in the morning, Qin Lang opened the system notification sound, savoring a moment of fulfillment. Ding. The female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 Destiny villain points. Ding. The favorability of the female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for gaining an additional 1,000 Destiny villain points. Satisfying. Qin Lang stretched one hand lazily while the other draped over Su Xiaoxiao. Half asleep, Su Xiaoxiao felt a tickle rubbed her sleepy eyes. Awake, hugged Qin Lang's arm, nestled it in her embrace, and rested her head against his bicep, pouting adorably. Her little head slipped off his arm for a moment before she struggled to rest it back up, clearly suffering from sleep deprivation due to excessive fatigue. Let's sleep a little longer, shall we? Qin Lang affectionately patted her little head, and Su Xiaoxiao obediently replied with a soft before closing her eyes again. He did not leave, either leaning against the headboard and picking up a book to read occasionally, pulling his right hand out from under the quilt to turn the page. When it was past 9 o'clock, Bai Riyue arrived at the villa and met Qin Lang in the tea room. Bai Riyue sat in a chair, took a sip of tea, and looked quite unwell. The reason was simple, too. She was once again angered by Bai Xiaochun. Although she no longer worked at the Bai Group, some key points of past business investments still lingered in her mind. In her heart, she wanted to reclaim her portion of the liquid assets from the Bai family for easier investment. However, when she asked Bai Xiaochun for money, not only did she not get a single penny back, but she was also verbally abused, almost having her nose pointed at while being insulted. How could he treat her this way? Did that illegitimate child deserve his pampering so much? Can I and Yun even scrape together a penny from him? Even if he was unwilling to give money, there was no need to involve my mother, right? Just because I didn't bear him a son, all the hard work in the past has turned into mere clouds in his eyes. Bai Riyue muttered her words full of discontent, venting it all out. Qin Lang listened to her and found it somewhat amusing. Bai Xiaochun's money goes to Bai Shui. He has already been cut off, so how could he give it? Earn it for him? Of course, Bai Riyue was still unaware of these matters, and he wouldn't bring them up. Instead, he curiously asked, why do you suddenly need this sum of money? Is the company's funds depleted? Bai Riyue rolled her eyes. I have no habit of taking advantage of others by taking my salary and holding shares in the company. I just want to invest a portion of the funds as my share. Moreover, there are some companies and industries I have my eye on that are bound to thrive in the coming years. Although the company currently has sufficient funds, it will still be far from enough when venturing into these industries. How much more do you need? He'll provide it. Qin Lang got straight to the point. Bai Riyue frowned suspiciously, asking, do you trust me this much? Are you not afraid I might abscond with the money? After all, I have nothing to miss in Tianhai City. Taking Yun and leaving for another place isn't an irreconcilable decision. Qin Lang smiled warmly, shaking his head. I trust you. Whatever you want to do, just go for it. If you need money, he'll provide it. If you need manpower, he'll recruit for you. Bai Riyue is undoubtedly a business queen, as proven in the original work. Furthermore, the Bai Group, which had already begun to decline, was revitalized by Bai Riyue's efforts, not only stabilizing, but also thanks to subsequent investment targets soaring to become a trillion-dollar group, ranking among the foremost in all of Huaxia. What does that mean? It means that all the investment targets currently in Bai Riyue's head are future leading enterprises or indicators of burgeoning industries. As long as money is poured in, the returns will be tenfold or even 100-fold in the future. With such a money tree, how could he not be at ease? After all, Bai Riyue is also one of the major female protagonists. Once she commits to someone, she is absolutely devoted, pouring her heart and soul into it. So she would only playfully tease and would never truly betray. Bai Riyue pursed her lips, gazing into Qin Lang's deep eyes, feeling a mix of emotions, including gratitude and a sense of absurdity. When she asked her father for her rightful share of inheritance, she was met with scolding. Yet in front of Qin Lang, she merely mentioned it casually, and without even needing to explain the feasibility of her thoughts, he believed her. Compared to Bai Xiaochun, she suddenly felt Qin Lang resembled her father more. As this absurd thought arose in her mind, it caused Bai Riyue's cheeks to flush rapidly. She shook her head, forcibly discarding these unwarranted thoughts, and extended a hand. 500 million. Just give me 500 million for now. In reality, the more funds available in the investment industry, the better. However, due to Qin Lang's trust, she didn't want to make things too difficult for him, and stated the minimum requirement. Qin Lang pondered for a moment. 500 million. At this moment, I truly don't have that much liquid capital on me. Bai Riyue smiled. Then forget it. After all, the beauty pill has already begun production. Once it hits the market, profits will come quickly. In a year or so, it might be a bit less profitable, but it will still catch the wave. I only said I don't have it on me. That doesn't mean I can't get it. Qin Lang chuckled. He'll figure something out for you. He wasn't foolish and naturally knew that the earlier investments are made, the greater the returns. Otherwise, by the time he entered the market later, the big shares would have already been snatched up by other capital, leaving him with nothing to play with. Is Qin Lang someone who only likes to drink soup? He took out his phone, opened his contacts, gently pressed on the note mom and dialed. When the call connected, a gentle voice came from the other end. Xiao Lang. Why are you free to call your mom today? Are you missing me? If you miss me, come back quickly. Don't stay in Tianhai City. Your grandfather has been talking about you all day, missing you very much. He's too shy to call you himself. Qin Lang, straightforward and succinct, got right to the point. Qin Lang, need money. 500 million. 10 minutes later, Bai Riyue received a phone call from the company's finance department notifying her that a massive public transfer of 500 million had just been credited. She stared in horror, her eyes wide, at Qin Lang, who had hung up the phone amidst a flurry of sounds. How is this possible? A transfer of 500 million credited in just 10 minutes. Even if it were a transfer from a personal account, the bank should thoroughly inquire about it. After all, regardless of which bank it is, suddenly losing such a large sum would make anyone anxious. To prevent mistakes, they would verify it multiple times, and even a supervisor at a higher level might visit in person. Qin Lang shrugged nonchalantly. My mother's company is right next to the main branch of the commercial bank, and my aunt serves as the vice president there. With her stamp, this transfer can be confirmed easily. Bai Ryu opened her mouth wanting to say something, but stopped herself feeling choked by his words. Was it really that simple for Qin Lang to resolve what seemed impossible to her with just a phone call? I heard you are the legitimate heir of the Qin family from Yanjing, she inquired proactively. Qin Lang nodded. Yo, the Qin family from Yanjing. Not to mention your father's status, just considering your mother's side you are the sole heir. What are you doing here in Tianhai City? Isn't it better to enjoy life as a top second-generation elite in Yanjing preparing to inherit the family business? Qin Lang rolled his eyes and replied, do you think inheriting from a wealthy family is that simple? It's not as easy as you think. Let's not talk about me, how are things on your side? You don't have it easy with the Bai family, do you? Stung by his words, Bai Ryu pressed her lips together. I have my own difficulties, but you are the legitimate heir. Is there an illegitimate child in the Qin family? One even better than you? Not quite. Qin Lang shook his head. The main issue is you don't know how troublesome it is to stay in Yanjing. I've reached the age where both my grandfather and father, as well as my mother, are urging me to take over. If I stay in Yanjing, my days will be filled with endless appointments from dawn till dusk. Even if I just spend a few years there, I would undoubtedly secure a prominent official position in the province before turning 40. Even if I went to work at a company, I would immediately take over shares worth hundreds of billions, or even more. But what's the work is for the sake of living. If I am busy working all day and lose my freedom, wouldn't that mean losing the very meaning? Bai Ryu's eyelids twitched violently. Listening to Qin Lang's serious yet pretentious talk made her feel an impulse to take off her shiny high heels and shove them into his mouth to silence him. Yet for some reason, when she heard his last two sentences, she felt a faint sense of agreement beneath his warm smile. Hiss. Bai Ryu shrank her neck, feeling something was off, and immediately interrupted. Why not make another phone call and request another 100 or 80 billion? You know that the more you invest, the greater the return. I didn't realize it was so easy for you to get money. If I had known you were such a filial son, I wouldn't have only asked for 500 million. Qin Lang flatly refused. That's impossible. Money isn't as easy to get as you think. Even if it's for pocket money, it would still take 2 to 3 months, right? For now, it's just this 500 million, but you don't have to worry. Since you've asked for money, I will naturally find a way to get it for you. Whatever you want to do, go ahead boldly. I will definitely support you unwaveringly from behind. You should know that behind every successful woman, there is a man who cherishes her. Lastly, I must say in front of me, don't be so impulsive. When I see others being impulsive, I tend to become impulsive too. Creak. Qin Lang placed his hand on the small cabinet beside him and slightly pulled it open, revealing a glimpse of a bunny girl outfit inside. Bai Ryu had originally felt warm listening to Qin Lang's words. That feeling of being believed in was what she cherished the most. However, upon seeing the color peeking from the cabinet, she was suddenly startled and hurriedly stood up, running off without a— It was broad daylight and she had important matters to attend to. If she was caught up in Qin Lang's impulsiveness, she would have to rest for half a day, unable to do anything. Watching Bai Ryu's graceful figure leave, Qin Lang could only sigh inwardly. Just as he was about to find Bai Xiaoyun to reclaim some interest, his phone rang again. The caller was Qiu Jiuer, who immediately asked upon connection. Qin Lang, I want to know the information about the scorpion. Tell me Bai Xiaochun has gone mad, raising the reward to 1 billion. If the Black Dragon Society can provide information to find the scorpion, they will transfer the money immediately. I can split it with you 9 to 1. Qin Lang sneered inwardly. He was well aware of the situation with Bai Xiaochun, as his subordinates were tracking them closely. No wonder the Black Dragon Society and the authorities had no leads until now. Who can they blame? It's entirely the scorpion's fault for being so damn crafty, hiding in the mountains of a small village. If Qin Lang hadn't sent someone to hide in the haystack and track them, who would have thought the scorpion was planning to live up there? After pondering for a while, he replied, I don't like this profit-sharing ratio. Qiu Jiuer was astonished. Isn't a 9-tune split enough? Bai Xiaochun only offered such a sky-high price because the Black Dragon Society has many members. A private investigator wouldn't even get half of the reward. Qin Lang shook his head. It's not that it's too little, it's just that this ratio isn't good. 9 to 1. 9 to Qin, Mr. Lang. Who is that implying? Just give me 500 million and transfer it to the public account of Daqin Tianxia Investment Company. When the time comes, Qin Lang replied calmly, without asking for too much. After all, Qiu Jiuer was one of the valuable supply channels for the villain. Remembering Bai Ryu, who had just left, Qin Lang couldn't help but smile. Bai Ryu asked Bai Xiaochun for a sum of money, but Bai Xiaochun refused. However, now, through selling information, he had maneuvered that money into his hands. When he gives it to Bai Ryu later, it will surely leave a significant impression in her heart. Is this what they call using the money from a cheap father-in-law to win the heart of his daughter? After becoming a bounty hunter, he earned another title, Qin, the Heartthrob Arsonist. Under Qiu Jiuer's questioning, Qin Lang sold the scorpion's whereabouts and also instructed Junzi to notify the watchers to withdraw immediately to avoid leaving any traces. Before hanging up the phone, Qiu Jiuer reminded him of the true purpose of the call, saying, Tonight at the Queen Bar, my parents want— After finishing, she hung up before Qin Lang could refuse. Sitting in his chair with the phone still at his ear, Qin Lang felt a strange sensation in his heart. He was going to meet Qiu Long. Wasn't this prematurely revealing the entire plot? Does that mean Lin Yuchu will also appear at the Queen Bar tonight? After careful consideration, it might actually be a good thing. He had already sold out the location of the scorpion, and soon by Xiaochun would learn of the false information that Yi Feng killed his son. The two sides would definitely fight to the death, and he couldn't miss this perfect opportunity to hunt down Yi Feng. If this overall plot wasn't revealed in advance, who would know if the Daughter of Fortune would continue to provide villain points after Yi Feng's death? If not, wouldn't that mean he would incur losses every time? Could he really enjoy such a losing deal? That night at the Queen Bar, it was a place of extravagance and debauchery. In the dance floor, girls were freely dancing and swaying, their scant clothing already having shifted from its original position. The men like wolves flocked around, forming a circle, hands raised above their heads, their bodies moving to the rhythm, their heads nodding up and down side to side. In such a noisy environment, Lin Yuchu sat at a booth, lowering her head and drinking in frustration, feeling extremely unhappy and sad. She called Mu Yuyin but received no answer. When she went to her door, it was met with silence. It felt as if the two were strangers. Her heart ached as if she had lost something important. In her agitation and sorrow, she found herself in this noisy place drinking alone. It seemed that only in this way could she suppress the emotions within her. A bottle of Wangzai, a familiar voice, sounded from the booth next to Lin Yuchu. She turned to look and was surprised to see a familiar face, exclaiming, "Why are you here? How did you come to this place?" Qin Lang ignored her, took a bottle of Wangzai from the bartender, popped the cap, and drank it down. He stared at the smiling bartender for a few moments until the bartender lowered his head, showing no reaction. Sigh. Qin Lang shook his head and sighed, feeling a bit regretful. He ordered Wangzai. If it were the Son of Fortune instead, wouldn't he be mocked thoroughly? Then the Son of Fortune would pull out a black VIP bank card, swipe it right there, and buy 100,000 cans of Wangzai, having the bartender open them all. Such a grand show-off moment, yet unexpectedly the bartender lowered his head, not even letting out a sound. Villain, why is it so hard to show off? Lin Yuchu had no idea about Qin Lang's feelings. With her chin raised, she scolded, "Are you following me?" Qin Lang rolled his eyes and replied irritably, "What's wrong with you? Why are you blabbering onto me? Did you memorize the citizen's code and have nothing better to do?" You. Lin Yuchu was filled with anger, but one sentence from Qin Lang left her speechless, pointing at him. "If you have the guts, then don't talk to me." Qin Lang proactively made a zipping motion over his lips for the first time, and the two fell into silence. Before long, a group of men in black suits surrounded a fierce-looking man, encircling Lin Yuchu at the booth. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lin Yuchu was startled and sobered up a bit. The cold-faced man with a big head said, "You are Lin Yuchu, the legitimate daughter of the Lin family in Yinjing, right? The treasure left by the old man Lin in Tianhai City hasn't been found yet, has it? Where is its approximate location, and tell me the details." Lin Yuchu's expression panicked. "What treasure? I don't know. Don't know." The big-head man sneered. "Since Miss Lin refuses to speak, I can only ask you to come with us. Until we find the treasure, you'll have to endure a bit of hardship." Lin Yuchu, originally from Tianhai City, her grandfather was a famous old thief during the chaotic years, having hoarded an unknown amount of gold and silver, which was later hidden due to the war. While fleeing, Lin's grandfather was hit by a stray bullet from an artillery shell. When the family helped clean his wounds and removed his clothing, they found that everything had been blown away. He died on the spot, and the whereabouts of the treasure became a mystery. However, in the outside world, especially among the descendants of those who heard their elders' words back, then the story was different. It was said that the direct line of the Lin family knew the whereabouts of that great treasure, but due to its massive amount, they dared not use it, and it remains buried to this day. The big-head man named Zheng, who was a descendant of one of Lin's grandfather's subordinates, and naturally knew this information. In the past, the Lin family lived in Yinjing, and even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly in a place like Yinjing. But now Lin Yuchu came to Tianhai City and coincidentally wandered out alone to drink. He couldn't miss such a great opportunity. "Take her away," Zheng Hu ordered, waving his hand, and the group of thugs moved forward. Lin Yuchu was scared out of her wits. She was someone who was strong in her own territory and could hold her own against Qin Lang, but now in front of these fierce men, she instantly lost her nerve, looking at Qin Lang with a pained expression, pleading, "Help me, save me. I really don't know anything about the treasure." She had heard about this secret, but as for the treasure's whereabouts, not even her father or grandfather who had experienced it knew, as they were just infants back then. Who could know the secrets within? In the original work, this plot line was a huge pit, and later no one knew the treasure's location. Even the author didn't fill in the gaps. Even though Qin Lang understood that Lin Yuchu was telling the truth, the key was that Zheng Huan no, he didn't believe her. Several thugs were already approaching, while a group of others formed a wall, not allowing anyone to come close or take out a phone to record, clearly indicating that these were familiar with the ways of the underworld, their steps practiced and firm. "I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Qin Lang, help me, please save me, I apologize, I can apologize to you," Lin Yuchu said with a pained expression, feeling extremely wronged. Had she known she shouldn't have come out alone tonight without even a bodyguard, could a weak girl like her really use a strong man's excitement punch to fight back? For the second time, Qin Lang made a zipping motion over his lips, refusing to speak. Lin Yuchu's mental state broke down, cursing herself loudly. "I'm such an idiot, save me, save me. Please just say a word to me." Qin Lang held the Wangzai milk, took a slow sip, and said unhurriedly, "Call me Daddy, and Daddy will save you." "Great-grandfather," Lin Yuchu shouted, responding to a question that was never asked. In her heart, since great-grandfather was already gone, it was just a way to reminisce. Her father was still around, so she couldn't shout randomly. That would tarnish her mother's reputation. However, that one shout of great-grandfather made Qin Lang shiver all over, and he glanced down. Damn, your great-grandfather is long gone. Who are you cursing here? You all continue have fun tonight. I'll take my leave first. Qin Lang waved his hand at Zheng Hu, and the others stood up, and even Wang Zai lost interest in drinking, turning around to seeing this. Lin Yuchu panicked. Ultimately, her inner resolve could not withstand her fear of Zheng Hu and the others. A trembling voice escaped her lips, making one's heart tremble. Dad, Dad. Qin Lang turned a deaf ear and continued walking. Behind him, a heart-wrenching wail erupted. Dad, Dad, hurry up, come save me. Qin Lang slowly turned back, pointing at a thug blocking the way. Give me some face, let her go for now. You Fing. The thug opened his mouth to curse, but was stopped by Zheng Hu's raised hand. He was no ordinary thug. He was a seasoned rogue who had seen the world. In his early years in Tianhai City, he had been a rival to Qiu Long. However, after losing in an earlier conflict, he had to settle for a lesser city to develop. Now his underlings in Hu men were no less formidable than the Black Dragon Society. Moreover, over the years, Zheng Hu had never given up on coveting Tianhai City's territory. He could see that Qin Lang was not an ordinary person. Instead of being arrogant, he chuckled. You say you want me to give you face, at least you should show some sincerity, right? Qin Lang hesitated for a moment, saying, how about we gamble? If you win, you can take the person away and deal with them as you wish. I'll also offer you a secret about a treasure. If you lose, I'll take the person away. All right. Zheng Hu was somewhat curious about what treasure secret this guy was talking about. Moreover, as a big shot who made his fortune through gambling, would he be cowardly in a bet? Just consider it a game. It's nice to feel the thrill. You all go upstairs first, book a private room, and I'll join you shortly. Zheng Hu had no doubts. Just looking at the aura around Qin Lang, he knew he was not an ordinary person. With a wave of his hand, he led his subordinates and escorted Lin Yuchu to the second floor. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yuchu cried with a sorrowful face, pleading, I don't want to go upstairs with them. Qin Lang turned back, his expression slightly more serious. Lin Yuchu pouted. Dad. Qin Lang waved his hand. Be good, Dad is busy, I'll come to save you soon. Saying this in front of everyone, he walked back to his booth and called to the bartender another bottle of Wang Zai. You should replenish what you consume. Meanwhile, in a stretch limousine, the Qiu family sat on the leather seats in the back. Qiu Long's expression was grim, as if someone owed him 100 or 80,000. Such arrogance. Does he really think that just because he is from the Qin family, he can act tyrannically on my territory? Even if my Black Dragon Society is not on par with the Qin family, he will be my son-in-law in the future. Is this how he treats his father-in-law? Does he expect me to meet him in person? When we meet, I'll have to ask who taught him to behave this way. He shot a glare at his daughter. Is this the man you found? If I'm not satisfied later, don't even think about entering my Qiu family's door. You two will have to break up. You also need to obediently return to arrange a blind date. What Qin family? This is outrageous. In my lifetime, I Qiu Long have never endured such humiliation. Just wait and see how I will teach that kid Qin Lang a lesson. Fang Chunyan rolled her eyes in annoyance. If my daughter likes him, I'll agree. What do you know, you old man? The Qin family is prominent and has some pride. You should also consider if your daughter is worthy of him. What's wrong with my daughter? Qiu Long snapped angrily. Even if my daughter isn't exceptional, doesn't this father deserve some respect? To let a father-in-law go meet his son-in-law in the 5,000 years of Chinese history, has there ever been such a thing? The more you say this, the angrier I get. No way. I must teach that kid a lesson later. Qiu Jiuer sat opposite, crossing her arms, pretending she hadn't heard anything. She didn't even know if Qin Lang had shown up for the appointment, and she wasn't sure. As for inviting Qin Lang to her home, that was even more impossible, based on the 12 deep exchanges she had with Qin Lang. With the large piece of one-way transparent glass on the third floor as a former battleground, perhaps there was a slim chance. The other places were unthinkable. A little over 10 minutes later, the stretch limousine stopped in front of the Queen's bar. The Qiu family, all with cold faces, the 8 welcoming staff bowed politely and greeted hello chairman. Until the 3 walked into the bar and saw Qin Lang sitting in the booth having drunk 2 cans of Wang Zai, their eyes met. Qin Lang didn't stand up, but merely waved his hand towards the entrance. Over here. Instantly, Qiu Long's expression changed from cold to dark, like a pot that had been burnt black for decades. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. Is there such a thing as an unmarried son-in-law? The father-in-law took the initiative to come over, and the son-in-law is still sitting there without a hint of courtesy. Qiu Long's first impression of Qin Lang was very poor. He truly lived up to the reputation of a spoiled rich kid. The 3 stepped forward but hadn't had time to speak. Junzi walked over and leaned close to Qin Lang's ear, whispered a few words, then quietly stood behind him. Fang Chunyan and Qiu Jiuer turned their heads simultaneously, looking at Qiu Long. Just a moment ago in the limousine, he had talked big. Now that Qin Lang was right in front of them, mother and daughter both wanted to see how Qiu Long would explode. Qiu Long was just about to speak, but before he could utter the second word, he was interrupted. Uncle Qiu, Aunt Fang Jiuer, I'm really sorry. Before you arrived, I happened to run into some trouble here and need to go handle it. How about you come with me? Once I'm done, we can chat for a while. Without waiting for the 3 to respond, Qin Lang took Junzi and headed upstairs. The attitude of the elders also depended on the person. Like by Xiaochun, an old silver coin, if you treat him politely, he would hypocritically return the courtesy. But someone like Qiu Long, that wouldn't work. Qiu Long was the type to take advantage. If you were just pretending to be polite, he would take it seriously. What Qin Lang needed to do was to give Qiu Long a slightly special greeting. In the second-floor private room, Qiu Long pondered for a long time before deciding to follow. He was keen to see what tricks this young scion would play. However, upon entering, he immediately spotted Zheng Hu. Qiu Haid and Zheng Dao, they both exclaimed simultaneously, shouting each other's nickname. It must be said that while Qiu Long looked fierce, the nickname Haiden was indeed fitting. As for Zheng Hu, there was no doubt. When Qin Lang saw him for the first time, he noticed that his head was larger than average. "Were you invited here?" Zheng Hu asked with a dark expression, staring at Qiu Long. Qiu Long, being a clever person, glanced at Qin Lang without saying a word and stepped aside slightly. It was clear to anyone with a discerning eye that Zheng Hu had a bone to pick with Qin Lang. Both of them displeased him, especially Zheng Hu. Even though he was from a neighboring city, his influence had already reached Tianhai City. Last time, if it weren't for his daughter discovering it, the traitors from the Black Dragon Society could have stirred up quite a storm. He was quite pleased to see Zheng Hu and Qin Lang at odds. If Zheng Hu were suppressed, it would only benefit him. Qin Lang chuckled, unfazed by Qiu Long's reaction. The clearer the situation, the better. He carelessly said, "Let's start gambling. They aren't my hired help, just here to watch the fun." Qin Lang, what do you mean? You're betting against him. He's one of the 36 heroes of the gambling world. Qiu Jiuer was taken aback by this revelation. If others were unaware, how could Qin Lang, an information broker, not know? Zheng Hu was a notorious gambler. On the entire earth, there were 4 top tiers in the gambling world: 1 god, 2 kings, 36 heroes, and 72,000. And Zheng Hu was one of the 36 heroes. What did that mean? Out of the entire earth, only 111 people were the most formidable in the gambling world, and Zheng Hu was ranked in the upper tier. What a presence. Years ago, Zheng Hu single-handedly won $200 million in Hong Kong. Later at the banquet, he only brought back 20 million, which is why he was able to mingle in the underworld after returning. He knew that to win more money, he needed sufficient power. Had it not been for the fame brought by the 36 heroes back, then let alone $20 million, even his life would— I didn't expect that some of the past fame would still be remembered. Qiu Haiden, it seems you really haven't stopped mentioning me. And Zheng Hu laughed heartily. Qiu Long's face darkened, and he fell silent, feeling somewhat suppressed in his demeanor. However, if it came to gambling skills, he was no match for Zheng Hu, even 100 times over. This is bad. Trapped in a corner, Lin Yuchu heard Qiu Jiuer's description and felt her eyes turn red. Although she didn't gamble, her cousin was a gambler who had boasted to her about the most formidable 111 people in the gambling world, even mentioning that the 72,000 could be one of the overseers in Hong Kong's major venues, let alone the 36 heroes. There's no way out for her. She truly regretted it. Are we still gambling? Zheng Hu asked with a light laugh, looking at Qin Lang was confused by the question. Gamble? Why not gamble? I can't back out just because you're good at gambling. Besides, even if I lose the bet, all I need to do is tell you a secret. It's not me who'll be taken away. How cunning. Lin Yuchu felt an urge to spit blood. It seemed that in Qin Lang's eyes he felt no pressure at all. Ha ha ha. What refreshing words. Zheng Hu laughed heartily, his pride swelling. Since you say it like that, don't blame me for bullying you. Mahjong, Pai Gao, poker, dice, roulette. Choose whatever you want as long as you know how to play. I'll join you. Gamble however you like. If it were the child of destiny here, he would undoubtedly be mocked, and when seated at the table would not only have to accept Zheng Hu's straightforwardness, but would also have to show off, forcing Zheng Hu to choose the gambling method. In the end, he would crush him in the area where he was most skilled. But who was Qin Lang? He was the great villain, and crucially, purchasing gambling skills required villainous destiny points, and they weren't cheap. Why spend so much to deal with someone like Zheng Hu? If he could get it for free, why go through so much trouble? Qin Lang clapped his hands and remarked, "Boss, you are quite generous. Then I won't be polite. Today, let's play something a bit novel. Let's gamble with our lives. Guess whether you will be dead or alive in 1 minute." Zheng Hu's expression instantly turned cold, his gaze towards Qin Lang, now laced with murderous intent. With gritted teeth, he forced a smile. "In my life, I've faced many storms, and I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. I've survived half my life. How could I not hold on for this minute? I will definitely be alive." Qin Lang clicked his tongue, shook his head, and stretched his hand backward, aiming a dark gun barrel at Zheng Hu's head. With a bang, a shot was fired, and Zheng Hu's head exploded like a watermelon, blowing out the smoke from the gun. Qin Lang sighed. What a pity, one of the 36 heroes, and you bet wrong. If you had bet on your own death, I truly wouldn't have been able to stop you from committing suicide. The bodyguards Zheng Hu brought were dumbfounded, pointing at Qin Lang and shouting, You killed the boss." Qin Lang looked up, aiming the gun at the bodyguard who spoke. Bang! Another head exploded, killing another one. Qin Lang slowly shifted the gun to the left, aiming at the thug downstairs who was preparing to curse him. "Say who fired the gun, and who killed your boss." It was. The thug's legs trembled. Bang! The third gunshot rang out, and the thug who had intended to curse fell straight back. With the fourth and fifth gunshots, anyone who spoke slowly, answered incorrectly, or stammered, all took bullets. At this moment, Qin Lang was far from the polite demeanor he had displayed earlier. He had transformed into a devil of death. He turned halfway around and instinctively pointed the gun at the next person. "Say who fired the gun." It was me. Qiu Long said, his voice trembling, his legs shaking. Even the big boss of the Black Dragon Society was thoroughly frightened by Qin Lang's overwhelming murderous aura. He knew that Zheng Hu was no match for Qin Lang, and after this he would undoubtedly be suppressed. However, he never expected that Qin Lang would directly open fire in such a setting and almost consecutively take down 5 people. Now there was probably only 1 bullet left in the chamber, and Qiu Long was filled with panic, fearing that he would be the one to receive that last bullet. Gradually calming down from his bloodlust, Qin Lang tossed the gun to Huzi to handle, approaching politely. "Uncle Qiu, what are you talking about? It couldn't possibly be you who fired the gun. It was clearly my bodyguard who did it. Don't shake, but it's fine. This matter has nothing to do with me. I'm just a spectator, and when people come, nothing will happen." After all, a special operations department officer taking down a few milk powder salesmen who intended to resist is not a bad thing. It's a good thing, a great thing, to rid society of harm. You're absolutely right. It's a good thing. Qiu Long's eyelids trembled thrice. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several corpses sprawled on the floor, and his heart nearly leapt from his chest. Zheng Hu's status was no less formidable than his own. Yet the moment they met, Zheng Hu was instantly dispatched to the afterlife. Qin Lang's methods were ruthlessly decisive. He was certainly no idle playboy as rumors had claimed. The air hung thick with the coppery stench of blood, heavy and oppressive. Qiu Jiuer and Fang Chuanya, having long grown accustomed to Qiu Long's company and to scenes of carnage, merely covered their mouths and noses and stepped back, refusing to look. As for Lin Yuqiu, the notoriously fierce young mistress, it was a different story entirely. She lay prostrate on the floor, now retching violently, expelling even the liquor she'd sipped at the booth, more effective than any sobering tonic. Scattered across the floor were fragments of Zheng Hu's skull. When struck by the bullet, his mouth had remained closed, creating a catastrophic pressure imbalance between the interior and exterior of his cranium. A single entry wound on the forehead was therefore impossible. The shot had obliterated his head, like a watermelon bursting apart. Shards of bone and tissue splattered everywhere, crimson, ivory, minute, and grotesque. Even seasoned men would falter at such a sight, let alone women. Wail, wail. Outside, the wail of approaching police sirens pierced the silence. Junzi stepped forward and said, "Young master, please leave first. Though this is no major incident, it still requires resolution. You have pressing matters tonight, do you not? Leave the rest to me." As he spoke, he withdrew a crimson booklet from his inner pocket and brandished it coldly before Zheng, whose terrified underlings. "You know precisely what to say and what not to say. Speak truthfully about the crime, and perhaps you'll serve only a few years. But utter one word you ought not, and even as cooperating witnesses you won't survive 3 days. Is that clear?" The thugs exchanged frantic glances, nodding vigorously, utterly broken by Qin Lang's savagery, their thoughts of vengeance long extinguished. Qin Lang stood unruffled, offering a faint serene smile toward the Qiu family. "Uncle Qiu, let's depart now. Once the police arrive, explanations will be tedious, and we delay your discussion with Aunt Fang." "Very well, entirely as young Master Qin commands," Qiu Long replied, nodding. The 3 of them followed Qin Lang out through the rear exit of the Queen Bar. They had intended to take Lin Yuqiu along, but the young mistress, utterly paralyzed by terror, sat frozen on the floor in a stiff duck-like crouch, refusing to budge no matter how urgently she was called. Qin Lang saw no point in pressing further. At worst, she'd be taken to the station for a statement. Junzi would oversee the process, ensuring no careless words slipped out. She'd be released soon enough. Hours later, the father-in-law meeting concluded. Dazed and unsteady, Qiu Long and Fang Chuanya departed from a hotel under their family's management and climbed into a stretched Lincoln. Fang Chuanya rolled her eyes irritably. "So much for teaching Qin Lang a lesson. You barely exchanged 2 words before drinking, and then absurdly you tried to swear brotherhood with him. Call him your brother. Have you lost your senses? He's your daughter's boyfriend. Where is your dignity as an elder?" After venting, she lowered her voice to a mutter as she glanced at Qiu Long, slumped in his seat with half-closed eyes. Only once the car pulled away did Qiu Long slowly open his eyes. His face flushed, his gaze razor-sharp. "Don't even mention it. I nearly died just now." Fang Chuanya frowned. "What nonsense. You're perfectly fine. And Zheng Hu, your most dangerous rival, has been eliminated." Qiu Long still shuddered inwardly. "Qin Lang aimed that final shot straight at my head. I'm certain he truly meant to kill me. Didn't you see his men carry official credentials? With red booklets in hand, dispatching 5 men, or 5 plus me, makes little difference to them. It's terrifying. Whoever claimed Qin Lang was a frivolous scion? If that's what a scion looks like, then where are all the seasoned elders left?" He'd originally planned to assert dominance. After all, he was the prospective father-in-law. Yet before he could utter a word, Qin Lang had already executed a performance of tiger-shattering thunder and dragon-subduing might. He'd nearly soiled himself with fear. Had Qin Lang merely shot Zheng Hu on impulse, it might have been bearable. Qiu Long had weathered far graver spectacles and would not have quailed so. But the chilling truth was this: everything had been meticulously premeditated. Zheng Hu's elimination bore no trace of error, not a single flaw, and given his underlings' official affiliations, the act might even earn them commendation. A reckless, arrogant heir is not truly dangerous. What is terrifying is an heir whose lineage is immense and whose intellect is sharper than a honed blade. To cross such a man, Qiu Long felt, even with 10 lives, he'd fall short. Then what now? Are we being watched? What of Jior? She's still at the hotel. She's your own daughter. Fang Chunya tensed. Qiulong sighed deeply. Had Jior not been there, that final bullet would have been meant for me. I wonder how far things have progressed between Qin Lang and Jior, whether this is sincere courtship or mere fleeting indulgence. Enough. Let the younger generation carve their own path. Jior orchestrated this entire affair herself. Neither you nor I hold sway over it. May she navigate these delicate currents with wisdom. Fang Chunya flared with fury. Qiulong, have you lost your mind? You once lived by honor and loyalty. Now you won't even protect your own daughter. Are you even a man? This cowardice is unforgivable. Had I known, I'd never have returned. I'd have stayed with Jior, refusing to let her face that monstrous Qin Lang alone. Qiulong pressed his palm to his forehead, silent, his anguish unspeakable. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Qin Lang guided Qiu Jior into a luxurious standard room. Gazing at Qiu Jior's flushed face, Qin Lang wore an expression of deep concern. Jior, why is your complexion so feverish? Could you be running a temperature? Lie down quietly. I'll take your temperature. Don't move. Measuring fever demands precision. The slightest misstep yields inaccuracy. Time flowed like water, yet crawled with agonizing slowness. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1000 Destiny Antagonist points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 2000 Destiny Antagonist points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 3000 Destiny Antagonist points. Qiu Jior glared, her voice thick with indignation. Qin Lang, you despicable wretch. Is this how you bully people? The next day morning, Qiu Jior with a knowing smile looked at Qin Lang beside her and asked coldly, are you still impulsive? Qin Lang swallowed hard and shook his head. Not impulsive anymore. Qiu Jior glanced down, her voice laced with questioning hand. Qin Lang, like a well-behaved child, pulled back his hand that had been under the blanket and said with a silly grin, Jior, don't mess around. You now have happiness in your hands, so don't do anything reckless. Is that so? Qiu Jior tightened her fist slightly. Weren't you quite arrogant last night? You even aimed your gun at my dad. What's the matter? Do you want to blow him up along with me? No matter how wrong he is still an elder, right? Qin Lang shifted aside, feeling a bit awkward, a bitter smile on his face. I just heard you complain before that he keeps finding blind dates for you, so I got a bit fired up. What do you mean? Qiu Jior found it hard to believe. Are you jealous? Qin Lang did not admit it outright, as that would seem too fake. He turned his head away, scoffing. What a joke. Me jealous? It's just that my woman is not allowed to be touched by others. Qiu Jior showed a doubtful expression, staring at Qin Lang's evasive gaze, her heart skipping a beat. Could it be that this guy really likes her? Otherwise, why would he be so impulsive every time they meet? Perhaps he is just busy usually and seizes the opportunity to pour his heart out to her. Qiu Jior relaxed her grip slightly, and T's mom always told me not to be mischievous as a girl grows up. I didn't understand back then, but now it seems quite fun. At least your arrogance has diminished a lot in front of me. Next time, no matter what happens, you must not act like that towards my dad. Understand? After all, he raised me, and he's not young anymore. What if he gets scared by you? Qin Lang took a deep breath. What if he causes me trouble? Wasn't his expression obvious when we just met last night? If I don't keep him in check, he will cause trouble for me sooner or later. Also, don't think about Zheng He's territory. It's better to start a legitimate business. Otherwise, even I can't protect you for a lifetime. Got it? Qiu Jior snorted coldly in her heart. The man who speaks about not allowing her to touch Zheng He's territory is actually just hinting at her not to cause trouble, or else there would be trouble. If you're worried, just admit you like me. Why hide it? We're not kids anymore, and you can't even say it out loud. Such a coward. She rolled her eyes flirtatiously. Got it? No need for your reminders. You don't have to worry about my dad. If he dares to bully you, I'm not a pushover either. Her voice softened considerably, and her grip loosened a lot. What's wrong with you? Qiu Jior sensed something was off and immediately changed her expression. Qin Lang awkwardly smiled. Jior, don't you realize your own charm? How about we practice in the morning together? No girl dislikes being praised, and Qiu Jior was no exception. However, facing such a situation, her heart still raced. How long do you usually practice in the morning? That's hard to say, or it depends on the situation. As Qin Lang explained, he began to explore. Due to the ringtone of a phone rang from the bedside. Qiu Jior stretched to reach it and put the phone to her ear. Hello. Speak quickly. Miss, we have found the trace of the scorpion and captured him, but it seems that it wasn't Scorpion who killed Bai Shui. What? Hiss. How is that possible? I already provided the information, and that bounty must be transferred to my bank account by tomorrow. Otherwise, let him wait. Tell him the bounty must go to my Black Dragon Society, otherwise we are not to be trifled with. On the other side, the deputy hall master of the Rose Hall was confused and didn't really understand what was happening with the young lady. He just blurted out, Miss, are you hurt? Why does your voice sound strange? Do as I say. Click. The call was disconnected. In the countryside, about 60 kilometers from Tianhai City's center, the deputy hall master of the Rose Hall wore a puzzled expression. She felt that the young lady seemed to be injured, but she should have escaped, right? Otherwise, how could she possibly receive a call? The deputy hall master of the Rose Hall was still unaware of some matters, as she had been secretly trained by Qiu Long as a trusted aide since childhood. All she knew was fighting and loyalty and nothing else. Following the mountain road, the deputy hall master of the Rose Hall approached the housekeeper of the Bai family, Ah Fu, with a stern expression. No matter if the killer is Scorpion or not, my Black Dragon Society has to take that 10 billion bounty. We must see the money by tomorrow. Ah Fu felt annoyed, thinking that this was just asking for trouble. However, most of the people here were from the Black Dragon Society. If he didn't pass the message once these people left, he might not be able to handle Scorpion either. He could only obediently walk towards Bai Xiaochun, who was standing in front of the thatched cottage, and whispered a few words in his ear. Bai Xiaochun frowned tightly, only saying to arrange for the transfer, and then didn't take it to heart. He looked at the Scorpion kneeling on the ground with red eyes, his voice sounding as if it came from the depths of hell. What did you say? You didn't kill Shui. Then who did? The Scorpion kneeled on the ground, knocking his head like pounding garlic. Mister Bai, it really wasn't us. We didn't even know Bai Shui was your son. If we had known, even if you lent us a few guts, we wouldn't have dared to do it. It really wasn't us who killed him, but a guy who suddenly broke in. He was too strong. My two brothers were no match for him. They were injured after just one encounter, and he cruelly killed them. Even Bai Xiaoye was at his hands. If it weren't for me hiding in the toilet, I definitely wouldn't have escaped his clutches. I don't know that guy, but Bai Shui seemed to recognize him and called him Yi Feng. Yi Feng? How could it possibly be him? At the mere mention of Yi Feng's name, Bai Xiaochun's surging rage was doused, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over his head. He would avoid confrontation with Yi Feng at all costs, unless absolutely unavoidable. Others might remain ignorant, but he certainly knew better. Abroad, Yi Feng commanded a mercenary organization, and his personal strength was astonishingly formidable. With only these petty underlings at his disposal, Bai Xiaochun knew they stood no chance against Yi Feng alone. What exactly happened? Bai Xiaochun demanded, coldly staring at Xiezi's wretched broken appearance. Especially earlier while ascending the mountain, Xiezi had been effortlessly captured by several members of the Black Dragon Society, a development wholly unexpected. After all, the official investigation revealed that the other two kidnappers had been slain by a master hand. One's neck snapped by sheer brute force, the other's internal organs shattered by a single devastating kick. Xiezi's strength fell far short of such feats. His face twisted in despair, his heart churning with bitter. He had gone into deep seclusion in the mountains, subsisting on scraps begged or stolen from a remote village, too terrified even to return home for money, let alone withdraw funds from a bank. How his trail had been uncovered remained a mystery, but now that he was caught, what was left to conceal? Mr. Bai, I know little of your family's affairs, but according to young master, Bai Yi Feng is connected to your two daughters. He allegedly intends to have them inherit the Bai family fortune and then claim them as his own. Bai Xiaochun froze in place, speechless, standing rigid as stone. After a long, heavy silence, he turned slowly and began descending the mountain. Beside him, Fu gently murmured, Master, what shall we do with Xiezi? Bury him. Before the words had fully faded, a heavy blow struck Xiezi's skull from behind, knocking him instantly unconscious, never to awaken again. Bai Xiaochun walked slowly, tears tracing silent paths down his cheeks. Shui, it is I, your father, who has ruined you. I invited a wolf into our home. All because of me. He believed Xiezi's account. 8 parts out of 10. Yi Feng's proven prowess, the forensic evidence at the scene, all aligned perfectly. Most tellingly, Xiezi, a complete outsider, could not possibly have known of Yi Feng's ties to the Bai family, unless those details had come directly from his own son's lips. No matter how Bai Xiaochun turned the matter over in his mind, he dared not suspect Yi Feng, until now. Yet now that Xiezi had spoken the truth, everything fell into chilling clarity. Yi Feng, the blood-soaked leader of mercenaries, lived by killing and plunder. For the Bai family's legacy, there was nothing he would not do. Die? I demand your death. Bai Xiaochun's eyes bulged with fury, his entire body trembling violently. In this moment, his fear of Yi Feng crumbled utterly beneath the shattering weight of his son's murder. With his son gone, what did he have left to fear? He would avenge his son. No cost too great, no vengeance too cruel. He would make Yi Feng die and suffer beyond death. Fu. His voice was hollow, weathered by grief. Fu bowed low beside him. Master, speak. There's a hitman ranking list on the black market, isn't there? Money is no object. I, Bai Xiaochun, will pay whatever price is asked, however high. I want Yi Feng dead. 1 assassin is insufficient. Send 10. 10 fail. Then send 100, until he lies lifeless. Do you understand? His tone was eerily calm, but beneath that stillness raged the volcanic fury of an imminent eruption. Bai family bodyguards, Black Dragon Society enforcers, black market assassins, all would be summoned. He would weave an inescapable death trap meticulously designed for Yi Feng alone. Meanwhile, Chou Jiuer and Qin Lang had yet to part ways when news arrived Yi Feng was to be hunted down and killed. What's wrong? Qin Lang asked, noting Chou Jiuer's furrowed brow. She bit her lip. Qin Lang, I need your help. Over a dozen encounters had passed between them, yet she had never once asked for a favor. Their exchanges had always been strictly transactional. This time, however, her composure wavered. Qin Lang smiled faintly as he pinched her cheek. Go on, what is it? Chou Jiuer sighed. Bai Xiaochun has ordered Yi Feng's assassination and hired Black Dragon Society enforcers to carry it out. But once at Queen's Bar, Yi Feng took down nearly 30 men single-handedly. I'm certain that wasn't his true power. This time I need you to stand ready, to strike him down should the moment demand it. Yi Feng's disturbance at Queen's Bar should have been the spark of their acquaintance, but Qin Lang's intervention had turned it into a grudge. The Black Dragon Society's enmity toward Yi Feng ran deep, and Chou Jiu'er had no desire to see him survive. She intended to act decisively. Yet her sole fear remained: if Yi Feng escaped alive, both her life and her father's would hang in the balance. Absolute certainty was non-negotiable. Qin Lang's brow furrowed. Had Bai Xiaochun truly lost patience so soon? He still had unfinished business. Certain matters remained unattended. Some fated antagonist merits had yet to be claimed. Yet Yi Feng was a protagonist blessed with overwhelming destiny. Bai Xiaochun's premature move risked driving him overseas, beyond reach. Even Qin Lang would face immense difficulty tracking him down then. It's all right. I never expected you to agree. Yi Feng's strength is extraordinary. Few can match him. Even you would face grave danger. Seeing Qin Lang hesitate, Chou Jiu'er felt no resentment, only quiet understanding. After all, he was the legitimate heir of the Qin family. Why would he willingly step into peril? She had assumed too much. Don't say that. Qin Lang's expression darkened, his gaze tightening with urgency. Do you mean the Black Dragon Society will spare no expense, will eliminate Yi Feng at any cost? Will you go as well? Chou Jiu'er gave a soft, solemn nod. Yes. When Yi Feng caused chaos at Queen's Bar, he shattered the bones and tendons of numerous elite enforcers, some permanently crippled, unable to walk again. To the Black Dragon Society, this was nothing short of a public humiliation. Unless Yi Feng were eradicated, authority itself would crumble before the ranks. On the underworld's terms, loyalty and honor are paramount. When brothers fall, broken and betrayed, if even the leader remains silent, who will dare fight for him tomorrow? Neither Chou Long nor Chou Jiu'er intended to let this opportunity slip away. Qin Lang's usual playful grin vanished. Gently, reverently, he caressed Chou Jiu'er's smooth, delicate cheek. Jiu'er, I never wished for you to involve yourself in this affair. It is far too dangerous. But seeing the fierce resolve in your eyes, I find myself unable to oppose you. Go forth. If this is your will, I will support you without reservation. Wherever you are, whenever you act, I will stand unwaveringly behind you. With every ounce of strength I possess, I will uphold you. Without hesitation, without limit. Tears shimmered in Chou Jiu'er's luminous eyes, ripples of emotion stirring deep within. Gazing upon Qin Lang's earnest, resolute face, she felt dazed and profoundly guilty. Her request had been audacious, an unwarranted imposition upon his status. Yet instead of reproach, he offered unwavering devotion, fierce, tender, absolute. Even her guarded heart trembled beneath its warmth and grace. Perhaps she had truly met the man destined to be hers for life. A day later, in the evening at Mangdang Mountain, the moon was dark and the wind was high and the shadows of the trees danced gracefully. The air in the mountains was thick with the scent of damp earth and a faint pungent smell of crushed grass. Yi Feng looked puzzled and asked Bai Xiaochun beside him, Mister, why is the young master by being held here? There shouldn't be anyone living nearby, right? Looking around, it was a desolate mountain area, and he could see a few small grave mounds. As for the residents, he hadn't seen a single thatched cottage. Bai Xiaochun, with a frown on his face, sighed and said, Mister, I truly apologize for the trouble. Although we have some bodyguards from home, I really can't have faith in their skills and judgment. According to reliable information, the young master should be hidden by that group of kidnappers around here, but I do not know the exact location. I hope, Mister, you can help find him. Seeing Yi Feng's indifferent expression, Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of anger. He certainly understood what Yi Feng was. His son would not be hidden here. Others might not know, but Yi Feng as a killer was well aware, which is why he was so impatient. Hatred had blinded his eyes, and the more Yi Feng acted this way, the more Bai Xiaochun was convinced he was the murderer of his son. He'll go up the mountain to search. Yi Feng shook his head, said nothing more, and walked up the mountain with the other bodyguards following closely behind. During this period, Yi Feng had been incredibly unlucky, and he had already foreseen the disappointing outcome of today. He sighed, recalling the recent events that made him feel even more chilled. He had encountered diarrhea and a scammer while fishing, and was even bumped into by an old lady looking for a con. When he saw a little girl being bullied, he thought of being a hero to save her, but instead he received a hard slap from her. After a long commotion, it turned out she didn't need a hero at all. Her hero was the villain who bullied her. Though the little girl was young, she played the game of rejection and acceptance with exceptional skill. In his musings, the group ventured deeper into the heart of Mangdang Mountain. Suddenly, a strange atmosphere descended upon them. Yi Feng sensed something was amiss, as if every hair on his body. Danger. This was a familiar sense of crisis. Perhaps it was instinctual, but for Yi Feng, a mercenary who walked on the edge of a knife, each wave of danger signified impending peril. Moreover, it was this extraordinary sense of danger that had allowed him to escape death multiple times. He turned back about to warn the accompanying bodyguards to be cautious when unexpectedly a sharp dagger flew swiftly towards his carotid artery. The attack was lethal. With a bounty of 100 million from Bai Xiaochun for anyone who could kill Yi Feng, the allure of wealth was irresistible. That was 100 million. Even if one indulged in luxury at a club every day, it would be enough to live a lifetime. Who could resist such temptation? Seeking death. Yi Feng was furious. He seized the bodyguard's arm, twisted, and shook it swiftly, disarming him of the dagger. With a wild sweep, he sliced open the throat of the bodyguard who had ambushed him, causing a torrent of blood to gush out as the man collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Holding the dagger, he glared at the remaining bodyguards. Who sent you to kill me? Was it Bai Xiaochun or Qin Lang? Looking at the 20 or so bodyguards before him, Yifeng showed no fear, his rage boiling over. Come on, all of you together. Take this guy down. The bodyguards remained silent, exchanging glances, but ultimately they all attacked together, surrounding Yifeng. Yifeng snorted coldly, reversed his grip on the dagger, and charged forward. He moved like a god of death, weaving through nearly 20 bodyguards without any hindrance. With every step he took, a cold corpse fell. The number of dead bodyguards increased while those still standing diminished. Who was Yifeng? The leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, a true god of death, a butcher on the battlefield. How could these bodyguards who had never faced blood and fire possibly be his match? Not to mention his awareness, even his physical prowess surpassed theirs by at least 8-fold. He slaughtered the approaching bodyguards as easily as cutting vegetables. 5 minutes. In less than 5 minutes, all the bodyguards from the Bai family who had followed Bai Xiaochun were dead. Bai Xiaochun, you are so bold. Yifeng cracked his neck, the sound echoing ominously, his gaze as fierce as a starving wolf lurking in the shadow. He had never suffered such humiliation, having come with earnest intent to help. He was instead trapped and ambushed by Bai Xiaochun. Was a billionaire from Tianhai City really that formidable? He had killed high-ranking officials abroad, let alone a mere billionaire. He stepped down the mountain eager to see what other trump cards Bai Xiaochun had. Did he really think he could kill him with just these people? He was underestimating Yifeng's strength. He intended to systematically dismantle the traps set by Bai Xiaochun, and in the terror-filled gaze of Bai Xiaochun carve him up piece by piece, letting him die in regret and fear. But just a few steps and more figures emerged from the thickets. Members of the Black Dragon Society with black dragon tattoos, as well as professional assassins dressed in dark clothing, stealthily moving through the darkness. Come on. Today Yifeng will show you what it means to slay 1,000. As the wind howled, Yifeng pressed forward and the scent of blood gradually filled the air. At a distance on a high peak, Qin Lang held a pair of binoculars, amazed. This Yifeng is incredible. He's taken down nearly 50 people, and he only has a minor injury. He couldn't help but marvel. Truly the child of fortune. He was difficult to kill. If it were his subordinates surrounding him, even if they managed to take down Yifeng, they would suffer heavy casualties. Fortunately, these were not his main forces. He let them be cannon fodder. Qin Lang was enjoying the spectacle. In a fitted black leather outfit, Xiao Jiuer appeared terrified. She put down the binoculars, her voice trembling. Yifeng is too terrifying. Oh, can we really kill someone like him tonight? She had sent only the elite hitters from the Black Dragon Society armed with the best weapons, yet they were like chicks in Yifeng's hands, easily managed. If Yifeng didn't die tonight, perhaps it would be her 3 enemies who would perish tomorrow. Don't worry, everything will be fine. There are still more people yet to appear. These are just cannon fodder. The real experts are still behind. Qin Lang comforted her, gently wrapping his arm around Xiao Jiuer's slender waist. The backup he mentioned was naturally not himself, but the few experts Bai Xiaochun, that old miser, had spent a great deal to hire, who were yet to make an appearance. If it weren't for the infrared thermal imaging function of the binoculars in his hand, he might have been deceived as well. In the desolate mountains, the number of fallen corpses kept increasing. If someone reported this, the entire Tianhai City police force would be unable to sleep at night. Amidst the blood, Yifeng walked step by step toward the foot of the mountain, his body riddled with countless wounds, all inflicted by those assassins still exuding toxins. However, Yifeng was after all the child of destiny, and coupled with his years of mercenary life abroad, he had unknowingly injected himself with numerous antidotes against common poisons like snake venom. Despite the countless toxins coursing through his body, Yifeng only felt a slight numbing sensation, which did not significantly hinder his movements. His eyes widened in fury, fire seemingly bursting from his gaze as he reached the foot of the mountain and spotted Bai Xiaochun standing not far away. "Old dog, why did you want to kill me?" He roared, his body trembling with rage. In his fury, a terrifying killing intent erupted from him. Even Bai Xiaochun, a billionaire, stumbled back a few steps. "Die for me." Yifeng charged at Bai Xiaochun like a ferocious tiger, a dagger in his hand glinting faintly under. But just as the dagger was about to slice through Bai Xiaochun's neck, several strange figures appeared, blocking his way. One was an old man resembling dry, withered tree bark devoid of any flesh. He wielded a cane which he brought down hard on Yifeng's wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Another was a dwarf, a middle-aged man with a weathered face but a childlike body. He held a samurai sword that was longer than he was, and in that moment the sword slashed off a piece of flesh from Yifeng's right leg. Lastly, there was a female assassin dressed entirely in black. As for why it was a female assassin, if one saw the distinct representative one-eyed rabbit and still couldn't discern her gender, they might as well go hit themselves with a block of tofu. The stunning female assassin appeared, causing Yifeng to retreat repeatedly, his expression grave. "Withered tree meets spring, short-legged, 7 blood-red mandala." To his surprise, all 3 of you have shown up. As the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, Yifeng was quite familiar with some well-known figures in the black market. The 3 before him were clearly ranked among the top 10 assassins with blood-red mandala, even among the top 3, likely on par with his own strength. Moreover, Bloodred Mandala was a top-tier assassin known for lurking in the shadows. She had already shown mercy, otherwise he would likely be seriously injured right now. Master of the Blood Wolf the Butcher, or should I call you Mr. Yifeng? You are already at the end of your rope, oh why not just offer us your head? The elder known as Withered Tree Meets Spring chuckled lecherously, his cane planted firmly on the ground. Mr. Yi, your head is worth over $100 million, it's simply exquisite. If I could claim it, my ranking on the assassin list would rise by at least 3 places. Kill. The few bodyguards around by Xiaochun roared and charged forward as vanguards. With Withered Tree Meets Spring and Short-Legged Seven slipping behind the bodyguards like shadows, they prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Thud. Yifeng's fist caved in the head of one bodyguard, killing him instantly, but at the same time Short-Legged Seven sliced off some flesh from his left shoulder. Boom. Yifeng's kick crushed the chest of another bodyguard, but his right shoulder blade was also struck by Withered Tree Meets Spring's cane, cracking the bone. It was almost a deadlock. Even at his peak, Yifeng would struggle to contend with these 3 seasoned assassins, let alone in his current severely injured state. Even the Child of Destiny needs some space to grow. He had just returned to the country for less than half a month and was already caught in such a deadly situation. Where was the time to catch his breath? Whoosh. Yifeng snatched a dagger from a bodyguard and swiftly aimed for by Xiaochun's neck. With incredible speed, he targeted the area between his eyebrows. If he hit by Xiaochun, would undoubtedly die. Bloodred Mandala, who had not yet made a move, suddenly acted effortlessly, swatting the flying dagger away. Yet at the same time, Bai Xiaochun screamed in agony. My. Bloodred Mandala looked down to see a hole opened between Bai Xiaochun's legs, blood gushing out. Yifeng, covered in blood, grinned savagely. Old dog, this is just the interest I've collected from you. Given time, there will be even better greetings waiting for you. After saying that, he no longer lingered and swiftly fled up the mountain. Chase. Withered Tree Meets Spring and Short-Legged Seven followed closely behind. Bloodred Mandala glanced at Bai Xiaochun and seeing bodyguards coming to check, also rushed out to pursue. She had not attacked earlier, not because she knew Yifeng or harbored any other emotions, but due to her standing, she had no intention of teaming up to kill. However, now that Yifeng had crippled Bai Xiaochun in front of her, it was a tremendous insult to her profession that she must. Only by taking Yifeng's head could she wash away this humiliation. On a distant peak, Qin Lang watched Yifeng escape and had already deployed his subordinates through communication, ensuring they were hidden in various positions and ready for ambush. Watching the female assassin weaving through the desolate mountains, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. With a slender waist and graceful figure, her long legs were unmatched, and she possessed strength that rivaled even that of the Child of Destiny. Such an exceptional female assassin, unless she were a certain female protagonist, would be unbelievable. He was certain that if this stunning assassin seized an opportunity, she could easily gain at least 50,000 points of villainous destiny. Qin Lang, without doubt, temporarily set aside Qiu Jiuer, heading toward the direction Yifeng was facing, taking a shortcut to intercept him. Child of Destiny. Surviving a calamity, flaunting and slapping faces. He wanted to see if Yifeng still had any luck left to defy fate under his encirclement. At the same time, his heart was filled with anticipation. Capturing a woman of destiny could yield such a great amount of villainous destiny points. Eliminating the protagonist Child of Destiny would surely be an even more enviable bounty. Yifeng, you have no way out. Ahead lies a sheer cliff. If you insist on acting alone, your corpse will be smashed into a froth of blood. Surrender now, and at least you will leave behind a head, even if beheaded. Kumu Fengchun urged in a cold voice. Close behind him stood Ai Jiaoqi and Shuesa Montua Luo. The three fell into formation as if by instinct, murderous intent in their eyes, as they gazed at Yifeng pressed to the lip of the precipice. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me. You three just wait. If I don't die this time, none of you will escape. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold, he roared, threw back his head, and with a single step leaped off. Kumu Fengchun chased to the cliff's edge, staring down at the mist-shrouded bottom with gritted teeth. This madman would rather be shattered into bloody froth than face us in battle. Let's go down and see. Even if he is nothing but blood-splattered remains, if it proves his identity, our task is done, Ai Jiaoqi said, as he took a narrow path toward the cliff base. We must see him alive or see his corpse, they said. Meanwhile, plummeting swiftly, Yifeng himself felt certain this fall would be his end. But as he neared the cliff bottom, trees suddenly grew where there had been none. With cracking sounds, dead branches smote his back and snapped. Though they shattered, his downward momentum was slowed. A few seconds later, he tumbled into a thicket. Leaves rustled, and with a dull thud, Yifeng hit the ground. He writhed in pain, every bone aching as if broken, yet there was no regret in him. Instead, he stared upward at the cliff with a look of surprised delight. From such a height, and he still lived. Survive a great calamity, and fortune must follow, he thought. His legs could barely move, but not far off a river ran. If he could drag himself to the water and drift downstream, his chances of survival were still considerable. He gasped and trembled as he felt changes ripple through his body, delight flooding him at the discovery of something. Damn that old dog and those three assassins. I escaped death this time. Your doomsday began. Yifeng rejoiced wildly. To his astonishment, after that life-and-death struggle, his cultivation practice had broken through to a second level and his strength had grown markedly. Even his wounds showed signs of self-healing. Given time, he would fully recover and ascend to greater power. Vengeance lodged in his heart like a buried seed already taking root and sprouting. Tat-a-tat. At that moment, a stream of bullets erupted, striking precisely at Yifeng's legs. These were not mere holes. Both legs were blown apart, blood sprayed like mist, and bone showed. A line of men with real firearms led by Junzi stepped out of the dense wood. Holy shit, young master really foresaw this, one muttered. Such a big catch fell from that height and didn't die. That's one praised young master is truly a reincarnated Zhuge Liang, absolutely divine, while another jeered at the flatterer for overdoing his groveling. Besides us, every major cave in Mangdangshan and even a large lake had been laced with mines. This man could not have escaped even with wings. He simply stumbled into our operation. Junzi snapped at Lao Huang, without courtesy glancing at Yifeng, whose legs had been blown away, and demanded both legs are gone. Damn it, the young master only wanted us to immobilize him. What if had died? Lao Huang scratched his head and answered awkwardly, I was scared. That Shualong Yongbing Tuan monster is terrifying. How many has he killed? Without handy AK-47s and sidearms, men like us might never have taken him. Only 10 of them were here, including Junzi. Mangdangshan is vast with countless hiding places. The young master tried to balance forces, and only so many could guard this cliff base. The firearms in hand had been temporarily requisitioned by Junzi and would have to be returned afterward. Such toys are fine for a day, but frequent use invites trouble. Who did this? A cold snort rose from the thicket as Qin Lang emerged, his face dark as water, furious as he regarded Yifeng writhing on the ground, legs torn away, eyes shooting fire. Lao Huang trembled. Young master, it was me. I know I was wrong. I feared this monster would hurt someone, so I cut off his mobility. Qin Lang fixed Yifeng with a look and said coldly, who told you to fire? Did I order you to? Don't you know who he is? The leader of the Shualong Yongbing Tuan, a big figure among foreign mercenaries. What you've done disgraces his status, Qin Lang roared. Lao Huang bowed his head in shame. He felt true remorse. He had lost face during his first evaluation, and now that a real operation came, it went. Would he be fired? Even without Junzi's year-end bonus and dividends, his monthly wage was about 30,000, and most important, he already had a promising prospect with Xinjulian. Qin Lang placed a hand on Lao Huang's shoulder and slapped it with force. Lao Huang, he said, I hesitate to say this, but to put it in one sentence. Well done. With a spurt, Yifeng coughed up blood on the ground, fury overwhelming him until he nearly fainted. Almost instinctively, he unleashed the last of his energy, using his broken hands to brace himself, enduring excruciating pain as more than half his body lunged toward Qin Lang. All his dreams drowned with the blasting of his legs. Even if he died, he would drag Qin Lang with him into the grave. Young master, watch out. The men shouted, faces contorted with rage, but none could stop Yifeng's savage. Qin Lang, slightly surprised, turned. Facing Yifeng's wolfish glare, he casually pressed a hand to the man's head and with a vigorous twist applied brutal force. There was a sickening crack as the neck was wrenched 90 degrees. Yifeng's blood-red eyes dimmed and his breath faded. His torso collapsed to the ground, blood gushed from the shattered stumps of his legs. Get to work, Qin Lang ordered. At his command, a guard who had been stunned snapped back to attention, shouldered a flamethrower, and hissing spewed flame over Yifeng's corpse. Under fierce heat, it took little time before Yifeng's body could not be recognized even as bones, reduced utterly to black ash and scattered by the night wind. A honest-op service kill and reduced to ash. Thus the fate child Yifeng was dead. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the fate child Yifeng. The destined villain value is now being tallied. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired advanced firearms proficiency. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained basic medical skills. Critical reward. Congratulations, host, you have gained intermediate medical skills. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained basic danger perception. Critical reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained intermediate danger perception. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the technique of the Child of Destiny True Dragon Formula, first transformation. Critical reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 9 transformations of the Celestial Dragon. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 50 physique points. At this moment in Qin Lang's mind, the system's notification sounds continuously one after another with bountiful rewards clearly stripping away the already turned to dust Child of Destiny. Even the soul has been completely taken away. Almost all rewards were directly seized from Yifeng or were products of further upgrades. Especially True Dragon Formula, which is a rare martial arts technique, the upgraded 9 transformations of the Celestial Dragon is even more terrifying, like an explosive increase stacking like a force multiplier. A total of 9 steps taken, each accompanied by power, exhibiting a multiplicative growth. By cultivating to the first transformation and unleashing all power, one can elevate their physique to 1.5 times the effect, and the second transformation still retains such a terrifying amplification. Ding. System upgrade successful. The value of the destined villain has been calculated. Please check on the system panel. System panel. Character Qin Lang. Age 25. Physique 250. Charm 99. Destiny villain value 1216700. Technique: 9 transformations of the Celestial Dragon. First transformation amplifies 1. 5. It requires 2 destiny villain points to upgrade to the second transformation. Skills: Affinity LV8 Group Affinity 80 Advanced Piano Skills Advanced T Arts Advanced Aesthetics Disguise Technique Advanced Firearms Proficiency Intermediate Danger Perception Intermediate Medical Skills. Shop Opening. Lottery Center Opening. Each lottery costs 100 Destiny Villain Points. System Backpack 1 Photo Book of Ant Cho Ching Foam Tissue 1 100 Used 1 Photo Book of Miss by Electric Massager 1 Damaged. Hiss. Even Qin Lang, looking at the system interface at this moment, couldn't help but draw a cold breath. Over 120,000 Destiny Villain Points. How many Destiny Villain Points did killing Yi Feng yield? Over 1 million. Is this the system? Is this the child? I once thought that Lu Bu was invincible, but unexpectedly the child of destiny. Is this terrifying? Who is Yi Feng's commander? Ding. New plot has successfully integrated, requiring 200 Destiny Villain Points. Does the host wish to know in advance? Yes. Accompanied by the deduction of 200,000 Destiny Villain Points, Qin Lang felt a pang of pain in his heart. After working so hard for so long and expending so much effort, it was only enough to learn about the next plot in advance. Fortunately, killing Yi Feng compensated for over 1 million. Otherwise, how much longer would he need to work to earn it back? A large amount of gentle information flowed in his mind. This is a plot about a divine doctor descending from the mountains, and the time until the plot triggers is shorter. It is possible that the child of destiny is already in Tianhai City. However, the only commendable point is that this successor to Yi Feng's child of destiny seems to still be in the early stages of growth with not much strength. Even compared to Yi Feng, it is likely not significantly stronger. For Qin Lang at this moment, the threat is not great, making for a perfect target to exploit. Moreover, he had roughly guessed the identity of the stunning female assassin who just appeared on Mangdang Mountain. Blood-colored mandala. A top-tier assassin ranked among the top 3 on the assassin list, proud and possessing a sense of honor as a top assassin. Indeed, she is a female protagonist worthy of earning 50,000 Destiny Villain Points. No wait, the system has upgraded. Even the lottery now requires a deduction of 100 Villain Points. It should be worth more than 50,000 Villain Points, right? Young Master. The soldier nearby watched the young master standing there in a daze, feeling a bit strange, and quietly, his head was buzzing, never imagining that Yi Feng actually died at the hands of his own young master. Even if his legs were blown apart by gunfire, his final desperate strike was one that even he could not escape from, at least ending up severely injured. Yet under the young master's hand, Yi Feng's death was so bizarre. Thinking about it was simply incredible. Qin Lang turned around and took the micro-submachine gun from the soldier's hand. With advanced firearms proficiency and being a product of the system, Qin Lang's handling of firearms at this moment was not inferior to that of the soldier or Lao Huang. In fact, he was even more stable than many. With danger perception, he sensed 3 sources of danger, 2 of which originated from the same place. The micro-submachine gun aimed at a large patch of bushes in the dense forest and started to fire wildly. Lao Huang and the others also raised their micro-submachine guns and began to fire together. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. With 2 screams, Lao Huang and the others dragged out 2 assassins who had been shot to pieces. It was indeed the withered wooden spring and the short-legged 7 who had just come down from the cliff to search for Yi Feng. Intermediate danger perception compared to Yi Feng's only able to sense the initial level of crisis has already improved greatly and can generally judge the direction of the danger. With the micro-submachine gun's firing range so vast, how could a few hidden assassins evade it? He looked towards another direction in the dense forest, snorted coldly. Yi Feng is dead. This news cannot be leaked to anyone, not even by Xiaochun. If you want to live, then you better scram obediently, otherwise don't blame me for shooting you. That sense of danger felt almost tangible, causing Qin Lang to feel the hair on his back stand on end. Rat-a-tat. Qin Lang aimed the micro-submachine gun at the bushes next to that dense forest and fired a burst, not intending to kill, just threatening. Blood-colored mandala. Proud. Then he'll trample your pride underfoot. If that's not enough, he'll spit on it again. This stunning female assassin, what if she slips away after realizing she can't win? An assassin of this caliber, if she wants to run, even Qin Lang might not be able to track her down in a short time. It's better to use provocation tactics, marking the hostility first and then lying in wait for her later. In no time, that eerie cold feeling disappeared. Qin Lang glanced over and knew that blood-colored mandala had. After instructing the soldier and others to clean up the scene, Qin Lang quickly headed in another direction. He had other very important matters to attend to and felt a bit flustered, even somewhat scared. Qin Lang's speed was astonishingly swift, nearly bursting forth with all his 250 attributes. He even contemplated employing the first transformation of the 9 turns Celestial Dragon technique to hasten his journey. The anxiety within him surged like waves from the sea, each one crashing upon the last. He frantically chased after the mountain peak where Qiu Jiuer was located, and after about 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the previous spot. However, there was no one to be seen. Qiu Jiuer was not here. Jiuer, my Jiuer, where are you? Qin Lang was filled with worry. He was not Lu Bu, and Qiu Jiuer was certainly not Diao Chan. While Diao Chan was at Lu Bus Waste, where was Qiu Jiuer? Taking a pair of binoculars from his system backpack, Qin Lang scanned the entire area of Mangdang Mountain. In large stretches of the area, scattered corpses were strewn about. After a long while, he finally discovered traces of Qiu Jiu'er at a location with heavy casualties. He immediately stowed the binoculars back into the system backpack and resumed his frantic pursuit. After another 10 minutes of exhausting effort, Qin Lang finally reached the place where Qiu Jiu'er was located. At that moment, Qiu Jiu'er had a solemn expression directing the members of the Black Dragon Society who were arriving to clean the battlefield. The casualties here had far exceeded her expectations, and even the Black Dragon Society could not withstand such a frenzied blow. That guy Yifeng was truly too insane. How could he kill so many people without a second thought? He was simply a demon. Transport the fallen members of the Black Dragon Society away. For the injured, we will provide all necessary financial support and the best medical conditions. For those who have perished, we will not neglect their families. Qiu Jiu'er organized the site with composure and made solemn promises to reassure everyone. What lay ahead for her would require even greater sacrifices. But to ensure the loyalty of the Black Dragon Society members, she had to do this even if it meant paying substantial compensation. Jiu'er. Qin Lang's voice rang out from behind. Qiu Jiu'er turned around in surprise to see Qin Lang, whose eyes were slightly reddened, and curiously asked, "What are you doing here? What about Yifeng and those assassins?" Qin Lang stepped forward, his face cold. "What are you doing here? I told you to stay in place." Qiu Jiu'er felt indignant. "How could I stand by while the members of the Black Dragon Society suffer such heavy casualties? Does your presence even matter? Do you have any idea how terrifying Yifeng is? He kills without a blink. He's a demon. Are you his match?" Qin Lang berated angrily. "Foolish. What if that guy turns back and kills you? What am I supposed to do? Don't you ever consider my feelings? You only think about the people of the Black Dragon Society, not about yourself." Qiu Jiu'er wanted to retort, but looking at Qin Lang's agitated demeanor, she suddenly felt a warmth in her heart, and her gaze softened. Worry leads to confusion. She had never seen Qin Lang in such a disheveled state, and now it seemed to be solely because he feared for her safety. Could it be that her status in Qin Lang's heart was even more important than she had thought? "I am fine, you don't need to worry. Just wait for me a moment." Qiu Jiu'er mumbled softly, then turned to the arriving members of the Black Dragon Society and sternly instructed, "Do as I say. Send all the injured to the private hospital and clean up the scene thoroughly without leaving any trace." When the Black Dragon Society was first established, there were often skirmishes and many members were injured. It was always problematic to go to public hospitals, so Qiu Long had invested in establishing a private hospital over a decade ago, which had now developed into a well-known private hospital in Tianhai City. After giving her instructions, Qiu Jiu'er felt it was inappropriate to stay longer and took Qin Lang's hand, leading him deeper into Mangdang Mountain. Only when they reached a concealed cave did she stop, her voice carrying a hint of reproach as she said, "There are so many people here. After all, I'm the young lady of the Black Dragon Society, and in their eyes, I hold significant authority. It's not right for you to treat me like a little girl. Next time, don't act like this in front of others. You know what I'm worried about. Why don't you listen to me? It's very dangerous here. What if something happens to you?" Qin Lang maintained a stern expression, not allowing any playfulness at this moment, nor did he point out the flaws in Qiu Jiu'er's words. Why act like this in front of others, but not behind closed doors? It seemed there was a slight misunderstanding, and Qin Lang decided not to explain, feigning ignorance. Qiu Jiu'er gently held Qin Lang's hand and said softly, "I know what I'm doing. I only came down to handle things after seeing Yifeng disappear at the end of Mangdang Mountain. Did you encounter any danger? Are you hurt?" Qin Lang's face remained stern as he approached and began to check for injuries. Qiu Jiu'er felt a bit shy, but couldn't refuse Qin Lang's concern. Suddenly Qin Lang exclaimed, "Jiu'er, you're hurt." Qiu Jiu'er leaned against the rock, hugging her chest, and retorted, "I'm not hurt." She had to concede, Qin Lang was indeed quite greedy. One moment he was concerned for her safety, and the next, after confirming she was fine, he began acting up again in his reckless behavior. A minute later, Qiu Jiu'er grit her teeth, pushing Qin Lang away while playfully scolding him. 3 minutes later, she was half-heartedly resisting, her beautiful eyes filled with affection and pain. Even though Qiu Jiu'er was reluctant to show her love on her face, she was overwhelmed with emotion inside, feeling joyful and unable to truly refuse. 2 hours later. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 villain points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 2,000 villain points. The fear within Qin Lang finally dissipated. He had been terrified, thinking that if the child of destiny died, the entire plot would vanish and the villain points would not be counted. It seemed that was not the case. The child of destiny is the child of destiny, while the child of fate is the child of fate. Both are tied to their own fortunes and not heavily reliant on each other. Thus, some things he had yet to accomplish were not truly missed. He could continue to complete them later, and that was sufficient. Moreover, for the sake of villain points, he would continue to strive, as good habits must be cultivated. It was certainly not about seeking immediate comfort. The key was that villain points could be earned swiftly. Huff. Sitting on a rock, Qin Lang exhaled a smoke ring, feeling quite content. As the saying goes, a smoke after a meal is as joyful as a celestial being. Moreover, experiments have shown that the luck of the daughter of destiny does not vanish with the death of the son of destiny. What could be more pleasing than this? Where did you get that cigarette and lighter? Xiao Jiuer said weakly, yet still extended her delicate hand to throw the cigarette Qin Lang had in his mouth onto the ground, irritably saying, "Why smoke so much? It smells terrible. If you smoke in front of me again, don't even think about touching me." She covered her mouth and nose with her hand, showing her disdain. But who is Qin Lang? A master of high tea. The best he could brew is green tea. How could he not tell what is genuine and what is fake? Xiao Jiuer clearly only cared about his health and did not want him to smoke. Did she truly dislike the smell of smoke? As the leader of the Black Dragon Society's Rose Hall, though she herself does not smoke, every meeting within the Black Dragon Society is surrounded by smoke, isn't it? If Xiao Jiuer truly cared about this, why didn't she mention it before? Qin Lang did not expose her, and instead pulled out another cigarette from his system backpack, lit it, and before Xiao Jiuer could say anything, he asked first, "Can you cook?" Xiao Jiuer rolled her eyes. "Who do you think I am? A chef? Or a common girl from an ordinary family? We members of the Rose Hall only know how to stab people with daggers. We never touch pots and pans." Qin Lang sighed, "Alas. What a shame. I thought you were so feminine. I assumed you would manage a household. Well, turns out I was mistaken." Xiao Jiuer replied irritably, "As if I need to manage a household. All I need to do is manage my Rose Hall." With that, she was too lazy to continue talking to Qin Lang, turned around, and put on a black leather outfit, looking as if she were sulking. As for Qin Lang, he quietly opened the system panel and first spent 2 of his Destiny villain points to upgrade the 9 turns True Dragon technique from the first turn to the second turn, increasing the enhancement from 5 times to 25 times. This means that his physical body, with a score of 250 under the second turn of the 9 turns True Dragon technique, could unleash a power equivalent to 562. 5. What concept is this? A normally evenly matched opponent could be easily defeated by Qin Lang with a single punch while using the 9 turns True Dragon technique when they are unaware. Surprise attacks are the most lethal. Lottery. Qin Lang silently chanted, and a light golden wheel appeared before him, beginning to spin. Previously, he was eager to verify some matters, and now that he had obtained the desired result, he naturally wanted to see the effects of the system upgrade immediately. Especially since this lottery had increased from consuming 100 points to 1,000 points per draw. With a tenfold increase, the corresponding rewards should also enhance tenfold, right? Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3 heartfelt wet wipes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 Hui Jiez dummy doll. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 cleansing pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 human baby burp bags. Ding. Wet wipes. Dummy doll. When Qin Lang saw these 2 items, he had drawn, his expression darkened. Damn it. This lottery is... Can't he buy these himself? If he buys, he wants to buy them in bulk. The system only gives these few items, all of which are related to that aspect. What? Is it too embarrassing to say thank you? Just giving him a little sweetness to satisfy his curiosity. Fortunately, there was a cleansing pill that could enhance the physical quality of the user, otherwise he really wanted to shut down. It's a trap. It's all a damn lie. Just like a soccer game, it's all fake. How can there be a bright sun while playing at night? It's all pre-recorded. Continue. Gritting his teeth, Qin Lang looked at the system shop, where the cleansing pill was temporarily absent and could only brace himself to gamble on his luck. In small quantities, they are all traps, but when the amount increases, there can sometimes be unexpected gains. If he can draw 1 or 2 high-level skills, it would cover his losses. If it truly results in a huge loss, then he could only put up with Xiao Jiuer and buy Ryu, the 2 unfortunate sisters with no blood relation, or teach Su Xiaoxiao to shout one a twin. At least he could recover some capital. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 cleansing pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 in physique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving advanced medical skills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 brand new electric medical equipment. After spending 5 of his Destiny villain points, Qin Lang glanced at the system panel and reluctantly closed the lottery interface. Fortunately, he obtained advanced medical skills, otherwise, even with the cleansing pill, spending 5 of his Destiny villain points would still be painful. System panel. Character Qin Lang. Age, 25. Physique, 320. Charm, 99. Destiny villain points, 316700. Skill, 9 turn Celestial Dragon Technique. Second turn enhancement 2. 25. Requires 5 of Destiny villain points to upgrade to the 3rd turn. Skills: Affinity LV8 Group, Affinity 80 Advanced Piano Skills, Advanced T, Art, Advanced Calligraphy, Disguise Technique, Advanced Firearm Proficiency, Intermediate Danger Perception, Advanced Medical Skills. Shop opening. Lottery center opening. Each lottery consumes 100 Destiny villain points. System backpack, Cleansing Pill 18, Aunt Chio's photo album, Ching Feng Tissue 1, 120 draws used miss. Bay's photo album, Hui Jiez Dummy Doll 1, Heartfelt Wet Wipes 3, Human Baby Burp Bags 10, Brand New Electric Medical Equipment 1. Qin Lang glanced at his remaining 3 Destiny villain points after spending 2 to preview the storyline of the next Daughter of Destiny and another 2 to upgrade the 9 turns True Dragon Technique to the 2nd turn and 5 for the lottery, obtaining advanced medical skills, etc. He still had over 310 destiny villain points left, so it wasn't a loss. This round was a sure win. However, if he did not have enough destiny villain points and rashly gambled on the lottery, he would face a considerable risk of loss. The rewards from this dog system become more advanced as one progresses. Feeling his physique of 320, even if the breakthrough Yeffing was alive fighting him with full force, the odds of winning would probably be less than 0.02. If he used the 9 turns True Dragon technique, the odds would be about 0.00018. Chiao mumbled, seeing the Rose Hall's vice leader searching nearby, somewhat unsteady, but stubbornly getting up, taking one step at a time toward the dense forest. Let me help you. Qin Lang stood up wanting to assist, but Chiao refused, seemingly sulking. After meeting with the vice leader as they moved further from the cave, Chiao finally spoke. The few cooks in the Rose Hall haven't been performing well lately. I want to see their cooking skills myself when they are called to my place at night. If they don't meet the standard, they will be dismissed. After not seeing the figure of Chiao, Qin Lang returned to the villa. The subsequent matters regarding Mangdang Mountain were entrusted to Junzi, ensuring not only a lack of trouble, but also rewards and promotions. This thing secretly discovered a clash of hidden assassins on the leaderboard and eliminated all these dangerous individuals. This was certainly a significant achievement for Junzi, who had an official position. After returning to the villa, Qin Lang leaned against the sofa in the living room, gazing at the lights in the dining room, and called out, "Xiao Xiao." Su Xiao hurriedly ran out from the kitchen, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing the young master return so. Sniffing the aroma wafting from the kitchen, Qin Lang playfully remarked, "So while I was away, you secretly drank the pork rib papaya soup all by yourself." Su Xiao's cheeks turned red, feeling embarrassed as her little secret was exposed. She lowered her head in awkward silence, caught in a dilemma. "Come here, I'll help you." Qin Lang beckoned, pulling the timid Su Xiao, who was as meek as a little bunny, into his embrace, murmuring, "This thing, drinking it every day, doesn't it make you feel warm in your chest?" Su Xiao, blushing, shrank her neck and trembled slightly, giving a soft in response. "So you need someone to help disperse that warmth. Only then can you grow up completely." Qin Lang coaxed her gently, like a big bad wolf deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. "If you encounter this situation again, come find me. Although I'm a bit busy usually, I'll still spare no effort in this regard, understand?" Su Xiao was flustered, her mind buzzing and blank. She felt as if she were on fire, her face flushed, yet she was reluctant to leave the young master's embrace. "Hiss." Su Xiao frowned, taking a deep breath as her head bumped into Qin Lang's chest, expressing great disgust. "Does it hurt?" Qin Lang stopped his movements. Su Xiao rested her head against Qin Lang's heart, her voice stammering, "It doesn't hurt, young master." How to put it, Su Xiao was just such a simple yet conflicted girl. Sometimes before she was truly obtained, she wanted to hold on a little longer, even though she knew that once a girl was easily acquired, the likelihood of being undervalued would increase. However, when it came to that aspect of the relationship, Su Xiao became frightened, somewhat forgetting the meaning of her. Ultimately, she feared that her rejection would evoke Qin Lang's disdain, leading to a rift between them and causing them. Su Xiao was a very traditional and innocent girl. In her heart, having given herself away meant she belonged solely to the young master for this lifetime. Having endured hardships in her childhood, she had grown up, so why would she truly fear other hardships now? Moreover, even if Su Xiao didn't want to admit it, every time the young master was like that, she could still feel a deep sense of happiness within her. "Silly girl, if you're uncomfortable, just admit it. What is there to hide from me?" Qin Lang patted Su Xiao's head, producing a cleansing pill from his pocket and placing it in her mouth, saying, "Swallow it." Gulp. Su Xiao swallowed the cleansing pill in one go, then suspiciously asked, "Young master, what did you give me?" "It's a little pill that allows you to express your true intentions," Qin Lang said with mischievous delight. "A truth serum pill." Su Xiao's mind immediately conjured that name, but quickly realized she was blushing from her own thoughts. How could there be such a thing as a truth serum pill? What the young master gave her was evidently just that kind of pill that would make a girl act shamelessly. Before Qin Lang could speak again, his mouth was already sealed. Su Xiao took the initiative to kiss him. Qin Lang's eyes widened. "Xiao, why have you suddenly become so bold? Just one kiss, and you won't let go." Su Xiao's cheeks were flushed as if she had drunk too much, stammering, "Young master. I feel like the effects of the medicine are kicking in." She felt warm all over, which was precisely a sign of the medicine's effect, wasn't it? What was there to hide anymore? After all, she had been fed the medicine by the young master, so she might as well take this opportunity to pour out all her love buried inside. In the past, she had always been passive, but this time she also wanted to savor the taste of the young master's lips. "Xiao, you misunderstood. It's not what you think. This is a pill that can improve your physical constitution, expelling impurities from your body and enhancing your physical qualities." Seeing he was losing control, Qin Lang hurriedly reminded her. There was no way around it. According to its description, the cleansing pill would expel impurities after consumption. If the situation truly evolved into Su Xiao sweating black in front of him, what then? Given Su Xiao's naive nature, if she made a fool of herself in front of him, it was likely she'd be too embarrassed to face him for a long time, let alone be together. One moment of pleasure versus lasting enjoyment. This consideration was something Qin Lang could still manage. How could this happen? Su Xiao looked down at the unusual sweat stains on her arm, feeling both shy and scared her eyes pleadingly gazing at Qin Lang as she pouted, "Young master, you're so bad. Quick, go take a shower. Let's refrain from any more battles tonight." The effects of this pill to enhance physical qualities might last for a while. Qin Lang pinched Su Xiaoxiao's cheek, urging her. What had to come would eventually come. From the moment that sense of crisis appeared, Qin Lang had already devised a way to send Su Xiaoxiao away. Perfect. This cleansing pill could enhance Su Xiaoxiao's physique while allowing her to spend a long time in the bathroom, making it convenient for what he needed to do next. The blood-colored mandala. The proud female assassin. The top 3 experts on the assassin leaderboard. Not inferior to the fortune of the chosen one. In the deep of night, a lithe figure darted through the darkness of the villa. Normally, there would be bodyguards stationed nearby, but tonight Qin Lang had specifically instructed everyone to head to Qianji Lian for entertainment. The blood-red mandala moved with grace, effortlessly infiltrating the villa. Drawing from her experience as a killer, she quickly identified Qin Lang's bedroom and stealthily slipped inside. Seeing the figure beneath the covers, a surge of murderous intent rose within her, and she thrust her dagger down toward the bedding. Thud. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. No blood. What's going on? The blood-red mandala's beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she pulled back the covers, revealing that what lay beneath was not Qin Lang at all. It was clearly a humanoid silicon doll. Bang. The door slammed shut, and Qin Lang stood behind it, smiling as he looked at the blood-red mandala who had stabbed Huijia 3 times, sneering, "What a ruthless method. You think just because you snatched a prey from me you can put me to death? Those who steal my prey deserve to die." The blood-red mandala's pupils narrowed, quickly reacting as she raised her dagger and lunged at Qin Lang. Her strength was formidable. Even the Yi Feng she faced earlier on Mangdang Mountain was not her match. Moreover, he was a wealthy scion. In the eyes of the blood-red mandala, Qin Lang was an arrogant fool daring to meet her alone, oblivious to his impending doom. If assassination failed, she would crush him with overwhelming power. The dagger glimmered with a dark sheen laced with poison as it slashed toward Qin Lang's neck. It should have been an easy kill, but Qin Lang's slight evasion allowed him to dodge the attack. Furthermore, while turning his body, he delivered a powerful kick to her groin. Even though the blood-red mandala was a woman, she doubled over, gritting her teeth and growling fiercely, "You will die." She was ranked among the top 3 on the assassin's list and held an absolute pride in her profession. Qin Lang had stolen her prey, and now he had the audacity to threaten her like a dog. This had already severely crossed her bottom line. Now being publicly humiliated by Qin Lang, her patience was at an end. She drew another poisoned dagger, holding it with both hands, and lunged at Qin Lang like a torrential rain. Two-sword style. Quite interesting. Qin Lang smiled slightly, watching the blood-red mandala, whose murderous intent was palpable, as he moved like he was strolling in a park, dancing on the edge of danger. No matter how crazed the blood-red mandala became, she could not harm a single hair on him. By his calculations, her physical condition was probably still under 100 at best, matching an unbroken Yi Feng. It must be noted that Qin Lang's physique at this moment was already at 302. Whether in dynamic vision or reaction speed, he was leagues ahead of the blood-red mandala. Having grown somewhat weary of the game, Qin Lang yawned, casually swatting away the blood-red mandala's 2 daggers, seizing her wrists, twisting them behind her back, and pinning her against the wall. "Don't move." How? How can you be so strong?" The blood-red mandala's voice was filled with disbelief. She had arrived at the cliff's base only after Qin Lang had killed Yi Feng, thinking he had relied on his bodyguard's firepower to defeat Yi Feng. Who would have guessed this guy had such immense strength? Completely unexpected. Is this what you call strength? I have even greater power behind me. Qin Lang snorted coldly, taking out a red rope from his system backpack and binding the blood-red mandala's wrists together, wrapping it around her body. In no time at all, the curvaceous blood-red mandala was tied up in a bizarre knot with the red rope. She could not move at all, only able to lie on the ground, emitting whimpering sounds from her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with simultaneous fury and humiliation. She had never suffered such humiliation. It was an utter disgrace. She wished to tear Qin Lang apart to cleanse the humiliation in her heart. Qin Lang squatted in front of her and removed the black mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that appeared in the air. A pair of peach blossom eyes, as if enchanting souls mixed with intense killing intent and humiliation, looked even more captivating. "Kill me." The blood-red mandala gritted her teeth, commanding in a cold voice, but due to her bindings her breath was constricted, causing her icy tone to tremble with unease. Qin Lang gently stroked the blood-red mandala's cheek, clicking his tongue in wonder. "Such a beautiful face, clearly able to make a living off your looks. Why do you insist on engaging in these bloody pursuits? Stop wasting breath. Either kill me, or let me go. Once I find an opportunity, I will definitely kill you." The blood-red mandala was too agitated, her entire body leaning forward, her beautiful face pressed against the cold ground, while her curved legs rose behind her. Qin Lang kindly pressed down on the blood-red mandala's lovely back, saying impatiently, "Don't be so agitated. What if you hurt your face?" "Don't touch me," the blood-red mandala exclaimed. She hated it most when others touched her body, especially men. Seeing the blood-red mandala's furious demeanor, Qin Lang reflected on the depth of her misogyny. Was it really so ingrained that she would seek to kill him over a stolen prey? Was there such murderous intent just from a single touch? After all, he was now a skilled doctor, adhering to the noble principle of healing. Seeing a patient whose organs were invaded by a virus, how could he just stand by? Those who achieve success should help the world. Since the blood-red mandala feared this, it was necessary to help her overcome this psychological shadow. A minute later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the bedroom. Qin Lang, I will kill you. An hour later, the blood-colored mandala's beautiful eyes regained their luster, gazing in the direction of Qin Lang, filled with resentment. You better kill me, or I will stop at nothing to kill you. With your words I can rest assured. Qin Lang untied the red ropes from the blood-colored mandala. You can leave now. Oh, I look forward to your next assassination attempt. However, there is one thing I need to tell you tonight. You are fortunate I am in a good mood. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so kind as to— The blood-colored mandala struggled on the ground, trembling as she stood up. She still wanted to fight Qin Lang, but her body wouldn't allow it, feeling as if she had been drugged, lacking any strength, even stumbling when trying to walk. She needed to regain some strength, and then come back for revenge on Qin Lang. I will not rest until Qin Lang is dead. The door was closed, and the blood-colored mandala left, leaving behind a cold gaze filled with indignation, as if Qin Lang revealed a meaningful smile, unafraid of the blood-colored mandala seeking him out, but rather fearful that she would fly far away. After tonight's events, even if offered 10 billion for assassination, the blood-colored mandala would likely have no desire. Only one thought remained in her mind: to get rid of him. Letting her go would ultimately lead to her return, especially since the blood-colored mandala was clear about her grudges, only targeting those who provoked her, leaving others by her side free of worry. This thing is simply a good person who occasionally breaks into his room at night to alleviate his boredom. Shouldn't he take a night of sweet dreams? The next morning, Su Xiaoxiao prepared breakfast early and went to the orphanage to take care of it. As Qin Lang ate breakfast, he watched Junzi approach and casually asked, have the issues been resolved? Junzi awkwardly scratched the back of his head. The problems have been resolved, but all the benefits have fallen on me. Previously, I was framed for destroying the Black Dragon Society's case involving the sale of milk powder, exterminating Zheng Hu and the milk powder suppliers, and this large-scale brawl incident. These 3 incidents have pushed Junzi up 3 ranks. He already held a position, and further up his status was even more distinguished, possibly even a 1-star general. With a higher position, it's also more convenient to get things done. Qin Lang casually sipped his millet porridge and continued, I happen to have something for you to help me with transferring to Tianhai University. Junzi had no questions. He simply nodded and replied yes. No need to think about it. The young master graduated over 2 years ago. What other reason could there be for going to university at this time, if not to chase girls? He was just a bit curious if it was just chasing girls, even if it was the school beauty with the young master's status and wealth. Did he still need to go through the trouble of transferring? What he didn't know was that for Qin Lang, transferring to Tianhai University, because there was not just one female lead, but several prominent ones at Tianhai University. The next child of fortune, Shin Pingan, had his first mission upon descending the mountain to protect the school beauty, Chu Mingyao. Moreover, the plot involving the school beauty occupied a significant portion of the story. He needed to intercept opportunities from the source and conveniently gather some villain points to draw prizes. Seeing the young master and thought Junzi didn't want to disturb him and left to handle the transfer. Just as he stepped out, Mu Yuyan walked in looking anxious and flustered. Cough, cough. Just as Qin Lang was immersed in thought about the underworld, he accidentally choked on his millet porridge and coughed twice. What was going on? Upon seeing this, Mu Yuyan rushed forward in panic, gently patting his back with her delicate little hand. Are you okay? Did you hurt somewhere? Why are you so foolish going to Mangdang Mountain? What? Qin Lang turned his head, puzzled. He didn't quite understand why Mu Yuyan looked so anxious and worried. Mu Yuyan bitterly complained, was it necessary? Even if I made mistakes in the past, you don't need to draw such clear lines between us, right? I already know. Ning told me. She said you went to Mangdang Mountain last night with Junzi to eliminate some experts on the assassination list, right? You could have left those matters to Junzi and the others. Oh, why did you need to show off? Mu Yuyan had been subtly inquiring about Qin Lang's whereabouts with a Ning early in the morning, forcing a Ning to contact Junzi, and that's how she found out about Qin Lang's trip to Mangdang Mountain. Moreover, Junzi even mentioned that Qin Lang was injured. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuyan could no longer sit still. The neatly stacked files in the office were left untouched as she immediately rushed to Qin Lang's home. Where are you hurt? Don't sit there, let me help you back to your room to rest for a while. Mu Yuyan supported Qin Lang's arm, dragging him toward the upstairs bedroom. After a hard time, she finally placed Qin Lang steadily on the bed and began to feel around his body to check for it. I have internal injuries that can't be seen from the outside. Cough, cough. Qin Lang clenched his fist to his mouth, coughing heavily, and bitterly smiled. Right now I feel like a useless person lacking any strength. I could probably be defeated by a girl. He shook his head, feeling a little melancholic. When Mu Yuyan was checking her hand, accidentally became too intimate, causing her to retract her palm in fright. Accompanied by Qin Lang's words in her mind, I could probably be defeated by a girl. Did that mean she was now stronger than— What do you want to do? Let me tell you, don't act recklessly. Some things cannot be changed in order. We must follow our hearts. Qin Lang looked at Mu Yuyan, whose gaze was becoming bolder, and was momentarily startled, widening his eyes and shouting loudly. However, Mu Yuyan was resolute. Her mind had been filled with Qin Lang's figure these days. What other retreat could she have? Following her heart. What she needed to do now was to obey her own feelings. She regretted it, feared that if she didn't establish some connection with Qin Lang, perhaps in the future there would truly be no possibility between the two. Qin Lang glanced at Mu Yuyin, who was approaching him, gulping in fear and retreating. Mu Yuyin, are you crazy? If you dare to do that, do you believe I won't let it go? Mu Yuyin, please calm down. Let's talk this through. There might be some misunderstanding between us. You can't do this. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Even if you continue like this, I will never give my heart to you. Oh, Mu Yuyin, do you believe that once I recover, I will confront you? Don't move around, you are injured. Mu Yuyin gently caressed Qin Lang's cheek, her beautiful eyes filled with deep affection. Qin Lang pushed Mu Yuyin away as she lunged at him, straightening her up, and coldly, saying, Mu Yuyin, I truly misjudged you. I never expected you to be this kind of person, taking advantage of my severe internal injury. If it were the day before, such words would have made Mu Yuyin's heart race anxiously. But now, does she not understand Qin Lang's true thoughts? It's just a case of saying one thing while feeling another. Deep down, she must be angry at his previous actions. Even Mu Yuyin herself didn't know why she felt like she had come to know two different people in Qin Lang. Before arriving in Tianhai City, she truly disliked that Qin Lang who would non-stop ramble every time they met, to the point she wished to stuff her stockings into his mouth to silence him. However, after coming to Tianhai City, the Qin Lang she encountered was entirely different from the previous one. From initially targeting him habitually to gradually being attracted to him, all of this happened subtly. Until she feared losing him and took such unprecedented action today, she felt no regret at all. She even secretly rejoiced, thinking she had made the right gamble. As for why, although Qin Lang's words were harsh, his actions conveyed the opposite. Time passed slowly, yet an entire hour went by. Her cheek pressed against Qin Lang's chest, embracing his neck, mumbling drowsily, Qin Lang. All her love poured out at that moment, and there was not a trace of shame in Mu Yuyin's heart. Her mind was filled entirely with the image of Qin Lang. She wanted to express it, to tell Qin Lang of her love. Rejection, humiliation. She didn't think about any of those. After resting for a moment, Mu Yuyin nestled close, showing no intention of leaving. Qin Lang struggled to take out a cigarette, lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a smoke ring. Mu Yuyin looked up, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of unusual gaze. Qin Lang chuckled, I almost forgot you don't like the smell of smoke. If you can't stand it, you can go back. Oh, I can't escort you either. Mu Yuyin's eyes sparkled as she took the cigarette from Qin Lang's hand, took a puff, and immediately coughed, releasing a cloud of chaotic smoke, far from forming even a single smoke ring. She stubbornly shook her head. What you like, I will try to accept. Although I still don't like the smell of smoke, at least I can say I don't hate it. Also, even if I wanted to leave now, I can't. Please forgive me. I won't go against you again. I really don't know what's wrong with me. Why, I used to feel utterly annoyed whenever I saw you, but now if I don't see you for a day, my heart feels empty. I have never pursued a boy, but I know that I have definitely fallen for you, the kind of deep affection. Hit me or scold me as you wish. In any case, I am being willful. Even if you try to chase me away, I won't leave. Even if you still don't accept me tomorrow, I will still come looking for you. Mu Yuyin lay on Qin Lang's chest, passionately saying a lot. Qin Lang silently listened, feeling a mix of emotions. Although they share the same name, they truly are not the same person. A sense of accomplishment suddenly surged. Qin Lang said nothing, only gave a light pat on Mu Yuyin's back. Mu Yuyin looked up in confusion. Was that a pat so light? Have you forgiven me? Qin Lang rolled his eyes, realizing that some tacit understanding still needs to be nurtured over time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for capturing the female lead. Mu Yuyin, reward 500 Destiny. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 Destiny villain points 1. Mu Yuyin collapsed in Qin Lang's arms and only woke up near evening due to the ringing of her phone. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and found Qin Lang lying at the head of the bed, somewhat shyly lowering his head. The earlier fierce momentum finally calmed down. Now facing Qin Lang, she felt an inexplicable sense. Aren't you going to answer the phone? Qin Lang glanced at the bag on the floor and asked strangely. Mu Yuyin mumbled softly. It's a company dinner I was planning to attend, but now I don't want to go anywhere. What other thoughts could she have? The dinner and singing to promote relationships had long been thrown to the back of her mind. All she wanted now was to be with Qin Lang. Qin Lang felt his stomach rumble and chuckled vaguely. It's almost dinner time. Aren't you going to consider my feelings? Su Xiaoxiao was busy tonight and would return late. Otherwise, Qin Lang wouldn't have been able to stay with Mu Yuyin until now. People are like iron and meals are like steel. One meal skipped makes one feel empty. Mu Yuyin shivered all over, shrank her neck, and stammered. If you agree to one request of mine, I'll cook for you, okay? Request. Qin Lang spat it out, smacking his lips, feeling somewhat unhappy. Was he too easy to win over, leaving Mu Yuyin feeling unaccomplished? Another request. Is she starting to act up again? Mu Yuyin lowered her head and weakly murmured, just give me a kiss, just one, okay? From morning until now, Qin Lang hadn't even touched her cheek. She felt a sense of loss, always believing she hadn't received the affection a girl should have. Smack. Qin Lang kissed Mu Yuyin on the cheek. Mu Yuyin got up ready to take a shower first before heading to the kitchen. Afterward, Mu Yuyin took a shower and then diligently busied herself in the kitchen, humming a tune while following a recipe on her phone, cooking dishes somewhat clumsily. After quite a while of effort, she finally managed to prepare a few home-cooked dishes. Though they didn't look particularly appetizing, they were edible, unlike the foolish girls in novels who blew up gas tanks. For an excellent girl like Mu Yuyan, even if she had never entered a kitchen, as long as she was willing to learn, she wouldn't be. How could such a basic mistake occur? Moreover, Mu Yuyan had occasionally cooked in the kitchen with her mother. She decided that if she had time she would cook more at home. As her mother said, to win a man's heart one must capture his stomach. She might not be able to do it now, but her mother could. If it really came to it, once her mother's health improved, she would invite her to Tianhai City for a while and learn from her. Drink some soup, your complexion is a bit pale. Mu Yuyan served a bowl of rib soup in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang took a small sip and tasted it. Mu Yuyan stood beside him, her beautiful eyes watching intently. When he swallowed, she hurriedly asked, "How does it taste? Is it too salty or too bland? If too salty, I can add some water and cook it again. If too bland, I can add some salt. The taste is fine, but it's already quite good like this." Qin Lang said nonchalantly, "You're not a chef, why are you so concerned? I want to know what flavors you like. It's not like I'm only cooking for you once." Mu Yuyan dragged a chair next to Qin Lang, helping him with many dishes into his bowl, resting her chin on her hand, watching him. Try them one by one. If any aren't good, I'll improve next time. Qin Lang felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. He suddenly sensed that Mu Yuyan was getting a bit too into her role. This look made her seem like a little wife. However, to be honest, this feeling was still quite nice. No matter the status, being cared for like this would make anyone feel good. Mu Yuyan wanted to get closer to Qin Lang and intentionally scooted her chair forward, accidentally bumping her calf and gasping in pain. Qin Lang, seeming indifferent, took out a wash-marrow pill and placed it in Mu Yuyan's mouth. After swallowing, she suspiciously asked, "What kind of candy is this?" "Sweet and delicious." Soon she felt a warmth spreading through her body and black sweat started to seep out. Qin Lang took a sip of rib soup and said nonchalantly, "It's a type of medication more miraculous than a beauty pill, capable of improving one's physical condition. With your current physique, how long will it take until I'm fully recovered?" Hearing this, a mist formed in Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes. Although Qin Lang's tone was cold, she understood the preciousness of the wash-marrow pill from his words, feeling an indescribable sense of gratitude. Today she really made the right bet. After dinner, under Qin Lang's intimidation, fearing she would embarrass herself in front of him, Mu Yuyan quickly called a Ning and drove back to her residence. As the sun set, a chilling atmosphere filled the air and a sense of crisis crept up her spine once again. Qin Lang leisurely took out a hook from the storage room, returned to his bedroom, stood on the table, and forcefully nailed the hook into the roof. The night deepened, and with a creaking sound, the bedroom's front door was pried open from the outside. Once again, the blood-colored mandala in her dark attire made her appearance. However, this time Qin Lang did not use the pitiful Hui Jia as a decoy, instead reclining leisurely against the headboard, smiling as he observed the graceful figure of the blood-colored mandala. "Are you here?" For some reason, even though the blood-colored mandala had come to kill him for revenge, she felt an inexplicable urge to let out a sound of acknowledgement. Before she could act, Qin Lang curiously asked, "Why do assassins always enter through the front door instead of the windows?" The blood-colored mandala's expression darkened. Did she not know that the windows were made of bulletproof glass? Even if one were to shoot at it with a submachine gun, it could withstand for a while. Not to mention whether she could even get a submachine gun. If she did, what use would it be? With that time, the person would have already escaped. Besides, she was an assassin, not a machine gunner. "Hurry up and change into..." Qin Lang tossed a set of clothes at the blood-colored mandala. Gritting her teeth, she glared at him and said, "Qin Lang, you really deserve to die." Qin Lang rolled his eyes. "Does it matter if I deserve to die? Can you defeat me? Now that I've discovered you, what threats are you? He'll give you a chance. Put on this outfit, and he'll let you use one hand." "Are you serious?" The blood-colored mandala glanced at the clothes on the floor. Although the fabric was a bit lacking, if it could truly reduce Qin Lang's combat power, she had no objections. Moreover, in front of Qin Lang, what was there to hesitate about? "You mean what you say, so hurry up, will you?" Qin Lang urged. Gritting her teeth, the blood-colored mandala picked up the clothes and stepped outside. When she re-entered, she wore a black leather outfit that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Qin Lang approached and swept his leg in a low kick, knocking the blood-colored mandala to the ground. He pinned her arm behind her back with his knee, threatening, "Are you convinced?" The blood-colored mandala trembled with rage. "I'm not convinced. You attacked me from behind." Attack from behind. Even Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh at the blood-colored mandala's words. "You're an assassin. Your job is to kill in the shadows. Now you're blaming me for attacking from behind. Did I ever say I wouldn't strike first? Besides, I still have one arm that hasn't been used yet. I haven't broken any. If you have the ability, let me go, and we'll fight face to face." The blood-colored mandala felt the familiar cold ground beneath her, her voice filled with anger. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. "Why would I want to fight you again? It's just one hand. I could still handle it with one hand." With practiced ease, he bound the blood-colored mandala. I give up. Let me go. I won't come back tomorrow night." For the first time, the blood-colored mandala showed submission in front of Qin Lang. "Now you know fear." Qin Lang patted her exquisite cheek. The blood-colored mandala had to suppress her inner rage, gritting her teeth and mumbling in acknowledgement. "Do you realize your own limitations?" I do." Qin Lang directly hoisted her up. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please let me go." The blood-colored mandala pleaded in terror. Even if she were to die, she did not want to endure such humiliation. Too late. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. The blood-colored mandala, in her panic, tried to struggle, but Qin Lang had already secured her. Qin Lang, I will kill you. If you don't kill me the next time I find an opportunity, I will flay you alive. Qin Lang, I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. I have a vendetta against you. The mandala roared. If it weren't for the soundproofing of the entire bedroom, one might think something extraordinary was happening. Qin Lang turned off the lights, took out earplugs from his system bag, and fell asleep listening to music. It wasn't that he didn't want to take action against the blood-colored mandala, but this woman had her merits. She was strong and could be cultivated. As a divine doctor, Qin Lang had an obligation to help her overcome her misandry. Only by breaking her pride would he have the chance to subdue her. A female assassin ranked third on the killer's list could be quite useful for some covert operations. The next morning after being released, the blood-colored mandala staggered to her feet, nearly walking along the wall as she left. Just before exiting, she glanced back at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with an intense killing intent. In the following days, Qin Lang had little to do, occasionally pondering how to deal with the son of Yin Qi. Sometimes he would work late into the night teaching Bai Xiaoyan her homework while discussing major business with Bai Ryu. Moreover, the evening activities remained as dull and tedious as ever. He continued to treat the blood-colored mandala, who sought his help during the night despite her severe illness. On Friday, the weather was clear. The patient, the blood-colored mandala, came knocking at night. Lang hung her up and On Saturday, the weather was cloudy, and it rained lightly in the evening. When the patient, the blood-colored mandala, came seeking treatment, she began to show symptoms of madness, and Lang stuffed a cloth in her mouth. On Sunday, the weather was clear. The patient's fruit knife was left at Lang's house the night before. When the patient came at night, without a knife, Lang handed it over, but the patient threw the fruit knife on the ground. Lang was furious and struck her thigh to vent his anger. Once again, it was deep into the night. The sun had just set, and the blood-colored mandala arrived a few hours early. Unfortunately, with no time to assist, Qin Lang had to report the truth, unable to continue the treatment. The blood-colored mandala turned to leave, but as she glanced back, the murderous intent in her gaze had diminished, replaced by a hint of resentment. Ding. The female protagonist, blood-colored mandala's emotions have fluctuated. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 Destiny villain points. Ding. The luck value of the child of Destiny Chen Pingon has decreased by 500 points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 Destiny villain points. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the child of Destiny's opportunity. Reward 1 Peach Blossom Talisman. When blood-colored mandala came more frequently now that there was no time, she just tossed her face and left. Sure enough, women are all just big pigs trotters. Fortunately, she provided 1,000 Destiny villain points, otherwise he would have suffered a huge loss. After checking the source of income on the system panel, Qin Lang was astonished to find that with the child of Destiny's luck points decreasing, he would no longer receive a 10-fold return, but rather a 20-fold return of Destiny villain points. With Chen Pingan's luck value reduced by 500 points, he received 10,000 Destiny villain points. If Yifeng was a free-range sheep, then Chen Pingan was definitely a sheep that had run away from home for several years. Why? Because this sheep, Chen Pingan, had been wandering outside for years without being sheared. With abundant resource, he could graze to his heart's content without worrying about going bald. Continuing to check in the system's backpack, a crimson talisman stood out prominently. Qin Lang took the Peach Blossom Talisman from the system backpack and clicked on the annotation section. Peach Blossom Talisman, a one-time product. After use, the host can randomly encounter a female with good fortune, continuously increasing affinity. Ding. Does the host choose to use the Peach Blossom Talisman? Yes. As soon as the words fell, the Peach Blossom Talisman transformed into a red light, dissipating into his body in strands. Qin Lang looked around, finding nothing unusual, but since it was a product of the system, he was still not worried about its effectiveness. He was just a bit curious about who would he randomly encounter. In order to make it effective sooner, Qin Lang got up, leaving the villa with an experimental attitude. Tonight, Junzi was on duty nearby, and upon seeing the young master leave, he approached curiously and asked, "Where are you going, young master?" "He'll go get the car." Qin Lang waved his hand. "No need just going out for a stroll. If you have nothing to do, could you help me buy 2 electric massagers? The large ones that take 6 batteries, no 8 batteries. Junzi didn't ask further, just nodded obediently, stepping back to buy the items. Meanwhile, Qin Lang walked out of the villa area, aimlessly wandering the streets. Not long after, he heard a woman's cry for help from a nearby alley. "Help! Help! What the hell? Here it comes." So mindlessly, Qin Lang stood frozen, staring into the dark alley, feeling a surge of emotion. It was truly a product of the system. This kind of foolish plot, which only the protagonist could encounter, he had stumbled upon. He stepped forward towards the alley where a group of 5 or 6 colorful-haired thugs was cornering a girl, or rather a woman, deep within the alley. Wearing a fitted white t-shirt and a black knee-length pencil skirt paired with black stockings and pointed high heels, she was the epitome of a workplace outfit. What's more, this woman wore a pair of scarlet glasses, enhancing the intellectual aura of her already gentle face. Zhou Zhiqing. This woman is definitely the stunning Professor Zhou Zhiqing from the original work. No doubt about it, those scarlet glasses paired with this teacher OL outfit. Apart from the beautiful Professor Zhou Zhiqing, who else could pull it off? Bang! Qin Lang stepped forward, kicking one of the thugs to the ground. Before the others could react, each received a kick, collapsing onto the ground. He didn't use too much force, otherwise this group of thugs would be doomed. Just rendering them incapable of fighting, he approached with a warm smile, asking, "Are you all right? Did they hurt you, eh?" "Thank you, I'm fine." Zhou Ziqing adjusted her scarlet glasses softly, her heart fluttering slightly. She said slowly, "Please wait here for a moment. I already called the police when I noticed these people were following me, and I disguised my call as talking to a friend to inform the police of my location. I intended to shout for help to attract attention so these thugs wouldn't act recklessly. I didn't expect to have drawn you here and to have defeated them." Wise, mature, intelligent, gentle, with a charming figure and the attributes of a stunning professor. In the original work, Zhou Ziqing was practically a perfect goddess. Yet in their first meeting, Qin Lang merely acted as a passive bodyguard. Had he not shown up, Zhou Ziqing probably wouldn't have faced any trouble. However, no matter how one looked at it, this first encounter left a good impression, a sense of affinity. Moreover, the Peach Blossom Talisman didn't only create one chance encounter, there would be more opportunities ahead. It's good if you're fine, then I'll accompany you to wait for a while. Qin Lang smiled, standing beside her, occasionally stealing glances at Zhou Ziqing's exquisite face. For the past few days, he had been pondering how to pursue the beautiful Professor Zhou Ziqing. He never expected the Peach Blossom Talisman's target would actually be her. It was simply a stroke of luck so wonderful. Dee. Not long after, a police car arrived. Several officers got out, including a female officer in a deep blue. "Take these people away. You two, if it's convenient, please come with me to record your statements." Zhou Ziqing turned, smiling gently like a blooming water lily, looking at Qin Lang, and softly said, "Do you have time? If you're busy, I can explain for you, and you can leave first. Today's incident has already disturbed you. I feel quite guilty to trouble you again. It's not a big deal. Since I'm free, I'll accompany you to go once." Qin Lang smiled warmly. He was a bit curious. Was the annotation of the Peach Blossom Talisman wrong? Wasn't it supposed to randomly encounter a faithful woman? But why did even the police flower Chinziki come? The female officer in the deep blue uniform stepping down from the police car, with her impressive aura and striking looks, could only be Chinziki. Even without asking Junzi to gather photos of the faithful women, he could confidently conclude that this female officer was undoubtedly Chinziki. In one night, encountering two faithful women had the Peach Blossom Talisman triggered a critical hit. Subsequently, amid the blaring sirens of the police cars, Qin Lang and Zhou Ziqing were taken to the station together. However, the location for recording their testimonies was different. Zhou Ziqing was in the hall, actively explaining the sequence of events surrounding the incident, as well as how she called the police. The officer, taking notes occasionally, gave her a thumbs up, praising her cleverness and intelligence. Qin Lang, on the other hand, was taken away alone by Chinziki to a special small interrogation room furnished with just a wooden table and a particularly bright desk lamp. Chinziki sat across from him, directing the lamp's light at Qin Lang's eyes, holding a small notebook. Her handsome face bore a serious expression devoid of any smile as she stated her background. Qin Lang, 25 years old, from Yinjing, recently arrived in Tianhai City. After a lengthy monologue, her voice suddenly turned cold as she questioned, "Were you present when the murder occurred at Mangding Mountain a few days ago?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. He knew Chinziki was an incorruptible female officer, but he hadn't expected her to be aware of the incident at Mangding Mountain. Surprise aside, he wasn't afraid and humorously retorted, "Beautiful officer, are you mistaken? I was the one who acted heroically to save someone. Why are you questioning me about this? You recognized me already, oh, what more is there to ask? Isn't the case at Mangding Mountain already closed?" Chinziki sneered, "The battle on the assassin list. Do you think everyone in our station is a fool? The bloodstains there, the injuries and deaths certainly exceed the number of people present at the scene. In addition, there have been numerous injuries at the Black Dragon Private Hospital in the past few days which are definitely related to this incident. Qin Lang, I know your background, and I also know Lin Jun is associated with you. However, some things, if wrong, are wrong. You must pay the price. No matter who you are or whose son you are. No way. No way. You can't be thinking of putting me in jail, right?" Qin Lang pretended to be surprised. "Be serious. No one is joking with you." Chinziki maintained her stern face, her eyes filled with a hint of anger. What she detested most was this kind of arrogant second-generation rich kids with connections. Upholding justice and clarifying the case is her lifelong pursuit, closely linked to the horrific experiences with her family during her childhood. Thus, she treated criminals with an especially cold demeanor. Qin Lang shrugged and quoted a classic line from a scoundrel, "If you think that way, I can't help it." Just then, the door of the interrogation room was opened. It was a police officer from the station, accompanied by Zhou Ziqing. "What's going on? Can't you see him in the middle of an interrogation?" Chinziki chastised the officer irritably. The officer lowered his head in embarrassment, feeling awkward to admit that he couldn't refuse Zhou Ziqing's request. Moreover, Zhou Ziqing had valid reasons to request to see Qin Lang, her lifesaver. Zhou Ziqing walked into the interrogation room in her sharp high heels, looking suspiciously at Chinziki. "Officer, what do you mean by interrogation?" "This Mr. Qin Lang saved my life. Oh, why are you interrogating him?" Chinziki's tone softened. "This matter has nothing to do with you. It is a different case. If you have no further business, you are free to leave for now." "Leave? How could I leave? With my lifesaver being interrogated here, if I remain indifferent, wouldn't that be heartless?" Zhou Ziqing shook her head, taking a step forward to stand next to Qin Lang, a refreshing fragrance invading his nostrils. She no longer spoke in an inquiring tone, but became assertive, locking eyes with Chinziki. May I ask, do you have any evidence of Qin Lang's crime? Or is there a witness who saw him committing any illegal acts? Chen Ziki remained silent. Zhou Ziqing continued her questioning. If there is no evidence, what basis do you have for interrogating him? What right do you have? Just because Mr. Qin Lang saved my life and kindly accompanied me to the station to give a statement, you take this opportunity to tarnish the good man's intentions. Chen Ziki opened her mouth, wanting to defend herself. She was upright and honest, accustomed to dealing with criminals who felt guilty and would slip up easily, but now she encountered a stubborn Qin Lang and the extraordinarily eloquent and logical beautiful professor, leaving her at a loss for words. No way out. She initially intended to press Qin Lang for information because the case at Mangdang Mountain was too peculiar, and the only one who could command Lin Jun's group of retired special forces was none other than Qin Lang. But now confronted by Zhou Ziking's relentless questioning, how could she continue to hold on to Qin Lang? You can go now. Chen Ziki glanced at Qin Lang and waved her hand. She had temporarily given up on the interrogation, but once she gathered evidence, she would definitely seek trouble with Qin. Before Qin Lang could rise, Zhou Ziqing placed her delicate hand on his shoulder, looking intently at Chen Ziki. Please apologize to Mr. Qin Lang for your rudeness. If you truly find evidence of Mr. Qin Lang's crime, I will remember everything said today and will apologize. There's no need, right? The officer beside them awkwardly smiled. It was his first time seeing the captain pushed to such a point, and he sympathetically spoke up to advise. Zhou Ziqing shook her head. It is necessary. If you police use a criminal's good intentions to capture them, I believe that this violates the principles of arrest and undermines the sanctity of this profession, leading me to doubt your professionalism. Wow. Qin Lang sat there, suddenly wanting to stand up and support Zhou Ziqing from behind. What she said was brilliant and very reasonable. No wonder she was the stunning professor from Tianhai University. Oh, look how Chen Ziki was left with a darkened face. I'm sorry. Chen Ziki coldly uttered a single sentence and left without another word, directly exiting the inn. Qin Lang watched her graceful silhouette, and in his heart, he had already transformed his plan towards this fortunate woman from a chance encounter into a hunt. Play with him. He still had an ace up his sleeve regarding Chen Ziki that he hadn't used yet. Impressive, keep being impressive. Oh, let's see how long you can keep it up. Mr. Qin Lang, I truly apologize for frightening you. Zhou Ziqing smiled bitterly. Qin Lang quickly shook his head, a warm smile on his face. No, it was me who frightened you. Chinese culture is vast and profound with a long history. Even though Zhou Ziqing was well-versed in knowledge, she wouldn't think along those lines and proactively invited, thanks to you tonight, Mr. Qin Lang, otherwise I might have faced some losses. How about this, let me treat you to a late-night snack? How does noodles sound? Zhou Ziqing shook her head. I would be willing to personally feed you. However, I came out tonight for a reason. I need to visit a student of mine whose family owns a noodle shop. I was thinking if Mr. Qin Lang doesn't mind, it would be a great opportunity to try it. The taste is quite good. Then it would be disrespectful not to comply. Qin Lang stopped joking. Although Zhou Ziqing wore a smile, she was actually hiding her true feelings deep within. There were only a few students she could get close to. Now she mentioned her family owning a noodle shop. Aside from the campus beauty Lin Xier, who else could it be? Although Zhou Ziqing personally invited him, it was indeed a great temptation for Qin Lang. Yet with a sense of priority and balance, Qin Lang was still able to maintain his composure. The two of them left the station together, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the street filled with snacks. Walking alongside a mature, intellectual, and stunningly beautiful professor like Zhou Ziqing attracted the attention of passersby. Fortunately, Qin Lang's identity was that of an antagonist. Consequently, the most the onlookers could do was envy and be jealous, and no one dared to say anything disrespectful. They stopped in front of Shaolin Noodle Shop. The shop owner, upon seeing Zhou Ziqing, immediately approached with a familiar smile. Teacher Zhou, you're here. This is your boyfriend. The owner glanced at Qin Lang, who stood next to Zhou Ziqing, and found him quite handsome. Even standing beside a beauty like Zhou Ziqing, he appeared perfectly matched. He is a friend of mine. We came to try your... Zhou Ziqing explained with a smile, then looked at Qin Lang. What would you like to eat? I've loved braised beef noodles since I was young. Qin Lang replied, glancing at the menu stuck to the table. Zhou Ziqing nodded and turned to the shop owner. Then 2 bowls of braised beef noodles, please. Sure thing, Teacher Zhou. You all sit down and I'll call Sierra out right away. The shop owner wiped her hands on her apron and jogged back inside. The noodle shop had a canopy set up outside with a few folding tables and chairs where Qin Lang and Zhou Ziqing sat facing each other. Zhou Ziqing unusually took the initiative to ask, Mr. Qin Lang, what do you do? Me? I'm just a spendthrift living off my family's wealth, Qin Lang replied candidly. However, I recently found a connection to transfer to Tianhai University. I want to learn some knowledge to better manage the family business in the future, so it doesn't go bankrupt due to my incompetence. Oh really? Just transferred. What's your major? Zhou Ziqing became interested and curiously asked. Qin Lang shrugged. International trade and economics. International trade. Zhou Ziqing was surprised and then couldn't help but chuckle. Who knows, I might even be your teacher. Ahem, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Zhou Ziqing and I am a professor in the Chinese department at Tianhai University. I also teach some courses in other majors, and I currently have a class in international trade. Zhou Ziqing assumed a teacher's stance, becoming serious in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang, feigning ignorance, flattered her. If I end up in Teacher Zhou's class, I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Before Zhou Zhiqing could respond, a girl in a floral long dress arrived in an electric wheelchair from inside the noodle shop. She was elegant and refined, possessing a light, ethereal aura. Her skin was delicate, and she wore a happy expression with sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks. Her eyes resembled clear water, and as she glanced about, she exuded an air of grace that captivated others, making them feel inferior and hesitant to intrude. Yet this pure and beautiful girl was unable to walk and could only sit in a wheelchair. Teacher Zhou, why are you here? Lin Sierra said with a look of joy. She was both a student and a confidant of Zhou Zhiqing, sharing everything with her, even personal matters she wouldn't tell her parents. Zhou Zhiqing smiled gently, as if she were seeing her own younger sister. With a tone reminiscent of an older sister, she lightly pinched Lin Sierra's cheek. Why can't I come? Or is it true that the rumors in class about you and Huang Wenbin are real? Have you got a boyfriend and are ignoring your sister? Lin Sierra hurriedly shook her head. No way. I have nothing to do with Huang Wenbin. I've told him that, but he just won't give up. He's not my type in. She glanced down at her legs, instinctively feeling a sense of loss. And what? Zhou Zhiqing praised. You don't know how many girls envy you for having such a stunning face. Lin Sierra pouted. Teacher Zhou, you just like to tease me. I would believe others saying that, but when such a beautiful person like you says it, I can't feel happy at all. Even teachers envy you. Zhou Zhiqing turned to Qin Lang, teasingly asking, don't you think what the teacher said is right? Qin Lang didn't respond, but furrowed his brows, staring at Lin Sierra's fair, beautiful legs. Lin Sierra felt uncomfortable under his gaze and instinctively pulled down her already long dress. She felt a bit embarrassed to ask. She initially thought the handsome guy who came with Teacher Zhou was quite charming, but now she didn't like him much. Who stares at a girl's legs like that upon first meeting? His gaze was fixed without even a hint of distraction. It was Mr. Qin Lang. Zhou Zhiqing softly reminded him. Huh. Qin Lang seemed startled, awake, replying in surprise, what's wrong? Zhou Zhiqing helped Qin Lang save face with a smile, saying, though Sierra is beautiful, you don't need to keep staring at her like that. Look at how uncomfortable she is getting. Lin Sierra rolled her eyes at Zhou Zhiqing in mock annoyance. Qin Lang, however, showed no embarrassment and instead expressed the thoughts he had been holding back for a while. She's beautiful, but I'm more curious. This student sits in a wheelchair. Illogically, she shouldn't be able to walk. But why do her legs show no signs of atrophy and instead appear so perfectly formed? Lin Sierra, the campus beauty, is portrayed in the original work as a pure and sacred lotus emerging from the mud without being sullied and remaining untainted from the clean water. Her legs are disabled and unhealable, yet remain straight, slender, and fair. This is a significant flaw of the author, yet seeing it in person, Qin Lang had to give the author some credit. This flaw, it can be enjoyed for a whole year. Lin Sierra lowered her head, unable to hide her disappointment. I've been to the hospital for many checkups, but those experts can't find the real cause. They say it might be a nerve issue or perhaps a malfunction with the joints and bone marrow, but in any case, I just can't stand up. Qin Lang curiously asked, do you have any sensation? Lin Sierra shook her head. No, something's not right. Your legs look so beautiful with an icy skin and jade-like bones. If there was really an issue with the bone marrow, they shouldn't be growing this healthily. Moreover, a problem with the bone marrow should be systemic. Qin Lang feigned ignorance, appearing quite skeptical. Zhou Zhiqing asked in confusion, do you understand medicine? Qin Lang nodded. I know a little bit. He looked at Lin Sierra, awkwardly opening his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Lin Sierra nonchalantly said, if you have any questions, just ask. It's been so many years, I don't care about these things anymore. If I can't stand, then I can't stand. It's not like I can't live. Qin Lang took out a silver needle, smiled. I want to test my medical skills, though I don't know if it will work. Zhou Zhiqing nervously said, if you're not very skilled, it's better not to mess around. Chinese medicine's acupuncture is miraculous, but it can also lead to mistakes. Lin Sierra seemed unconcerned. It's fine. I have no sensation anyway. What harm could it do to try? Let's just... Qin Lang left his seat, stepped forward, squatted beside Lin Sierra's wheelchair, and deftly inserted the silver needle an inch below her slender waist. The advanced medical skills obtained from the system lottery were no joke. Even Qin Pingan would not necessarily be more proficient in medicine than Qin Lang here. At least Qin Pingan had not yet developed to the later stages. His medical skills had not truly reached their peak. It feels tingly and numb, like little bugs are biting me, Lin Sierra said with a bitter smile, but I originally had since... Just then the landlady came out with 2 bowls of beef noodles. She was about to ask something when Qin Lang lightly slapped Lin Sierra's knee with his hand. Though the movement was slight, her left leg still involuntarily made a noticeable arc upwards. Snap! The landlady froze and placed the 2 bowls of beef noodles in her hands, crashing to the ground in a mess. The broth splashed onto her calves, but she felt nothing at all. She hurried forward excitedly, exclaiming, tears in her eyes, Sierra, your legs. Your legs reacted. Lin Sierra also widened her eyes in disbelief. The knee reflex. This is the knee reflex. How could this happen? Clearly I have no sensation in both legs. How could there be a knee reflex? Qin Lang twisted the silver needle in Lin Sierra's back, pushing it deeper, and then he struck her knee with more force. Whoosh! A leg shot up rapidly, directly facing Qin Lang, who had just moved in front of Lin Sierra. Qin Lang quickly lowered his head and Lin Sierra's left leg naturally rested on his shoulder. He looked up and Lin Sierre covered her skirt, quickly averting her gaze for a moment. They weren't that familiar after all, and some basic etiquette still needed to be observed. Cough cough. I'm sorry I used a bit too much strength. Qin Lang awkwardly smiled, holding her delicate and translucent ankle gently, placing Lin Sierre's foot back on the footrest of the wheelchair. It seems this is not a problem with the joints and bone marrow. Then what is the problem? Zhou Ziqing, Lin Sierre and the landlady asked in unison. Qin Lang replied seriously, it's a nerve issue. It's a nerve issue. This condition is likely to be misdiagnosed with current medical methods. Even in the capital, there are very few top experts in this area, making it difficult to treat. Little miracle worker, do you know any experts in this field? Or can you cure Sierra's illness? The landlady asked eagerly, though she shouldn't have believed such a young guy. But the miraculous scene had just happened right before her eyes. Her daughter had no sensation in her legs, which had been a consensus for 20 years. Yet just moments ago this young man had pierced her with needles, and there was now a knee reflex. If he isn't a little miracle worker, then what could he be? I can't be sure. I do know some experts, but they might not be available. They are all of a level similar to royal physicians. Moreover, your daughter's legs are a bit complicated and need some adjustment. Otherwise, even if a Western medicine expert came, it would be hard to untangle those complex nerves. A slight mistake could lead to lifelong paralysis. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, glancing at Zhou Ziqing, who was expectantly watching from the side. There are rules in this. I shouldn't have intervened, but Miss Lin Sierre has a deep relationship with Professor Zhou, and I owe him a favor today, so I'm breaking the rules this once. Sect. Nonsense sect. He said this on purpose, just to shift the reason for treating Lin Sierre onto Zhou Ziqing. It was akin to saying in front of Lin Sierre and her mother, Professor Zhou, I broke the sect's rules for you. Isn't that? It was just a personal favor. Saying a few words was not a waste of time for Qin Lang. The three of them, under the gaze of a few patrons, went upstairs to the noodle shop. In Lin Sierre's bedroom, simply decorated. She lay on the bed, her voice trembling. I'm a bit scared. Can you be gentle when you insert the needles later? Qin Lang shook his head. No, it must be firm. Only by applying force and making you feel pain will it be effective. Don't worry, it will only be uncomfortable at first, and the pain will be intense. But over time you'll gradually adapt. Hiss. It hurts so much. Lin Sierre raised her delicate chin, crying out in pain. The landlady watched from the side, heartbroken. Little miracle worker Sierre is quite afraid of pain. Please be gentle, don't use so much strength. Qin Lang's palm moved up Lin Sierre's calf inch by inch, occasionally accompanied by the fall of a few silver needles. With every needle insertion and upward movement of his hand, Lin Sierre would gasp in cold breaths, and delicate beads of sweat appeared on her smooth forehead. Zhou Ziqing listened to the conversation among the three and felt something was odd, but she couldn't remind them, and could only comfort Lin Sierre. The fact that Sierre knows pain indicates there is a reaction. I never expected that Mr. Qin Lang, whom I met, would have such skills. She felt a bit emotional. If it hadn't been for her being followed tonight, if she hadn't shouted for help, Qin Lang wouldn't have stepped into it. She wouldn't have been brought in front of Lin Sierre either. Is this what they call fate? Over half an hour passed. Qin Lang collapsed on the bed, his head toward the quilt. He turned his head, looking at Lin Sierre, who had also turned her head away, and asked, what does it feel like? It feels a bit tingly and numb, very strange. Lin Sierre replied, her legs still somewhat numb, speaking uncertain. I'm sorry I accidentally wet your bed. Qin Lang regained some strength, shifted his body, awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead, and forced a bitter smile. Lin Sierre lay there shaking her head. Thank you. Although it hurts a lot, I feel some sensation in my legs now. Over the past 20 years her family had taken her to countless hospitals, all in vain. Not only had they failed to cure her, but they couldn't even determine the cause of her illness. However, now with Qin Lang's intervention, hope had reignited within her, and it was a significant hope. Her legs had sensation, she felt pain. Finally, there was a chance to become a normal girl. The shopkeeper nervously asked, little divine doctor, can Sierra walk? Zhou Ziqing looked on with anticipation. Qin Lang smiled wryly and waved his hand. It's not that simple. Having been paralyzed for 20 years, even if treatment were possible, it wouldn't happen overnight. It requires gradual conditioning. I can help your daughter with a few massages when I have time to help her body recover. At the same time, I will also help connect with top experts in Yanjing to discuss the specific timing for surgery. With advanced medical skills, it can be said that just relying on Qin Lang alone could allow Lin Sierre to stand briefly in a short time. However, it was only a brief moment of standing. In order to ensure that Lin Sierre could walk without worry, he needed to collaborate with top experts in this field for a joint consultation to truly help her recover. What he said was based on reason. It was definitely not to deliberately increase opportunities to interact with Lin Sierre under the guise of treatment. He certainly wouldn't intentionally complicate the treatment process to let Lin Sierre and her mother, as well as Zhou Ziqing, realize how much effort and connections he was expending. Little divine doctor, thank you, truly thank you for being willing to help. As long as you can cure Sierra, our family. Our family. The shopkeeper tightly grasped Qin Lang's hand, unable to contain her excitement. She wanted to say something in return, but looking at Qin Lang's handsome appearance and his extraordinary medical skills and connections, she didn't know what she could offer to satisfy him. Not to mention anything else, just the top experts in neurology in Yanjing are at the level of imperial physicians. Who could possibly invite them? Although he had only a couple of morning appointments at a large hospital during the week, the slots had long been booked. Without Qin Lang's assurance, Lin Xier might never have the chance to meet such imperial physicians in her lifetime. Thank you so much, truly thank you. The shopkeeper felt an impulse to kneel, but it was Zhou Ziqing who stopped her. Qin Lang quickly helped the shopkeeper up, smiling, "Auntie, please don't be so emotional. I'm also very happy to be of help. Regarding your daughter's legs, I actually kept watching for quite a while outside, not because I noticed any issues, but because they are too perfect. Your daughter almost thought I was some kind of bad person." Mentioning the previous misunderstanding, Lin Xier shyly buried her head into the pillow. She hadn't expected that her thoughts would be seen through by Qin Lang. Had she been too obvious in her behavior? Or was Qin Lang too clever? Let's stop treatment here for tonight. Sierra needs some time to adapt. I'll come again when I have time. He clearly could have offered more comforting words to help Lin Xier and her mother feel at ease, but he deliberately chose to be vague, not even mentioning when he would come again. A classic skill of a scoundrel's suspense. Before Qin Lang visits again, Lin Xier will remain in a state of uncertainty, often thinking of him. Of course, Qin Lang didn't think that such a short time together would lead Lin Xier to develop feelings, but to make her think of him so often was already quite effective. Afterward, Qin Lang and Zhou Ziqing went downstairs, had 2 bowls of noodles filled with beef, chatted for a while, exchanged contact information, and then returned to their respective homes. The next morning, Su Xiaoxiao lay in Qin Lang's arms, rubbing her drowsy eyes, pouting a little, and gently kissed. "Can we sleep a little longer? You came back so late last night, and now you have to go to the orphanage." Qin Lang affectionately stroked her head. Su Xiaoxiao obediently replied, leaning her head against his shoulder and rubbing her hair against Qin Lang's cheek. She didn't know why, but she loved being intimate with the young master like this. That made her heart feel sweet. Now the orphanage has a better environment, and the director has more energy to teach the children. "Although I'm not very smart, I can still help with teaching little kids." Qin Lang replied somewhat exasperatedly. "Although the school hasn't been built yet, I can hire a few teachers to help, so you're not so busy every day. It pains me to see you so exhausted. I quite like being a teacher." Su Xiaoxiao softly mumbled, pressing her hand against Qin Lang's chest, sweetly whispering, "Besides, at home, you don't want me to do housework every day, so I'm just idle anyway." "You." Qin Lang gently tapped her forehead with his hand, saying, "You can't just keep yourself busy all day. Even if you're helping out, you need to give yourself some time to rest. Always making yourself dizzy. Don't you consider how I feel watching you?" "Young master." Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes shimmered with ripples, feeling warm inside. "Being a bit busy is fine. I was planning to hire teachers anyway, and since you're willing to be one, it's like I've hired you." Qin Lang pondered for a moment and said, "How about I give you a salary? It wouldn't seem right for you to be a teacher without pay." "No, I don't want a salary." Su Xiaoxiao jumped in surprise, hugging Qin Lang's neck tightly. "I owe you so much money already. Being a teacher is something I willingly do. I don't want a single penny. I can't repay that much money in this lifetime. I'll come back in my next life and the life after that to serve the young master and repay the debt." Little girls, especially those as innocent as Su Xiaoxiao, are the most afraid of losing and understand how to cherish. In the past, she didn't know how to express herself. Now she had learned how to repay interest. With familiarity, she wrinkled her brow and then gave him a kiss. There was nothing to feel shy about. After all, she was already the young master's. "What have I done since my reincarnation? Why am I constantly surrounded by women? Is this really my new life? My life shouldn't be like this. It's so discouraging." Qin Lang lay on the bed, his eyes vacant and bewildered, feeling utterly dazed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes later, Qin Lang's thoughts gradually became clearer and his mind began to flow. What a wonderful life this is. What is there to complain about? Why did he just have such a pessimistic thought about life? Looking down, he suddenly realized. Oh, it turns out that was a moment of enlightenment. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10,003 villain points. With the sun high in the sky, Su Xiaoxiao finally had the chance to fulfill her dream of becoming a teacher at the orphanage, walking along the wall to exit. Life is tough, but one must continue to move forward. Since there's no way to change the situation, one should learn to enjoy it. Su Xiaoxiao has already started to learn how to enjoy life. Meanwhile, Qin Lang, invited by Mu Yuyin, went to the banquet. Because of the relationship he formed with Mu Yuyin, the rift between Mu Yuyin and her best friend Lin Yuchu was mended. Lin Yuchu is not ungrateful. To express her gratitude for the favor at the Queen's bar, she specifically invited Qin Lang for a meal through Mu Yuyin. The Maybach stopped at the entrance of the Kaiyuan Hotel, where Lin Yuchu and Mu Yuyin had been waiting for a long time. "Why is your face so pale, just like my dad?" Lin Yuchu was surprised to see Qin Lang for the first time. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. How could he not be pale? How much energy had he exhausted? It's fine, it's fine. Today I'll have the kitchen prepare something for you to replenish your strength." Lin Yuchu confidently patted her chest. The three of them arrived at the private room where the plastic sisterhood incident had occurred last time. Lin Yuchu raised a glass and said to Qin Lang, "Thank you for saving me last time. If it weren't for you, those guys would have really imprisoned me. I want say more, but it's all in the drink." Gulp. She finished the small glass of liquor in one go, tipping it upside down, leaving not a single drop. "How bold." Qin Lang, Lin Yuchu will say this: "If you ever need anything, just come to me. I won't refuse anything I can help with." Lin Yuchu sat down, her striking black eyes highlighted by the national treasure print on her shirt. Qin Lang pondered for a moment and asked, "The best private hospital in Tianhai City is owned by your family, right?" Lin Yuchu nodded. "Yes, how did you know?" "After all, Tianhai City is the main base of our family's business. There are too many wealthy families in Yinjing, and we couldn't compete, so the family moved the economic center to Tianhai City. Mu Yuyan was surprised. Yu Youchu, how does that relate to making money? Did your family get involved? Are you all so good at making money? My family is wealthy. Lin Youchu said proudly. Our Lin family members are born to be in business. Each one has a business mind. Isn't that right? Qin Lang chimed in, fully agreeing. If the Lin family knows how to make money, Qin Lang, wholehearted. In making money, the more unscrupulous and shameless you are, the more you earn. How shameless is the Lin family? It's been passed down through generations. The Lin family's old patriarch was one of the best at making money, leaving behind treasures that, while not rivaling a nation in wealth, are still substantial assets. How did they earn it? By unscrupulous means. How morally bankrupt? At the point of death, not even a vine was left. I might have a friend who needs your help. Oh, just giving you a heads up. Qin Lang smiled. He wasn't planning to seek out some top experts for Lin Xier. Bringing someone of that caliber would cause too much commotion, hindering his further development with Lin Xier. Moreover, with his adjustments, Lin Xier's leg could recover by 70 to 80%. A simple operation to realign the misplaced bones would suffice. No need for top-tier experts. Even a slightly astute doctor would be more than adequate. If he mentioned this to Lin Xier and her mother, he would be deliberately complicating matters. Later, he could discuss with Lin Youchu how to set up a proper occasion, and that would be it. While chatting, waiters continuously brought dishes to the table. A stir-fried revolutionary flower was served, vibrant and aromatic, looking particularly appetizing. Qin Lang's mouth twitched as he looked suspiciously at Lin Youchu beside him. Is this what you meant by supplementing me? Lin Youchu nodded seriously. Yes, my dad often turns pale. Whenever that happens, he eats this dish, and it works. Mu Yiyin curiously picked up a piece with her chopsticks, examining it for a moment, but couldn't figure out what it was, and asked curiously, what dish is this? I've never seen it before, let alone eaten it. Lin Youchu opened her mouth, unsure where to begin explaining. Qin Lang chuckled. It's an organ that supplements the body. An organ? What kind of organ? Do people have it? Mu Yuyin, full of curiosity, turned her head and gazed into Qin Lang's deep eyes like a curious student. Well, Qin Lang pondered for a moment. I have this kind of organ, but Lin Youchu does not. Mu Yuyin shook her head. What about me? Qin Lang maintained a serious face, holding back a laugh. You sometimes have it, and sometimes you don't. Even if Mu Yuyin had never eaten this dish with this hint, how could she not understand? She was so startled that her hand shook and the piece she was holding fell onto her skirt. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, a playful look on his face. Oh, this thing is quite capable. Once chopped and cooked, it actually knows how to find its way home. You just like to bully people. Mu Yuyin's beautiful face turned crimson as she rolled her eyes at Qin Lang, hurriedly using her chopsticks to flick the piece off her skirt. She lightly patted Qin Lang's shoulder with a hint of annoyance, huffing. You are so annoying. Qin Lang shrugged. Well, since I'm so annoying, then next time I just won't let it go home. And you say there are people here. Mu Yuyin shyly reached out to cover Qin Lang's mouth. The two of them looked towards Lin. Woof! Me. Lin Youchu wanted to cry, opening her mouth just to make a sound. Not like this. Today, why does it feel like she is a single dog trapped and waiting to be slaughtered? Furthermore, she has even lost her own peace. Looking down, oh, she doesn't have that thing. Could you not flaunt your affection in front of me? Yuyin is my best friend, and now she's being pushed around like a pig. Can you not do that in front of me? Lin Youchu pouted with a hint of grievance, feeling quite distressed. It hurt. It was uncomfortable. It felt as if something important inside her heart had been snatched away. You may be petite, Youchu, but you're not young anymore. It's time to find a partner. Mu Yuyin said somewhat shyly after helping Qin Lang with a few dishes with a serious tone. Lin Youchu rolled her eyes instantly, saying, find a partner. Those stinky men are all no good. I have money if I want it, and I have a good figure. If I want to find someone, what kind of man can I find? My parents keep urging me to go on blind dates every day. I really don't know what they're thinking. The candidates are no better than Qin. Speaking of finding a partner, Lin Youchu was filled with frustration, chattering away in complaint. As she spoke, she glanced at Qin Lang, and suddenly a sly smile appeared on her face. A flash of inspiration struck her. They were both second-generation rich kids, and Qin Lang was definitely a top-tier playboy in Yinjing. If she took Qin Lang out and said he was her boyfriend, who would dare to go on a blind date with her? Don't look at me, don't even think about it, no way. Qin Lang glanced over and immediately rejected her, knowing exactly what Lin Youchu was thinking. This woman isn't a good person. It's the same old routine, just using the lucky son as a shield while furthering the... Now that the lucky son Yifeng has been utterly defeated, Lin Youchu is setting her sights on him. But Qin Lang was unwilling to complicate a simple matter. Did Lin Youchu, a shaky M, really need to make things so complicated? Before Lin Youchu could say anything, the door of the private room was pushed open from the outside, and a flustered waiter rushed in saying, Miss, it's bad. Someone has suddenly fainted at the hotel entrance. They said they got food poisoning from our hotel's dishes. The lobby manager has already gone over, but that family specifically requested to see our leader. Lin Youchu rolled her eyes. Her mood was already bad, and now this. They fainted and didn't call an ambulance first, but came here to see the leader. What's the deal? It's clear they want to extort money, right? Let's go take a look. It's probably nothing. We'll go with you. Mu Yuyin kindly suggested. Lin Youchu nodded, and the group took the elevator straight down to the lobby. By By this time, quite a few people had gathered in the lobby. There were the lobby manager of Kaiyuan Hotel and other staff, as well as some onlookers watching the commotion. Who was in charge of this hotel? A fierce woman shouted loudly, "Look, my husband ate your food and is now unconscious. You must take full responsibility." The lobby manager approached, mumbling quietly beside Lin Youchu. "Miss, this guest seems to be ill. This woman knows what she's doing. She's just trying to make a scene to extort money. We can ignore her and wait for the ambulance." The fierce woman raised her voice even higher. "What are you whispering about? Do you think you can collude with each other?" Everyone looked. This hotel is so large, yet when something happens there's no accountability. Is this how rich people behave? Will we still be able to eat here in the future? The woman shouted towards the crowd, outraged, stirring up their anger. Commonly known as bringing the rhythm. Even though Mu Yuyin had no connection to Kaiyuan Hotel, she felt a surge of anger. "I'm a doctor, let me take a look." At that moment, a young man dressed in cheap clothes and worn-out canvas shoes stepped forward confidently. Qin Lang turned his head and glanced. A bystander suffering from an illness treating him, helping Lin Youchu resolve a trouble, building connections. Wow, this is the treatment of a lucky son. This is Qin Pingon. Has this guy come down from the mountain? The first person he wants to flirt with is actually Lin Youchu. Qin Lang cleared his throat and stood up leisurely, saying, "I am a descendant of the divine doctor of Yinjing. I have seen this kind of illness at least 80 times. Let me take a look." "There's no need to shout here like a shrew." The fierce woman pointed at Qin Pingon and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Just because you say you can treat illnesses you think you can. Are you out of your mind? Are you someone they sent to deliberately cause trouble?" Qin Pingon was somewhat dumbfounded. What the hell did he say? The guy next to him was the one speaking with anger. Why wasn't this fierce woman scolding Qin Lang, but instead target? "I tell you, don't think about messing around. If anything happens to my husband, you will be the first to take the blame." The fierce woman pointed at Qin Pingon, berating him. She wasn't stupid. Even throwing a tantrum requires some discernment. Although she wasn't from the wealthy class, she had some insight. One was dressed in cheap clothes while the other was elegant and charming. Who to scold isn't scolding. She definitely had to pick on someone easy to bully. "You guys restrain her. I'll step in." Qin Lang instructed a few security guards at the lobby. Lin Youchu wanted to stop him, but was shot a glance by the obedient Mu Yuyin and obediently helped direct the security. Several security guards blocked the fierce woman, allowing Qin Lang to approach without any hindrance, and he checked the pulse of the man who had fainted and was convulsing. His brow furrowed tightly, then relaxed. In the corner of his vision, he discreetly pricked the comatose man with silver needles a few times, then withdrew them without anyone noticing. Qin Lang stood up and adjusted his slightly crumpled suit. Lin Youchu approached curious and asked, "Do you really know med? What's wrong with this person?" Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Nothing serious, it's not worth mentioning." "Then why don't you just treat him? That woman is causing trouble here, which isn't good for our hotel's reputation," Lin Youchu muttered softly. Qin Lang rolled his eyes, saying, "It's not my field of expertise. What does it have to do with me?" He turned to the fierce woman and said loudly, "Stop making a scene here. It's not a big deal. Contact the funeral home, send a car over, and take him away for cremation." A single sentence left the sharp-tongued woman utterly bewildered. Suddenly a memory from her past surfaced unbidden. Months earlier, she had been assigned a business trip by her company. Upon landing, she checked into a modest hotel, only to receive a call asking whether she required the services of a handsome young man. She declined, but the caller insisted the handsome man could last a full hour for just 200 yuan. Incensed, she refused to believe any man could endure so long. Yet when she reluctantly agreed, the man arrived and departed less than 10 minutes later, leaving behind only the 200 yuan. Damn it. To her, this Qin Lang seemed even more unreliable than that broker's so-called handsome man. And worse, he was a master of deception. Did she not know her own husband's constitution? At best 5 minutes. No, merely an ordinary epileptic seizure. He'd simply forgotten his medication this morning. Given time, he would recover on his own. Nothing like this charlatan's grim prognosis. Incurable, straight to the crematorium. Preposterous. Qin Pingon let out a cold snort and stepped forward. While the sharp-tongued woman feared Qin Lang, he felt no such trepidation. His face stern, he declared, "You understand no medicine. Do not presume to diagnose. This man suffers only a common epileptic episode. A gentle acupuncture will swiftly ease his symptoms and rouse him. Your alarmist claims are baseless." His words were precise and convincing, so much so that many bystanders nodded in quiet agreement. "Young man, the patient appears severely afflicted. Please try your hand. Stabilize his condition before the ambulance." "Yes, yes. Don't delay his treatment. This youth speaks with reason. He doesn't sound like a fraud. Let him act." Onlookers voiced their assent one after another. The sharp-tongued woman glanced at her husband's upturned glassy eyes, fearing catastrophe, and reluctantly nodded. Qin Pingon approached the patient and cast a detached glance toward Qin Lang. "Please step aside, to grant the patient ample space and fresh air." "What do you mean? Even if our approach is flawed, our intentions are pure. Why must you be so aggressive?" Mu Yuyin tugged Qin Lang's arm, shielding him behind her. Her willow leaf brows nodded in sudden defiance. "I have no patience for pointless squabbles." Inside, Qin Pingon seethed. City women, he thought bitterly, were all shallow creatures who prized wealth over worth, utterly lacking discernment. He was the true heir of a divine physician, and a peerless martial artist besides. How could he possibly compare to the likes of Qin Lang? Blind fools. His innate pride quickly stilled his irritation. Though Mu Yin was beautiful, the world held countless women of stunning grace and poise. Sooner or later one would fall devotedly at his feet. Jealousy was beneath him. Kneeling beside the patient, he withdrew gleaming silver needles from his portable case and inserted them precisely into the crown of the man's head. Soon dozens of fine needles shimmered across his forehead. Remarkable. Though youthful, this young man's needlework flows like clouds drifting across water. Such mastery demands decades of disciplined practice. Indeed, I once witnessed the famed divine physician of Tianhai. Even his speed paled beside this youth's. It seems he spoke no idle boast. He truly possesses extraordinary skill. Truly Chen Pingyan, blessed with celestial fortune, needed only treat a stranger by the roadside to attract connoisseurs eager to praise his artistry. Their admiration deepened the onlookers' faith in him. Soon Chen Pingyan withdrew each needle. The man's convulsions subsided, his ashen pallor softened into healthy warmth, and his trembling lips grew still. The man stirred slowly back to consciousness, blinking dazedly. What happened to me? Without a word, Chen Pingyan turned and began to walk away. A divine physician descending from the mountains to heal the world. This was his sacred duty. He had yet to meet Chu Mingyao, the woman who stood to him as a fiancée, and he bore no time for petty entanglements here. The sharp-tongued woman helped her husband rise, her voice trembling with relief and reproach. You ungrateful wretch. You terrified me half to death. Lying there jerking uncontrollably. I thought you were gone. Thankfully, a young divine physician intervened just now. Yet he said nothing, simply turned and left. A true gentleman. I misjudged him terribly. The moment he uttered those few words, the man's expression froze. His complexion blanched, his throat seized, and with a violent heave, he vomited a torrent of crimson blood directly onto the woman's face. His vital energy collapsed instantly. Slumping from her slack grip, he fell backward, rigid and lifeless. You scared the living daylights out of me. Someone cried out, and every spine in the crowd prickled with icy dread. Only after a long pause did the sharp-tongued woman snap awake. Pointing fiercely at Chen Pingyan, who had not yet cleared the revolving doors, don't let that fraud escape. The Kaiyuan Hotel's security staff sprang into action, surrounding him from both sides. Chiefly, however, Chen Pingyan himself returned puzzled and unresisting. He stared at the man slumped on the floor, his vitality ebbing, his breath shallow, stunned that such a reversal could occur. Qin Lang approached, wearing an expression of sorrowful regret. Clapping Chen Pingyan's shoulder like a seasoned elder in the same profession, he sighed, Son, I warned you. He should have been taken straight to the crematorium. Yet you insisted on showing off. Medicine runs deeper than any river. You simply can't fathom its depths. Ding dong. Wela wela. Two urgent, distinct sirens pierced the air, drawing rapidly closer. Two vehicles arrived. One an ambulance dispatched by the hospital, the other a police cruiser. The hotel's front desk manager, exasperated by the woman's irrational conduct, had quietly called the authorities. Medical personnel and officers led by Officer Chinziki burst in. A doctor flipped the man's eyelid, then snapped, Who stabbed so many needle punctures into this patient's scalp? Think you're some acupuncturist. This is reckless amateurism. His condition has deteriorated critically. He's now, the sharp-tongued woman whirled, jabbing her finger toward Chen Pingyan, and Qin Lang, that boy did it. My husband's forehead looks like a porcupine. Hundreds of silver needles. It made my blood run cold. Officer Chinziki strode toward Qin Lang, his expression darkening. Is this your doing again? Nearby, Chen Pingyan was overlooked entirely. The assumption, instinctive and automatic, was that Qin Lang had committed the offense. Qin Lang shrugged, ignoring the officer's provocation, and instead pointed emphatically at Chen Pingyan. Officer, I'm filing a formal complaint. This man practiced medicine without a license.